In her previous life, she was ensnared by a scoundrel and married into the Prince Cheng's residence, leading to the ruin of her esteemed Su family. Reborn on the eve of her wedding, she summoned the treacherous imperial uncle to seize her back.
Tap, tap.
Tap. The heavy soles struck the damp ground, each sound resonating with an unsettling echo. In the dimmest corner of the underground palace, a massive black urn stood ominously. Only when the oil lamp was brought closer could one discern the head nestled within its depths. Disheveled hair obscured much of the face, while a festering wound at the crown had become a breeding ground for maggots, a sight both horrifying and grotesque. Su Manyun gazed down at her soiled shoes, her expression darkening as she directed her ire towards the woman trapped within the urn. Su Xia, do you have any idea how much I loathe the sight of you? The head slowly lifted, revealing a face marred by 2 gaping wounds, crusted with blackened blood, rendering what was once an elegant visage terrifyingly monstrous. Likewise came the dry, coarse voice, laced with disdain and revulsion. At the sight of Su Xia's haughty demeanor, Su Manyun's anger flared. Su Xia, what do you have to be proud of? You stand on the brink of death, yet dare to speak to me in such a manner. She despised the lofty arrogance that radiated from her. When Su Xia had played the role of a scorned mistress, she had looked down upon her from her elevated position. Even when Su Manyun had been groveling and appeasing everyone within the duke's residence, Su Xia had maintained her superior air. Now, reduced to a prisoner, having usurped her title as queen, stolen her husband, and claimed all her glories, she had become a wretched figure herself. What right did she have to remain so proud? Su Xia scoffed coldly. Am I still afraid of death? What lay before her? Her grandfather's heart, chainer skin, her maternal grandfather's hands, her uncle's head. She had harmed all her kin. To her, death was rather a form of liberation. Su Manyun was irked by Su Xia's indifferent demeanor. Grabbing a bloody object beside her, she thrust it before Su Xia. Su Xia, I have brought you a gift. Su Changqing's torso. Do you like it? The sinister, chilling voice slithered into Su Xia's ears like a venomous serpent, and the overwhelming stench of blood finally shattered her composure. She desperately yearned to see something, yet her vision was clouded. Su Manyun, you vile woman. May you meet a wretched end. The immense sorrow finally brought forth a stream of blood tears from Su Xia. Seeing Su Xia's once haughty expression falter, Su Manyun felt exhilarated. Isn't it a wretched end? Who is truly facing a miserable fate now? It is you, it is Su Changqing. He still wishes to save you, so I shall keep his torso, forcing him to kneel before me, as I relish in tormenting you. Isn't your grandfather biased? Then I shall extract his heart and see how he maintains his favoritism. Your maternal grandfather is a renowned healer, is he not? I shall sever his hands, ensuring he cannot practice medicine in his next life. Your uncle prides himself on being the wisest of men. I shall take his head and reveal just how clever he truly is. Do you know why Chainer has become your skin? It is because he resembles you too closely. Unable to peel away your skin, I resorted to him. Su Xia, he died in your stead. The excruciating pain pierced through Su Xia, leaving her trembling with rage. Su Manyun, you would even harm your own kin. You are utterly inhuman. Su Manyun scoffed disdainfully. Kin? Do you truly believe that Su Changqing is my father? Su Xia was taken aback, her face a mask of disbelief. Noticing the shock etched on Su Xia's features, Su Manyun reveled in her triumph. Su Xia, you are woefully ignorant. Not only am I not Su Changqing's daughter, but neither are you. You lie. Su Xia vehemently rejected her words, screaming in hysteria. Su Manyun, disinterested in further debate, retorted, if you refuse to acknowledge your foolishness, then go and inquire with your mother. The truth will be revealed. Summon someone. Just as Su Manyun was about to call for assistance, a guard rushed in with urgency. Your Highness, dire news. The royal troops are attacking the city.
What?
Su Manyun's face drained of color in an instant. Ha ha. Su Xia laughed heartily, her voice echoing into the heavens. Su Manyun, Fengyu City, even the heavens cannot bear witness to your vile deeds. Your retribution has arrived. Even in death, I shall drag you down with me. Su Manyun glared at Su Xia with malice. Prepare the pyre, burn her alive. Moments later, Su Xia felt the searing heat that threatened to consume her. Su Manyun, Fengyu City, your hands are stained with blood. Your sins are countless. Today, I offer my flesh and blood to the fire god, cursing you all to an untimely demise. Your Highness. The intense heat began to blur Su Xia's senses, causing her to experience not only auditory hallucinations, but also vivid illusions. It seemed that she had caught a glimpse of Xiao Chan, But had not her eyes been gouged out? Suddenly recalling something, Su Xia immediately glanced at her own hands and feet. What could this possibly mean? Her eyes, along with her hands and feet, had returned. Your Highness, you have finally awakened. It appears we have encountered bandits, Xiao Chan exclaimed, her anxiety palpable as she listened to the commotion outside. Chapter 2. A treacherous encounter bandits? Su Xia instantly regained her senses. Is it not the 7th day of the 12th month in the 7th year of Yongin? Indeed. Today marks the 7th day of the 12th month, with tomorrow being your wedding day. Xiao Chan gazed at Su Xia with curiosity. My lady, how could you forget such a significant date? Fury sparked in Su Xia's narrowed eyes. How could she possibly forget? In her previous life, on the eve of her wedding, she had been deceived by Su Manyun, who lured her out to enjoy the Lantern Festival under false pretenses. What was supposed to be a joyous occasion in the city turned into a nightmare as Su Manyun bribed a coachman to take her outside the city, where bandits were waiting to abduct her. Ultimately, on her wedding day, she was brought back to Fengyu City in disgrace, resulting in the ruin of her reputation and the onset of a nightmarish existence. All of you, attack. A sudden, chilling command from outside jolted Su Xia back to reality. My lady, the bandits are closing in. We must flee. We shall not run. In this second chance at life, Su Xia remained remarkably composed. In a hushed tone, Su Xia leaned closer to Xiao Chan and imparted her instructions. Moments later, Xiao Chan dashed from the carriage to the rear of another, lifting the curtain with urgency. Su Manyun's triumphant expression had yet to fade when Xiao Chan caught sight of her. Upon seeing Xiao Chan approach, Su Manyun quickly adopted a facade of fear and concern. Xiao Chan, why have you come here? Why aren't you by your elder sister's side? The lady has seen bandits enter the woods. I must take you to her hiding spot, Xiao Chan said resolutely, disregarding Su Manyun's protests as she forcibly pulled her down from the carriage. In Su Manyun's eyes, a fleeting glimmer of hostility flashed. Had Su Xia just fled? Damn it. She hadn't even noticed. Without waiting for Xiao Chan to pull her back, Su Manyun lifted her skirt and dashed into the woods in pursuit. Xiao Chan, with a triumphant smile, immediately followed behind her, shouting, Princess, run. I will risk my life to protect you, and will never allow these bandits to capture you. Upon hearing Xiao Chan address her as princess, Su Manyun finally realized she had been deceived and turned to rush back to the carriage. Yet, Xiao Chan would not allow her to return, persistently tugging at her while shouting, Princess, at this moment, forget about the second miss. Let us find someone to rescue her. Su Manyun truly wished to kick Xiao Chan in response. Princess! Princess! When had she ever become a princess? Amidst their tugging, the bandits were already closing in. Before Su Manyun could utter a word, Xiao Chan quickly stepped in front of her, declaring, Who are you? Do not harm our princess. Su Manyun stared in astonishment, utterly perplexed. Xiao Chan, who are you calling princess? My sister is clearly still in the carriage. The bandits, initially intent on capturing someone, immediately turned their gaze towards the carriage upon hearing this. Xiao Chan, feeling anxious, recalled the words her princess had shared with her and forced herself to remain composed, echoing, Ah, yes, the princess is in the carriage. She is the one you should capture. As she spoke, she turned to Su Manyun and whispered, Princess, you are truly brilliant. Su Manyun glared at Xiao Chan in anger, wanting to speak, but the bandits did not give her the opportunity, swiftly seizing her and fleeing. Upon witnessing the success of their plan, Xiao Chan felt a surge of joy within, yet her face was etched with anxiety. Your Highness, how dare you abduct our princess? Our general will not let you go unpunished. Take them all, commanded the bandit leader. And Xiao Chan was also forcibly mounted and taken away. With a pitiful gaze, she watched the increasingly distant carriage. Oh, Your Highness, you must come and rescue me. After the horseman vanished from sight, Su Xia finally dismounted the carriage. The two drivers lay in a pool of blood. Yet Su Xia felt no sympathy. Had it not been for their collusion with Su Manyun in her past life, she would never have been taken out of the city in silence, nor encountered such dire circumstances. However, Su Manyun was indeed ruthless, utilizing those bandits to eliminate witnesses. In this perilous place, lingering was unwise, as Su Xia was unfamiliar with driving a carriage and unable to untie the harness. She had no choice but to proceed on foot. The night had fallen, and she dared not traverse the official road, fearing the bandits might realize her absence and pursue her. Thus, she turned back into the dense forest. There was a shortcut from this forest to the capital. Uncertain of how long she had walked, Su Xia's legs felt as though they were encased in lead, rendering her unable to continue, yet she dared not stop. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed through the valley, startling Su Xia. She quickly concealed herself behind a large tree and peered down into the valley, where she witnessed a group of men in black pursuing a lone man. The man moved with great difficulty, as if he had sustained a severe injury. Yet, despite his condition, he swiftly eliminated all the dark-clad figures. Su Xia was taken aback, and just as she was about to stealthily depart, she heard the man's sharp command, "Who goes there?" A chill wind swept through, and before she knew it, her neck was grasped by someone. Gazing into the strikingly handsome face that was mere inches away, Su Xia momentarily forgot her perilous situation. It was him. Chapter 3. Conditions for healing the leg, Your Majesty. Feng Qingjue. He is the royal uncle of her ex-husband, the most formidable war god of the Great Zhou Kingdom, who began training in martial arts at the tender age of 5, entered the military at 12, and commanded troops on the battlefield by 15. Renowned for his valor and military achievements, he was the most favored candidate for succession by the late emperor. Yet, due to a leg injury sustained in battle, he lost his eligibility to inherit the throne. As Su Xia contemplated, her gaze fell upon Feng Qingjue's upright legs. Was it not said that his legs were incapacitated? Sensing Su Xia's scrutiny, Feng Qingjue's demeanor turned instantly volatile, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, and he tightened his grip further. The suffocating sensation overwhelmed Su Xia, pulling her back to reality. She wished to speak but found herself utterly speechless, resorting instead to pointing at his continuously bleeding wound, and then at herself. Feng Qingjue locked his gaze onto Su Xia's eyes, perceiving no malice within her, and slightly relaxed his grip. Regaining the ability to breathe, Su Xia struggled to utter, "Please. Do not kill me. I can treat your injuries." Realizing that Su Xia possessed no martial prowess, combined with the severity of his own wounds, he finally released her completely. Coughing, Su Xia instinctively took a step back, distancing herself from Feng Qingjue. "Who are you? Why are you here?" His icy voice pierced through the air like a frigid gale, sending shivers down Su Xia's spine. Nervously, she met Feng Qingjue's gaze. "I am Su Xia, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Su. I recently encountered bandits and narrowly escaped, which led me here. You are the Princess of Fuxi?" In an instant, Feng Qingjue's eyes once again ignited with brutality and murderous intent as he fixed his stare upon Su Xia. Su Xia felt a sudden shock and quickly replied, "Indeed. I can swear on my life that I will never divulge the prince's secret." She then glanced at his injury and continued, "Moreover, I can tend to your wounds. As you know, my maternal grandfather is the head of the Imperial Medical Institute Wenlinghai. I have been studying medicine since childhood, and I assure you, treating injuries poses no problem for me. Please wait a moment." Recalling the hemostatic herbs she had seen on her way here, Su Xia hurriedly went to retrieve them. Feng Qingjue never anticipated that she would dash off like that. He wanted to pursue her, but as soon as he moved, the action exacerbated his wound, causing it to tear further, not to mention the agony in his leg. Unable to endure any longer, Feng Qingjue collapsed onto the ground. When Su Xia returned with the herbs, she was startled to see Feng Qingjue, pale-faced, seated on the ground. She rushed forward to examine his injury, but he seized her hand and demanded, "What do you intend to do?" The fury in his voice frightened Su Xia. It was rumored that this royal prince had a notoriously volatile temper, and her grandfather had mentioned he suffered from mania. She realized she must tread carefully. "My lord, allow me to inspect your injury. Do not be afraid. I will be gentle," Su Xia said soothingly, softening her tone in an attempt to calm him. Her tender voice reached Feng Qingjue's ears like a delicate, white cloud drifting softly into his heart, somewhat tempering his violent emotions. Noticing the anger in his eyes had diminished considerably, she began to assess his injury. Feng Qingjue's wound was located at a rather embarrassing spot on his waist. However, in Su Xia's eyes, there was only the injury itself, and she felt no embarrassment whatsoever. Due to her proximity, Feng Qingjue found himself increasingly tense, and the previously suppressed rage surged anew. The wound was deep, and with no medical kit at hand, the lady could only temporarily staunch the bleeding with these herbs. Su Xia crushed the herbs and applied them to the wound, tearing Feng Qingjue's inner garment to meticulously bandage the injury. "Your Highness, it would be prudent to seek a physician upon your return to have the wound properly sutured. It would expedite your recovery," May I examine your leg, your highness? After tending to the wound, Su Xia's attention shifted to Feng Qingjue's leg. She had heard from her maternal grandfather that his leg was crippled, and she wished to see if there was any chance of healing it. The fierce intent to kill surged, once more. Yet Su Xia felt no fear this time. I harbor no ill will. Perhaps I could heal your leg. With that casual explanation, she did not wait for Feng Qingjue's consent and began to examine his leg independently. Su Xia was earnest in her examination, for the man before her was the very one who had stormed the imperial palace in her past life. Though she was unaware of the ultimate fate that had befallen him, he was undoubtedly the only one capable of contending with Feng Yuqing. If she could restore his leg, perhaps she could gain his support. The various manipulations she employed to assess his injury nearly drove Feng Qingjue to the brink of fury. However, the faint fragrance that emanated from her presence miraculously quelled his agitation. Completely oblivious to the extreme fluctuations in his emotions, Su Xia, after diligently inspecting the injured leg, expressed her frustration. Your Highness, you are being utterly reckless. With such a severe leg injury, how could you venture out alone? Under the intense gaze of Su Xia, Feng Qingjue found himself inexplicably calmed, despite the earlier turbulence of emotions. Su Xia continued to scrutinize his severely varicose legs, her expression grave. I am unaware of what pressing matters occupy the prince's mind, yet if you do not cherish these legs of yours, not even the finest physician will be able to remedy them. Feng Qingjue narrowed his eyes at her. Do you possess a method to heal my legs? Su Xia met his gaze, her eyes resolute. I can indeed treat your legs, but I have a request to make. Speak, he urged. Taking a deep breath, she replied earnestly, I am to be wed tomorrow, and I hope that the prince will come to claim me. Chapter 4. Enchantment. Feng Qingjue stared blankly at Su Xia, as if his hearing had betrayed him. After a considerable pause, he recalled the matter at hand. It was Feng Yuqing. Indeed. Su Xia did not conceal the truth from him. She and Feng Yuqing were bound by a marriage decree bestowed by the emperor of the Dai dynasty. Even if he had previously disregarded it, the imminent wedding surely reached his ears. Do you have another beloved? He inquired. No, Su Xia replied, fully aware of his suspicions. Taking a deep breath, she continued, the specific reasons I cannot divulge, but I assure you, I will never entangle your highness in wrongdoing. Feng Qingjue fell silent for a moment, his gaze fixed intently on Su Xia. Can you truly heal my leg? Su Xia pressed her lips together, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. In truth, she was not entirely confident. However, she needed him to annul their engagement. If your highness agrees to my request, I shall do everything within my power to restore your leg. Feng Qingjue pondered for a moment, narrowing his eyes. As long as you are willing to bear the consequences that follow, I shall acquiesce to your request. Su Xia's heart soared with joy. Thank you, your highness. Once the engagement is dissolved, I will certainly fulfill my promise to heal your leg. As Feng Qingjue recalled her deft handling of his wound earlier, a flicker of anticipation ignited within him. Noticing the encroaching dusk and glancing at the horses left by the black-clad assassins in the valley, Su Xia's eyes sparkled with realization. Do you require me to escort you back to the capital? She inquired before departing, her concern evident. Feng Qingjue scoffed lightly. I am not so feeble as to need such assistance. Then the lady took her leave. Su Xia, indifferent to him, had more pressing matters to attend to. She hurriedly descended the hillside, mounted her steed, and galloped away. Feng Qingjue watched the swiftly departing horse, his brows arching slightly, before he too leaped into action. Su Xia rushed back to the capital, but instead of returning to the general's residence, she headed to the city god temple, where she found a small beggar and handed him a piece of silver, instructing him to deliver a message to the Prince of Zheng. The little beggar, delighted by the coin, set off for the prince's residence, and shortly thereafter, a man emerged alone from the palace. This man was none other than Feng Yuqing. Upon seeing Feng Yuqing again, Su Xia's eyes brimmed with hatred, and she quickly mounted her horse to stealthily follow him. Feng Yuqing rode to a residence on West Street, where the door was unlocked and appeared deserted, save for 2 rooms that were locked. Yunner, Feng Yuqing called out towards a locked room. Inside, Su Manyun heard the commotion and immediately began to whimper. Recognizing her voice, Feng Yuqing drew his sword and cut through the lock, rushing inside. Upon seeing Feng Yuqing, Su Manyun was instantly filled with excitement. Yunner. Feng Yuqing quickly approached and removed the cloth from her mouth, unbinding her. What happened? How did you end up here? Who captured you? A flicker of guilt crossed Su Manyun's eyes as she carefully crafted her response. I was out of the city with my sister when we encountered bandits. At the mention of the bandits, Feng Yuqing's expression darkened. You encountered bandits? What about Xia? As Su Manyun contemplated how to tarnish Su Xia's reputation, an unexpected fragrance wafted into the room. Outside the door, a swirling mist enveloped the space. Su Manyun's face flushed crimson, and her body weakened, leading her to collapse into Feng Yuqing's embrace. Just as Feng Yuqing intended to assess Su Manyun's condition, he too succumbed to the effects. The rosy visage of Xia in his arms began to alter, and Feng Yuqing could no longer restrain himself, pressing her down onto the ground. Chapter 5. The sweetest pain of self-inflicted consequences. Standing outside the door, Su Xia observed the two entangled figures with a grim expression. Had she just heard Feng Yuqing call her name? Men truly possess a base nature, despite being his legitimate wife in a past life. She had been scorned for once having entered a den of thieves, treated with disdain, and now he dared to call out to Su Manyun. What would Su Manyun feel upon regaining consciousness? Su Xia was aware that those bandits would not arrive until morning. They were likely indulging in revelry at this hour. Su Manyun had tasked them with compromising her during Feng Yuqing's wedding procession, fortuitously to be discovered by him, although she had fought valiantly in her previous life. Preventing their plans from succeeding, Feng Yuqing had remained aloof ever since, a testament to the effectiveness of Su Manyun's scheme. The location Su Manyun had chosen was indeed clever, perfectly situated along the wedding route. With her plans already laid out, Su Xia found herself relieved of much burden. Lacking interest in the farce unfolding between the two, she deftly picked the lock of the adjacent room and slipped inside. Upon entering, she found Xiao Chan securely bound and nestled in a corner, sleeping soundly. Su Xia felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Even in a den of thieves, the girl could sleep so peacefully. What a carefree spirit she possessed. Approaching her, Su Xia removed the cloth binding Xiao Chan's mouth and gently shook her awake. As Xiao Chan groggily opened her eyes and caught sight of Su Xia, she was overwhelmed with excitement and nearly shouted, only to be silenced by Su Xia's hand over her lips. Should you not make a sound? I am here to rescue you, she whispered. With tears streaming down her cheeks, Xiao Chan nodded fervently. At last, the princess had come to save her. Su Xia untied Xiao Chan and quietly led her out of the house. Once outside, Xiao Chan finally heard the commotion, and her face flushed as she looked at Su Xia. It's the second Mississippi, she stammered. Pay it no mind, Su Xia replied with an air of indifference. The potion was potent enough to keep them occupied until dawn. She was eagerly anticipating the spectacle that would unfold when the mountain bandits arrived. Su Xia and Xiao Chan stealthily departed, and once they were gone, Feng Qingjue emerged from the shadows. The unpleasant sounds from afar caused Feng Qingjue to frown deeply. The two of them returned quietly to the Duke of Su's residence without alarming anyone, thanks to Xiao Chan's acquaintance with a young servant guarding the back door. Upon returning to Fuxiyuan, Xiao Chan could no longer contain her curiosity. Your Highness, what on earth happened today? She inquired. Xiao Chan was Su Xia's trusted confidant, and in her previous life, she had been the reason for her demise. Thus, Su Xia decided not to conceal the truth from her and recounted the details of Su Manyun's scheme. Xiao Chan was left utterly astonished. Goodness! The second miss is truly wicked. Had it not been for your cleverness today, we would have fallen into her trap. The thought of the dire consequences sent shivers down Xiao Chan's spine. Your Highness, we must inform the General and the Duke, urging them to punish the second miss severely. As Su Xia contemplated her father, she recalled Su Manyun's words from her past life. Am I not my father's biological child? How could that be possible? Su Xia was reluctant to accept such absurdity, yet the circumstances of her previous life left no room for doubt. Su Manyun had no reason to deceive her further. Moreover, there exists a reason for her skepticism, her father's demeanor towards her. Su Xia inhaled deeply and resolved not to rush. Tomorrow marks her wedding day, and they have more pressing matters to attend to. Rather than divulging the situation to her grandfather and father, it would be far more satisfying to let Su Manyun reap the consequences of her own misdeeds. Regardless, in the eyes of her grandfather and father, Su Manyun still embodies the bloodline of the Su family. She must devise a means to uncover Su Manyun's true origins promptly, ensuring her complete downfall. In this second life, she aims not only to alter her fate and that of her kin but also to unravel these enigmas. With Su Xia's declaration, Xiao Chan felt reassured. The princess was astute. She would undoubtedly thwart the second Mrs. Nefarious schemes. At the royal manor, my lord. The guard, Yueying, gasped upon seeing Feng Qingjue return, severely wounded. How could you be so gravely injured? That man dispatched assassins to attack you again, Yueying exclaimed, her indignation palpable. This is utterly outrageous. Given your current condition, what could you possibly contend with him about? Why does he persist in pursuing you? As soon as Yueying finished speaking, she was met with a piercing glance from Feng Qingjue. What of my condition? Yueying quickly averted her gaze from his nearly incapacitated legs and shifted the subject. I merely meant to say that he is exceedingly overstepping his bounds. Feng Qingjue scoffed disdainfully. As long as I draw breath, I remain the greatest threat to him. He will not relinquish his pursuit easily. Yueying voiced her concern. Shall we take the opportunity of seeking medical aid to evade him for a while? Do not venture out for now. Feng Qingjue suddenly had a thought and turned to Yueying. Go find a woman. A woman? Yueying appeared bewildered. Did not the prince usually shun the company of women? Why, in such a wounded state, did he still desire a woman? Chapter 6. A calculated scheme. Quickly, go. Upon witnessing his inaction, Feng Qingjue was filled with fury. Yes, yes, yes. Yueying hastily complied, and shortly thereafter, a young maid was ushered into the room. Just as Yueying thought that her lord had finally come to his senses, the maid was unceremoniously tossed out. With a thud, the young maid collapsed onto the ground, rendered unconscious. Yueying stood there, utterly bewildered. What transpired? She had only been inside for a few seconds before being ejected. Your Highness, get out! The irate voice of the lord boomed. Without a moment's hesitation, Yueying swiftly shouldered the maid and hurriedly retreated. She dared not provoke her lord's tempestuous temperament. Inside the room, Feng Qingjue gasped for breath, clutching his head in agony. It was the first time he realized that not every woman exuded a pleasant fragrance, and he finally confirmed that not all women's scents could quell his tumultuous emotions. The following morning, Susia was promptly summoned by the matchmaker for grooming and adornment. As the matchmaker skillfully prepared Susia, she uttered flattering remarks. The princess's complexion is truly delicate. Without the need for powder, it resembles a freshly shelled egg. Gazing into the mirror at her exquisite visage, Susia momentarily lost herself in thought. With her ethereal elegance and aloof disposition, she resembled the pristine snow lotus atop the Tian Shan Mountains. It was not only her beauty that echoed this, but her temperament as well. Too proud. Perhaps that was why Feng Yuqing held her in disdain. Unlike Su Manyun, who was enchanting and adept at charming, it was she who captured a man's heart. Was it not? As Su Xia remained lost in thought, Xiao Chan entered and leaned in to whisper, Your Highness, Chun Tao requests an audience. Su Xia raised her hand towards the matron, who promptly bowed and withdrew. Once the room was empty, Su Xia instructed Xiao Chan. Change into my bridal attire to meet her. The maid understood and swiftly donned Su Xia's wedding garments, covering her head with a bridal veil. Su Xia then retreated to the inner chamber. Before long, Chun Tao was ushered in. Xiao Chan, adorned in the bridal attire, sat at the table, and Chun Tao hurried forward to pay her respects, saying, This servant greets the esteemed princess. Xiao Chan intentionally altered her voice, inquiring, What brings you to visit this princess? Upon hearing the peculiar tone, Chun Tao glanced at Xiao Chan and, recognizing the familiar embroidered shoes, confirmed her identity. No longer bending low, Chun Tao straightened and asked, Has the princess seen my lady? She left with the princess yesterday and has yet to return. Just as Xiao Chan was about to speak, she almost let slip an unintended revelation, hastily correcting herself. This princess returned quite early last night. I am unaware of why my younger sister has not yet returned. However, Chun Tao sought to extract more information, yet Xiao Chan, growing impatient, waved her hand dismissively. The auspicious hour approaches. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. Chun Tao's eyes flickered with cunning as she feigned ignorance, asking, on such a joyous day for the princess, why is Xiao Chan not here to attend you? To which Xiao Chan replied, She has stepped out for an errand. A palpable sense of guilt enveloped her as Chun Tao smirked, her mind already concocting a scheme. The princess must have been captured by those bandits. It is a mystery how this little Chan managed to return. Moreover, it is perplexing that the young lady has yet to make her appearance. Nonetheless, she has not forgotten the tasks entrusted to her by the young lady. With little Chan absent, the princess will likely find herself at a disadvantage, especially with the young lady also away. Perhaps it would be prudent for the princess to retain Chun Tao here to attend to her needs. Very well then, you may leave for now. We shall head to the residence of Prince Chung together shortly. Little Chan waved her hand insistently, seemingly eager to expel Chun Tao. Yes. Chun Tao replied with a cold smirk as she exited. Once Chun Tao had departed, Su Xiu emerged from the inner chamber. This Chun Tao is indeed a capable assistant of Su Man-yun, and in her previous life, she was also one of the protagonists. Such an enthralling drama could not possibly unfold without her. Little Chan lifted the joyous veil and, as if seeking praise, hurried to Su Xiu's side. Princess, did I perform convincingly just now? With a smile, Su Xiu pinched her little round face. Make sure to keep your distance. Do not allow her to discover your presence. I understand, Little Chan replied, her excitement palpable. The second young lady is truly wicked. This time, retribution is in order, and she shall reap the consequences of her own misdeeds. Chapter 7. The grand ceremony commences moments later. Su Xia donned her wedding attire, adorned with a bridal veil, and stepped out of her chamber alone. The princess, Chun Tao, hurriedly approached with the matrons to assist her. In the main hall, she bid farewell to her grandfather and father. Her grandfather, filled with reluctance, held her tightly, tears streaming down his face. Little Iya, you must return often. If that man mistreats you, come back and tell your grandfather, I shall stand for you. Su Xia's eyes glistened with unshed tears. In her previous life, her marriage to Feng Yuqing had resulted in her grandfather's demise. In this life, she vowed never to repeat such a tragic fate. Su Chongqing gazed solemnly at Su Xia, veiled beneath the bridal drapery, hesitating several times to approach, yet ultimately refraining. Enough, the auspicious hour is nearly upon us. Let Xia ascend the bridal sedan, said Su Ji. Noticing Su Rui's incessant weeping, the matriarch quickly intervened. Where is Prince Chung? Why has he not arrived? Su Rui wiped his tears, his voice tinged with displeasure. At that moment, a guard rushed in and bowed. Present, Your Grace, General. I sincerely apologize. Our lord has been detained by urgent matters and has sent me to escort the princess to the sedan. Upon hearing this, Su Rui's anger flared. On the day of his wedding, he has matters to attend to? Is our prince truly so busy? The guard lowered his gaze, refraining from reply. He too was at a loss, as the prince had been untraceable since dawn. Thus, he had no choice but to bring the princess back and devise a solution later. Seeing Su Rui's fury, the matriarch quickly consoled him. It matters not. Let the guard escort her, as long as we do not miss the auspicious hour. With that, she signaled to the matron, who promptly stepped forward to carry Su Xia to the bridal sedan. Su Rui gazed at Su Xia's retreating figure, tears welling up once more. As joyous music filled the air, the wedding procession wound its way through the capital, heading towards the Prince Cheng's residence. Chun Tao trailed alongside the bridal sedan, calculating the distance to the mansion. Meanwhile, Xiao Chan lagged behind the procession, walking in tandem with those carrying the dowry. The 10-mile-long bridal procession of the Duke of Su instantly captivated the attention of the onlookers. Whose wedding could this be, with such an abundance of dowry? Who else but the beloved Princess Fuxi of the Duke of Su's household? It was said that the princess was highly favored, not only by the Duke and the General, but even by the Emperor himself, who had bestowed upon her the title of princess at an early age. No wonder there was such a grand display of dowry. The common folk, seldom witnessing such a magnificent wedding, followed along, their numbers growing by the moment. At the mansion, 2 bandits arrived at the appointed time, ready to enter, but they were suddenly alerted by sounds coming from within. They exchanged a bewildered glance. Who the devil has taken our opportunity? One bandit exclaimed in frustration, slapping his thigh. The other, more conniving in demeanor, rubbed his hands together and pushed open the door. Back at the wedding procession, Chun Tao had walked a fair distance and was nearing the mansion. She quickly signaled to a nearby servant. Upon receiving the cue, the servant stealthily slipped into the mansion, preparing to announce a scandal with a loud bang of the gongs. Just then, a series of terrified screams erupted from inside the house. Simultaneously, 2 shifty-eyed individuals bolted from the building. The clever young servant hastily began to beat the drums and shout, "Catch the thief! Catch the adulterer!" Upon hearing his cries, Su Xia's lips curled into a cold smile. The grand performance was about to commence. As the wedding procession approached the entrance of the residence, they were met with shouts from the courtyard. This was intolerable. They were all guards of the royal mansion, and such matters could not be overlooked. Armed, they surged into the premises. The onlookers, too, did not linger, rushing in alongside them. Some pursued thieves, while others sought to catch adulterers. Ah! In the midst of hurriedly donning her clothes, Su Manyun, startled by the sudden influx of people, let out another terrified scream. Chapter 8. He has arrived. Feng Yuqing was utterly terrified. Just moments ago, he had been in high spirits when suddenly two individuals burst in, appearing intent on joining him, leaving him in a state of sheer panic. He had only just managed to dismiss them, still unadorned in his clothing, when a throng of people rushed in again, causing him to feel utterly overwhelmed once more. The true horror was yet to come. The prince. The guards of the wedding procession stared incredulously at the man before them, who was still unclothed. Was this truly their prince? The very same prince who had mysteriously vanished that morning, only to engage in such activities. Their astonished exclamations swiftly ignited a frenzy among the onlookers. Could he possibly be the Duke of Qing? Indeed, he was the one set to wed Princess Fuxi today. The wedding palanquin for Princess Fuxi remained outside. And here he was, engaged in such scandalous behavior. The crowd gazed at him as if he were a spectacle, pointing and whispering, which incensed Feng Yuqing to the brink of fury. Fools! Why do you still linger? Clear out, at once. At last, the guards regained their composure, hastily ushering the bystanders away and shutting the door. Yet, the crowd continued to murmur conspiratorially outside. Su Xia had already descended from the wedding palanquin, her bridal attire in place, the veil atop her head long since gone. Chun Tao, who had initially reveled in the mischief, was struck dumb by the sight of Su Xia's breathtaking beauty, collapsing in a heap. The princess was here. Who could possibly be in that room? Su Xia cast a cold glance at her, which left Chun Tao utterly terrified. It was over. The princess knew everything. Xiao Chan immediately ordered her men to bind Chun Tao before following Su Xia into the residence. Upon seeing Su Xia, everyone instinctively stepped aside. Even the guards made way. The door creaked open, and Feng Yuqing emerged with Su Manyun, only to collide directly with Su Xia. Upon seeing Su Xia's exquisitely cold and beautiful face, Feng Yuqing felt a flicker of guilt. Xia. Su Xia had no interest in hearing Feng Yuqing's idle words. Her sharp gaze fell upon Su Manyun. Sister, are you aware of his relationship with me? Do you know what day it is today? As soon as Su Xia spoke, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Goodness! This woman is the second miss of the Su family? Does that mean the sister has snatched away her elder sister's fiancé? And on the very day of the wedding, this second miss of the Su family is truly ruthless. How utterly shameless to entice her brother-in-law on such an occasion. Various scornful voices reached Su Manyun's ears, making her feel as if she could sink into the ground from embarrassment. Su Manyun harbored a deep-seated hatred for Su Xia. Today's incident must have been orchestrated by Su Xia. That malicious woman was simply here to revel in her misfortune. With a thud, Su Manyun knelt before Su Xia, her heartbroken demeanor pleading, "Elder sister, I was framed. Someone has conspired against us, and that is why I found myself entangled with the prince." Upon hearing this, Feng Yuqing immediately nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is the truth. Both I and Yuner have been wronged. Yuner? Su Xia scoffed. Your Highness certainly speaks with great affection. Is this also a part of the deception? Realizing a slip of tongue, Feng Yuqing hastily corrected himself. No, truly, I and Manyun have been framed. Is that so? Su Xia lowered her gaze, coldly fixing her stare on Su Manyun. Hasn't my second sister become pregnant? Dare you claim that the child she bears is not yours? You. Feng Yuqing looked at Su Manyun in utter shock. Su Manyun, too, was taken aback. Is it true? She was unaware of such a development. Observing their expressions, the onlookers swiftly grasped the situation. It indeed seemed that the matter had long been set in motion. How revolting. The second young lady certainly does not appear to be a virtuous individual. An unmarried maiden, yet she is with child. What redeeming qualities could she possess? And as for the esteemed Prince Zheng, how could he provoke someone as admirable as Princess Fuxi while entangling himself with her sister? We have truly been wronged. And why must you unjustly accuse us, dear elder sister? Su Manyun feigned utmost distress, wiping away her tears. Su Xia, uninterested in her theatrics, retorted, whether you are wronged or not, you are more aware than anyone else. There is no need for further performances. As for the position of the esteemed wife of Prince Zheng, I shall relinquish it to you. With that, Su Xia removed her crown and cast it onto the ground. The sound of shattering echoed as the gem-encrusted crown fractured into myriad pieces. Each fragment was worth enough to sustain these individuals for decades, yet not a single one dared to retrieve them. Su Xia turned to leave, but was abruptly seized by Feng Yuqing. Xia, allow me to explain. It is truly not as you perceive. Release me. The touch of Feng Yuqing filled Su Xia with revulsion, nearly causing her to retch. At that moment, a resounding neigh of a horse echoed, and a gleaming whip struck Feng Yuqing's hand.
Crack.
The whip lashed fiercely against Feng Yuqing's arm, causing him to instinctively retract his hand, thereby granting Su Xia her freedom once more.
Who dares?
Feng Yuqing exclaimed, clutching his arm in irritation. Yet, upon catching sight of the newcomer, his countenance shifted dramatically. Why, your highness. Chapter 9. The Abduction of the Bride. Severing ties, Su Xia gazed in a daze at the man on horseback, silhouetted against the light. In that moment, he appeared before her as if a deity, illuminating her world with hope and brilliance. The crowd, initially curious about the audacity of one who dared to strike Prince Cheng, suddenly comprehended upon seeing Feng Qingjue. The emperor, after all, was the valiant god of war for their great Zhou. Who among them would dare to challenge him? Su Manyun was equally mesmerized by Feng Qingjue's extraordinary beauty, staring at him in awe. Feng Qingjue, truly an existence akin to a god. Beyond his striking handsomeness, the regal aura he exuded was unparalleled. Such a man was worthy of Su Manyun. Alas, he had been rendered crippled. How could a once mighty eagle, now with broken wings, ever be deemed worthy of her? Feng Yuqing finally regained his senses, frowning as he regarded Feng Qingjue. Is the little imperial uncle here to attend the wedding? Feng Qingjue replied impassively. I have come to abduct the bride. Feng Yuqing stood there, stunned, processing what he had just heard. The onlookers were similarly bewildered. To abduct the bride? What did that imply? Was the emperor here to claim Princess Fuxi? Yet, was she not his niece by marriage? Indeed, had not the emperor always been indifferent to women? When had he developed an affection for Princess Fuxi? Even if he did harbor such feelings, how could he dare to disrupt the impending union between Princess Fuxi and Prince Cheng? How can this not be snatched away? This marriage seems unlikely to happen. I cannot envision Princess Fuxi marrying Prince Cheng again. She appears far better suited to the crown prince. Indeed, Princess Fuxi, the most beautiful woman in the Great Zhou, aligns perfectly with the crown prince, the most handsome man in the realm, an exquisite pairing reminiscent of celestial beings in love. Perhaps the surrounding comments pleased Feng Qingjue, for a subtle smile graced his lips as he extended a hand toward Su Xia. Stunned, Su Xia gazed at his long, elegant fingers and found herself instinctively placing her hand in his palm. A sudden force lifted her, and by the time she regained her senses, she was already in his embrace. The presence of another in his arms made Feng Qingjue momentarily stiffen, as the tempestuous energy within him surged once more. Yet, her distinctive fragrance lingered at his nose, miraculously soothing his agitation. At that moment, Feng Yuqing finally came to his senses and furiously approached. Su Xia, have you lost your mind? Seated atop her steed, Su Xia coldly looked down at him. Given the current situation between you and my younger sister, may I inquire how your highness intends to arrange for her? Feng Yuqing paused, then replied bluntly. Once we are wed, I shall bring her into the manor. Su Xia scoffed. Bring her into the manor? For what purpose? Before Feng Yuqing could respond, Su Manyun, wiping her tears, spoke with a sense of grievance. Elder sister, even if I enter the manor, I would only be a concubine, posing no threat to your position. I implore you to show mercy and let us be. Su Xia found herself both amused and infuriated. There is no need to portray yourself as a pitiful figure. I have already stated that I relinquish my claim to the position of the rightful wife. With her chin held high, Su Xia addressed the crowd with a clear voice. She, Su Manyun, is but a daughter of a concubine. Out of pity for her advancing years, I persuaded my father to bring her back to the manor, intending to arrange a suitable marriage for her. Yet, unexpectedly, she has taken a fancy to my betrothed, and it appears she has long been entangled with the prince, sparing her the need for further scheming. As such, I, Su Xia, hereby cede my fiancé to her. Su Manyun clenched her fists tightly, the term daughter of a concubine nearly shattering the facade of pretense upon her face. Su Xia then turned to Feng Yuqing. You, Feng Yuqing, were once my betrothed. Yet on the day of our wedding, you conspired with my half-sister. I, Su Xia, swear never to share a husband with Su Manyun. As she spoke, Su Xia removed the golden hairpin adorning her head and drew it across her skirt. With a ripping sound, a portion of her skirt fell to the ground. She gazed down at the man before her, declaring, "Feng Yuqing, let this severed piece of fabric serve as proof that our engagement is hereby nullified. From this moment on, we shall part ways and pursue our own paths in marriage, with no further ties between us." Once Su Xia concluded her declaration, Feng Qingjue raised his whip and departed with her in tow. Feng Yuqing, in a fit of rage, shouted after Su Xia's retreating figure, "Su Xia, our union was bestowed by the emperor. You are defying the imperial decree, and I shall ensure the emperor punishes you for your insubordination." Chapter 10. The first kiss. Amidst the furious roars of Feng Yuqing, Feng Qingjue's magnificent steed galloped away from the imperial city. It was not until the pair vanished from sight that Feng Yuqing finally regained his senses, bellowing at the dazed guards beside him. "What are you standing there for? Hurry and pursue them." The guards, jolted back to reality, hastily mounted their horses to give chase. The situation for the Prince of Chung was rather unfortunate. His consort had been spirited away. It served him right, one might say, considering he had dallied with her sister on the very day of their wedding. What a peculiar experience it must be for one's own consort to become one's royal aunt. The townsfolk, pointing and whispering with malicious glee, only exacerbated Feng Yuqing's fury. "Arrest them all." With his outburst, the crowd scattered like startled birds, as today's gossip was certainly ripe for conversation. The guards, intimidated by Feng Yuqing's wrath, hesitated to approach and provoke his ire, nor did they dare to apprehend the commoners. Su Manyun, envious of Feng Yuqing's concern for Su Xia, feigned confusion and stepped forward. "My lord, today's events are quite puzzling. I was innocently brought here, and you appeared quite inexplicably, only for us to be caught in the act by my sister. This situation seems decidedly strange." Feng Yuqing instantly grasped Su Manyun's insinuation, narrowing his eyes. "Are you suggesting that all of this was deliberately orchestrated by Su Xia? Do you not find the relationship between her and the Crown Prince rather peculiar? The Crown Prince has always been indifferent to women. How could he possibly attempt to abduct her on the day of a grand wedding? Perhaps my sister and he have long been intertwined, yet, constrained by the imperial marriage bestowed upon you, it would be improper to dissolve the engagement, leading them to devise such a scheme. How pitiful it is that I and Lord Feng Yuqing have become their stepping stones." Su Manyun wore an expression of indignation on behalf of herself and Feng Yuqing. Feng Yuqing was utterly enraged. "This wretched woman dares to scheme against me and humiliate me in public. I shall not let her escape unpunished." To the palace. Grasping Su Manyun, he mounted his steed and set forth towards the imperial palace. Meanwhile, Feng Qingjue had led Su Xia on a few rounds outside the city, successfully evading the guards of the Duke of Chung. He guided Su Manyun through a valley, arriving at a bamboo cottage. Su Xia was instantly captivated by the serene beauty of the secluded valley. How magnificent! However, Feng Qingjue had no inclination to revel in the scenery. He dismounted hastily and stumbled into the bamboo cottage. Seeing Feng Qingjue struggle to walk, Su Xia promptly followed him down. "My lord, you must not exert your leg," she urged, attempting to assist him, only to be brusquely rebuffed. "Do not touch me." Nearly thrown to the ground, she felt a surge of anger, but remembering his condition, she refrained from retorting. "Thank you, my lord, for your assistance. I shall tend to your leg." As Feng Qingjue settled onto the couch, Su Xia took a deep breath and approached to examine his leg. "Why did you drug them?" His restrained yet furious voice pierced the air, causing Su Xia to freeze, her gaze rising in ire. "You were following me?" Feng Qingjue let out a scornful snort. "What of it? Do you fear that others may uncover your actions?" The unkind tone of Feng Qingjue only deepened Su Xia's sense of grievance. "Are you seeking to hold me accountable for those two? So, what if I administered the drug to them? If you find my actions distasteful, feel free to expose me." Enraged, Su Xia was no longer inclined to tend to his leg. She huffed in frustration and turned to leave, only to be abruptly seized by Feng Qingjue. Stumbling, she lunged toward him, causing him to instinctively lean back, yet she ended up tumbling into his embrace. In the next instant, their lips met, rendering both momentarily speechless. Chapter 11. Feng Qingjue, will you marry me? Su Xia stared in disbelief, her eyes widening as she suddenly found herself ensnared by a pair of profound black eyes. This man, with features as exquisite as a painting, had a visage like jade, a nose as proud as a mountain, and lips as delicate as flower petals. His eyes, reminiscent of the Milky Way, sparkled with countless stars, drawing one in as if plunging into a sea of stars, lost in its depths. Feng Qingjue's body tensed like iron, particularly due to the unexpected softness of her lips and the faint fragrance that wafted to his nostrils. He felt an uncontrollable surge of agitation, yet, miraculously, it was quickly quelled as conflicting emotions churned within him, nearly driving him to madness. Ultimately, unable to bear it any longer, he pushed the person in his arms away. Su Xia stumbled to the ground, a mixture of embarrassment and anger flooding her. "What exactly does the prince want?" she exclaimed. "You were the one who pulled me close. Yet you also pushed me away." Feng Qingjue was taken aback by her fragility, realizing that a mere shove had sent her tumbling. He awkwardly sat up. "Who allowed you to be disrespectful to me?" Her face flushed a deep crimson as she glared at him. "Is it not the prince who first grasped my hand? Is it not you who broke your promise? Did you not say you would treat this prince's leg?" Su Xia was exasperated. She hesitated to tend to his injury, not wanting to assist him after he had insisted on confronting those despicable individuals on her behalf. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to uphold her commitment and treat his leg. "Lie down." Upon hearing her drop the honorific and noticing the fury etched upon her face, Feng Qingjue decided to relent, lying down on the small couch as instructed. Su Xia stepped forward to meticulously examine Feng Qingjue's legs, then reached to unfasten his trousers, only to have him seize her hand abruptly. "What are you doing?" he demanded, gripping her hand tightly, his irritation palpable. "Massage, acupuncture," she replied, now accustomed to his roughness. With equal force, she swatted his hand away and proceeded to pull down his trousers. A chill enveloped his legs, causing the veins at Feng Qingjue's temples to bulge as he struggled to suppress his urge to throw this woman out. Unperturbed by his unusual reaction, Su Xia began her massage without hesitation. Instantly, Feng Qingjue's body stiffened, his legs instinctively tensing. "Your Highness." Silence. His furious tone cut her off just as she was about to offer reassurance. Irritated, Su Xia disregarded him and continued her work on his rigid legs. Her gentle hands kneaded and pinched at his thighs, leaving Feng Qingjue as tense as a coiled spring. When her hands ventured to his upper thighs, even the most stoic of men could not remain unaffected. He found himself involuntarily responding despite his aversion to women. Upon noticing something, Su Xia's cheeks flushed crimson, and she discreetly retrieved a handkerchief to cover a particular area. Feng Qingjue, incensed by her action, huffed. "Do you often treat others like this?" The words struck Su Xia like a blade, igniting her anger. "Indeed, I attend to many patients daily, Your Highness. You are merely my first 108th patient." As the hands that had caressed 108 men were now upon him, Feng Qingjue could no longer endure it. Struggling to evade her touch, the moment he stirred, Su Xia swiftly slapped his thigh, admonishing him, "Do not fidget. Relax a bit. Your legs are so tense that it will complicate the acupuncture." Feng Qingjue felt an overwhelming rage, nearly choking on his frustration. She was undoubtedly the first woman in this world bold enough to lay hands on him so brazenly. Unfazed by his anger, Su Xia continued her massage with unwavering focus, and only when he had fully relaxed did she proceed with the acupuncture. With utmost concentration, her fingers danced effortlessly, moving with remarkable speed. As the silver needles multiplied on his leg, Feng Qingjue soon found himself engulfed in excruciating pain, his meridians in disarray, spasming uncontrollably. Noticing the beads of sweat forming on his brow and the pallor of his complexion, Su Xia furrowed her brow and reassured him, "It may hurt a bit. Bear with it, and it will pass once the needles are in place." His head felt heavy, yet as he turned to gaze at her earnest profile, for a fleeting moment, the agony seemed to dissipate. Time slipped away, and eventually, that inhuman pain subsided. Feng Qingjue was drenched in sweat, and had it not been for his resolute will, he might have succumbed to unconsciousness. Once she had withdrawn the needles, Su Xia covered the jar and took a cloth to wipe his perspiration. Observing his ashen visage, she suddenly inquired, "Feng Qingjue, would you consider marrying me?" Chapter 12, The Cripple Versus. The abandoned wife Feng Qingjue was momentarily disoriented, as though he were experiencing auditory hallucinations, staring blankly at Su Xia, who softly gasped, "Do you even comprehend what you are saying?" Su Xia, Her palms slick with anxiety, defiantly held her head high and retorted, "Is the prince afraid?" Feng Qingjue chuckled with exasperation. "This prince is your elder by a generation." "And what of it? It's merely a decade," Su Xia dismissed, unconcerned. "There is no blood relation. What does it matter if you are older? This prince is physically impaired. I can treat the prince. This prince suffers from mania. I am accustomed to it." Feng Qingjue, bemused, regarded her with a furrowed brow. She truly had a knack for veiled insinuations. "This prince commands a formidable army. That person regards me as a thorn in his side." He was uncertain if she grasped his meaning. Yet he was relentless in attempting to dissuade her from her nonsensical notions. However, Su Xia was not one to yield easily. The Duke's manor also wields considerable military power. Hence, we are even less likely. Feng Qingjue regarded her with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing his resolute declaration, Su Xia, incensed, fixed her gaze upon him and suddenly lunged forward, sinking her teeth into his lips. Feng Qingjue froze in disbelief, his eyes widening in astonishment. In that fleeting moment, his senses were engulfed by her intoxicating fragrance, a wild essence that drove him to madness. Despite the tension in his muscles and the veins standing out on his forehead, he remained utterly still. The softness and slight sting upon his lips, coupled with her breath so near, nearly drove him to insanity, leaving him in a state of living death and dying life. Su Xia seemed to have not anticipated her own audacity. Upon regaining her composure, her delicate face flushed with a rosy hue. Once she departed, Feng Qingjue closed his eyes, striving to suppress his restlessness. For a moment, the room was enveloped in the sound of their breaths. The prince had forgotten their intimate encounter. Did he wish to evade his responsibilities towards a lady? Su Xia held her breath, lifting her chin defiantly as she regarded him. After a lengthy silence, and ensuring her voice would not tremble, Feng Qingjue finally spoke. "Why me?" Under the scrutiny of his profound gaze, Su Xia's cheeks ignited once more, and she averted her eyes, unable to meet his stare. "Your Highness may as well consider me in search of a protector. I have no desire to marry Feng Yuqing, nor do I wish to be coveted by others of the Feng family. If her connection to him were non-existent, no matter her efforts, her engagement to Feng Yuqing would remain intact. Only by becoming his princess could she truly liberate herself from Feng Yuqing. Thus, she must marry him." Upon realizing her intentions were less than pure, Feng Qingjue let out a cold snort. "Are you not afraid that I will implicate your entire duke's residence?" At the mention of the duke's household, a flicker of sorrow crossed Su Xia's eyes as she murmured, "Without your highness, perhaps the duke's residence would face ruin." Feng Qingjue furrowed his brow. "What do you mean?" Taking a deep breath, Su Xia met his gaze earnestly. "I am not afraid. Who can say whether the current duke's residence is not a thorn in that person's side? Rather than endure such a fate, it is better to unite." Feng Qingjue was taken aback, seemingly surprised that she not only comprehended everything but also pondered so deeply. "However, are you certain you wish to wed this prince who is deemed a cripple?" Feng Qingjue earnestly sought her confirmation once more. Regardless of whether his leg could be healed in the future, he was presently regarded as a disabled individual in the eyes of many. As long as the prince harbored no disdain for a discarded woman like herself, Su Xia responded with utmost sincerity, as if fearing his dissent. "Moreover, I have seen what I should not have seen, touched what I should not have touched, and even bitten what I should not have bitten. The prince not only sees me away, but we also share an intimate bond. Do you truly believe I can marry another?" Feng Qingjue envisioned her in the embrace of another, and merely the thought ignited a tempest of fury within him, stirring an impulse to commit violence. Previously, he might have been indifferent, but now, it seemed impossible. His smoldering gaze once again fixated upon her alluring lips, invoking a reaction within him that made him quickly avert his gaze, flushing with embarrassment. "You should leave." Despair washed over Su Xia, despite her earnest declarations. Why did he still not acquiesce? With a look of grievance cast in his direction, she hastily fled. Moments later, Feng Qingjue emerged and mounted his steed. Noticing her still sulking in the corner, a smirk involuntarily graced his lips. "Come up." "Where to?" Su Xia retorted with irritation. Feng Qingjue extended his hand toward her, declaring, "To seek that person for our betrothal." Chapter 13. The touchy, overbearing, and proud source of security. Su Xia's eyes suddenly sparkled with delight. "Are you serious?" Before Feng Qingjue could respond, she placed her hand in his palm and declared, "No turning back." Upon witnessing her radiant smile, Feng Qingjue felt an involuntary lift at the corners of his lips as he pulled her onto the horse. Inhaling the unique fragrance that enveloped her, a wave of comfort washed over him. With a flick of the whip, he galloped away with her. Concerned, Su Xia glanced at his legs. "Your Highness, it might be wise to use a wheelchair when you go out in the future. Your legs still require caution." "Your medical skills are commendable," he replied, noting the increased strength in his legs after the acupuncture and massage. Many renowned physicians had previously treated him, yet none had achieved such results. In comparison, this girl's abilities were indeed impressive. Feng Qingjue's praise made Su Xia feel a twinge of embarrassment. This method could only alleviate his leg injury. It was merely a temporary fix and would not lead to genuine recovery. As for a complete cure, she had yet to devise a solution. Was she inadvertently engaging in a form of marriage deceit? Regardless, she resolved to align with him to resolve her engagement with Feng Yuqing first. As Feng Qingjue returned to the city with Su Xia, night had fallen. At the city gate, Yueying had been waiting all day, and upon catching sight of her lord returning with someone, she felt a mix of love and resentment. Truly, the prince was either silent or astonishingly bold. Either he shunned the company of women entirely, or abruptly swooped in to claim a bride. The audacity of his actions is astonishing. He has even dared to snatch away his nephew's wife, as if intending to pierce a hole in the heavens. Upon catching sight of the moonlight, Feng Qingjue abruptly reined in the reins. "Your Highness, you have returned." Yueying hastened forward, stealing a glance at the person nestled in the prince's embrace. Indeed, this young woman possesses an enchanting beauty, resembling a celestial being, a perfect match for their esteemed prince. Ahem. Observing Yueying's furtive demeanor, Feng Qingjue felt a surge of displeasure. Sensing the jealousy emanating from him, Yueying quickly diverted her gaze and reported, "Prince Cheng has gone to the palace. The emperor is greatly enraged and summons you." Having been summoned throughout the day, if he did not return soon, the heavens would surely shatter. Anticipating this, Feng Qingjue raised his whip and galloped forth once more. Upon witnessing this, Yueying hurriedly followed, exclaiming, "I have heard that General Su has also been summoned to the palace." At Yueying's revelation, Su Xia's body stiffened abruptly. Noticing her change, Feng Qingjue raised an eyebrow. "Are you frightened?" Su Xia took a deep breath. "My grandfather and father have achieved remarkable military feats for the Great Zhou. He would not easily target the Duke of Su's residence." Humph! Upon hearing her naive words, Feng Qingjue let out a derisive snort. Su Xia met his gaze earnestly, moreover. "Your Highness will assist me, won't you?" "I am not afraid." Feng Qingjue snorted again, yet this time his tone conveyed an entirely different sentiment. Su Xia was amused by his prideful demeanor. Though he may be irritable, domineering, and aloof, he consistently instills in her a profound sense of security. Feng Qingjue accompanied Su Xia to the entrance of the second palace, where the moonlit night revealed Yueya patiently awaiting in a wheelchair. Upon dismounting his steed, Feng Qingjue took his place in the wheelchair, and together, the trio proceeded to the imperial study. "Your Highness, I shall report in," announced the young eunuch stationed outside the study as he hastily approached Feng Qingjue and then hurried inside. Shortly thereafter, the eunuch re-emerged, ushering the three into the hall. As Su Xia stepped into the study, a voice thundered, "You wretched woman! How dare you show your face here?" Just as a hand swung toward her, Su Xia instinctively turned away. With a sharp crack, the blow never reached her cheek, but was instead intercepted by Feng Qingjue, who firmly grasped Feng Yuqing's hand. His gaze ablaze with fury. "What is the meaning of this? Do you presume to disregard me, your royal uncle?" Chapter 14. Su Xia can only be the crown princess. Feng Yuqing initially felt a twinge of apprehension upon seeing Feng Qingjue's blood-red eyes. However, recalling that today he had snatched away his betrothed, he was consumed by anger. Su Xia is my royal consort. Do I need my royal uncle to discipline my own consort? The declaration of my royal consort only served to intensify the redness in Feng Qingjue's gaze. She is my woman. Feng Yuqing, seething with rage and eager to retort, was interrupted by Su Chongqing's cold voice. "I shall educate my daughter myself. There is no need to trouble His Highness, the Prince of Cheng." It was then that Feng Yuqing remembered Su Chongqing's presence, a flicker of regret flashing in his eyes. "Third brother, do not be disrespectful to your royal uncle," Feng Yinrong, who had been watching the unfolding drama, finally spoke up. Su Xia lifted her gaze and beheld the Emperor of Day, who was engrossed in reviewing memorials, with Su Mannion kneeling before him. Her impression of this former father-in-law was succinctly captured in 3 words: a smiling tiger. He always wore a pleasant smile, yet his methods were undeniably formidable. It was widely rumored that it was he who had maimed Feng Qingjue's legs. Otherwise, the throne of the great Zhou might not have rightfully belonged to him. Feng Yuqing angrily shook off Feng Qingjue's hand and returned to the table to lodge a complaint. Father, he has taken my consort first. He does not even spare his nephew's wife and is utterly unworthy of being my elder. Feng Yinrong continued to review the memorials, his head unperturbed as he remarked, 11. You have heard your nephew's grievances. Do provide an explanation. Su Xia is my woman. My younger brother wishes to take her as his legitimate wife. Feng Qingjue, without indulging in lengthy explanations, spoke directly. Feng Yinrong paused momentarily, then raised his gaze and, with a vermilion brush, pointed at Feng Qingjue, saying, You possess a discerning eye, young man. He then cast a meaningful glance at Su Xia, adding, Xia is indeed a fine girl. I have cherished her since her childhood. However, I wish for her to become my daughter-in-law. She is destined to enter the Feng family. Feng Qingjue appeared oblivious to the implications of his words. Feng Yinrong raised an eyebrow and queried, You're so fond of her? She is the only one I shall marry. The weight of those 4 resolute words struck Su Xia's heart, causing it to race uncontrollably. Feng Qingjue's unwavering stance elicited a surprised laugh from Feng Yinrong, who remarked, Everyone believes that the 11th prince is indifferent to women, yet here he is, so infatuated. Feng Yuqing promptly declared, I too shall marry no one but Su Xia. Feng Yinrong did not even cast a glance in his direction, instead turning his smile towards Su Chongqing, saying, There is fierce competition for a good woman, Chongqing. Your Xia is truly remarkable. Su Chongqing immediately knelt down, expressing, I am ashamed, Your Majesty. Feng Yinrong seemed unperturbed, asking, Pray tell, who would you desire as a son-in-law? Su Chongqing lowered his gaze, replying, If I were to have a say, I would not wish for her to marry into the royal family. Feng Yinrong's smile turned somewhat frosty as he remarked, Chongqing, you worry too much. The royal family is not as fearsome as you imagine. He then turned to Su Xia, inquiring, Child, tell me, whom do you wish to marry? Su Xia glanced at Feng Qingjue before lowering her eyes and replying, As for my marriage, it is not for me to decide. Is that so? It is I who cannot decide, is it not? At last, Feng Yinrong cast the vermilion brush onto the table, speaking coldly. To openly seize a bride in the streets and to defy the imperial decree, it seems you all believe yourselves quite capable of making decisions. Feng Qingjue furrowed his brow and interjected, The bride was taken by my younger brother. If the emperor wishes to punish, let it be my brother who bears the consequences. Su Xia hastily knelt down as well, declaring, It is I who defied the decree. Please, Your Majesty, impose the punishment upon me. It is my unworthy guidance that has led to this. I beseech Your Majesty for forgiveness. Su Chongqing also spoke at an opportune moment. Feng Yinrong, exasperated yet amused, remarked, What a profound bond, indeed, between father and daughter. The group collectively lowered their eyes. Feng Yinrong raised his hand, stating, Enough. This matter ends here. Xia. Return with third brother to the Prince Cheng's residence. Today's wedding will not take place. We shall arrange another ceremony on a later date. 11. You shall return to your royal residence and reflect in solitude. Observing Feng Yinrong's attempt to smooth over the situation, Feng Qingjue firmly grasped Su Xia's hand, asserting, My brother and she have already shared intimate ties. Su Xia must be the princess consort. Chapter 15. Never have I encountered such brazen audacity. Su Xia's fingertips trembled, instinctively grasping his hand in return. Feng Qingjue tightened his hold on Su Xia's hand, silently imparting strength to her. Feng Yinrong gazed deeply at Feng Qingjue. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuqing was utterly enraged, charging towards Su Xia like a furious lion. Wretched woman. Smack. Feng Yuqing's hand, once cast aside, was firmly seized once more by Feng Qingjue. With a fierce glare, Feng Qingjue warned Feng Yuqing, This is the final warning. Should you dare to lay a hand on her again, do not blame me for disregarding our familial ties. Feng Yuqing felt as if his wrist would be crushed by Feng Qingjue's grip, and his sense of grievance deepened. It was he who had taken away the prince's consort, yet he had the audacity to issue threats. With a forceful jerk, Feng Yuqing broke free from Feng Qingjue's grasp, glaring at Su Xia, Wretched woman, have you been in collusion with Feng Qingjue all along? Did you intentionally scheme against me with Su Manyun to be with him? Not only have I been humiliated before the people, but you have also subjected us to public disgrace. Su Xia, your cunning is truly remarkable. Su Xia coldly lifted her gaze. Does the Prince of Qing assume that everyone shares your lack of shame? Prior to yesterday, I had not even laid eyes upon the king. Where is the notion of collusion? The so-called intimacy merely transpired today when the king assisted me onto the horse. Conversely, you and my second sister have long been entangled, committing such disgraceful acts on the day of your wedding, and now you dare to cast blame. I have never encountered anyone as brazenly shameless as you. Feng Yuqing's eyes flickered with anger as he declared, when did I ever have any connection with Su Manyun? This morning's incident was clearly orchestrated by you. Su Xia, disinterested in further discourse, turned to Emperor Feng Yinrong and said, Your Majesty, it would be prudent to summon a royal physician to ascertain the truth regarding the connection between the crown prince and my second sister. Before the emperor could respond, Feng Yuqing interjected, Are you attempting to falsely accuse Su Manyun of being with child again, conspiring with your maternal grandfather to stage a performance? I shall facilitate this. With a commanding tone, Feng Yuqing ordered, Summon all the royal physicians, except for Wenlinghai. In response to his decree, all royal physicians, save for Wenlinghai, hastily gathered. They approached Su Manyun to examine her pulse. Once the physicians completed their examinations, Feng Yuqing eagerly inquired, his tone brimming with confidence, What is the verdict? The physicians bowed respectfully and replied, Your Majesty, Prince Yuqing and Crown Prince, this lady is indeed with child. Feng Yuqing was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. What? This is impossible. The physicians, taken aback by his reaction, hesitated but maintained their honesty. It is true, she has been pregnant for over a month. Feng Yuqing was utterly bewildered. Su Manyun was equally shocked. How could she be pregnant? She was unaware of it herself. How could Su Xia have known? Upon hearing that Su Manyun was expecting Feng Yuqing's child, Su Chongqing was also taken aback. He had no inkling that Manyun had entangled herself with the crown prince, and even more so, that she had conceived. Su Xia gazed upon Feng Yuqing, whose expression was one of utter shock, and let out a derisive laugh. Aside from my maternal grandfather, all the imperial physicians in the palace have rendered the same diagnosis. Surely, Prince Cheng would not suggest that I have conspired with all the physicians? Feng Yuqing, instantly agitated, retorted, Even if she were pregnant, that does not, Your Highness. Su Manyun interjected sorrowfully, her eyes filled with despair as she interrupted the lethal words he was about to utter. Feng Yuqing, unable to bear the depth of Su Manyun's adoring gaze, stubbornly changed the subject. Even if I were to have relations with her, it would only result in taking her as a concubine. What man in this world does not have multiple wives? Do not think to dissolve our engagement over this matter. Su Xia's countenance darkened as she pronounced with unwavering conviction, I have long declared that I shall never share a husband with Su Manyun. Upon hearing this, Su Manyun immediately crawled towards Su Xia, pleading, Sister, I will not compete with you. I only seek a position as a concubine. I ask for nothing more. My future child can bear your name, and you shall be his rightful mother. I truly ask for nothing but a chance to live. Su Xia coldly shook off her hand, asserting, Su Manyun, who is it that denies whom a chance to live? Turning to Feng Yinrong, she continued, This is a family matter that ought not to be aired publicly, yet I find it imperative to clarify the situation. Su Manyun has not only had a long-standing relationship with Prince Zheng but last night even colluded with bandits to tarnish my reputation. I narrowly escaped, thanks to the rescue of the royal family. Such treachery from Su Manyun makes it utterly unthinkable for me to share a husband with her. I implore your majesty to take my plight into consideration. Chapter 16. A plentiful array of flaws. Upon hearing the news, everyone was momentarily rendered speechless. Su Chongqing, in particular, was the most astonished, abruptly turning to Su Manyun, exclaiming, Su Manyun, how dare you? The murderous intent flickering in Su Chongqing's eyes startled Su Manyun, especially when even Feng Yuqing regarded her with suspicion, causing her to become increasingly flustered. No, it wasn't me. I didn't do it. Su Manyun fervently shook her head, pointing an accusing finger at Su Xia. It was my elder sister who ensnared me with the prince. She is the one who lied. The one with a heart of stone. Confronted with Su Manyun's accusations, Su Xia remained remarkably composed. Your Majesty, My father's daughter possesses witnesses to attest that everything was orchestrated by Su Manyun. The situation escalated rapidly, compelling Feng Yinrong to intervene. Before long, a man and a woman were ushered in by the Imperial Guard. Upon seeing them, Su Manyun's complexion drained of color, turning as pale as a sheet. The two knelt before the table, trembling in fear, while Chuntao, Su Manyun's devoted maid, kept glancing nervously at her mistress. Su Xia introduced the pair, stating, "This young woman is Chuntao, Su Manyun's personal maid, and this is a young servant from the Duke's residence, who is close with Chuntao." Today, during the incident at the manor, these two played pivotal roles in the commotion, ringing the gong and drawing attention. "Your Majesty, may I inquire why Su Manyun's own maid would be involved in capturing her in the act?" Before Feng Yinrong could pose his questions, Feng Yuqing immediately recognized the young servant, seizing his collar in anger. "It's you. You were the one who rang the gong." The young servant had never encountered such a situation before and was so frightened that he nearly wet his trousers, trembling in fear. "It has nothing to do with me. I merely followed Chun Tao's orders. It was she who instructed me to knock and to catch them in the act." Su Manyun kept casting glances at Chun Tao, who immediately understood. "It was the noble lady who commanded me to bring people to catch them. Are you implying that this noble lady is behind your actions?" Su Xia scoffed derisively. "Does your mistress know about your treachery?" Chun Tao, overwhelmed with shame, turned to Su Manyun and bowed deeply. "Miss, it is all my fault. I have wronged you." Su Manyun looked at Su Xia in disbelief, her eyes brimming with tears. "Elder sister, I cannot believe it is truly you." Before Su Manyun could commence her act, Su Xia turned to the young servant and coldly questioned, "Do you know who is in the room?" The servant raised his eyes. Furtively glancing at Su Xia, Chun Tao said it was the noble lady. Su Xia derisively responded, "So, this noble lady instructed you to catch your own indiscretions?" It was as if all pretense had crumbled in an instant, and Chun Tao collapsed to the ground. The others finally comprehended the situation. Feng Qingjue furrowed his brow as he gazed at Su Xia, feeling a pang of sympathy despite his usual cold demeanor. He finally understood the reason for her administering the drug. Su Chongqing had not anticipated that Su Manyun would go to such lengths to harm Su Xia. Had he known of her malicious intent, he would never have welcomed the mother and daughter back into his household. Su Xia cast another glance at Emperor Feng Yinrong and said, "Your Majesty, Chun Tao was initially on a mission to apprehend my lady and the bandits. However, to our astonishment, the individuals within the premises turned out to be Su Manyun and the Prince of Chung. When the truth was unveiled, Su Manyun shifted all blame onto my lady, once again scheming against her. I implore your Majesty to take a stand for my lady. Your Majesty, I am entirely innocent. I possess no knowledge of these events. They have conspired against me. I never sought out any bandits, nor did I intend to abduct my sister. If I were responsible, why would I bring harm upon myself?" Su Manyun obstinately denied any connection to the bandits. Su Xia scoffed coldly. "That is merely because Xiao Chan referred to you as princess. The bandits mistakenly believed you to be one, which led to your abduction." Su Manyun fervently shook her head, tears streaming down her face as she clutched at Su Xia's sleeve. "I truly know nothing. I am unaware of any bandits or conspiracies. Please believe me, sister." With an air of indifference, Su Xia brushed aside Su Manyun's hand and turned her gaze towards Feng Yuqing. "I recall that this morning, the Prince of Chung captured 2 bandits. Who was it that summoned them and instructed them on their actions? I believe a simple inquiry would reveal the truth. Perhaps the Prince of Chung should summon those 2 bandits for questioning?" Chapter 17. A public kiss. Feng Yuqing did not immediately acquiesce, but instead fixed his gaze upon Su Manyun. A sudden panic flared within Su Manyun's heart, yet her countenance betrayed a semblance of grievance. "Your Highness, I assure you, I have never sought out any bandits. You must believe me." Feng Yuqing had already discerned the truth, yet he refrained from exposing her transgressions before the gathered assembly. It was Feng Qingjue who scoffed derisively. "Words alone are insufficient. Summon the bandits for interrogation." Feng Yinrong turned his attention to Feng Yuqing. "Third brother, have you indeed captured those bandits?" Feng Yuqing's expression darkened slightly. "It was quite chaotic at the time. I managed to apprehend a few individuals, though I cannot ascertain whether they are truly bandits." Your Majesty. "The matter of the bandits directly pertains to the honor and safety of my 2 daughters. It is imperative that we investigate thoroughly." Feng Yinrong cast a penetrating glance at Su Manyun. "Bring them forth." With no other recourse, Feng Yuqing commanded the guards to fetch the individuals. Throughout the proceedings, Su Manyun kept her head bowed, revealing no discernible emotion, as if she were entirely unperturbed. Moments later, 2 bandits were brought before them. Having never encountered such a formidable presence, they crumpled before Feng Yinrong, rendered utterly limp. Trembling, they prostrated themselves on the ground. We pay our respects to your majesty. Feng Yinrong spoke with solemn authority. Do you comprehend the nature of your crimes? The imposing voice once again instilled fear in the two, causing them to tremble, paralyzed by the dilemma of whether to respond or remain silent. We have abducted the princess from the Duke of Su's residence. This morning, we intended to confront her at the manor, but there were already people present when we arrived. As the bandit spoke, he hesitantly lifted his head, stealing a glance at Feng Yuqing. The scene from that morning flashed through Feng Yuqing's mind, igniting a surge of anger as he delivered a fierce kick toward the 2 bandits. Tell me, who instigated you to do this? The two, too frightened to cry out in pain, nervously surveyed their surroundings, finally settling their gaze on Chuntao. That woman was masked, but her figure resembles hers. The moment these words escaped the banditess' lips, all eyes turned sharply toward Chuntao and Su Manyun. It truly is you, Feng Yuqing exclaimed. Disappointment etched across his face as he glared at Su Manyun. Confused, Su Manyun raised her eyes, feeling utterly wronged. Does your highness truly harbor such distrust toward your servant? I am completely unaware of this matter. Chuntao, it can't possibly be you. Su Manyun looked incredulously at Chuntao. In a state of panic, Chuntao shook her head vigorously. It wasn't me. I have done nothing. As she spoke, she directed an accusatory glare at the 2 bandits. Since you claim that the person was masked, how can you prove it was me? Your voice gives you away. The moment Chuntao opened her mouth, the bandit grew increasingly convinced. Another bandit pointed to Chuntao's right hand. Yes, it's her. She has a mole on her hand, and it was she who gave us 1,000 taels of silver. Upon hearing this, Chuntao was instantly flustered, hastily covering her hands with her sleeve, and collapsed to the ground like a lifeless doll. Observing Chuntao's apparent defeat, Su Manyun's gaze sharpened with intensity. Chuntao, how could you betray me in such a manner? You have truly disappointed me. Chuntao, in her panic, opened her mouth to defend herself, but found herself utterly speechless. Feng Yinrong furrowed his brow and looked at Su Manyun. So you mean to say that this maid acted entirely on her own accord, without your instigation? Su Manyun quickly glared at Chuntao. Do not delay. Explain why you would resort to such treachery against the eldest sister, and why you have ensnared me in this unjust predicament. You have served by my side since childhood, and I have treated you well. Understanding Su Manyun's veiled threats and warnings, Chuntao despairingly closed her eyes. It was I, the servant, who orchestrated everything. I harbored feelings for His Highness, the Prince of Chung, and thus devised the scheme to ruin the county princess's engagement. However, I did not anticipate their foolishness in mistakenly capturing the wrong lady. Left with no choice, I shifted all the blame onto the lady, believing it would absolve me of suspicion, but alas, it all fell apart. Feng Yuqing regarded Chuntao with suspicion, narrowing his eyes as he inquired, How did you manage to send me to that residence? Chuntao's eyes flickered as she anxiously lowered her gaze. I had someone convey the message to the royal mansion. It truly was you. Feng Yuqing, who had initially harbored doubts, was now convinced by her admission. Upon witnessing Feng Yuqing's belief in Chuntao, Su Manyun silently breathed a sigh of relief, while simultaneously feeling exasperated with Chuntao's foolishness. How could you be so naive? You've put me in a terrible position, she lamented. I am truly sorry, miss. Chuntao responded, her eyes brimming with tears. Su Xie observed the dramatic exchange between the master and her servant with an icy demeanor. Su Manyun displayed a remarkable ruthlessness, outright casting Chuntao into peril. Given that Chuntao's family members served under Su Manyun, it was no surprise that she willingly bore the burden. Yet in doing so, Su Manyun successfully distanced herself from any blame. Regardless of others' beliefs, her facade remained unblemished, and it was evident that Feng Yuqing had accepted her narrative. Very well. Since it was this maid who acted, let her be taken out and executed. Along with these two, Feng Yinrong declared, having reached a conclusion. Soon, the imperial guards dragged Chuntao and the 2 bandits away. We were bribed. Please spare our lives, your majesty. Have mercy on our wretched existence. The bandits cried out in desperation as they were led away, while Chun Tao remained silent, fixated on Su Manyun. As Chun Tao was taken out, Su Manyun felt a sense of relief, yet her loathing for Su Xia intensified. It was all the fault of that wretched Su Xia. With the matter resolved, Feng Yinrong glanced at Su Manyun and Su Xia, stating, "The facts have established that this incident bears no connection to Su Manyun. Thus, the engagement between Xia and the third son shall proceed." In a moment of panic, Su Xia bowed and said, "Even if the matter is solely the doing of Chun Tao, it does not alter the fact that my second sister has long been involved with Prince Cheng. Now that she carries his child, the union between the noble lady and Prince Cheng is no longer fitting." Feng Yinrong dismissed her concerns with indifference.
What is inappropriate about it?
Historically, it is not uncommon for sisters like a Huang and Nuying to share a husband. Such occurrences are quite ordinary. Seeing Feng Yinrong attempting to smooth over the situation, Feng Qingjue raised their entwined hands and coldly reminded him, "My brother has already shared a bond of intimacy with her. She must be his princess." Feng Yinrong feigned ignorance of their clasped hands. Did not Xia just state that this so-called intimacy was merely a light touch while mounting? It is of little consequence. I trust the third can accept it. He then cast a knowing glance at his son. Feng Yuqing's face darkened. His gaze filled with malice as he glanced at the hands joined together, gritting his teeth to utter, "I am willing." Before Feng Yuqing could finish his words, Feng Qingjue abruptly pulled Su Xia into his embrace, lowering his head to cover her lips with his own. Chapter 18. The imperial decree of the late Emperor Suxiu's eyes widened in astonishment as she felt the warmth of lips upon hers, and her cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment. Feng Qingjue had merely intended to affirm their physical connection, yet the sweet and tender sensation on his lips provoked a longing for more. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the moment, he might have found himself unable to restrain his desires. This unexpected scene left everyone in the room in a state of shock, particularly Feng Yuqing, whose clenched fists and fiery gaze were fixated on the two engaged in the kiss, radiating an aura of jealousy. A flicker of surprise also crossed Feng Yinrong's eyes. While others may be oblivious, he was acutely aware that Feng Qingjue was not one to pursue romantic entanglements. This was not due to a lack of interest, but rather a consequence of his affliction. His temperament would spiral into chaos in the presence of women, a condition that had persisted since childhood. Thus, his palace was devoid of maidens, and even his own mother had been kept at a distance. Yet at this moment, he was inexplicably close to Suxiu. What could possibly account for this?
Cough.
Su Chongqing, unable to bear the sight any longer, cleared his throat with a loud cough. Suxiu snapped back to reality. Quickly rising from Feng Qingjue's embrace, her face aflame with shame as she averted her gaze and stood to the side. Feng Qingjue concealed the tumult of emotions within. Casting a defiant glance at Feng Yuqing, "She is now your imperial aunt." Feng Yuqing was instantly consumed by rage, his body aflame with fury. Had it not been for Feng Qingjue's status as his elder and the notorious reputation he bore, he might have charged forward in a fit of anger. Feng Yinrong's brow furrowed in discontent as he directed a disapproving look at Feng Qingjue. 11. Your actions are most unbecoming. Feng Qingjue has discerned the attitude of Feng Yinrong, realizing that today's matter may not conclude favorably. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, "Does your majesty still remember the imperial edict bestowed upon me by our father?" Feng Yinrong narrowed his eyes momentarily, responding, "Of course." This edict had long been a thorn in his heart. Feng Qingjue signaled Tiwang, who promptly understood and bowed before retreating, soon returning with the imperial edict in hand. "I wish to exchange this edict for Su Xia as my legitimate wife," Feng Qingjue stated, extending the document to Feng Yinrong. Feng Yinrong gazed at Feng Qingjue in astonishment. "You are fully aware of the value of this edict. I urge you to contemplate this decision carefully. I implore you, brother," Feng Qingjue responded with unwavering determination. Feng Yinrong stared blankly at the edict, unable to fathom that Feng Qingjue would sacrifice such a significant decree for a woman, considering it could even trade for an empire. The union with the Su family was not a prospect he wished to see, yet the edict consumed his thoughts and disturbed his peace. Now, with the edict laid before him, the opportunity to retract it was dwindling. After much contemplation, he finally accepted the edict, stating, "It seems that you truly care for this girl, Xia. Your prolonged bachelorhood has become a source of concern for me. Since you have taken a liking to her, I shall grant you this union." Su Xia stared at the edict in a daze, her eyes filled with confusion. What sort of decree could compel the emperor to bestow marriage upon her and Feng Qingjue? Father. Upon hearing that Feng Yingrong intended to bestow a marriage upon the two, Feng Yuqing's expression turned urgent. However, Feng Yingrong paid no heed to Feng Yuqing and instead addressed Feng Qingjue, stating, "Let the wedding be set for a year hence." It seemed too distant, as he appeared unable to wait that long. "Then let it be in 6 months." A month. Feng Qingjue's frantic demeanor made Su Xie blush uncontrollably. Feng Yingrong cast a deep gaze at Su Xie and remarked with a smile, "A month is rather hasty. Marriage is a significant affair that requires ample preparation. Let us settle on 3 months." Ultimately, Feng Qingjue ceased his objections. 3 months would suffice, as proper arrangements should be made to honor the bride. Feng Yingrong promptly inscribed the imperial decree of marriage and presented it to the couple. "Thank you, Your Highness," they both expressed in unison as they received the decree.
Father.
Seeing Feng Yingrong so readily bestow marriage upon them, Feng Yuqing grew anxious. Unfortunately, Feng Yingrong afforded him no opportunity to speak. "Take Su Mannion back with you. Since she is with child, let her remain at the Prince of Cheng's residence. As for your formal consort, I shall seek another for you alongside your mother." With that, he glanced at the crowd. Weariness etched upon his face, and declared, "All right, you may all return. Your humble servant takes his leave." "I take my leave." Feng Qingjue and Su Chongqing bowed and exited. Once they had departed, Feng Yuqing turned anxiously to Feng Yingrong, exclaiming, "Father, how could you bestow marriage upon them?" Noting his audacity, Feng Yingrong shot him a disdainful glare. "Who told you to be so reckless?" Feng Yuqing was suddenly filled with a sense of unease. Yet he remained reluctant to concede. "But you cannot bestow marriage upon them. Su Xie is my legitimate wife. If she truly weds my little imperial uncle, she would become my royal aunt. How am I to navigate my existence thereafter? If this were to come to fruition, would I even dare to step outside, only to be met with derisive laughter?" Feng Yingrong cast a sidelong glance at Su Mannion, hesitating to speak. "The court lady may withdraw." Su Mannion promptly bowed and exited, sensing the unspoken tension. Once she departed, Feng Yingrong remarked with a knowing tone, "Why the haste? Is there not still a span of 3 months?" In an instant, Feng Yuqing comprehended Feng Yingrong's implication, his brows quivering with excitement. "Does Father Emperor mean?" Feng Qingjue, along with Su Xie and Su Chongqing, emerged from the imperial study, making their way toward the eastern palace gate. The palace attendants, upon spotting Feng Qingjue, bowed in unison, and as they receded from view, they could not contain their whispers. "I heard that His Royal Highness the Prince has claimed the affections of the Duke of Cheng's intended today." It seems the Duke of Cheng reported to the palace, yet not only did the emperor refrain from punishing the prince, he even bestowed a marriage upon him and Princess Fuxi. That Princess Fuxi is quite formidable. She was previously granted to the Duke of Cheng as his legitimate wife, and now she is promised to the prince. What audacity! She fails to recognize the gravity of her situation. The Duke of Cheng is the legitimate son of the main consort, and he stands the greatest chance of inheriting the throne. Why would she squander the opportunity to become a future empress in favor of marrying the prince, who can only offer the title of a princess consort? How could that possibly compare to being an empress? I find the prince far more handsome than the Duke of Cheng. What use is beauty when His Majesty the Prince has injured his leg? Who knows if he will ever walk again? I have heard that he was wounded on the battlefield, and that aspect of him is compromised. Do not speak such nonsense. The prince is simply not inclined towards women. It is true, however, I have a sister from my hometown who serves in the Princess Palace, and she mentioned that he summoned a maid last night, and as a result, he is indeed incapacitated. Su Xie heard these discussions drifting into her ears, and the memory of his reaction during their massage earlier flooded her mind, causing her to blush deeply and lower her head. Of course, he is capable. Yet, she wondered why he shunned women. In his previous life, it seemed he never took a formal consort. Feng Qingjue, his temples throbbing with fury, shot a menacing glance at Yueying, who was instantly terrified. He too was perplexed by how such rumors escaped the confines of the prince's palace. How could it be that he is unable? Feng Qingjue surreptitiously glanced at Su Xie, and upon seeing her flustered demeanor, he realized she had also overheard the maid's gossip, igniting a tempestuous unrest within him once more. Chapter 19. The stubbornness of Feng Qingjue. Upon reaching the entrance of the second palace, Feng Qingjue could no longer contain himself and turned to Su Chongqing, saying, "I implore you, General Su, to return to the residence first. I wish to escort the princess back personally. Su Chongqing furrowed his brow, clearly reluctant. Ultimately, it was Su Xia who intervened, bowing respectfully to her father. Father, please return home. I shall be back shortly. With Su Xia's words, Su Chongqing had no choice but to relent, sighing softly. Very well, I shall depart now. Do return promptly. Su Xia nodded obediently. Su Chongqing then offered a bow to Feng Qingjue before boarding the carriage to leave. At this juncture, Yuing swiftly brought the carriage over. He intended to assist Feng Qingjue in mounting the horse, but was brushed aside. Feng Qingjue, stiffening his body, insisted on rising unaided. My lord, have you forgotten my words? Your leg must not bear weight, Su Xia quickly interjected, stepping forward to support him. Feng Qingjue seized Su Xia's hand, allowing her to aid him onto the carriage. Yuing, observing from the side, began to comprehend the situation. No wonder the prince rejected his assistance. It seemed he desired the support of his niece-in-law, the Duchess of Fuxi? No, the emperor had reallocated her, so she should now be referred to as the princess. The prince clearly wished for the princess's aid, indicating he had completely lost favor. Yuing aimed to help the princess onto the carriage, but before he could reach her, a hand from within the carriage extended toward her.
Su Xia,
Her cheeks slightly flushed, placed her hand into his palm, using it for leverage to ascend into the carriage. Yuing wore a resigned expression. Very well. He was evidently superfluous. He might as well drive the carriage. Yuing steered the carriage out of the palace. Inside, Su Xia sat somewhat distanced from Feng Qingjue. Feng Qingjue's expression darkened. Am I truly that fearsome? Su Xia, perplexed, raised her gaze and, upon noticing the deepening shade of his countenance, quickly shook her head and inched closer to him. Feng Qingjue scrutinized Su Xia for quite some time, wrestling with his thoughts before finally gritting his teeth and uttering a few reluctant words. I cannot do that. Instantly, Su Xia was engulfed in embarrassment, her face turning crimson from head to toe, her voice barely above a whisper. I understand, Your Highness. This statement triggered memories in Feng Qingjue of when she had massaged his legs, leaving him feeling equally uncomfortable. With her head bowed, Su Xia reassured him, those ignorant rumors need not concern you, Your Highness. Upon witnessing her attempt to comfort him, Feng Qingjue's agitated emotions were swiftly pacified. And he grunted twice. I shall pay them no heed. He reasoned that once he had heirs, such rumors would naturally dissipate. They were hardly worthy of his attention. However, the thought of heirs ignited a surge of restlessness within Feng Qingjue, causing the carriage to feel uncomfortably warm, as if breathing had become a challenge. Just as his mind wandered in turmoil, Su Xia suddenly spoke. Might you share with me the contents of that imperial edict, Your Highness? Feng Qingjue looked at her in surprise. Su Xia hurriedly added an explanation. I am merely curious about what kind of edict could prompt the emperor to grant a marriage between you and me. Feng Qingjue arched an eyebrow, scoffing. It is the edict that he fears the most. Feng Qingjue spoke as if reminiscing about the past, his gaze drifting. In those years, this prince was unable to ascend to the throne due to a leg injury, and thus, the emperor had no choice but to bestow the throne upon him. However, he feared that this prince might harbor resentment and act against me, so he granted me a blank imperial decree in the court. Thus, this decree serves as my talisman for survival, more valuable than a golden medal of pardon. Su Xia understood, realizing why the Emperor of Day would utter such words and why he agreed to the marriage proposal. It seemed this decree was the thorn in the emperor's heart, causing him unrest. In his past life, he must have wielded this decree to penetrate the palace, or perhaps after entering. It allowed him to sit on the throne of the Great Zhou with legitimacy. Yet now, this precious decree had been squandered by her. My apologies. I had no inkling that this decree held such significance. Su Xia expressed her regret. Had she known he would exchange something so vital for this marriage, she might have declined. She never intended to harm him. Do you regret it? Feng Qingjue asked, his gaze penetrating as he looked at Su Xia. Su Xia was momentarily taken aback, then shook her head earnestly. To dissolve this engagement would mean saving my life. I am grateful beyond measure and could never regret it. I only fear that I might bring harm to you. Feng Qingjue was taken aback by the gravity of her words. Saving her life? What did that mean? Would marrying Feng Yuqing truly jeopardize her existence? Was it because of Su Mannion? Recalling the devious schemes employed by Su Mannion, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Feng Qingjue's eyes. Does your sister require my assistance in dealing with her? Su Xia narrowed her eyes coldly. No need. I shall handle it myself. Though she had not completely toppled Su Manyun this time, she had certainly severed her left and right arms. As for Su Manyun, should she dare to entertain any further ill intentions, Su Xia would ensure she tasted the bitter fruits of her own malice once again. Feng Qingjue also recalled her previous series of counterattacks, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It was evident that she was not the frail type in need of protection. Before long, the carriage came to a halt, and the voice of Yu Ying resonated from outside. Your Highness, we have arrived at the residence of the Duke of Su. Upon hearing the title Your Highness, Su Xia's face flushed instantly. Lowering her gaze, she murmured, I must disembark. She nodded to Feng Qingjue, lifted the curtain of the carriage, and stepped down. As long as you have no regrets, that imperial edict shall be worth it. A sudden remark from behind caused Su Xia to stiffen momentarily, her eyes, as bright as flower petals, glimmering with emotion. She bowed respectfully to Feng Qingjue. I have no regrets, Your Highness. I take my leave. Feng Qingjue watched as Su Xia entered the Duke of Su's residence before turning his glare toward Yu Ying. The carriage was rather swift. You shall receive 100 lashes for this. Initially, Yu Ying thought the prince was about to praise him, but the latter part left him utterly astounded. Your Highness. 200 lashes. With Yu Ying's utterance, an additional 100 lashes were added.
Under the moonlight,
Yu Ying dared not utter another word as she drove the carriage back to the royal residence. The pace of the carriage was agonizingly slow, akin to that of a snail, resulting in yet another 100 lashes as punishment. At this moment, Yu Ying comprehended the underlying rule. When the princess was present, the carriage must proceed slowly. When she was absent, it could not afford to dawdle. At the entrance of the Duke of Su's residence, Xiaochan anxiously awaited Su Xia's return. Upon seeing Su Xia, Xiaochan hurriedly approached to assist her. Princess, you have returned. They did not trouble you at the palace, did they? Everything has been resolved, Su Xia reassured her before inquiring. Has my father returned? The general was summoned by the Duke as soon as he arrived. The Duke also requested that you pay him a visit, Xiaochan replied. Su Xia nodded silently, opting not to change out of her ceremonial attire, and made her way to Su Rui's Baihe garden. However, before she could reach her destination, she was intercepted. Oh, is this not our esteemed Princess of Qing? What brings you back on this joyous occasion? Have you been sent home? Chapter 20. It is best not to provoke her. A mocking tone filled with schadenfreude reached Su Xia's ears as she raised her gaze, coldly regarding Lu Xianlan and Lu Qinxue, who obstructed her path. Before Su Xia could utter a word, Lu Qinxue shot a reproachful glance at Lu Xianlan, saying, Xianlan, you must not speak so thoughtlessly. She then turned to Su Xia, offering an apologetic smile. Xianlan is merely concerned for you, dear elder sister. She meant no offense.
Please do not take it to heart.
With a smile that did not quite reach her eyes, Su Xia replied, How could I? My dear second cousin is simply forthright. I bear no ill will, and there is no need for you to apologize, elder cousin. The mention of elder cousin and second cousin immediately altered the expressions on Lu Qinxue and Lu Xianlan's faces. Having matters to attend to, Su Xia had no interest in further banter with the two. She gracefully sidestepped them and proceeded toward Baihe Garden. Su Xia's haughty demeanor incensed Lu Xianlan to no end. Sister, look at her attitude. We are also ladies of the Duke's household. On what grounds does she dare call us cousins? Lu Xianlan fumed. You are a princess. Could you not use your brain when speaking next time? Lu Qinxue reproached. Unfazed, Lu Xianlan retorted. What of being a princess? She is just as foolish as can be. Instead of being the Princess of Qing, she insists on associating with that lame Prince Yu, tarnishing the reputation of our Duke's household. Lu Xianlan's words instantly darkened Lu Qinxue's expression. I warn you, do not speak of His Highness the Prince Yu in such a manner. Also, be wary of your words. Misfortune often stems from careless speech. With that, Lu Qinxue turned her back on Lu Xianlan and departed. In a fit of rage, Lu Xianlan stomped her foot and hurried toward Qingsong Garden. Two individuals bullied her, prompting her to seek out her grandmother to voice her grievances. As she traversed the garden, Xiaochan expressed her frustration. Your Highness, the second cousin is being exceedingly unreasonable. She is merely a cousin, yet insists on behaving as if she were the legitimate daughter of the Duke's residence, daring even to mock you. Su Xia narrowed her eyes with a chilling glare. Such individuals are not worthy of our attention. She will soon come of age. And once the marriage of Lu Qinxue is settled, it will be her turn. They shall not linger in the duke's residence for long. In her past life, these two were but the lackeys of Su Manyun, their hands and eyes orchestrating her misfortunes. In this life, it would be prudent for them not to provoke her, lest she seek vengeance for her past grievances. Upon arriving at Baihe courtyard, the steward, Zhong Bo, approached her. "Your Highness, you have returned. The Duke and the General are awaiting your presence. Have them wait outside," Su Xia instructed Xiaochan. "Yes," Xiaochan replied, dutifully remaining outside. Zhong Bo lifted the curtain and ushered Su Xia into the room. Inside, Su Rui occupied the main seat, and Su Chongqing sat beside him, both wearing expressions of concern. A flicker of guilt crossed Su Xia's eyes as she stepped forward to pay her respects. "Grandfather, father." Su Rui extended a hand to assist Su Xia. "Your father has informed me, my dear, that you have endured hardship." Su Chongqing, filled with self-reproach, remarked, "I was unaware that Manyun had already established a connection with Prince Zheng, nor did I foresee her calculating against you in such a manner. Had I known, I would never have allowed them into our household." Although today Su Manyun shifted all blame onto Chuntao, he was acutely aware that this scheme was orchestrated by Su Manyun. Otherwise, Chuntao, with her limited abilities, could not have executed such a plan. Observing the expression of guilt on Su Chongqing's face, Su Xia felt a twinge of compassion. In truth, it was her grandmother's incessant urging that had led her father to initially reject the Yao family from entering their residence. Her grandmother had often extolled the virtues and misfortunes of the Yao mother and her two children, prompting Su Xia to persuade her father to welcome them. Little did she know, she had invited 3 ravenous wolves, who ultimately brought calamity upon the entire Su Guogong household. Father need not blame himself. It was Su Manyun who concealed her true nature so adeptly that I was only able to discern her real character recently. My dear Yue, rest assured, I shall ensure that justice is served for the grievances caused by Manyun, Su Chongqing vowed with a serious countenance. Su Xia shook her head gently. Since the emperor has intervened, the matter is effectively resolved. With my second sister now carrying the heir of the Prince of Cheng, the emperor has directly permitted her entry into the prince's household. She is now considered one of them. Therefore, it would be inappropriate for you to punish her further. Let this matter rest here. However, should she dare to conspire against me again, I shall not show her mercy." Su Chongqing furrowed his brows, still reluctant to let Su Manyun off the hook so easily. Meanwhile, Su Rui nodded in agreement. "Let us proceed as Yue suggests. Given that the emperor has already intervened, it is indeed unwise to pursue this matter any further." Clenching his fists in silence, Su Chongqing remained contemplative. Su Rui turned his gaze toward Su Xia. "What of your encounter with the crown prince?" "It was merely a chance meeting." Su Xia recounted her experience from the previous night in the dense forest, where she had encountered Feng Qingjue and sought his assistance. "The crown prince was willing to aid me because of my medical skills. He hopes that I can heal his leg, which is why he chose to assist me." Su Rui raised an eyebrow, skeptical. "Is that so?" "He would go so far as to present the imperial edict of the late emperor in exchange for your marriage, solely for the purpose of having you treat his leg?" Su Shiyue's delicate face flushed slightly as she lowered her gaze. "I too did not expect him to produce that edict. Had I known, I would have certainly dissuaded him from competing for my hand. Then is there a possibility of healing his leg?" Su Rui's primary concern lay with this matter. Feeling a sense of guilt, Su Shiyue shook her head. "In truth, I deceived him. I do not possess the certainty of being able to heal his leg." "What will you do then?" Both Su Rui and Su Chongqing wore expressions of worry. Yet, Su Shiyue remained unfazed. Although the prince suffers from a leg ailment and possesses a volatile temperament, his conduct is at least superior to that of Prince Zheng. Rather than entering the residence of Prince Zheng and contending daily for the affection of those women, it is far more preferable to marry the crown prince. At least he refrains from pursuing women, allowing me a measure of tranquility. Moreover, there was a significant reason for her choice of Feng Qingjue in her past life. Feng Qingjue was the one who ultimately breached the imperial palace. By marrying him, she might alter the fates of both herself and the Su Guogong family. Exchanging glances, Su Rui and Su Chongqing found themselves in agreement with her sentiments. Feng Yuqing had entered into an engagement with Yue while simultaneously provoking Su Manyun, showing blatant disregard for the Su Guogong family. Had it not been for the emperor's decree of marriage, they would never have consented to wed Yue to such a man. Thus, the cancellation of the engagement was, in fact, a relief. However, regarding the crown prince, Noticing the furrowed brows of both men, Su Shiyue inquired, "Are grandfather and father concerned about the crown prince's identity? Are they worried about the emperor?" Su Rue sighed lightly. "You have always been perceptive. Now that the Su family wields considerable military power, it would be prudent to refrain from entanglements with any faction within the court. If such connections must exist, let them be orchestrated by the emperor, much like the previous alliance with Prince Cheng. Although neither your grandfather nor father desired it, they had no choice but to acquiesce. Yet now, you find yourself entangled with Prince Yu, which may cause concern for the emperor. Grandfather, do not fret. As long as we harbor no intentions of rebellion, the emperor will not take action against us." Su Xia could only offer words of comfort, reluctant to elaborate further. Su Rue smiled bitterly. While they harbored no rebellious thoughts, Prince Yu might not share the same sentiment. Being a young lady, he felt it inappropriate to delve deeper into such matters. "Very well, the emperor has issued a new decree regarding your marriage. It must be accepted as it is. You have had a long day, go and rest." Yue takes her leave. Su Xia bowed respectfully to both and turned to depart, her eyes glimmering with determination. In her past life, the Duke of Su's family had no rebellious intentions yet still faced ruin. Perhaps this time, a different approach could yield a different outcome. "Your Highness." Xiao Chan stood guard outside the door and quickly approached upon seeing Su Xia emerge. "The second young lady has returned." Chapter 21. The warmest brother in the world. Su Xia furrowed her brow in sudden concern. "Who sent her back?" "It seems to have been a palace maid," came the reply. Su Xia narrowed her eyes. "Where is she?" "She is kneeling in the Fuxian," Xiao Chan said, unable to hide her sympathy for Su Xia. A fierce glint flashed in Su Xia's gaze. What could she possibly want at the Su Guogong residence at this time? Upon arriving at Fuxian, she saw Su Manhwa kneeling in her courtyard, with a worried maid beside her, attempting to offer counsel. The familiar scene caused Su Xia to tense up instantly. In her previous life, shortly after marrying into the Chengwang Fu, Su Manhwa had been discovered to be with child and had knelt in her courtyard seeking forgiveness, which was merely an attempt to coerce her into agreeing to her entry into the Wang Fu. The theatrics had culminated in Su Manhwa fainting from her prolonged kneeling, ultimately securing her place in the Wang Fu while tarnishing Su Xia's reputation with the label of jealousy, further exacerbating her already precarious standing. In her past existence, it was somewhat understandable for her to kneel and plead for forgiveness as the Princess of Cheng. However, in this life, she was no longer the princess. Whom was she performing for? Su Xia chose not to enter the courtyard and instead turned to leave. Xiao Chang glanced back at Su Manhwa kneeling in the courtyard and hurried after her. "My lady, why don't you go in?" Su Xia scoffed lightly. If she delights in kneeling so much, why not allow her to prostrate herself thoroughly? It would be unjust to dismiss her earnestness otherwise. Xiao Chan felt a surge of exhilaration from her words. "You are absolutely right, my lady. But where shall we go?" "To Wang Qingyuan," Su Xia replied. Xiao Chan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Are we going to see the young master?" The princess had previously harbored little affection for the young master and seldom visited the Forgetting Dust courtyard. Little Chan was quite anxious for the pair of siblings. However, seeing the princess take the initiative to visit the young master filled her with immense joy. The two swiftly arrived at the Forgetting Dust courtyard, where the maids and servants were taken aback upon seeing Su Xia. "Princess?" they exclaimed. Su Xia, with a stoic expression, cast a glance at them and inquired, "Where is the young master?" "In the study," a servant replied, momentarily dazed. Before regaining composure, "I shall inform him." "No need," Su Xia said, leading little Chan directly to the study. The courtyard's maids and servants stood in a daze, watching her retreating figure. Why has the princess come to the Forgetting Dust courtyard today? One wondered. Who knows? "The princess has never visited our courtyard," another replied. "But she is truly beautiful, especially in this celebratory attire. Indeed, the princess is the most exquisite beauty of our great show. I heard that her engagement was snatched away by the second young lady." One must admit, the second young lady possesses quite the audacity to scheme against the princess's engagement. As Su Xia approached the study door, she suddenly froze.
Inside,
Su Luochen was intently examining a scroll, oblivious to her presence. The moment she laid eyes on him, a wave of emotion surged through Su Xia, causing her nose to tingle and her eyes to well with tears. "My Chinner," she thought, recalling her profound sorrow from her past life, which intertwined with her deepest transgressions. It took Su Luochen a moment to notice Su Xia standing at the doorway, prompting him to spring to his feet in shock. Regaining her composure, Su Xia stepped into the room. Why have you come? She stammered. Su Luochen anxiously gazed at Su Xia, inadvertently knocking over a scroll on the table. The scroll tumbled to the floor, and Su Luochen hurriedly bent down to retrieve it, only to have Su Xia snatch it up first. As she looked at the figure depicted on the scroll, her eyes shimmered with emotion. This painting is of me. Su Luochen's face flushed crimson, and he hastily snatched the scroll back, concealing it behind him. Who says I painted you? I painted mother. The figure in the painting bore a tear mole. Su Xia laughed, pointing to the corner of her own eye. Su Luochen's embarrassment deepened, and he swiftly turned to roll up the scroll. Once he had it neatly rolled, Su Xia took it from him. Is this a gift for me? Su Luochen contemplated reclaiming it, but the sight of her vibrant red wedding attire deterred him. Su Xia then unfurled the scroll once more, examining it intently for a considerable time. It's beautifully rendered. I truly adore it. She had never realized he possessed such artistic talent, nor had she known he had intended to gift her a painting. How much beauty had she overlooked in her past life? Su Luochen stood momentarily stunned, seemingly taken aback by her praise, and, in a flustered yet proud manner, replied, It wasn't originally intended for you, but if you like it, then it shall be yours.
Chen Er.
Su Xia knelt down, tenderly caressing his youthful face. They bore a striking resemblance, as though they were cast from the same mold, both reminiscent of their mother. When he had perished at the tender age of 10 in their previous life, she could hardly fathom the torment he must have endured before his untimely death. Reflecting on the suffering he had faced, tears welled in Su Xia's eyes. Thank you. Thank you for returning to my side. I am grateful for the opportunity to atone. In this lifetime, I shall never lose you again. Observing her on the verge of tears, Su Luochen felt a pang of sympathy. Is it because Su Mannion has taken away your marriage that you are unhappy? His tender voice brimmed with concern, warming Su Xia's icy heart as she gently pinched his small face with a faint smile. You know about it?
Su Luochen.
Unwilling to be seen as a child, replied defiantly, I know. They say your husband was taken by Su Mannion. However, if he truly was taken, it proves he is not a worthy husband. Su Xia's nose tinged with sorrow as she stepped forward to embrace him gently. Chener is right. He is not a good husband. The warmth of her embrace caused Su Luochen to stiffen, and after a long moment, he reached out to comfort her. Then do not marry him. I shall take care of you. His words instantly shattered Su Xia, and she clung tightly to Su Luochen. You said it, so you must never disdain me. I will not. Su Luochen found himself breathless from her hold, yet he obediently nestled in her embrace, resolutely assuring her. Tears cascaded uncontrollably down Su Xia's cheeks. Oh, her Chener, her dearest, most beloved person in the world. What had blinded her in her past life to treat him so coldly? If her indifference had spared him from harm, it would have been bearable. Yet, in the end, she only brought him suffering. Su Xia could hardly bear to contemplate the torment and suffering he had endured in his previous life. Merely thinking about it made her wish she could end Su Manyun's life 100 times over. Even for Chener, she desired nothing less than a most unfortunate fate for Su Manyun. Su Luochen, resting his head on her shoulder, wrestled with his thoughts for a while before softly confessing. That painting, it was meant for you. In truth, he had completed the artwork long ago as a gift to celebrate her beauty. Yet he had never found the moment to present it. At last, Su Xia released him, playfully pinching his bashful little face. I knew that all along. Mother does not have a teardrop birthmark. Su Luochen, initially feeling a bit shy, could not help but disregard his embarrassment upon seeing her tears. He reached out to gently wipe them away. Do not cry anymore. If he chooses Su Mannion over you, then he simply lacks discernment. Eventually, Su Xia smiled through her tears, wiping her eyes. If he has no taste, then I shall let him go. If he loves Su Mannion, I will gift him to her, for I have chosen someone else. Who? Su Luochen asked, his expression one of innocent bewilderment. Had he really found a new brother-in-law so swiftly? Chapter 22. As long as he treats you well, I like him. Su Xia smiled. Prince Yu, Feng Qingjue, the little royal uncle of Feng Yuqing. Su Luochen's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. I know him. He is exceptionally skilled in battle. Seeing the stars in his eyes, Su Xia raised an eyebrow. Do you like him? Su Luochen nodded, then added, as long as he treats you well, I like him. Tears that Su Xia had just managed to hold back came rushing forth once more. Her dear foolish brother, how could he be so kind? Watching the affectionate interaction between the siblings, Su Xia was nearly moved to tears. My lady, it is time for dinner. Should we set the table in the Wang Chao garden? Since the princess and the young master were enjoying their conversation so much, it would be best not to return to the Fushi courtyard. Let that troublesome person kneel for a few more hours instead. Xiao Chan's words resonated perfectly with Su Xia's thoughts. You go prepare it.
Yes.
Xiao Chan replied cheerfully, arranging for the kitchen to send Su Xia's meal to the Wang Chao garden. This was Su Luochen's first time dining alone with Su Xia, and he felt a bit nervous. His discomfort only deepened Su Xia's guilt. Despite their close familial bond, she had treated Chin'er so coldly, instead placing her trust in the treacherous siblings, Su Chunfeng and Su Manyun. Truly, she had been blinded by ignorance, but fortunately, fate had granted her a second chance. Does Chin'er like fish? Tonight's meal consists entirely of fish, as I prefer it. Su Luochen shook his head. There are too many bones. Su Xia smiled gently as she picked up a piece of fish, meticulously removing all the bones before placing it into Su Luocheng's bowl. Now there are no bones,
she said.
Su Luocheng stared at the fish, now devoid of any bones, and was momentarily taken aback before murmuring, Thank you, eat more. Su Xia then selected a few more pieces of fish, and added some other dishes. Su Luocheng felt increasingly bashful and reciprocated by serving her some food. Su Xia's eyes warmed, and she beamed at Su Luocheng. Thank you, Chin'er. Su Luocheng was momentarily dazzled by her gentle smile, as if he were gazing upon his mother. Though he had never met her, he imagined her smile would resemble this one. The thought of his mother having passed away due to complications during his birth filled him with sorrow, prompting him to avert his gaze from Su Xia and focus on his meal instead. Sensing his somber mood, Su Xia shifted the conversation. Chin'er, your skills in painting are remarkable. Have you considered finding a master to specialize in it? No, I wish to learn martial arts, Su Luocheng replied sullenly. Martial arts? Su Xia inquired, her expression one of surprise. Why do you wish to pursue that? Su Luocheng lifted his head. Because I want to become a great general like my father, guarding the borders and protecting our Dezhou. Su Xia gazed at the youthful boy before her, whose innocence had not yet faded, yet his heart brimmed with fervor. To defend Dezhou, this was a task that her grandfather and father had always undertaken, and it was only natural for Chin'er to view his forebears as exemplars. However, one wondered if the future Dezhou, under the control of Feng Yucheng, was truly worthy of such guardianship. Reflecting on the tragic fate of the Su Guogong mansion, once renowned for its loyalty and valor, Su Xia found herself enveloped in a shroud of gloom once more. Noticing her troubled expression, Su Luochen, anxious, inquired, Do you not wish for me to learn martial arts? Su Xia regained her composure and managed a faint smile, replying, Not at all. Martial arts are commendable. They provide a means to protect oneself. If one were to master such skills, perhaps Su Manyun would not have been able to harm you so easily. She pondered, Is it not a good thing to learn martial arts? Have you spoken to father about it? Su Luochen's countenance faltered slightly as he shook his head. His despondent demeanor tugged at Su Xia's heartstrings. Like her, their father had remained distant towards Luochen, harboring lingering sorrow over their mother's difficult childbirth. Presently, the matriarch of the household, being their grandfather's secondary wife, held no affection for them, as their father was not her biological child. Thus, her regard for them was merely superficial. The matriarch had a daughter, Su Meiyu, who, for various reasons, continued to reside in the Su Guogong mansion after her marriage. The matriarch's favoritism extended primarily to Su Meiyu's offspring, one son and two daughters. In contrast, the concubine Yao, being the matriarch's niece, enjoyed a certain standing, and her children, Su Chunfeng and Su Manyun, were also favored. Meanwhile, Su Xia and Luochen found themselves bereft of both a mother and a grandmother. Su Xia fared somewhat better. Her grandfather doted on her, and although her father was not particularly close, he still cared for her deeply. Whatever she desired, her grandfather and father would fulfill. Yet, for Luochen, the more Su Xia contemplated, the heavier her heart grew. She placed a meatball into Su Luochen's bowl and suggested, Shall we dine with grandfather and father next time? Only the four of us. Su Luochen's eyes suddenly sparkled as he nodded toward Su Xia.
Su Yue smiled. Eat more.
So you will have the strength to practice martial arts in the future. You should eat as well, Su Luochen replied, serving her a generous portion of dishes. The siblings were enjoying their meal in harmony when suddenly an old servant burst in, exclaiming, "Oh dear, the princess and the young master still have the heart to eat." But something grave has happened at Fuxiyuan. Su Luochen was startled by this abrupt interruption. Su Xia's gaze sharpened, and without raising her head, she commanded sternly, "Xiao Chan, discipline her." "Yes," Xiao Chan replied, stepping forward to deliver 2 resounding slaps to the old servant. Xiao Chan's strength was considerable, causing the servant to stumble and fall before Su Xia. Only then did Su Xia cast a glance at her, her expression one of astonishment. "I wondered where such an ill-mannered servant came from. How has your grandmother taught you such lack of decorum?" To her surprise, it was none other than Granny Shan, a close attendant of her grandmother. The elderly woman was drenched in cold sweat from Su Xia's reprimand, daring not to utter a word as she hastily rose and retreated to the doorway. "Princess, the old servant has something to report." Su Xia ignored her, leisurely finishing a bowl of soup before taking the handkerchief from Xiao Chan to dab at her mouth. Then finally spoke, "Come in." Only then did Granny Shan dare to step into the room, first bowing to Su Xia and Su Luochen. The old servant pays her respects to the princess and the young master. "What is the matter?" Madame Shan lowered her gaze and reported, "It is the second miss who has encountered trouble at the Fuxiyuan." Before Madame Shan could finish her words, Su Xia coldly interjected, "Surely you must be mistaken." "Madam, my second sister ought to be at the Prince Cheng's residence at this hour. How could she possibly be in my Fuxiyuan?" Madame Shan instinctively replied, "The second miss returned this afternoon and has been kneeling in the Fuxiyuan ever since. Is the princess unaware? Are you questioning me, madam?" Su Xia's sharp gaze pierced through the air. In an instant, Madame Shan felt her legs weaken. "This old servant dares not," she stammered.
Su Yue's lips curled coldly.
"It is my belief that grandmother would not retain someone so lacking in decorum to serve her." Madame Shan broke out in a cold sweat once more and bowed deeply. "The old lady requests the princess to visit the Xiyun courtyard. Return and inform grandmother that I shall arrive shortly," Su Xia commanded. Madame Shan did not dare linger a moment longer, and quickly withdrew. Once she had departed, Su Xia turned to Su Luocheng and inquired, "Do they always intrude upon your quarters in such a manner?" Chapter 23. "The Duke's mansion cannot afford your presence," Su Luochen smiled bitterly, admitting his infrequent visits. Su Xia felt a pang of sympathy. Those wicked servants had only inflicted light blows upon him. After a while, she managed to compose herself and said, "You should rest early, I will go take a look." "I'll accompany you," Su Luochen insisted, rising hurriedly. Observing his anxious and protective demeanor, Su Xia gently ruffled his hair and reassured him, "It's all right. I can handle them. You should sleep early. You have classes to attend tomorrow." With that, she departed with Xiao Chan. Once outside the Wangchunyuan, Su Xia turned to Xiao Chan and inquired, "I recall you have a younger brother?" Xiao Chan paused momentarily before nodding yes. "He is 2 years older than the young master, nearly 12. Let him come serve Chenner as a young servant. He need not sell himself, a long-term contract will suffice." The individuals around Chenner were all arranged by the old lady, and she cannot be trusted. Xiao Chan was overjoyed. "Really? Thank you, Your Highness." Su Xia playfully admonished her, "Do not be too hasty in your gratitude. Discuss it thoroughly with your parents first." "Of course." Xiao Chan replied with excitement. Her brother's entry into the Duke's mansion would provide her with some support, and her parents would surely agree, especially since there was no need for a servitude contract. Serving alongside the young master would be a promising opportunity. Such a favorable position was hard to come by. As the two conversed, they arrived at Xiyun Courtyard. "Your Highness," the maidservants of Xiyun Courtyard greeted Su Xia with polite bows. Su Xia, accompanied by Xiao Chan, made her way to Su Manyun's chamber. Upon arriving at the threshold, they were met with the sound of Lady Yao's sorrowful wails. "My unfortunate Yuner. Why must fate be so cruel?"
Su Eyo furoret harbrol.
Was it possible that Su Manyun had lost her child? It seemed implausible, in her past life.
Shumanjun mirli feignet distress.
Could it be that this time, due to prolonged kneeling, she had suffered a miscarriage? Surely, Su Manyun could not be so foolish. As the child within her was her sole bargaining chip, would she truly jeopardize her reputation by allowing the child to be lost? "Princess." Upon catching sight of Su Xia at the door, Lady Yao rushed forward, collapsing to the ground and grasping at her hem. "Princess, Yuner is your own sister. Why would you wish her harm?" Su Xia coldly brushed aside the hand clinging to her clothing as if it were filth, disregarding Lady Yao entirely. She approached the elderly matriarch in the room and offered a respectful bow. Grandmother. Lady Su glanced at her with indifference before turning to the elegantly attired, tall matron beside her. This is Mama Pan, who serves beside the esteemed concubine Fong. Su Xia recognized Mama Pan, the elder lady associated with her former mother-in-law, and held no fondness for her, as she had endured much torment at their hands in her previous life. Greetings, Princess Fushi. Mama Pan regarded Su Xia with a haughty air, yet made no gesture of respect. Although she was arrogant, Su Xia's pride surpassed hers. She offered a faint nod of acknowledgement before turning her attention back to Lady Su. May I inquire as to why you summoned me, grandmother? Madame Su cast a sympathetic glance at the pallid Su Manyun lying on the bed. It is Manyun. She knelt in your courtyard and suffered a miscarriage. The physician has indicated signs of abortion. Su Xia raised her eyebrows slightly, realizing that there had indeed been no miscarriage. She was well aware that this mother and daughter duo were merely putting on an act. After all, this child was Su Manyun's sole bargaining chip. How could she possibly bear to lose it? Before Su Xia could respond, Granny Pan reproached, "Where has the illustrious princess of happiness gone? Is she deliberately avoiding the courtyard, causing Su Yinyang to nearly suffer a miscarriage?" Upon hearing this, Su Xia's expression darkened instantly. What do you mean by that, Granny? Is there a direct correlation between whether this princess returns to the courtyard and my second sister's distress? Granny Pan, feeling increasingly slighted by Su Xia's indifference, retorted,
How can there not be?
The princess's absence meant that Su Yinyang had to remain kneeling in the courtyard. Had the princess returned sooner, Su Yinyang would not have faced such distress. Su Xia was both amused and infuriated. That reasoning is utterly nonsensical. Why must my second sister kneel in this princess's courtyard? Was it I who commanded her to do so? With that remark, Granny Pan was rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Su Manyun, feigning illness, finally spoke with tear-filled eyes. Elder sister. I am sorry. It is all my fault. What was this nonsensical apology for my second sister? Su Xia smirked derisively and replied sharply, If what you mean is the matter of hiring bandits to abduct me and plotting against me on the day of my wedding, then there is no need for such apologies. After all, it was Chuan Tao who orchestrated this, was it not? The deliberate emphasis on the word Spring Peach caused Su Manyun's expression to stiffen in an instant. After all, Spring Peach was my maid. Yet I truly had no knowledge of her actions. Elder sister, you must believe me. Su Xia, with a smile that did not reach her eyes, replied. The emperor has already made his decision, and I trust the emperor. Spring Peach has been executed. This matter is now in the past. Since this was solely the doing of Spring Peach, why should the second sister feel any guilt? Su Xia's words were impeccably crafted, leaving no room for rebuttal. Su Manyun's expression shifted to one of confusion. Elder sister, you no longer blame me? Su Xia raised an eyebrow in puzzlement. Did you not claim it had nothing to do with you? What is it that you wish for me to hold you accountable for? Su Manyun was momentarily taken aback, regarding Su Xia with suspicion. She could not fathom how her elder sister seemed to have suddenly grown astute, skillfully avoiding her traps while subtly mocking her. And her words were impeccably shielded against any counterarguments. With a reluctant gaze, Su Manyun continued to feign indignation. And what of the prince? My relationship with the prince. Before Su Manyun could elaborate on her performance, Su Xia coldly interrupted, At present, I have no further ties with Prince Zheng. There is no need for you to inform me of your matters with him. Su Xia appeared utterly indifferent, catching Su Manyun off guard once more. With a downcast gaze, resembling a demure young bride, Su Manyun murmured, I had forgotten. Sister has already become engaged to His Royal Highness.
Sushiyueri mandan fast.
Breaking into a smile, then I must express my gratitude to my second sister, and her maid, for orchestrating this flawless scheme that successfully disrupted my engagement with Prince Zheng, allowing my second sister to secure her place in the prince's residence.
Now,
both my second sister and I have found our respective homes, which can be considered a fortunate outcome for all. This veiled mockery left Su Manyun, no matter how thick-skinned she was, utterly embarrassed, stammering, As long as elder sister does not hold it against me, I am relieved. Su Xia let out a meaningful hum. My dear sister, you worry too much. Now that you are with child, you must take care of yourself and refrain from unnecessary thoughts to avoid any distress. She recalled the time she had overlooked such matters, nearly leading to a miscarriage, and realized her current condition rendered her immobile. Su Manyun gently caressed her belly and innocently inquired, Elder sister, may I stay at home for a little longer? Su Xia's pupils constricted. Was this truly her sister's intention behind this commotion? Is grandmother here? Such a question ought not to be directed at me. Su Mannion then turned her doe-like eyes towards old Madame Su. Grandmother. Old Madame Su cast a reproachful glance at her. You, my dear child, tend to overthink. You are a young lady of the Duke's residence. You should remain here to nurture your pregnancy. Who would dare? We certainly cannot afford to keep you. A revered figure. Before she could finish her sentence, a cold and commanding voice echoed from the entrance. Chapter 24. Su Xia must marry Feng Yuqing. Upon the arrival of Su Rui, both Su Mannion and Yao Shi's expressions shifted noticeably. However, the old matriarch cast a meaningful glance at Su Xia, the Duke of the State. The crowd collectively paid their respects to Su Rui. Grandfather. Su Mannion felt a twinge of trepidation towards Su Rui and refrained from revealing her ulterior motives, yet his recent words had left her feeling aggrieved. Observing her distress, the old matriarch stepped forward to clarify on Su Mannion's behalf. The matters of the past have been clarified. It was all Spring Peach's own decision, unrelated to Mannion, and Xia bears no grudge against her. As she spoke, the old matriarch subtly gestured to Su Xia, hoping she would offer an explanation for Su Mannion. Yet Su Xia, with her gaze lowered, seemed oblivious to the old matriarch's signal, incensing her further. Madame Pan approached. Duke, currently Su concubine. What do you call her?
Su Rui interrupted coldly.
Su concubine, of course. Su Rui scoffed derisively. Since she is now a concubine of the Cheng Wangfu, she ought to return there. But Su concubine is experiencing complications with her pregnancy and should not be moved. Madame Pan responded with a sycophantic smile, clearly attempting to ingratiate herself. Unmoved. Su Rui retorted. There is no need for her to be moved. Shortly, someone will come to carry her back. The old servant advises the Duke to reconsider. Su concubine carries the first grandchild of the imperial concubine, who holds great significance. Should anything occur on this journey, it would be beyond the old servant's capacity to bear the responsibility, and even you, Duke, would find it insurmountable. Upon witnessing Su Rui's obstinate demeanor, Granny Pan resorted to invoking the name of Consort Fong. Yet, Su Rui was unfazed by the mention of the esteemed consort. Her current elevated status was a burden the Duke's residence could ill afford, and retaining anyone was out of the question. Granny Pan was taken aback by Su Rui's steadfastness, her expression stiffening. As Su Rui insisted on dismissing her, Su Mannion began to weep profusely. Grandfather, it is all my fault. I have failed in my duties as a teacher to the servant, allowing her the opportunity to harm my elder sister. I bear undeniable responsibility for the incident with Chun Tao. I have wronged my elder sister. You may strike or scold me, and I shall harbor no resentment. How could I dare? Your status is too exalted. Su Rui interjected coldly, not allowing her to finish. Su Xia, observing from the side, nearly burst into laughter at her grandfather's sharp retorts, recognizing his superior wit. However, Su Mannion was utterly humiliated, her tears cascading like rain. I know you do not favor me, yet I am still your granddaughter, the daughter of my father, a part of the Su lineage. Even the child I carry bears your blood. No matter how much you may disdain me, you must leave a path for your great-grandchild. Su Rui's countenance darkened. He loathed the way Yao and her son invoked bloodlines. How had Chongqing ended up entangled in such misdeeds? Su Xia's eyes glinted with cold resolve. Su Mannion had the audacity to utter such falsehoods, claiming a connection to their father's bloodline. She was determined to uncover the truth. With a gentle cough, Su Xia spoke. There is no need for you to feel this way, second sister. Grandfather has his own considerations, and given your current status, it is indeed unsuitable for you to remain at the Duke's residence. Elder sister. Su Mannion was eager to express her thoughts, but Su Xia interrupted, however. Now that you are with child and have experienced some distress, it is best not to move. Why not stay in the guest quarters as an esteemed guest, under the careful supervision of either Granny Pan or another matron from the Cheng Wangfu? This arrangement should prevent any significant issues from arising. Initially agitated, Su Mannion fell silent after hearing Su Xia's reasoning. On Su Rui's side, since it was Su Xia's decision, he found no reason to oppose it. Thus, the matter was settled, and Su Rui promptly arranged for Su Mannion and Granny Pan to be escorted to the guest quarters. After their departure, Su Rui and Su Xia exited the Xian courtyard together. Why would grandfather come? It was Chun'er who summoned me. I heard you had lunch with him today. Su Rui remarked, feeling a sense of contentment as he observed the sibling bond blossoming between them. Su Xia looked down with a hint of shame. Yes. I have spent too little time with him and have neglected him. I have not been a dutiful sister.
Noting her transformatım, Suru similet risuringli.
There will be ample time ahead. The future is long. Su Xia returned his smile. Indeed, the future is long. In this lifetime, she would have plenty of time to make amends and accompany Chinner. Su Rui escorted Su Xia to the entrance of Fushi Courtyard before adding, "The individuals have been temporarily placed in the guest quarters, yet you must exercise caution. I fear they are not yet ready to relent." A glimmer of determination flashed in Su Xia's eyes as she replied, "Rest assured, grandfather, I shall be vigilant." Earlier, she had sent Su Manyan to the guest quarters as a means of testing her resolve. Even if she were to be placed there, Su Manyan was adamant about remaining in the Duke's residence, thereby confirming her suspicions. The uproar she had previously caused was all in an effort to secure her position within the Duke's household. Given that someone from the palace had already dispatched a messenger, it seemed unlikely that Su Manyan's intentions were solitary. Rather, it appeared to be a consensus between Feng Yuqing and the palace.
Indeed.
They were not inclined to let her go easily, yet she remained unafraid, eager to see what further schemes they might concoct. In the guest quarters, Su Manyan had indeed secured her stay at the Duke's residence, but even if Granny Pan were to remain, she would first need to seek approval. Once Granny Pan departed, Yao Shi muttered in discontent, "This old man shows blatant favoritism. You are equally a lady of the Duke's household, so why should you be relegated to the guest quarters?" Upon hearing Yao Shi's comments, Su Manyan cast her a cold glance. Yao Shi, feeling guilty, bit her lip and replied, "I only worry for your well-being." Su Manyan's complexion paled as she leaned weakly against the large, welcoming pillow. Observing her discomfort, Yao Shi expressed concern. "Are you unwell?" Su Manyan shook her head. Having knelt for too long had indeed unsettled her pregnancy. Su Xia was truly ruthless, deliberately compelling her to kneel for such an extended period. Fortunately, she had feigned fainting. Otherwise, she might have truly lost the child. Su Manyan gently caressed her abdomen. This child represented her sole beacon of hope. Therefore, she was resolute in her determination to protect the unborn. Upon seeing her ashen complexion, Yao felt both pity and frustration. "You finally managed to enter the Prince of Cheng's residence, carrying his offspring. Why not strive to win his heart instead of enduring this suffering?" "What do you know?" Su Manyan narrowed her eyes with a dark intensity. "Su Xia must marry Feng Yuqing." Yao was taken aback and cautiously inquired, "Is this the will of the Prince of Qing?"
Su Manyan nohret hergaze.
Refraining from responding to Yao's question, the Duke's residence signified Feng Yuqing's intentions. Recalling the words he had spoken to her today in the carriage, her eyes were filled with unwavering determination. She aimed to enter the Prince of Cheng's residence, to become his consort, and ultimately the future empress. The foundation of her aspirations rested upon Su Xia. She had firmly resolved to utilize Su Xia as her stepping stone. Chapter 25. The rejection of the marriage proposal in the exquisite setting of Fuxiyuan. Su Xia gazed into the mirror, admiring her reflection adorned in splendid bridal attire. Her makeup flawlessly executed. Today marked the day of her union, a moment she could scarcely fathom, given the multitude of experiences she had endured within such a brief span. Fortunately, she had managed to dissolve her engagement with Feng Yuqing, successfully altering the course of her fate. In her past life, at this very hour, she had been anxiously awaiting Feng Yuqing beneath the bridal veil, only to find herself alone until dawn, with no sign of him. She felt a profound relief. Grateful that the scoundrel had never laid a hand on her, she could only imagine the revulsion she would have felt had he done so. Now everything had transformed, presenting her with a chance for a fresh start. Xiaochan, diligently arranging Su Xia's hair, suddenly recalled something of great importance. "Oh no, I've forgotten a crucial matter." Su Xia looked at her, bewildered. "What is it?" "Your Highness, we have neglected to retrieve your dowry," Xiaochan exclaimed, her anxiety palpable as she began to pace. Though the betrothal between the princess and the Prince of Cheng had been severed, the dowry had already been delivered to the prince's residence. Su Xia had almost overlooked the matter. In her previous life, her dowry had unwittingly benefited Su Manyan, and she could not allow that to happen again. "I shall rush to the prince's residence to reclaim your dowry," Xiaochan declared, her urgency propelling her toward the door. Su Xia, both amused and exasperated, grasped her arm to prevent her from leaving. "What are you thinking, venturing to the prince's residence at such a late hour?" Xiaochan tapped her forehead, realizing her folly. The clock had indeed struck midnight. What shall we do now? Su Xia remained completely unperturbed. There is no need for haste. The betrothal gifts from the Prince of Cheng are still with the Duke's residence. Tomorrow, I shall speak with my grandfather and have him exchange the betrothal gifts for our dowry. Her grandfather was even more concerned about her dowry than she was. Since her mother's passing, the old matriarch and Su Milin had been eyeing her dowry. Then, with the arrival of the Yao family, along with Yao Shi and Su Manyun, each sought to claim a portion of her dowry. Were it not for her grandfather personally safeguarding these assets, her dowry would likely have been devoured by these wolves in sheep's clothing long ago. But would the people of the Prince of Cheng be willing? Xiaochan expressed her concerns about their reluctance to return the dowry. When the lady married into the Duke's residence, she had a lavish bridal procession of 10 miles. The Duke and the General had bestowed gifts upon the princess, along with generous contributions from the Wen family. Such an abundance of dowry was unparalleled among the young ladies of the capital. Who could say whether they would attempt to seize the princess's dowry for themselves? It cannot be that they would refuse, Su Xia reassured her. After all, the betrothal gifts from the Prince of Cheng were considerable. Even if the old matriarch and her cohorts wished to leverage such a substantial dowry to marry Su Manyun into the prince's household, the palace and Feng Yuqing would certainly not intend to welcome Su Manyun as the principal wife, nor would they bestow upon her the gifts meant for a primary consort. They would reclaim the betrothal gifts and naturally, the dowry would be returned as well. There was no need to rush. This matter could wait until tomorrow. Having comforted Xiaochan, Su Xia proceeded to take her bath. With a resigned expression, Xiaochan moved to attend to her, realizing that if the princess was not anxious, there was little point in her own worry. After her bath, Su Xia retired to bed, and at the moment she lay down, tears streamed down her face. She had lingered too long in that dark, sunless abyss, long enough to lose track of time. For years, she had slept in that black vessel, devoid of hands, feet, eyes, and hope. Now, everything felt so beautiful that it seemed unreal. That night, Su Xia was plagued by a cacophony of dreams. At times, she dreamt that her rebirth was merely an illusion, that she was still confined in that narrow, dark vessel. At other times, she imagined that the black vessel was the dream, and that all her past experiences had been mere figments, with the present being the only reality. In the end, she could no longer discern which was real. A night spent dreaming left her more exhausted than if she had not slept at all, and when Su Xia finally awoke, it was well past the hour of chun. Xiaochan entered the room, carrying a basin of water, and upon seeing Su Xia awake, she promptly smiled and said, "Your Highness, you are awake. I shall assist you with your grooming." Xiaochan set down the basin and approached to lift the gauze curtain. "Why did no one wake me? It is already past the hour of chun." Su Xia rose to put on her shoes. "Isn't this a rare occurrence? You do not usually rise late. After yesterday's exhaustion and such a late night, how could I bear to disturb your slumber?" Xiaochan rummaged through the wardrobe for a moon-blue dress. "Many of your new garments have been sent to the Prince of Cheng's residence. We shall change into new clothes once the dowry is returned. For today, you must make do with this one." Noticing that Xiaochan still lingered on the topic of the dowry, Su Xia could only smile through her tears. "There is no need to worry about the dowry. Rather, remember what I spoke to you about yesterday. Today, I grant you leave to return home for a visit." In the presence of no allies, Chen Er could never feel at ease. "But, dear princess, do you not find yourself without attendance?" she mused. For the princess preferred solitude over company, and thus only she served her. Su Xia cast a playful glance at her. "With so many maids and young servants in the Duke's residence, do not fret about my care. You may rest assured and return home. A day or two will not hinder anything." After pondering for a moment, Xiaochan replied, "Then I shall return in the afternoon. Stay the night at home, and return early tomorrow." Su Xia had no objections. "It would be best to bring your brother along." "Certainly," Xiaochan responded with a smile. After attending to her morning ablutions, Xiaochan once again assisted Su Xia with her breakfast. Just as they had barely begun, a young maid hurried over, beckoning to Xiaochan. Upon stepping outside, the maid whispered a few words to her before dashing away. This maid, known as Xiao Hua, was from the same hometown as Xiaochan and served tea in the main hall. Their camaraderie was strong, and any news she overheard in the hall would be promptly conveyed to Xiaochan. With excitement, Xiaochan rushed back in, not waiting for Su Xia to inquire, and gleefully exclaimed, "Princess, The Tian family has come to withdraw the engagement. Su Xia's expression shifted to one of astonishment. The Tian family was withdrawing their betrothal? This was an unprecedented event from her past life. Was it due to the affair involving Su Mannion? Xiao Chan scoffed dismissively, most likely. For how could the second young lady be so shameless? Not only did she entice Prince Cheng, but she also conceived in secret, attempting to devise some scheme on the day of your grand wedding. Fortunately you, dear princess, are astute and managed to evade a calamity. With such a morally debased sister, how could the Tian family possibly marry their daughter into the family?
Su Xia was taken aback.
In her previous life, Su Mannion had entered the residence of the Cheng Wang as a concubine, and the Tian family had not come to withdraw the engagement. This time, however, it seemed that the situation had escalated, tarnishing Su Manyun's reputation and adversely affecting Su Chunfeng. If that were the case, then Yao Shi would surely be beside herself with grief. Although Master Tian held only a 6th-rank position, he hailed from a family of officials, and his daughter Tian Wenwen was a legitimate daughter, which made her a less-than-ideal match for Su Chunfeng. Su Chunfeng was the fraternal twin brother of Su Mannion. The old matriarch had initially used the marriage of these siblings as leverage to persuade her to approach their father, securing their entry into the household. However, despite their admission, their awkward status rendered the marriage prospect tenuous, particularly since Su Chunfeng was the son of a concubine and did not even qualify as a legitimate son, as their father had yet to agree to include them in the family genealogy. The matriarch had exerted considerable effort to arrange what was considered a decent match under such precarious circumstances. If the trouble surrounding Su Mannion were to jeopardize Su Chunfeng's marriage, one could only wonder if Yao Shi and Su Mannion would come to regret their choices. Lost in thought, Su Xia was interrupted by a maid who reported, "Your Highness, Granny Shan seeks an audience. Allow her to enter." "Yes," the maid replied with a bow and withdrew. Before long, she returned with Granny Shan in tow. The old servant greeted the princess respectfully. This time, Granny Shan was particularly courteous and did not dare to linger on idle chatter. She bowed and conveyed. The old matriarch requests her presence in the main hall. Su Xia furrowed her brow. What could the Tian family want with her regarding the withdrawal of the engagement? Chapter 26. The scheme for her dowry is futile. In the main hall of the Duke's residence, when Su Xia arrived, the Tian family had already departed, leaving only Grandmother Su, Su Meiyu, and Lady Yao. Su Xia approached and performed a respectful gesture towards Grandmother Su and Su Meiyu, greeting them with "Grandmother, Aunt Xia has arrived. Please take a seat," Grandmother Su said with a warm smile, her demeanor exceedingly amiable. Had Su Xia not been aware of the Tian family's recent withdrawal from the engagement, she might have believed that a joyous occasion was unfolding in the household. Su Xia seated herself discreetly, choosing not to speak unless prompted by the elder. This left Grandmother Su with no choice but to initiate the conversation. "Xia, dear, yesterday you wed Prince Cheng. Have you not yet retrieved your dowry?" Su Xia's pupils constricted slightly. It appeared the matter at hand was indeed her dowry. She turned to Grandmother Su and replied, "I intended to discuss this with you, Grandmother. As my marriage to Prince Cheng has not materialized, it is only natural that I reclaim my dowry. Furthermore, the betrothal gift sent from the prince's residence must also be returned." Grandmother Su exchanged a peculiar glance with Su Meiyu and Lady Yao before turning back to Su Xia with a smile, saying, "You see, although your engagement to Prince Cheng did not come to fruition, your second sister has indeed entered the prince's household. While she is currently staying at home for the sake of her pregnancy, she will eventually reside in the prince's residence." Grandmother Su gazed at Su Xia, hoping she would respond. Yet, Su Xia maintained a stoic expression, seemingly oblivious to the underlying implications, offering no engagement in the dialogue. Grandmother Su felt a twinge of awkwardness. What had transpired with Su Xia today? Hadn't she always been so easily managed before? Su Xia remained silent, prompting old Madame Su to continue. "So, could you consider leaving the dowry as a gift for your second sister? Was Grandmother's suggestion appropriate?" Su Xia retorted, her face a picture of astonishment. The shock was genuine. She was truly taken aback by their audacity. She had thought that, even if they were to covet her dowry, they would not be so greedy as to claim it all, yet here they were, daring to propose such a thing. Xiao Chan, standing nearby, was equally infuriated. How outrageous of the old lady to suggest that the princess's dowry be bestowed upon the second miss. Did she truly believe the second miss deserved such an honor? Old Madame Su, feeling the weight of Su Xia's gaze, nervously pressed her lips together. Your second sister's status is not inferior to yours. In the past, she could only aspire to be a concubine. If she lacks a dowry, how will she manage her life in the Prince of Qing's residence? With a pretense of reason and emotion, old Madame Su continued. While Su Meiyu maintained her usual spectator's demeanor, you are her biological elder sister and the legitimate daughter of the Duke's residence. You ought to consider your younger sibling's future. Su Xia couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. Surely, grandmother and aunt have forgotten, I am to be married in 3 months. Why should my second sister, as a mere concubine, require such an extravagant dowry while I, a future princess, am expected to subsidize my younger siblings? Am I to enter marriage empty-handed? Even if I were willing, the Duke's residence would surely not allow such a disgrace. Madame Su only heard the words I wished to say. I promptly reassured her. Do not worry. Grandmother and aunt will arrange a new dowry for you. You shall not leave empty-handed. Furthermore, with the late empress having passed, you lack a mother-in-law. And thus no one will concern themselves with the amount of your dowry. Su Xia had never fathomed that there could exist such shameless individuals. Just because she lacked a mother-in-law, did they believe it justified their audacity in scheming over her dowry? With a darkened expression, Su Xia coldly retorted, My dowry is a legacy from my mother, along with the sentiments of my grandfather and father. How could it be so casually given away to others? If grandmother and aunt are indeed capable of preparing a new dowry, why not simply provide one for my second sister instead of encroaching upon mine? Her words rendered Madame Su and Su Meiyu speechless. The dowry they intended to arrange could hardly compare to that which Wen Junya had left behind. Not to mention, it would not even amount to a fraction of what Wen Junya had, who had once boasted a 10-mile bridal procession. Her dowry being the envy of all noble women in the capital, provoking immense jealousy in Su Meiyu. Su Meiyu had long coveted Wen Junya's dowry, yet Wen Junya's aloof and proud demeanor had kept her at bay.
Now,
her eagerness to assist the Yao family in acquiring Su Xia's dowry stemmed from a desire to procure advantages for her own son and 2 daughters. Seeing Su Xia's unwillingness to compromise, Madame Su sighed softly. In truth, it is not only Man Yun who requires your dowry, but also Chun Feng. This morning, the Tian family came to withdraw their engagement due to matters concerning your second sister. Madame Tian was resolute, but after much persuasion from grandmother, she was finally swayed.
Now,
the Tian family demands a greater betrothal gift. Otherwise, they will indeed retract the engagement. Hence, grandmother is contemplating whether a portion of your dowry could be temporarily allocated to your brother as a betrothal gift, allowing him to bring his bride home first. With a facade of a loving grandmother, old lady Su attempted to manipulate the situation, yet Su Xia remained unmoved by her tactics. As Su Chunfeng is of Su lineage, the decision regarding this marriage falls under the jurisdiction of my grandfather and father. Surely, our family cannot be so impoverished that we cannot afford a bride without resorting to my dowry. If the Tian family is so brazen as to demand an exorbitant betrothal gift, then such a bride is not worth marrying at all. Seeing Su Xia's unwavering stance, Yao suddenly lunged at her, falling to her knees and grasping the hem of her garment. Your Highness, I implore you. It has been difficult for Chunfeng to secure this match. Please, I ask for your kindness. We do not require much. Your dowry is ample. Just a portion for Chunfeng and Manyun would suffice. With disdain, Su Xia brushed off Yao. What of having a substantial dowry? Even if my dowry is ample, it was bestowed upon me by my mother for myself and Chun'er. It has no bearing on Su Chunfeng or Su Manyun, nor on you, Yao. Yao was visibly hurt by Su Xia's words, tears of grievance streaming down her face. Consider it a loan from me to you. It need not be a gift. Just think of it as lending to us 3, and I shall repay you in labor. As she sobbed, she continued to bow before Su Xia. Su Xia was truly disgusted, and she retorted coldly, Aunt Yao, you jest. Nowadays, a good horse or cow can fetch several dozen taels of silver, yet you, perhaps, could not even exchange for a few. Yao's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Su Xia, as if she could not fathom that such venomous words could escape her lips. Old Madame Su's expression darkened immediately, and she scolded, Xia, how could you speak in such a manner? What is wrong with me? Su Xia dismissed their theatrics with disdain, mocking. Am I to remain silent while you scheme over my dowry? Are Su Chunfeng and Su Manyun truly my children? Must I supplement their betrothal gifts and dowries? Furthermore, since when did our Duke's residence become so impoverished that we lack the funds for betrothal and dowry? Shouldn't the household finances be thoroughly investigated? At the mention of household finances, the expressions of the three women shifted simultaneously. Investigate what? Just as Su Xia was about to erupt, Su Rui and Su Chongqing returned. Chapter 27. The fury of Su Rui. Upon the return of Su Rui and Su Chongqing, the expressions of the three shifted dramatically. However, Su Xia appeared resolute, greeting the two. Grandfather, father. Father, elder brother. Su Meiyu also rose to pay her respects. Meanwhile, the weeping Yao Shi, who had been kneeling in a state of grievance, could no longer feign authority. She hastily rose to her feet and positioned herself beside the matriarch, Su Laotai. With a smile, Su Laotai approached. Old master, Chongqing, you have returned from court. Noticing Su Xia's lingering wrath and Yao Shi's tear-streaked face, Su Rui furrowed his brow and inquired, what is the matter? Su Laotai quickly interjected with a laugh. Oh, it is nothing, merely jesting with Xi. With an indignant huff, Su Xia retorted, indeed, it is a jest. Grandmother and aunt, along with Aunt Yao, have their eyes set on my dowry, wishing for me to bestow the entirety of it as gifts to my younger brother and sister.
Jest this not a jest.
At her words, Su Rui's gaze turned fierce as he glared at Su Laotai and Su Meiyu. What is going on? Su Chongqing, equally incensed, cast a furious glance at Yao Shi, who shrank back in fear, lowering her gaze and daring not to meet anyone's eyes.
Su Laotai chuckled nervously,
attempting to deflect the situation, but Xia's dowry is still at the Prince of Cheng's residence. We were merely discussing her dowry. I was just about to send someone to retrieve it. Su Xia raised an eyebrow and turned to Xiao Chan. Is this truly what grandmother just said? Xiao Chan immediately understood and responded. Just now, the old lady mentioned that you should not reclaim your dowry. The second young lady's status is not as exalted as yours. She can only serve as a concubine in the residence of Prince Cheng. Without a dowry, her life will be quite difficult. You should leave your dowry for the second young lady. Furthermore, it was mentioned that the mother of the royal prince passed away early, and you have no mother-in-law. Therefore, whether you possess a dowry or not is of little concern. It was also said that the Tian family has come to withdraw the marriage proposal, demanding an increase in the betrothal gifts, and they intend to take some of your dowry to present as gifts for the eldest young master. The elder aunt stated that as the legitimate daughter of the duke's residence, you should certainly consider your younger siblings. Aunt Yao remarked that your dowry is substantial. It is challenging for the eldest young master to find a suitable match, and it would suffice if you were to allocate a portion of your dowry for both the eldest young master and the second young lady. As Xiao Chan spoke, the expressions of Su Rui and Su Chongqing darkened, their anger flaring with intensity. Su old lady's countenance also grew somewhat grim. She truly underestimated Su Xia when the old master returned and lodged complaints. Su Meiyan and Yao Shi were utterly terrified, wishing to silence Xiao Chan's incessant chatter. This wretched girl mimicked speech so accurately, it was as if she were plotting their demise. Finally, Su Rui erupted completely, glaring at Su old lady and bellowing, Wei Shuqin. How many times must I remind you not to entertain thoughts of touching Xiaoya's dowry? Do you treat my words as mere whispers in the wind? Su old lady, taken aback by Su Rui's outburst in front of so many younger relatives, felt an immediate sense of grievance. What can I do? Given the current situation with Man Yun at home, I merely hope to prepare more dowry for her, so she could establish herself in the residence of Prince Cheng. Upon hearing these words, Su Rui's anger intensified. How could a daughter of a great general stoop to becoming a concubine, and to make matters worse, engage in a clandestine affair? She had brought disgrace upon the Duke's household, and yet she still dared to demand a dowry. Did the Duke's residence truly lack for her dowry? The Duke's household would never deprive her of what was rightfully hers. And what of Su Chunfeng? Although he had yet to be recorded in the family registry, had the Duke's household denied him anything that was due? Yet, he remained unsatisfied, wishing to lay claim to the dowry of Xiaoyaya. As a mere illegitimate son, did he truly presume to seek the dowry of a legitimate daughter? At that moment, Su Chunfeng stood at the doorway, his face as pale as death. Seeing him there, Yao Shi trembled as she spoke. No, Chunfeng has said nothing. It is the Tian family that wishes to withdraw from the engagement, hence we. Let them withdraw, then. It was never a match of equals. Who compelled you to pursue such a union? Su Rui's fury remained unabated. Su Chunfeng had never been pleased with the engagement to the Tian family, and now they had the audacity to withdraw. It was as if he had ever been interested in them at all. Witnessing Su Rui's ire towards the Tian family's engagement, the elderly matriarch, Su Laotai, became incensed. Why must a perfectly good engagement be annulled?
Now,
With the insufficient betrothal gifts for Chunfeng, what harm is there in supplementing a portion from Sia's dowry? After all, the family could not produce such a large sum for the betrothal gifts, and it was all because you had allocated the family's resources to Sia as her dowry. Su Rui was incensed by the words of old Madame Su, his eyes blazing with fury. That is what Xiao Yeye rightfully deserves. As the legitimate daughter, she is bestowed by His Majesty to marry into the royal family as a legitimate wife. Shouldn't the Duke's residence provide a proper dowry? You may be shameless, but I, Su Rui, still have my dignity. Furthermore, those possessions are my personal belongings, not drawn from public funds. How do they affect Chunfeng and Manyun? Your words leave old Madame Su with grievances that find no outlet. She is irate that he has allocated his private assets to Su Xia. While so many children in the Duke's residence exist, why must only Su Xia be treasured while the others are deemed worthless? Qin Xue and Xianglan are yet to be married. By giving everything to Su Xia, what shall they have left for their own marriages? Seeing the two embroiled in a fierce argument, Su Meiyu cautiously stepped forward to mediate. In truth, Mother does not intend to make things difficult for Sia. Isn't this an invitation for Sia to discuss? Before Su Meiyu could finish her attempt at reconciliation, Su Rui shot her a glare. Discuss what? Xiao Ye's dowry belongs solely to her. No one is permitted to covet it. As for Su Chunfeng and Su Manyun, does the Duke's residence truly suffer from their absence? With such substantial assets, is there not enough to prepare for their betrothal gifts and dowries? Just as Su Meiyu sought to interject further, Su Xia interjected with a cold laugh. I too find it puzzling. A mere maid beside my second sister possesses 1,000 taels of silver to bribe those bandits. Yet this Duke's residence is said to be so impoverished that it cannot even prepare the betrothal gifts and dowries for its young masters and mistresses. Shouldn't the management of this household be thoroughly scrutinized? Upon hearing Su Xia revisit this topic, the expressions of Su Old Madam and the others darkened once more. However, Su Rui instantly grasped the implications, exclaiming with urgency, investigate. We must conduct a thorough inquiry. Witnessing Su Rui's determination to scrutinize the central kitchen, Su Old Madam finally panicked. Setting aside any inclination to argue with him, she hurriedly adopted a soothing tone, saying, It's not a significant issue. There's no need to investigate the central kitchen. Shumei has been managing it under my watch for years, so there shouldn't be any problems. Su Rui scoffed derisively. You couldn't even prepare the betrothal gifts and dowry. Is this the result of your oversight? Su Old Madam's expression stiffened. We have everything prepared. Who said we didn't? I merely wish to provide them with a little extra. Yet, Su Rui paid her no heed, turning to Yao Shi and instructing. From this day forth, you shall no longer oversee the central kitchen. Hand the keys and the accounts to Xiao Yeye so she can conduct a thorough examination. Chapter 28. The marriage of the Tian family must succeed. Madam Yao is thoroughly flustered. Wiping away her tears in a tone of grievance, is His Grace suspecting me of embezzling from the Duke's treasury? There's no need for such a display of victimhood. Instead of shedding tears, you should focus on instructing your children, Su Rui retorted dismissively. He held a deep disdain for women like Madame Yao, who feigned righteousness, reminiscent of the woman who once beguiled him, Yao's own mother, the sister of Wei. Stung by Su Rui's sharp words, Madame Yao fell silent. Even her tears ceased to flow. Old Madame Su cast a glance at Su Meiyu, who immediately understood and stepped forward. Xia is still quite young. Perhaps it would be wiser to entrust this matter to me. However, as soon as Su Meiyu spoke, Su Rui shot her a fierce glare. Mind your own affairs and refrain from meddling like a troublemaker. With that, he turned on his heel, disregarding Su Meiyu's livid expression. Su Chongqing cast a disdainful glance at Madame Yao before addressing Su Chunfeng at the door. Come with me. Su Chunfeng lowered his gaze in acknowledgement, saying nothing as he followed Su Chongqing. Su Xia, with a cheerful smile, looked at Madame Yao. I kindly ask Aunt Yao to prepare well, as I will soon send Xiaotan over to fetch the keys and the accounts. After Su Xia and Xiaotan departed, Su Meiyu expelled all the maids and servants from the room, fuming. Father is far too biased towards Su Xia. He accuses me of being a troublemaker. How am I anything like a troublemaker? Madame Su appeared oblivious to Su Meiyu's complaints, dejectedly collapsing into a chair. Yao, filled with anxiety, stepped forward. Mother, what shall we do now? Madame Su herself was vexed, Had she known the answer, her distress would have been alleviated. In contrast, Su Meiyu remained unfazed, asserting, "Why the haste? Our accounts are all balanced. What could a mere girl like Su Xia possibly uncover? I do not underestimate her. But even the accountants in our household cannot discern anything. How could she possibly surpass their expertise?" Su Meiyu's words indeed offered some solace to Madame Su. The accounts had been meticulously crafted by a skilled expert, leaving no room for ordinary accountants to detect any discrepancies. Given that Su Xia was just a young girl, it was implausible for her to locate an accountant more adept than their own. In my opinion, we should remain calm. Any haste might lead to our undoing. Su Meiyu continued, casting a reproachful glance at Yao. Especially you, do not perpetually wear that submissive demeanor. Nothing has transpired yet you are already in a fluster. This is nothing short of revealing our vulnerabilities. Madame Su nodded in agreement, regarding Yao with a steady gaze. Maintain your composure. They should not be able to uncover anything. Once I have organized the account books, I will hand them over to you. Certainly, Yao replied, with both Madame Su and Su Meiyu assuring her. Yao finally felt a measure of relief. However, a new worry soon assailed her thoughts. Now that the princess refuses to release the dowry to support us, what will become of Chuanfeng's marriage? Su Meiyu, indifferent to Su Chuanfeng's matrimonial prospects, settled down nearby to sip tea and indulge in pastries. Madame Su furrowed her brow in contemplation. I perceive that the Tian family's stance is not particularly resolute. After all, we are allied with the Duke's residence. And Mian Yun is soon to enter the prince's court, albeit as a concubine. There may yet be opportunities for advancement in the future. Furthermore, Su Xia is on the verge of becoming the royal consort. Surely, the Tian family would be reluctant to forsake such a favorable match. Perhaps they are merely seeking to negotiate a higher betrothal gift. We could send someone to discuss matters with the Tian family, and there is a chance we might reach an agreement. Madame Yao silently nodded, yet her heart remained heavy with concern. At that moment, Su Chongqing led Su Chunfeng to the study. Has the Tian family come to rescind their proposal? He inquired. Su Chunfeng lowered his gaze and replied, I am not certain. Su Chongqing regarded him meaningfully. With the imperial examination approaching, if you truly aspire to a career in the civil service, marriage can be postponed. You may wait until you have achieved your degree, and then contemplate the matter of wedlock more seriously. Indeed, Su Chunfeng quietly affirmed, clenching his fists subtly. Though Su Chongqing did not share a close bond with this recently returned illegitimate son, he recognized him as his own. He would never neglect him. Observing Su Chuanfeng's timid demeanor, he sighed softly. In the future, refrain from involving yourself too much with your aunt and the elder lady. Focus your efforts on your studies. Understood, Su Chunfeng replied, lowering his gaze respectfully. Go now, Su Chongqing commanded. Su Chunfeng bowed and exited. As he watched his son's retreating figure, Su Chongqing furrowed his brow in concern. He had said all that needed to be said, yet he wondered if Su Chunfeng truly comprehended his counsel. After leaving the study, Su Chunfeng made his way to the guest quarters. Su Manyun was still lying in bed, recuperating and nurturing her pregnancy, while Yao Shi had just returned from the main hall, discussing the matter of Su Xia wanting to audit the accounts. It seemed that Su Xia had grown more astute. Su Manyun narrowed her eyes. Based on the bandit's words regarding 1,000 tales prompting an audit, it appeared her intellect had indeed sharpened compared to before. Yao Shi shared this sentiment, observing that Su Xia had indeed changed. Although she had previously been proud, she had never been so aggressive. Now she even dared to confront the old matriarch, who had once been the epitome of her obedience. Moreover, Su Xia had never before regarded her with such disdainful eyes, now looking at her as if she were something filthy. Since grandmother declared there was no issue, let her conduct the audit. Su Manyun was entirely unconcerned about the matter of the accounts. Although the household management ostensibly fell to the concubine, the true authority lay with grandmother. Even if they took money, it would only be a pittance. The majority of the funds had been supplemented to her aunt by grandmother. So any urgency was theirs to bear. Yao Shi furrowed her brow. I am not worried about that right now. It is your brother's marriage. Just as Yao Shi spoke, a maid entered to report, Madam, second miss, the eldest young master has arrived. By the time the maid finished speaking, Su Chunfeng was already standing at the doorway. Come in, Yao Shi urged, quickly asking him, what did your father say to you? Nothing much, Su Chunfeng replied. Unwilling to mention Su Chongqing, frowning as he inquired, why did the Tian family withdraw the engagement? Yao Shi exchanged a furtive glance with Su Manyun, her anxiety palpable. Chunfeng, I must ask you, do you truly wish to marry that Miss Tian? Su Chunfeng raised his gaze with a grim expression, declaring, the marriage with the Tian family must come to fruition. As an aspiring official, aligning with the Tian family is the most advantageous match for my status. Upon hearing these words, Su Manyun felt displeased. Brother, the Tian family is now demanding an increased betrothal gift, and Su Xia is also insisting on auditing our accounts. How can we possibly afford to provide you with an enhanced betrothal gift? Su Manyun's silence would have been preferable, for once she spoke. Su Chunfeng's anger ignited. How dare you speak? If it weren't for your shameless actions in front of everyone, would the Tian family have considered withdrawing the engagement? Su Manyun's face flushed crimson from the scolding. I was merely a pawn in Su Xia's scheme. If you refuse to assist me, must you also humiliate me before others? As the tension between the siblings escalated, Yao promptly interjected, enough of this quarrel. I shall devise a solution for the betrothal gift. She then turned to Su Chunfeng, assuring him, rest assured, this engagement will not falter. Let it be so, Su Chunfeng retorted before departing. Once he left, Su Manyun anxiously inquired of Yao, where will we procure the betrothal gift now that Su Xia is scrutinizing our finances? Yao, already formulating a plan, responded. Worry not about that, your mother has her own means. Chapter 29. The midnight visitor at Fuxiu, the old matriarch and Lady Yao are truly despicable. How audacious they are to covet your dowry entirely. Just the thought of their deceitful faces sends little Chan into a fury. Fortunately, the Duke and the General returned just in time to thwart their nefarious plans. Su Xia couldn't help but chuckle at little Chan's indignant expression. Even if my grandfather and father had not returned, I would not have allowed them to succeed. Upon recalling Su Xia's recent demeanor in the main hall, little Chan immediately praised her. The princess is now quite astute. She would never fall for their tricks again. Is that so? Su Xia raised an eyebrow. Was I not clever before? Little Chan chuckled awkwardly. You were not unintelligent, but rather too kind-hearted, often deceived by them, especially the old matriarch. The princess had never been foolish. Her prideful nature led her to dismiss many matters, and her compassion allowed her to be manipulated. Take, for instance, the situation involving Lady Yao and the eldest young master and second young mistress. The old matriarch consistently lamented their plight in front of the princess. Had the princess not possessed a kind heart, she would never have pleaded with the general to permit them into the residence. Who else would consent to such an outrageous request? Furthermore, their attempt to siphon off the princess's dowry stemmed from their belief in her benevolence. Had they encountered someone more formidable, would they have dared to propose such an egregious demand? Reflecting on the myriad events of her past life, a cold glint flickered in Su Xia's eyes. Let bygones be bygones. No one shall deceive me again. She would no longer show leniency towards any of them. In this lifetime, she would safeguard all those who loved her, ensuring they would never again suffer harm. Observing Su Xia's transformation, Xiao Chan felt a sense of relief. The princess had indeed become increasingly astute and formidable. Suddenly, a commotion arose outside, prompting Su Xia to glance at Xiao Chan. Without hesitation, Xiao Chan stepped out to investigate, and as she lifted the curtain, she exclaimed with delight, Princess, your dowry has returned. Su Xia hurried outside and saw Su Rui directing the servants to carry the items into the courtyard. Has grandfather gone to the residence of the Prince of Qing? She inquired. Su Rui replied with a smug smile. He went to return their betrothal gifts and reclaimed your dowry. Not a single box is missing. Su Xia was deeply moved, grandfather. Understanding her unspoken words, Su Rui affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, Rest assured, no one shall covet your belongings. A wave of emotion washed over Su Xia. Her grandfather truly cherished her like a precious gem. Although her father was not close to her, he had always held her in high regard. She could hardly believe that she was not her father's biological daughter. With the betrothal gifts from the Prince of Qing returned, she wondered why that young man had yet to propose. Su Rui suddenly interjected with a thought. Su Xia instantly blushed, knowing precisely whom he referred to, and shook her head. Logically, he should have returned to propose by now, but it was only the first day, so there was no need to rush. However, Su Rui snorted in dissatisfaction. If he does not come, then we shall not proceed with the marriage. It just so happens that your father and I wish for you to remain at home for a while longer. Su Xia found herself in a state of bewilderment. In just a few months, she would turn 18. Yet due to her grandfather and father's reluctance to see her wed, she was on the verge of becoming an old maid. If it were not for the emperor's insistence on meddling in her marital affairs, she would prefer to remain in the duke's residence, cherishing the moments spent with her grandfather, father, and China, which would be the most blissful existence for her. Sia's dowry was substantial, and the servants toiled for a considerable time to transport all the items into the storeroom. By the time their work was completed, darkness had already enveloped the sky. After Little Chan meticulously counted the dowry, she secured the storeroom door, exclaiming, "Your Highness, I have accounted for everything. Not a single item is missing. This time, I shall see who dares to pilfer your dowry." However, as soon as Little Chan's words fell, they were met with the sight of Madame Yao standing at the doorway, accompanied by several maidservants carrying boxes. Clearly, she had overheard Little Chan's remarks, and her expression was rather displeased. Little Chan, taken aback by Yao's unexpected arrival, felt a tinge of guilt, yet she quickly reassured herself of her innocence. Standing tall, with newfound confidence, Madame Yao composed herself, leading her maidservants into the room. After offering a respectful greeting to Su Xia, she presented the keys, saying, "Your Highness, these are the keys to the Duke's storeroom, and these documents pertain to the Duke's accounts." Su Xia accepted the keys graciously, replying, "Thank you, Aunt Yao, for your efforts. You may place the accounts on the table." Yao signaled to her maidservants, who dutifully arranged the accounts on the table. "I take my leave now," Madame Yao said, not lingering any longer. After delivering the accounts and the keys, she bowed and exited with her maidservants. Xiao Chan looked at Yao's retreating figure with suspicion. "Your Highness, that Aunt Yao is remarkably swift. I never anticipated she would deliver the account books and keys so promptly." Su Xia was equally surprised by the rapidity of the delivery. Seemingly unperturbed by the possibility of being discovered, she retrieved a ledger from the box and examined it closely, only to scoff coldly. It was no wonder they were unafraid of scrutiny. The accounts were meticulously crafted. "Did you discern any issues, Your Highness?" Xiao Chan inquired, peering over to glimpse the pages. Only to be overwhelmed by the series of numbers that left her utterly bewildered. She could not comprehend a single digit. Su Xia tossed the ledger back into the box, remarking, "If the problems were so easily identifiable, they would not have entrusted the documents to me so readily." Furrowing her brow in concern, Xiao Chan asked, "What shall we do then? Should we seek out a few accountants? If we cannot detect any discrepancies, surely they might." Su Xia pondered for a moment, realizing that even ordinary accountants might struggle to uncover any issues, given that the accountants at their duke's residence were quite adept themselves and had failed to identify any irregularities. It was precisely this assurance that emboldened the matriarch and Yao. They knew she would be unable to find anyone capable of discerning the discrepancies in the accounts. An idea struck Su Xia, and she turned to Xiao Chan. "I have my own plan. Do not concern yourself with this matter. Night has fallen. You should return promptly and focus on completing the task I entrusted to you." Aware of the importance Su Xia placed on the young master's affairs, Xiao Chan did not dare to decline. "I shall return now and be back first thing in the morning." "Go ahead," Su Xia replied. Xiao Chan took her leave, gathered her belongings, and returned home. Su Xia perused the account books for a while longer, discovering that the records were meticulously accurate, which left her somewhat troubled. It seemed imperative to seek out a formidable accountant to assist her. After partaking in dinner, Su Xia instructed her maids to prepare a warm bath. With Xiao Chan no longer chattering beside her, Su Xia found herself growing increasingly drowsy in the soothing water. Suddenly, a disturbance from outside startled her, prompting her to hastily grab a nearby garment to cover herself. "Who is there?" she called out. Silence reigned outside, save for a shadow cast upon the screen. Alarmed, Su Xia instinctively began to call for help, but the figure swiftly entered, abruptly covering her lips, silencing her entirely. Chapter 30. It turns out he is not indifferent to women. Su Xia was so frightened that her soul seemed to escape her body. Yet upon beholding the unexpectedly enchanting face that intruded upon her vision, all her fear dissipated, and her wandering spirit returned. Feng Qingjue observed her regained composure and silently breathed a sigh of relief. However, his gaze inadvertently fell upon her glistening shoulder adorned with droplets of water, and the hint of softness concealed beneath the cloth, which caused his entire being to erupt with overwhelming emotion. To make matters worse, the unique fragrance she exuded had completely captivated his senses, rendering him oblivious to any other scent, leaving only the vivid imagery of that moment in his mind. With no room for further contemplation, Xia believed that her silence would prompt him to leave, but to her surprise, he remained rooted in place, his hand still covering her lips, while his gaze was. Embarrassment and anger surged within Xia, and in a fit of irritation, she bit down on his palm. Suddenly jolted back to reality, Feng Qingjue met her indignant gaze and instinctively withdrew his hand, murmuring an apology. Without delay, he turned and exited. After he had been gone for quite some time, Xia finally regained her composure and carefully emerged from the tub. Listening to the sounds of water behind her, Feng Qingjue felt as though his heart was adrift on the surface, unable to find tranquility. He glanced down at the faint bite mark in his palm, his mind flooded with the sweetness and tenderness of the moment, and he could not suppress his response. Dressed and emerging from behind the screen, Xia's footsteps caught Feng Qingjue's attention, prompting him to hurriedly seat himself on the round stool, his heart racing with guilt. As Xia emerged, she beheld Feng Qingjue seated rigidly, his posture decidedly unnatural. Approaching, she offered a respectful greeting, "Your Highness." Clearing his throat with evident discomfort, Feng Qingjue replied, "I did not expect to find you bathing." Remembering their earlier encounter, Xia felt a flush rise to her cheeks. "Is there something you wish to discuss at this late hour, Your Highness?" "I require your assistance with my leg," Feng Qingjue said, awkwardly touching his own limb. "Please, make yourself comfortable on the couch." Understanding his intent, Xia aided him to a small couch, ensuring he was seated properly. Once he was settled, she reached to unfasten his trousers. Feng Qingjue was taken aback, hastily grasping her hand. "What is the matter?" Xia inquired, puzzled. His unease was palpable as he stammered. "There's no rush. First, examine my injury. Is the wound painful?" Xia immediately began to loosen his clothing. Though Feng Qingjue felt a renewed discomfort, he deemed this act preferable to the previous one. As his garment came undone, his chiseled chest and sculpted abdomen were revealed, along with a perfect line of muscle. Despite the numerous scars adorning his body, they did little to detract from the overall impression. For a fleeting moment, Xia's gaze lingered, before she blushed in realization. Had he not sustained an injury to his leg years prior? How could his physique remain so admirable? Quickly averting her eyes, she examined the wound at his waist. Upon seeing the somewhat festering injury, her expression shifted to one of alarm. "What has happened? Did you not allow the physician to stitch it?" No change of dressings had been made, and the wound had become infected. Xia incessantly chattered as she turned to fetch the medicine box, retrieving a bone knife to scrape away the necrotic tissue, applying strong alcohol to the area. "The wound is festering. The dead flesh must be removed. It will be somewhat painful, Your Highness. Please bear with it," she remarked, commencing the delicate task. The pain was indeed considerable, yet it paled in comparison to the agony of her previous treatment for his leg. Layer after layer of decaying flesh was excised, and though Xia winced at the sight, she heard no sound escape his lips. Glancing up, she noticed the myriad of old scars adorning his body, prompting her to quicken her pace. Once the necrotic tissue had been removed, she took up a needle and sheepgut thread to begin suturing the wound, which was notably deep. Her stitching was meticulous. From the scraping to the suturing, Feng Qingjue remained utterly silent, as though he felt no discomfort at all. Yet the sheen of sweat upon his brow bore testament to his suffering. Filled with empathy, Xia reapplied the medicine. "Did I not advise you to seek the physician for suturing? Why allow the wound to worsen? What could have healed in a month now requires at least 3. Although the medicine she prepared was her own special concoction, far more effective than the previous herbal remedies, such a grievous injury would not mend swiftly. Listening to her incessant admonitions, Feng Qingjue teased, "Rest assured, it will not delay our wedding." Xia's cheeks flushed crimson at his words, and she shot him a playful glare.
Who's worried about that?
Sensing her concern, Feng Qingjue's expression softened as he explained. "The physicians in the manor are all court doctors dispatched from the palace. They are not to be trusted." Regarding Feng Qingjue's predicament, Xia possessed a modicum of understanding. Without uttering a word, she retrieved some gauze and proceeded to bandage him. The injury was situated at his waist, rendering it rather cumbersome for her. She wound the gauze around him, bending close to his body in a manner that resembled an embrace. The proximity allowed her breath to cascade upon his waist, each gentle exhale akin to a feather lightly teasing his heart, causing him to completely forget the sensation of pain, leaving him taut as iron. The ticklishness escalated to an unbearable degree, and the suppressed reaction surged back with a vengeance, prompting Feng Qingjue to abruptly sit up. Thud. Su Xia, who had been diligently tending to his wounds, was unexpectedly jolted by his sudden movement, causing her to stumble backward, only to be instinctively caught by him. You. Dazed and flustered, Su Xia shot him an irritated glare, but a sudden realization beneath her prompted her to leap from his embrace. I shall fetch some hot water, she declared, hastily exiting the room. Once outside, she cradled her flushed face in her hands. How could this man, who supposedly shunned the company of women, elicit such feelings within her? Back inside, Feng Qingjue, vexed, cast a glance downward before hastily covering himself with the blanket. Then he sank back onto the bed in despair. His own reaction clearly conveyed a singular truth. He was not indifferent to women. In the past, the mere proximity of a woman would send him into a fit of rage, driving him to madness. It was not merely the act of intimacy that triggered desire. Even the faintest whiff of their scent was unbearable, compelling him to cast them away with great force. Yet this girl has approached him time and again, inciting reactions within him with her mere presence. She requires no elaborate gestures. Simply being near him, her fragrance wafting through the air, is enough to stir his thoughts. It is a most extraordinary phenomenon. While all other women evoke his fury and disdain, she alone has the power to awaken his deepest desires. Remarkably, she can even temper his tumultuous emotions, offering a glimmer of hope for the affliction that no one else could remedy. Beyond the healing of his leg, this may very well explain why he is willing to exchange that sacred edict for her. Chapter 31. Sleeping side by side after spending some time outside. Calculating that he should have calmed down by now, Su Xia gingerly entered the room with warm water. I have prepared hot water. Just right for the prince to apply a compress, she remarked, not pausing for a response from Feng Qingjue as she set the basin aside and reached to lift his blanket. I shall manage myself, Feng Qingjue replied, pulling the blanket tightly around him, feeling somewhat awkward. Without uttering a word, Su Xia simply turned away. A rustle followed from behind, and moments later, Feng Qingjue cleared his throat softly, prompting her to turn back. He remained covered by the blanket, though his legs were exposed. Su Xia wrung out the cloth and applied it warmly to Feng Qingjue's legs. She approached her task with utmost seriousness. Even though he had diminished sensation in his injured leg, the soothing warmth still brought him considerable comfort. After the compress, Su Xia proceeded to massage him. This time, he exhibited a notable relaxation compared to before, which brought her great satisfaction. Little did Su Xia realize the extent of Feng Qingjue's effort, the countless calming mantras he silently recited to suppress any improper thoughts. He was determined not to embarrass himself in front of her again, nor did he wish for her to perceive him as overly lustful. Unaware of his inner turmoil, Su Xia continued her ministrations, applying acupuncture after the massage. The excruciating pain from his dislocated and twisted bones made him feel as if he were on the brink of death, yet he remained resolute in avoiding disgrace before her. He closed his eyes, striving to inhale the faint fragrance she exuded, for her scent alleviated his suffering. Upon swiftly completing the injection, Su Xia felt a pang of sympathy for him as she diligently applied a warm compress, ensuring his leg was entirely free of swelling before tucking him under the covers. Noticing his eyes were closed, she presumed he had fallen asleep. Yet, upon observing the beads of sweat adorning his forehead, she took a cloth to wipe his brow. Suddenly, he grasped her hand with surprising force, pulling her into his embrace. Startled, Su Xia instinctively struggled, but he held her tightly, insisting, "Do not move. Allow this prince to hold you." His voice, hoarse and raw, bore the weight of suffering, resembling the sound of wheels crushing beneath them, evoking deep empathy. His strength was astonishing, rendering Su Xia immobile, and she soon ceased her resistance, settling into his arms, listening to the rhythmic beating of his heart. The air was imbued with her unique fragrance, soothing all his pain, and the agitation that once plagued him dissipated completely, as if he had never experienced such turmoil. This rare tranquility enveloped Feng Qingjue, making him feel as though he were lost in a dream. After a considerable time, once his agony had subsided, he opened his eyes to behold her smooth forehead, saying, "This prince intended to propose today, but upon consulting the auspicious dates, it was deemed inauspicious."
Susillo responded softly,
acknowledging his words. Indeed, it was a day marred by misfortune, as the Tian family had come to withdraw their engagement. How could it be a favorable day? Observing her obedient demeanor, a flicker of affection gleamed in Feng Qingjue's eyes. Tomorrow, This prince shall personally come to propose. No, Su Xia exclaimed, abruptly lifting her head. Do not provoke Feng Qingjue, she cautioned, yet the suppressed wrath erupted instantaneously, his grip around Su Xia's waist tightening unconsciously with an intensity that felt magnified. Oblivious to Feng Qingjue's ire, Su Xia glared at him in frustration. Have you forgotten my words? Your leg is not yet fit for exertion. If you continue this recklessness, it may never heal properly. Her words swiftly dispelled his towering fury. Moments ago, the atmosphere had been laden with ominous clouds, threatening a torrential downpour. Yet it instantaneously transformed into a clear sky. Feng Qingjue smirked. I am here in a wheelchair. At this, Su Xia found herself at a loss for words. What could she possibly say in response to his condition? Suddenly recalling something, she inquired, by the way, does the royal residence have a diviner? Feng Qingjue raised an eyebrow. Of course. A flicker of joy crossed Su Xia's face. Might the prince lend the diviner to me for a brief period? She was aware that the diviners of the Chungwang residence were of the highest caliber, drawn from the imperial household's internal affairs. Surely, the diviners of the Yuwang residence would not be lacking either. Tomorrow, I shall send the diviner along with the betrothal gifts, Feng Qingjue stated without further inquiry. Su Xia was momentarily taken aback, but that seems inappropriate. I merely require a short loan. I can return it in a few days. Feng Qingjue chuckled softly. The betrothal gifts do not require repayment. Instantly, Su Xia's cheeks flushed crimson, and she buried her face back into his embrace.
Well,
let it be regarded as a bride price. This is likely the first of its kind. The crucial point is that this bride price was something she herself desired. Su Xia was unaware of how alluring she was, nor did she comprehend the immense strength of will required to maintain her composure in the presence of Feng Qingjue, who possessed an aura of warmth and elegance. Perhaps she was truly exhausted. For it did not take long before Su Xia fell into a deep slumber in Feng Qingjue's embrace. He gently removed her shoes, carefully shifted her feet onto the bed, and covered her with a blanket. Feng Qingjue gazed blankly at her serene sleeping face, which was so close. She was exquisite. Her slender brows were as delicate as willow. Her thick lashes curled like butterflies, her bright eyes sparkled like clear springs, her petite nose was as rounded as a pearl, and her soft lips resembled clouds. The tiny beauty mark at the corner of her eye evoked an inexplicable tenderness. In that moment, as she slept, she resembled a snow lotus, poised to bloom atop a snowy mountain, so beautiful that one dared not approach. Feng Qingjue had never anticipated being so close to a woman in this lifetime. He had long resolved to live in solitude. Yet, the instant this woman entered his world, he unhesitatingly relinquished that long-held decision. He was uncertain of what the future held for them, but he knew that he would no longer be alone. Enveloped in his unique fragrance, Feng Qingjue gradually succumbed to drowsiness and soon fell asleep. The following day, when Su Xia woke, Feng Qingjue had already departed. She dazedly touched the blanket, which still bore the warmth of his presence. He must have left not long ago. She had been so deeply asleep that she had not stirred at all.
What is she contemplating?
Shouldn't she be pondering how she ended up sleeping in his embrace, and for an entire night at that? The recollection of last night, when he wore naught but his trousers, with his clothes askew, floods her mind. She actually spent the night with him, and they are yet to be wed. Su Xia, in her vexation, tapped her forehead. Su Xia, oh Su Xia, you've only known him for a few days, and already you find yourself sleeping in his arms. Where has your caution gone? Yet, truth be told, she slept rather soundly last night, without a single chaotic dream to disturb her. Upon realizing her thoughts, Su Xia resumed tapping her forehead. Wake up, Su Xia. Even if you felt secure, it is still inappropriate to share a bed before marriage. No, a couch. Your Highness. As Xiaochan entered, she was met with the bewildering sight of her princess frantically striking her own head. She approached in confusion. Are you sleepwalking? Chapter 32. The proposal not at all. Upon seeing Xiaochan, Su Xia felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. How could I possibly be sleepwalking? Then, why did you sleep on the small couch? Xiaochan inquired, her curiosity piqued. If you weren't sleepwalking, why forego the large bed for a mere small couch? Su Xia found herself at a loss for words. Perhaps I truly was sleepwalking. After dismissing Xiaochan with a vague response, she lifted the quilt, intending to rise from the couch, only to discover a pouch. What is this? Xiaochan asked, reaching for it with intrigue. Su Xia quickly seized the pouch and held it tightly in her palm. Ahem, go fetch me some water for washing up. Xiao Zhan continued to gaze intently at the object in Su Xia's hand. It appears to be a pouch, but given its color and style, it seems to belong to a man. How could such a thing be found on the princess's small couch? Could it be that the princess made it to gift to someone? Yet, I have never seen her crafting before. Quickly now.
说是越柴的小陈
Who was still staring at the pouch. Oh, Xiao Zhan replied, finally complying and departing to fetch water. Once Xiao Zhan had left, Su Xia examined the pouch more closely. It must belong to him. Perhaps it fell when I removed his clothing yesterday. She felt something inside the pouch, but since it was not her possession, she refrained from opening it and instead concealed it on her person. He mentioned he would come today to propose. I wonder if I shall have the chance to see him. If I do, it would be fitting to return it to him. Before long, Xiao Zhan returned with warm water to attend to Su Xia's ablutions. Have your parents agreed to let your brother come? Su Xia did not forget the important matter at hand. Xiao Zhan smiled and said, Of course I agree. I have already brought him here. He is waiting outside at this moment. Then let him in quickly. I will attend to your grooming first. It is of no consequence if he waits a while. After Xiao Zhan had attended to Su Xi's grooming, she stepped outside and ushered in a young lad. The boy possessed a cherubic face, charming and delicate, strikingly similar to Xiao Zhan. This humble servant, Dog Dan, has met the princess, he said, bowing his head. Without lifting his gaze, he knelt before Su Xiu. It was evident that Xiao Zhan had instructed him on proper etiquette, yet the child's name, cough. Su Xiu cleared her throat and inquired, Did your sister tell you why I summoned you? The boy remained with his eyes cast down, responding, My sister mentioned that the princess wishes for me to serve the young master. Observing his understanding of propriety, Su Xiu felt a sense of satisfaction. Do you wish to do so?
She asked.
The boy nodded eagerly. My sister said that both the princess and the young master are kind-hearted. I am willing to serve the young master. Su Xiu smiled, pleasantly surprised by the boy's sweet words and his likable demeanor. From this day forth, you shall be called Qing Yan, and you will serve the young master closely. Thank you, princess, for bestowing a name upon me, Qing Yan replied, bowing his head in gratitude. From now on, you are to heed only the young master's commands and regard him solely as your master. Do you understand? Qing Yan nodded earnestly. This servant understands. Rise now, Su Xiu instructed, glancing at Xiao Zhan. Take him to change into a proper outfit, then escort him to the old lady to pay her a visit, and inform her that the deed of sale is with me. This servant understands, Xiao Zhan replied, promptly leading Qing Yan out. Upon exiting the chamber, Qing Yan finally dared to lift his head and exclaimed, Sister, the princess is truly beautiful. Xiao Zhan shot him a reproachful glance and cautioned, when working in the duke's residence, you must be mindful of your words and actions. Be wary of giving others ammunition against you. The consequences could range from being expelled from the duke's residence to losing your very life. A flicker of fear crossed Qing Yan's face as he nodded in acquiescence. Xiao Zhan, harboring deep affection for her brother, sighed softly and continued, The princess and the young master are quite amiable, so there is no need to be overly formal in their presence. The duke and the general dote on the princess and the young master, which alleviates some pressure. However, you must remain vigilant in front of others, especially the old matriarch, the esteemed aunt, and the two young cousins. It is crucial to exercise caution. As you are the young master's personal attendant, as long as you do not make significant mistakes, they are unlikely to take issue with you. Still, you must be prudent and avoid giving anyone cause to find fault. Qing Yan silently committed Xiao Zhan's words to memory. Xiao Zhan then led Qing Yan to meet Matriarch Su. Upon learning that Qing Yan was the personal attendant assigned to Su Luocheng by Su Xia, Matriarch Su's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Nevertheless, she did not create difficulties for them and instructed Mama Shan to record Qing Yan's name, ensuring that he would receive his monthly stipend next month. Just as Xiao Zhan began to speak further, a maid rushed in to whisper a few words into Matriarch Su's ear. The matriarch cast another curious glance at Xiao Zhan and said, You may leave for now. Yes, Xiao Zhan replied, bowing as she escorted Qing Yan out. As they returned to Fuxiyuan, they noticed many maids and servants rushing outside. Have you heard? The crown prince has come to propose. The sound of discussion filled the air as the wedding gifts piled high, spilling out onto the street. Let us go take a look, exclaimed Xiao Zhan, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She tugged at Qing Yan, urging her to follow. Upon arrival, they found the entrance teeming with people. The sheer volume of gifts was astonishing, far surpassing those previously offered by Prince Chung. It seemed that the emperor was indeed the royal uncle of Prince Chung, which perhaps justified the grander scale of this proposal. One could only conclude that our esteemed princess was exceptionally fortunate. Having dissolved her engagement with Prince Chung, she was now to wed the emperor. It was said that the emperor was exceedingly handsome, the most striking man in the great Zhou. Here he comes, the emperor. The maidservants craned their necks to catch a glimpse, and Xiao Chan did the same, soon spotting Yu Ying pushing a wheelchair toward them. It was unexpected that the emperor himself had come to propose. I can't believe it, Xiao Chan murmured, then pulled Qing Yan back toward the Fu Shi courtyard. Princess! Xiao Chan rushed to the door, her voice brimming with excitement. The emperor has come to court. Su Shiyu exhibited no signs of surprise, as if she had anticipated this moment. Observing Su Shiyu's demeanor, Xiao Chan suddenly realized something. Oh, I understand now. Last night, it was the emperor. Before she could finish, Su Shiyu swiftly covered her mouth. Do not speak nonsense. Upon seeing Su Xia in such a state, Xiao Chan immediately discerned that her suspicions were indeed correct. She exuberantly exclaimed, His Royal Highness has personally come to propose. The betrothal gifts surpassed those from His Highness Chung by several folds, extending all the way to the outer reaches of East Street. Not only are our household servants watching, but others from the East Street residences have also gathered to witness the spectacle. The more Xiao Chan spoke, the more animated she became, eagerly adding, I shall go to the main hall to inquire further. Just as she was about to dash out, Su Xia firmly grasped her hand, declaring, You must not go. With a slight cough, Su Xia added, somewhat uneasily, let Qing Yan handle it. Xiao Chan's face lit up with joy as she exchanged a knowing glance with Qing Yan, who promptly dashed out in understanding. Chapter 33. A bride price 10 times greater than that of King Chung. Upon receiving the news of Feng Qingjue's arrival to propose marriage, Su Rui and Su Chongqing immediately went to the entrance to welcome him. Su Old Madam, accompanied by the lively Su Meiyu, hurried over as well. Your Highness, we pay our respects. The four of them bowed together towards Feng Qingjue. Feng Qingjue regarded Su Rui and Su Chongqing, saying, From this moment forth, we shall be one family. There is no need for excessive formalities. Su Gong and General. Despite being seated in a wheelchair, his formidable presence was palpable, instilling a sense of pressure among them. Not only Su Old Madam and Su Meiyu, but even the seasoned warriors Su Rui and Su Chongqing felt the weight of his authority. Thank you, Prince Ye. They bowed once more.
Today,
I have come to propose marriage, Feng Qingjue stated plainly, casting a glance at the eunuch beside him. The eunuch promptly unfurled a scroll of gifts, proclaiming loudly, His Majesty bestows a pair of azure dragon jade, a pair of agate purple tassels, a pair of white jade ruby bracelets, a pair of gem-inlaid diamond-patterned gold earrings, a bicolored jade dragon and phoenix hairpin, and a crystal silver phoenix hairpin. One by one, the treasures recited by the eunuch were carried into the duke's residence. The onlookers gathered at the entrance, captivated by the mention of these priceless artifacts, filled with envy. Each item was worth its weight in gold. After reciting the first list for a full incense stick's duration, the eunuch finally concluded and produced a second list. The empress graciously bestowed a pair of exquisite white jade bangles adorned with intricate twisted patterns, a pair of golden filigree butterfly pendants embellished with gemstones, a pair of jade rabbit earrings symbolizing the concoction of elixirs, earrings depicting a youthful figure riding a deer, a coral bat floral hairpin embedded with pearls, a statue of Guanyin in white jade, and a supreme golden and jade Buddha statue. The gifts from the empress, in comparison to those from the emperor, were equally magnificent, if not more so. As the eunuch concluded the second list of gifts, his voice had nearly faded, yet a third list awaited. The royal prince presented a pair of blue night crystal jade bangles, a white jade fish ring, a pair of purple coral earrings, a hairpin from Lianmu Lanting, a golden phoenix hairpin of the finest quality, a red gold plate adorned with a dragon motif, a pair of sheep fat jade rui, a pair of golden night pearls, and a pair of rhino horn screens intricately carved with symbols of fortune and longevity. One precious item after another left the onlookers in awe. With both the emperor and empress bestowing gifts, alongside the royal prince's generous offerings, the sheer abundance of these presents was astounding. Who could have anticipated the royal prince's wealth, capable of presenting such opulent treasures as betrothal gifts? Princess Fuxi was truly fortunate, transitioning from being the consort of Prince Chung to that of the royal prince, a fate steeped in wealth and privilege. After all, Princess Fuxi was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the Great Zhou. Who could resist such allure? Even the royal prince, known for his disinterest in women, found himself drawn to her. At this moment, women throughout the capital were enviously gazing at Su Xia. The royal prince's betrothal gifts were undoubtedly the finest in the capital, and the honor bestowed upon her was unparalleled. Meanwhile, Su Laotai and Su Meiyu, witnessing the array of treasures before them, could scarcely believe their eyes, nearly losing themselves in the opulence surrounding them. Having witnessed the betrothal gifts from Prince Cheng, they initially assumed that the offerings from Prince Yu would be of a similar nature. Yet, to their astonishment, Prince Yu's gifts surpassed those of Prince Cheng by more than tenfold. Such extravagance is indeed remarkable. The value of these gifts alone could purchase dozens of cities. And all these treasures were bestowed upon Su Xia. Why her, and not her companions Qinxue and Xianglan? The two who had secretly come to witness the spectacle. Lu Qinxue and Lu Xianglan gazed enviously at the heaps of gifts being brought in. Especially Lu Xianglan, whose eyes were fixated on the treasures, yearning to seize them for herself. How fortunate Su Xia was. Despite being a cast-off, she had someone so eager to present her with such lavish gifts. A prince no less. If only these offerings were meant for her. Unlike Lu Xianglan, Lu Qinshue's attention never wavered from the gifts. Instead, she was transfixed on the man seated in the wheelchair. He remained as striking as ever, radiating an almost ethereal glow that rendered him utterly captivating. The gifts presented by Feng Qingjue were more abundant than those from both the emperor and empress combined, to the point where the eunuch reading them had nearly lost his voice by the end. Finally finishing the recitation of the betrothal gifts, the eunuch handed the heavy list to Su Rui, utterly voiceless from the effort. Feng Qingjue turned to Su Rui and said, "These are the gifts I have for Princess Fuxi. If you find anything lacking, please do not hesitate to inform me." Su Rui, holding the weighty list, replied with a wry smile, "Your Highness is too gracious. This is more than sufficient." Who would offer such an extravagant bride price? He suspected that the royal treasury had been entirely depleted. However, this also demonstrated that the young man was genuinely devoted to their beloved Xiaoya, making the marriage a worthwhile endeavor. Observing Su Rui's satisfaction, Feng Qingjue smiled and then turned to the several diviners beside him, saying, "And these gentlemen are also part of my bride price." Su Rui stared at the men in bewilderment. Who are these individuals? Before Feng Qingjue could elaborate, the eunuch who had announced earlier shouted hoarsely, 10 royal gold medal diviners. Su Rui's expression was one of astonishment. He had not anticipated such a gift. Old Lady Su and Su Meiyu were utterly taken aback, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, left reeling. Diviners? Gold medal diviners? Why choose to present such an unusual gift? Yet, it dawned on Su Rui that perhaps Xiaoya had requested this, for he could hardly believe they could be so in sync otherwise. However, Xiaoya had not left the residence yesterday. How could she have made such a request? It seemed the Duke's residence would need to bolster its defenses. "Thank you, Your Highness. The old minister shall graciously accept this on behalf of Xiaoya." Feng Qingjue looked at Su Rui and smiled. "May I have the honor of meeting her?" "That would likely be against protocol." Su Chongqing interjected sternly before Su Rui could respond. Feng Qingjue's expression darkened instantly. Noticing this, Su Rui quickly added, "Indeed, it is not in accordance with the rules. However, Your Highness is welcome to enter the residence for a cup of tea." Feng Qingjue regarded Su Rui and softened his demeanor. "Then it would be my pleasure to oblige." Su Rui invited Feng Qingjue into the residence and instructed Zhong Bo to deliver the betrothal gifts to the Fuxiyuan. Upon witnessing this, old Madame Su hurried forward, exclaiming, "Master, these treasures are exceedingly valuable. Allow me to safeguard them." Su Rui cast her a meaningful glance, remarking, "Losing imperial gifts would spell disaster. It is best for Xiaoya to keep them herself." With that, he disregarded her further and proceeded into the residence with Feng Qingjue. As she observed the precious items being transported to Fuxiyuan, Su Meiyu felt an overwhelming desire, tugging at old Madame Su's sleeve. "Mother." Old Madame Su shared in her yearning, yet anything belonging to Su Xia was closely guarded by both the elder and Su Chongqing, especially since these were imperial gifts. Acquiring them seemed implausible. Rather than escorting Feng Qingjue to the main hall, Su Rui directed him to find his own way to Fuxiyuan. Su Chongqing frowned at Feng Qingjue's retreating figure, saying, "Father, this is against the rules." Su Rui shot him a glare. "Do you think that by denying him access, he will not find a way?" Consider those few fortune-tellers. Su Chongqing instantly grasped the implication. Increase the guards in their residence threefold.
Understood. Shu Changin promptly replied.
Turning to follow Su Rui. Meanwhile, Lu Qingxue, who had been stealthily trailing them, quickened her pace to pursue Feng Qingjue. Just as Yueying pushed Feng Qingjue to the entrance of Fuxiyuan, a piercing scream pierced the air. Both Yueying and Feng Qingjue turned to see a woman who had stumbled and was careening directly towards Feng Qingjue's embrace. Chapter 34. All women except her are disgusting. As he beheld the woman rushing towards him, Feng Qingjue's expression darkened ominously. To make matters worse, the foul stench emanating from her began to waft in his direction, provoking an overwhelming surge of fury within him. Yueying, who was pushing the wheelchair, sensed Feng Qingjue's volatile emotions and instinctively pulled the wheelchair back just as Feng Qingjue was on the verge of an outburst. In that moment, Lu Qingxue, who had initially felt a rush of joy at the prospect of throwing herself into Feng Qingjue's embrace, found herself abruptly thwarted as the wheelchair retreated. With a resounding thud, she fell face first onto the ground, a most humiliating predicament. At that instant, Lu Qingxue contemplated her own demise. Had there been a crevice in the earth, she would have eagerly concealed herself within it. Never in her life had she experienced such disgrace, and yet here she was, suffering a tremendous embarrassment before him. Big cousin? A familiar voice pierced through her mortification, leaving Lu Qingxue wishing for nothing more than to vanish on the spot. What happened to you? Su Xia gazed at the prostrate Lu Qingxue in bewilderment, utterly puzzled by the nature of her fall, which had rendered her completely sprawled out. Mississippi Lu Qingxue's maid, Ing Chun, finally regained her composure and hurried to assist her. As Lu Qingxue lifted her gaze, she shot a resentful glare at Yueying. Yueying, feeling wronged by her glare, was oblivious to the fact that his earlier action had saved her, at the very least, from a serious mishap. She ought to be grateful that she had not encountered the prince directly. Had he intervened, the consequences would have been far graver, as evidenced by the little maid in the royal residence. Lu Qingxue, overwhelmed with shame, knelt before Feng Qingjue, her eyes tinged with sorrow as she pleaded, "Your Highness, I stumbled and acted inappropriately. I beg for your forgiveness." Feng Qingjue's wrath remained unyielding. He did not spare a glance at Lu Qingxue. Instead, he reached out and pulled Su Xia into his embrace. "Your Highness." Su Xia gasped in surprise. "Do not speak. Allow this prince a moment to hold you." Feng Qingjue gritted his teeth, struggling to suppress his turbulent emotions. Su Xia sensed his unusual demeanor and obediently remained still in his arms. Feng Qingjue inhaled her fragrance with greedy delight. Her scent was the only balm for his tumultuous spirit. The surrounding maidservants, witnessing the intimate scene, were consumed with envy. The prince adores our lady. They've only just met, yet he cannot restrain himself. Who claimed the prince shuns women? It appears he holds our lady in special regard. Indeed, the prince was strikingly handsome, resembling a celestial being. The maidservants were filled with admiration and excitement, while Lu Qingxue seethed with jealousy, nearly driven to madness. According to her earlier scheme, it should have been her nestled in his embrace, not Su Xia. As the number of guards carrying bridal gifts increased, Su Xia uneasily reminded Feng Qingjue, "Your Highness." Feng Qingjue's temper had somewhat abated, and he finally released Su Xia. She quickly rose from his embrace, asking, "What brings you here, Your Highness?" "I have come to propose marriage, and thought to see you as well," Feng Qingjue replied, glancing toward Yueying. Understanding his intent, Yueying gently guided Feng Qingjue into the Fuxi courtyard. As Feng Qingjue entered, Su Xia turned to Lu Qingxue and said, "Cousin, your clothes are soiled. You should change before returning." Without waiting for Lu Qingxue's pale response, she turned and followed back to Fuxiyuan. Lu Qingxue felt as if she had been struck twice by Su Xia, overwhelmed by embarrassment, her eyes reddening as she swiftly retreated. "Miss." Ing Chun hurriedly followed her. Within Fuxiyuan, in order to facilitate conversation between Feng Qingjue and Su Xia, Xiaochan summoned the maidservants to tally the betrothal gifts. Yueying, understanding the situation, nudged Feng Qingjue closer to Su Xia before assisting the guards in carrying the gifts. "Has the prince's injury improved?" Su Xia inquired, her gaze lingering on his waist. Concern etched on her face. "Much better," he replied, noting that not only had his injury healed considerably, but his legs also felt stronger today. He had great faith in her medical skills. Su Xia dashed to her room and emerged with a vial of medicine. "Your wound requires daily dressing changes. If you are uneasy about the physician, your guards may assist you. She extended the medicine towards Feng Qingjue, who did not accept it. By the way, Su Xia recalled something and pressed the vial into his hand, then retrieved a pouch from her bosom. You left this behind last night. Feng Qingjue glanced at the pouch, but still did not take it. It is a gift for you, he stated. A gift for me? Su Xia was taken aback, frowning as she replied, but it seems there are still items within your pouch. Consider it a gift too, Feng Qingjue insisted, resolutely refusing to accept the pouch. Feng Qingjue remarked, and Su Xia found it difficult to insist on returning the pouch. She could only tuck it back into her bosom. Seeing her accept the pouch, Feng Qingjue felt a profound satisfaction. I have bestowed upon you 10 calculators. Is that sufficient? Su Xia stared in astonishment, her eyes wide. You cannot truly be presenting calculators as a betrothal gift?
Why not?
Feng Qingjue saw nothing amiss. Suddenly, a wave of anxiety washed over Su Xia as she thought, it's over. My father and grandfather will surely know you visited last night. Feng Qingjue furrowed his brow, and before he could comprehend the situation, Ewing arrived with a guard. Your Highness, this is Guard Qiu, who serves General Su. Your Highness, Princess. Qiu Hai first bowed to Feng Qingjue and Su Xia, then respectfully added, Your Highness, my general has stated that since your wedding date with the princess is approaching, it would be best not to meet before the wedding, to avoid bad luck. Feng Qingjue's expression darkened instantly, his formidable presence causing Qiu Hai to break into a cold sweat. Understanding the implications, Su Xia quickly exchanged a glance with Qiu Hai, who, however, stepped aside without departing, evidently having been instructed by Su Chongqing. Knowing her father's temperament, Su Xia could only helplessly address Feng Qingjue. Your Highness, allow me to escort you out. Yet Feng Qingjue, fully aware of Su Chongqing's intent, darkly replied, No need. I shall depart on my own. With that, he turned to Ewing, who understood and moved forward to push the wheelchair. Su Xia did not accompany him, but merely watched him depart. After Qiu Hai and Feng Qingjue exited the Fuxi Garden, they bowed respectfully to Su Xia before taking their leave. Once everyone had departed, Xiao Qian hurried over, saying, Your Highness, this is the list of betrothal gifts sent by the Duke. He mentioned that the betrothal gifts from His Royal Highness the Prince should be kept by you. Upon seeing the thick stack of gift lists, Su Xia was taken aback. The betrothal gifts exceeded her expectations by a considerable margin. Xiao Qian giggled. I just had someone verify the list, and the betrothal gifts from His Royal Highness far surpassed those previously sent by the Earl, by more than tenfold. Such a substantial amount left Su Xia genuinely astonished. To be 10 times more than Feng Yuqing's gifts was indeed excessive. There seemed to be no need for such lavish offerings. However, Xiao Qian was overjoyed, exclaiming, This indicates that His Royal Highness truly values you. He is not only handsome and wealthy, but also deeply devoted to you. With a conspiratorial whisper, Xiao Qian leaned closer to Su Xia, adding, I heard that just now. The eldest miss intentionally fell into the prince's arms, but his guards brought a wheelchair, causing her to tumble to the ground. Chapter 35 The Scapegoat. Su Xia's face was one of astonishment. Is that so? Xiao Qian replied earnestly. Indeed, I heard it from Xiao Feng, who saw it with her own eyes. The eldest miss did it on purpose. I suspect she is infatuated with our prince. Su Xia couldn't help but chuckle. Our prince? Xiao Qian raised her brows with pride. Since our prince has already sent his betrothal gifts, ISN, Tihin Didars? Seeing the triumphant expression on Xiao Qian's face, Su Xia couldn't help but smile, but her brow furrowed at the thought of Lu Qinxue. Lu Qinxue harbored feelings for the prince? This was news to her. In her previous life, Lu Qinxue had no connection with the prince. She had married into the Liang family as a concubine, using Su Manyun's influence to cause quite a stir within the Liang household. She had never imagined that Lu Qinxue had once been enamored with Feng Qingjue. Noticing her fluctuating expressions, Xiao Qian quickly reassured her, Rest assured, Your Grace. Even if the eldest miss does have feelings for our prince, he would never reciprocate. Our prince is unlike Prince Cheng. He shuns the company of women and solely cherishes you. Su Xia playfully poked her forehead. How do you know this? Xiao Qian's brows lifted. Of course, I know. Not only do I know, but everyone in our household is aware, and even those outside know it too. Defeated by her persistence, Su Xia sighed. Go and secure the storeroom. Your Grace, with the betrothal gifts our prince has bestowed upon us, should we not assign a couple of maids to guard them, lest others covet these precious gifts? Xiao Qian cast a meaningful glance towards the Qing Song courtyard of the old lady. No worries, This is a gift from the emperor. They wouldn't dare touch it. Su Shiyu was untroubled by the thought of them attempting to seize her betrothal gifts. If they truly dared to, she would ensure that they regretted it deeply. With this assurance, Xiao Chan felt at ease and merrily went to lock the door. Once the door was secured, Xiao Chan noticed the 10 accountants gathered at the storeroom entrance. Realizing their presence, she smacked her forehead, almost forgetting that they too were part of the betrothal gifts. Hastily, she led them to find Su Shiyu. Princess, we seem to have overlooked one gift. Upon seeing the accountants, Su Shiyu finally recalled the matter at hand. The reason I invited you all here today is to request your assistance with something. You are too kind, Your Highness. The prince has stated that you are now our master, so please feel free to command us, the 10 responded with utmost humility. Su Shiyu had complete trust in Feng Qingju, so she directly handed over the ledgers. These are the accounts. Could you please examine them for any discrepancies? The 10, being professionals, immediately began their meticulous review, without a moment's hesitation. Noticing their focused scrutiny, Su Shiyu chose not to disturb them. Instead, she stepped out with Xiao Chan and beckoned to Qing Yan. Qing Yan hurried over. Princess, during the prince's betrothal ceremony, were your grandmother and aunt present? Did they recognize these accountants? Qing Yan nodded. Yes, both the old lady and my great-aunt were there. They witnessed the accountants. Su Xia suddenly squinted her eyes and lowered her voice to instruct Qing Yan, you go find Xiao Hai. Upon hearing this, Qing Yan immediately dashed out. In the courtyard of Su Songyuan, the 10 accountants sent by Feng Qingjue had thoroughly disrupted the composure of old Madame Su and Su Meiyu. Su Meiyu paced anxiously in the room, exclaiming in frustration, what does it mean for the prince to send over 10 accountants? Is he attempting to meddle in the affairs of our duke's residence? Yao Shi, equally concerned, remarked. I have heard that the accountants from the royal household are trained by the Ministry of Internal Affairs and are exceptionally skilled. Not only were they unsettled, but old Madame Su was also in a state of urgency, turning to Granny Shan. Go, quickly summon Stewardly for me. Yes, Granny Shan responded, promptly attending to the task. Before long, she returned with an elderly steward. Old Madam, Miss, the steward greeted as he entered the room, bowing to old Madame Su and Su Meiyu. Stewardly, can the accountants from the Ministry of Internal Affairs decipher the accounts you managed? Old Madame Su, lacking the patience for pleasantries, posed the question directly. This abrupt inquiry startled Stewardly considerably. What do you mean? Are people from the palace here to audit the accounts? Old Madam, please do not frighten an old servant. Surely, the accounts of the Duke's residence do not warrant scrutiny from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, do they? What grave matter has transpired? Noting his excessive prattling, old Madame Su glared at him. Stop with the nonsense. Can they, or can they not? Li, the storekeeper, offered a bitter smile and replied, your inquiry pertains to the accountants of the Imperial Household Department. If they cannot even discern the false accounts crafted by this old servant, how could they possibly manage the department's finances? The treasury of the Great Zhou would surely descend into chaos. Lady Su gasped in alarm and urged, so, you mean they will undoubtedly uncover the truth? Without a doubt, Li asserted with utmost confidence. They are gold medal accountants. How could they possibly fail to detect it? If he possessed the skills of a gold medal accountant, he would have already entered the Imperial Household Department instead of fabricating accounts for you. With a look of utter dejection, Lady Su waved her hand at Li, saying, you may leave now. Li immediately bowed and withdrew. Lady Su turned to old Madame Shan and instructed, take him out through the back door. Ensure no one sees him. Understood. Old Madame Shan replied, and led Li away through the back exit. Mother. Once Li had departed, Su Meiyu became anxious. Before she could finish her sentence, Lady Su, weary, placed a hand on her forehead and glanced at Yao. I am tired. You may leave as well. Yes, Yao responded, casting a peculiar look at Lady Su before bowing and retreating. As soon as Yao left, Su Meiyu exclaimed in distress, they will surely uncover the truth. What shall we do now, mother? Since they will undoubtedly find out, we have only one course of action left, Lady Su said, gazing out the door with a resolute expression. What do you mean? Su Meiyu instantly grasped her mother's implication. Yao stepped out of the room, glanced back over her shoulder, and then hurriedly made her way to the outer courtyard. After leaving the Duke's residence, Manager Li found himself devoid of any inclination to visit the shop. He hurriedly returned home to gather his belongings. He was unaware of the machinations of the old matriarch and her associates, but he was certain that any involvement with the palace could only lead to misfortune. while the old matriarch and her entourage held esteemed positions and might escape any dire consequences. He, on the other hand, wished to avoid becoming a scapegoat. Manager Lee was acutely aware of the gravity of his situation. Upon returning home, he hastily collected his valuables, preparing to flee. However, as he opened the back door, he was confronted by Chiu Hai and Qin Yan, who stood vigil at the entrance. Chiu Hai, upon noticing Manager Lee burdened with a package, narrowed his eyes with intrigue. "Where might you be headed, Manager Lee?" The sight of Chiu Hai caused Manager Lee's legs to weaken, and he collapsed onto the ground. Chapter 36. Surrender. As Lady Yao emerged from Qingsong Courtyard, she hurriedly made her way to the guest quarters in search of Su Manyun.
Yunea.
Lady Yao rushed into the room. Her intention to converse with Su Manyun interrupted upon noticing Granny Pan's presence, prompting her to instantly hold her tongue and nod respectfully at the elder. Observing the situation, Su Manyun smiled at Granny Pan and remarked, "I have been craving something tangy lately. Would you be so kind as to prepare some sour pastries?" "Certainly. I shall attend to it at once," Granny Pan replied, understanding the need for privacy between the mother and daughter, and discreetly withdrew. Once Granny Pan departed, Lady Yao anxiously settled beside the bed. "Yunner, we are in grave trouble. What is the matter that has you so flustered?" Su Manyun inquired, perplexed by her mother's urgency. "Today, the Emperor's son has come to propose. Are you aware?" Expecting something more alarming, Su Manyun retorted with a hint of disdain. "And what of it? He is merely a cripple. Only a fool like Su Xia would value him. The news has spread throughout the manor. The betrothal gifts he presented far exceed those of Prince Cheng by tenfold. Such is the folly of those blind to reality. What significance does an extravagant gift hold when it is offered by a man who is a cripple? Not only does he bear a disability, but in terms of status, he is also inferior to Prince Cheng, who stands the best chance of inheriting the throne. Marrying Prince Cheng would elevate her to the position of Empress, while a union with the Emperor's son would render her merely a consort. The disparity is obvious, even to the dim-witted. Yet, inexplicably, Su Xia remains oblivious to it all. Were it not for the undue favoritism shown to Su Xia by our grandfather and father, Prince Cheng would not have the slightest inclination to marry her.
Now,
she seeks to entangle herself with the prince's household while plotting to send away her own suitor. The mere thought of it fills me with frustration." Seeing her digress, Yao cast her a reproachful glance.
do you not know?
The prince's betrothal gifts include 10 gold medal accountants. It is said that these accountants hail from the palace's internal affairs department and possess remarkable skills. Your grandmother has already summoned Manager Lee for inquiries, and he asserts that they will undoubtedly uncover discrepancies in the accounts. Su Manyun grasped the situation, yet remained indifferent. So, what if they discover something? The money has already been taken by them, and we have hardly retained any. If anyone should be anxious, it is they, not us. I fear that the old lady intends to shift all the blame onto me, as I am the one overseeing the accounts. What shall I do if they decide to pin everything on me? Yao was understandably anxious, nearly beside herself with worry. Su Manyun frowned, recognizing the selfish nature of her grandmother and aunt, and acknowledged that such an outcome was entirely plausible. What am I to do now? Yao was at a loss. Do not fret just yet, Su Manyun advised, glancing at her thoughtfully before inquiring, "Is the genuine ledger in your possession?" "Yes," Yao nodded eagerly. "It is hidden in my cage." Then, Su Manyun leaned in to whisper a few words to Yao. Upon hearing them, Yao was momentarily stunned, finally muttering, "If that is the case, would it not offend your grandmother and aunt?" Su Manyun glared at her in exasperation. "They intend to use you as a scapegoat. Do you still fear offending them?" Yao hesitated, but they are, after all, the esteemed matriarch and young lady of the Duke's household. We still rely on them within the Duke's residence. Su Manyun, however, remained utterly unconcerned. What is there to fear? I have already allied myself with Prince Cheng and concubine Fong, and I am with child by Prince Cheng. We no longer need to rely on them. The prince, the concubine, and the unborn child within me are our greatest support. In just a few days, it would be grandfather's birthday banquet. Once that celebration is over, we shall resolve our affairs. Yao sighed, contemplating Su Manyun's words and finding them to be quite reasonable. You are right. I shall send it now. Not so hastily. Su Manyun interjected. It would be wise to include the silver we previously took from the public funds. After all, we did not take much, and sending it now would demonstrate our sincerity. Moreover, if it were to be discovered later, we would still be obligated to repay it.
So, it is better to offer it now.
Yao understood the reasoning, yet the silver taken from the public coffers had already been spent. Su Manyun recalled the 1,000 taels used to bribe the bandits and the 2,000 taels given as a betrothal gift to the Tian family. She plucked a golden hairpin from her head and removed a jade bracelet from her wrist. These are the jewels the prince gifted me. You may take them as collateral. They should be worth 1,000 taels. As for the Tian family, they are also looking to withdraw from the engagement. Go and reclaim the betrothal gifts. With these 3,000 taels, we should be close to our goal. Yet Yao, holding the jade bracelet and golden hairpin, wore a troubled expression. The Tian family will not withdraw from the engagement. This morning, I took the matchmaker to complete the betrothal gifts. Su Manyun furrowed her brow. You finalized the betrothal gifts? How much was it? 3,000 taels. Su Manyun was astonished. Where did you acquire such wealth? That is of no concern to you. In any case, the Tian family will not withdraw the engagement, and we have no surplus silver to return. There were certain matters she preferred to keep undisclosed. Yao did not wish to elaborate, and Su Manyun chose not to inquire further. Then let us postpone the repayment of the silver and discuss it later. If necessary, I shall seek the prince's assistance. Very well. Yao returned the jade bracelet and golden hairpin to Su Manyun before departing to retrieve the account books. After a brief respite, Yao arrived at Su Rui's Baihe garden with the ledger in hand. Meanwhile, at Fushi Garden, 10 accountants had efficiently reconciled the entirety of the Su Guogong Mansion's accounts for the year within the span of an hour. Princess, the results are in. The accountants presented their recalculated figures to Su Xia. As she compared the accountant's findings with the ledger provided by Yao, a chill swept through her gaze. Indeed, discrepancies were evident, and the situation was even more alarming than she had anticipated. This was merely an annual account. If such a deficit existed after just 1 year, how had this elderly woman managed to deplete the entire Guogong mansion over her decade-long tenure? Fuming, Su Xia shut the ledger and addressed the accountants. I would like you all to accompany me to see my grandfather and clarify the situation. Of course. The accountants readily agreed. Su Xia led them to Baihe Garden. Zhongbo ushered her inside, where Su Xia beheld Yao, kneeling on the ground, weeping profusely, her anguish palpable and her demeanor utterly forlorn. Su Xia's eyes twitched as she glanced at Su Rui, silently inquiring, "What has transpired?" Su Rui felt a twinge of embarrassment under Su Xiu's bewildered gaze and cast an annoyed glance at Yao Shi. "Why are you crying? You brought this upon yourself. And yet you still have the audacity to weep. What will others think of me?" His sharp reprimand left Yao Shi on the verge of tears, silencing her sobs. "Grandfather." Su Xiu attempted to explain the situation, but Su Rui raised a hand to halt her. "Enough, I have a general understanding of the matter. Let us discuss it in the main hall." With that, he turned to Yao Shi. "You will accompany us to the main hall." "Yes," Yao Shi promptly responded. Su Rui led Yao Shi towards the main hall, while Su Xiu trailed behind, discreetly inquiring of Uncle Zhong. Why was Yao Shi crying in grandfather's room? What transpired? Su Rui, being protective of Su Xiu and Uncle Zhong, equally concerned, quietly briefed her on the events. Upon hearing the details, Su Xiu raised her eyebrows in astonishment. Yao Shi was quite astute. This must have been Su Manyun's suggestion, to confess before everything was fully revealed. However, this development suited her intentions perfectly. Her primary aim was not Yao Shi or Su Manyun, but witnessing the ensuing spectacle of their mutual accusations. Chapter 37. The family gathers to settle accounts. Upon entering the main hall, Su Rui instructed the maidservants and young attendants to summon everyone, not only calling for old Madame Su and Su Meiyu, but for all the members of the household. Soon, they arrived one after another. The first to arrive was old Madame Su. Upon seeing the kneeling Yao Shi and Su Xia accompanied by the accountant, she immediately surmised the nature of the gathering. Nonetheless, she approached Su Rui with a feigned ignorance, inquiring, "Old master, what has transpired this time?" Su Rui, without so much as a glance in her direction, seemed oblivious to her question. Old Madame Su felt a touch of embarrassment. Unable to turn away, she settled beside him. Next to arrive were Su Meiyu and Lu Fonglin. Much like old Madame Su, the moment Su Meiyu beheld the scene, she grasped the gravity of the situation, her heart racing with anxiety. Yet she maintained a facade of levity, exclaiming, "Oh dear, what significant matter has arisen that requires my cousin to kneel?" Naturally, no one responded to her, and Su Meiyu, realizing her attempt at humor fell flat, took a seat nearby, her gaze fixed nervously on Yao Shi, her mind racing with strategies. Father, mother. Lu Fanglin greeted Su Rui and old Madame Su before joining Su Meiyu. Su Xia cast a glance at Lu Fanglin. She could not help but acknowledge that her aunt possessed commendable taste. This suitor was handsome and fair, and though he had reached the age of 30, he still remained quite pleasing to the eye. One must acknowledge the extraordinary fortune of her uncle by marriage. Years ago, he was selected as a son-in-law by Su Meiyu and, upon marrying her, became the favored son-in-law of the Duke's residence. With the support of both his grandfather and father, he has now attained an official rank of the 4th grade. Although it may not be a position of great significance, it is nonetheless a comfortable post, and his career has been smooth sailing. Furthermore, he does not need to toil for his family's wealth. Since his marriage to Su Meiyu, she has deemed the Lu family impoverished and has refused to accompany him back to their home, with the matriarch doting on her daughter, persuading his grandfather to allow the couple to remain in the Duke's residence. Over the years, they have not only enjoyed the resources of the Duke's estate, but also indulged in its considerable wealth. Lu Fanglin has had little to worry about, as both the matriarch and Su Meiyu have taken care of everything on his behalf. Subsequently, Lu Hanwen and Mo Ziqing, along with sisters Lu Qinxue and Lu Xianglan, arrived. Lu Hanwen is the eldest son of Su Meiyu and Lu Fanglin. Married to Mo, Lu Hanwen inherits all of Lu Fanglin's admirable traits. Possessing a fair complexion and handsome features, though he lacks the scholarly air that characterizes his father. His wife, Mo, is dignified and graceful, embodying the delicate beauty of Jiangnan women, making her a striking beauty despite her less illustrious lineage. Mo hails from a family of merchants, and while ordinary merchants would hardly capture Su Meiyu's attention, the Mo family is the wealthiest in Jiangnan, with a fortune that knows no bounds. When Mo married into the family, she arrived with a lavish dowry, which undoubtedly appealed to the avaricious Su Meiyu, prompting her to welcome Mo as a daughter-in-law. As for the sisters Lu Qinxue and Lu Xianglan, Lu Qinxue seems to have inherited some of Lu Fanglin's beauty. Although she is not exceptionally stunning, her fair complexion and delicate demeanor easily evoke a sense of pity from others. Lu Xianglan, however, was not as fortunate. Her appearance largely resembled that of Su Meiyu, who, resembling an elderly woman, is of average looks but possesses an exceedingly haughty disposition, much like her own. Their maternal grandparents, along with their father and mother, approached to pay their respects to Su Rui and the others. After exchanging pleasantries, Mo also bowed to Su Xia before taking a seat beside Lu Hanwen at the lower end of the table under Su Meiyu's place. Big sister. Lu Qinxue offered a respectful bow to Su Xia, while Lu Xianglan merely performed a perfunctory gesture before moving to sit down. Had it not been for the presence of others, she would have been too lethargic even to feign a bow. Following them was Su Chongqing, accompanied by Su Chunfeng and Su Luocheng. The three men, though united by blood, possessed distinct appearances. Su Chongqing, with his thick eyebrows and large eyes, has a square face that radiates integrity and handsomeness. Luocheng bears resemblance to both his father and mother, showcasing a strikingly delicate beauty at such a tender age. Shu Chongfeng, on the other hand, does not resemble his father nor his mother, nor even Su Manyun. In terms of looks, he may be considered attractive by ordinary standards, but amidst the plethora of handsome men in the Duke's residence, he appears rather average. The three approached together to pay their respects, and others followed suit in greeting Su Chongqing. After a brief wait, the family was finally gathered together. Aside from Su Manyun, who lay on the bed, grandfather did not summon anyone else. Perhaps in his heart, Su Manyun had already become a member of the Duke Qing's residence, no longer considered part of the Guogong Fu. Father, have you summoned us for a specific matter? Su Chongqing clearly noticed Yao Shi kneeling on the ground. He harbored little affection for her, yet she was the biological mother of Su Chunfeng and Su Manyun. Many matters he would prefer to disregard, but he found himself compelled to address. Su Chunfeng cast a fleeting glance at Yao Shi, quickly averting his gaze as if fearing to be implicated. Su Rui gestured with his chin towards Su Xia. Xiaoya, you may speak. Su Xia nodded and turned to Su Chongqing and the others. Previously, grandfather instructed me to audit the accounts. Coincidentally, the prince sent over 10 accountants, so I had them assist with the calculations. The results are now in, and there is a significant discrepancy. Su Xia handed the ledger to Su Chongqing. Although he had never managed accounts himself, the accountants had recorded the results with utmost clarity. After a year of accounts, the discrepancy amounted to several tens of thousands of taels of silver. While Su Chongqing reviewed the accounts, Su Xia explained the results to those present. The accounts of the Guogong Fu for the year, as provided by Aunt Yao, differ from the accountant's findings by a staggering 38,545 taels and 3 coins. Upon hearing Su Xia's precise figures, the expressions of those present varied considerably. Su Laotai and Su Meiyu began to sweat profusely at the mention of such exact numbers. Indeed, the gold medal accountants from the palace proved to be impeccably accurate. Lu Qinxue and Lu Xianglan were well aware of the nefarious dealings of old Madame Su and Su Meiyu, and they were among the greatest beneficiaries of these schemes. At this moment, both felt a twinge of anxiety. Mo cast her eyes down, her heart fluttering with unease. While she had some inkling of their actions, she was astonished to learn of the extent of their greed. Over 30,000 taels of silver embezzled in a single year. Meanwhile, her mother-in-law relentlessly sought to undermine her dowry. As for Lu Fonglin, Lu Hanwen, and Su Chunfeng, they too were cognizant of the embezzlement. It was only Su Rui, Su Chongqing, and Su Luocheng, the 3 generations of men, who remained blissfully ignorant. Is this your doing? Su Chongqing glared furiously at the kneeling Yao. Before Yao could respond, old Madame Su, her face a mask of disappointment, interjected, Shumi, I place such trust in you. Upon your arrival to the estate, I entrusted you with the household management of the Duke's residence, yet you have betrayed me in such a manner. Su Meiyu quickly chimed in, indeed, in just 1 year. Over 30,000 taels of silver. How could you possibly do this? Though you are my cousin, I can no longer assist you in this matter. Chapter 38. The dog-eat-dog drama begins even though she had already anticipated that they would attribute all the blame to her, at this moment. Upon hearing the words of old Lady Su and Su Meiyu, Yao felt a pang of sorrow. After all, she was their close niece and cousin. They were pushing her towards her demise. If that were the case, she could not be held accountable any longer. Yao raised her gaze, filled with grievance, towards Su Chongqing. I am indeed at fault, but I am not acting of my own volition. It is my mother who has compelled me to do so. At these words, Su Chongqing turned abruptly to look at old Lady Su. Old Lady Su, however, appeared flustered and betrayed, casting a wounded glance at Yao. Yao Shumi, I have not treated you poorly. I took pity on your family's misfortunes and welcomed you into our home for an extended stay. Afterward, when you and Chongqing, it was I who implored the old master to allow you to enter the household. I have been sincere and open-hearted towards you, expecting no repayment. Yet I never imagined you would go so far as to slander me. Yao Shumi, has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Yao could discern the veiled threats in old Lady Su's words. In the past, she might have felt fear, but now that her mother was expecting a royal heir, what was there to fear? Mother, if it were merely trivial matters, I would take responsibility for you, but with such a significant sum of silver, what do you expect Shumi to use to cover it? You and my cousin are driving me to the brink, Yao said. Her neck shrunk in a posture of feigned terror towards old Lady Su. Upon hearing her name mentioned, Su Meiyu sprang up angrily. What does this have to do with me? Yao Shumi, you're the one who embezzled the silver. Stop making baseless accusations here. At this moment, Yao was no longer intimidated by the venerable Lady Su and, naturally, held no fear of Su Meiyu either. She lifted her gaze to Su Rui and began, I am aware that the princess has summoned the esteemed gold medal accountant, and therefore, I had the foresight to present the authentic accounts of the Duke's residence to the Duke himself. The total amounts to over 38,500 taels of silver, of which I have only received 3,000. The remaining silver has been taken by my mother and my elder aunt. The 3,000 taels I received were utilized to arrange a marriage proposal for the Tian family, and I am currently unable to repay it. I humbly request that the Duke grant me a few more days of leniency. I assure you I will find a way to return the silver. Both Lady Su and Su Meiyu were taken aback by Yao's initiative to deliver the accounts to Su Rui in advance. Yao Shumi, cease your attempts to tarnish my reputation. I have never managed the household finances, so how could I possibly misappropriate the silver funds? Su Meiyu, filled with anxiety, promptly distanced herself from the matter. Regardless of who bore the responsibility, she was determined to ensure it did not implicate her. Lady Su, of course, was equally unwilling to drag Su Meiyu into the fray. She turned to Su Rui, exclaiming, My lord, you must not heed her unfounded claims. How could I possibly embezzle from the Duke's coffers? As the matriarch of the Duke's residence, I would never stoop to such dishonorable acts. Su Rui let out a derisive laugh. I too am curious. As the matriarch of the Duke's estate, Why would you seek to pilfer from its treasury? Has the Duke's household deprived you of sustenance or attire? This blatant sarcasm instantly reddened Lady Su's eyes with indignation. My lord, you do not trust me. Observing the despairing expression of Lady Su, who appeared to be wronged, Su Xia's eyes brimmed with derision. Grandfather, she began, I just borrowed the assistance of Guard Chiu from my father to apprehend someone. Su Rui raised an eyebrow, inquiring, who did you capture? Instead of responding, Su Xia cast a glance outside. There, Chiu Hai and Qing Yan, having received the information, entered the main hall, escorting Manager Li. Upon seeing Manager Li being brought in, both Lady Su and Su Meiyu turned ashen. The sight of such a scene left Manager Li trembling in fear. By the time he was brought before Su Rui, he had already collapsed to his knees, exclaiming, Old servant pays respects to the Duke. Su Rui recognized Manager Li, but was puzzled as to why Su Xia had summoned him. With a chilling tone, Su Xia addressed Manager Li. This Manager Li is the one who falsified accounts on behalf of him. I trust he would be more than willing to divulge the identity of the mastermind behind this, for otherwise, the substantial losses incurred by the estate would condemn his descendants to servitude for generations to come. At Su Xia's menacing words, Manager Li, now bereft of courage, trembled and hastily confessed it was the old lady and the eldest aunt who compelled this old servant to falsify the accounts. You speak nonsense. Lady Shu, realizing that Manager Li had betrayed her, glared furiously at him. I bear you no grudge. Why would you wrongfully accuse me? Su Meiyu, now thoroughly agitated, joined in, exclaiming, What benefits has Yao Shumi bestowed upon you that you would conspire with her to wrong us? Seeing the conflict between Madame Su and Su Meiyu escalate, Manager Li grew anxious. He turned to Su Rui and said, I speak no falsehood. For the past 30 years, I have assisted the matriarch in forging accounts. After the eldest lady established her own household, she too became complicit. It was indeed the matriarch and the eldest lady who directed my actions. The assembly was momentarily struck dumb. 30 years of embezzlement amounting to over 30,000 taels of silver a year. Just imagine the total, over 3 decades. Even Lu Fonglin was taken aback, casting a surprised glance at Su Meiyu, seemingly astonished by the extent of her greed. Su Xia's pupils constricted. These were the funds belonging to Chinair. This time, she was determined to reclaim every last tael, with interest.
You lie.
Su Meiyu could no longer contain herself and rushed forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon Manager Li. Why do you spout such nonsense? Why do you seek to frame us? Is it Yao Shumi who has instigated this slander against us? I speak the truth. Manager Li, in pain from the assault, dared not retaliate, instead shrinking away to avoid further harm. Suddenly, a teacup was hurled violently to the ground near Su Meiyu's feet, shattering into countless pieces. Startled, she froze, not daring to strike again. The others, equally terrified, held their breath, for the expression on the old master's face was truly fearsome. Manager Li, trembling, prostrated himself on the ground. Su Rui shot an irate glance at Su Meiyu. No matter her reluctance, she had no choice but to retreat to her seat. He then turned his gaze back to Manager Li, inquiring, Are you certain it was the Wei family and Su Meiyu who compelled you? A single utterance from the Wei family reveals that Su Rui is indeed furious. Master Li trembles as he nods, affirming, Yes, every word I speak is the absolute truth. There is not a single falsehood, nor was I instructed by Madame Yao. Upon hearing this, Madame Yao immediately interjects, I have only just entered the household this year, and it has yet to be a complete year. I have only managed the household affairs for a mere 6 months. It is utterly impossible for me to have directed this steward to fabricate accounts for 30 years within the Duke's residence. I implore both the Duke and the General to discern the truth. This statement serves as a reminder to Master Li, who quickly adds, I am well aware that the matter of false accounts cannot remain undiscovered indefinitely. I fear the day when the truth may surface, and I may be held accountable for all the silver. Hence, I have taken precautions. I meticulously copied the accounts of the Duke's residence for the past 30 years, and I have also recorded the interest given to me by the old lady and the elder aunt over the years. These accounts will serve to substantiate my claims. I beseech the Duke to allow me to retrieve the records. Once you peruse them, you will comprehend the veracity of my words. Both old Lady Su and Su Meiyu were taken aback, their faces paling at the realization that Master Li had indeed prepared such a contingency. Chapter 39. Divorce. Su Rui cast a profound glance at Grandma Su and Su Meiyu before addressing Chiu Hai, taken back to retrieve the ledgers. Understood.
Gu Hai Dip Lit.
promptly escorting Manager Li out. During the absence of Chiu Hai and Manager Li, Grandma Su and Su Meiyu were in a state of frantic anxiety, their minds racing with thoughts as their glances exchanged countless unspoken words. Su Meiyu quietly rose, intending to sneak away, but as soon as she stood, Su Rui's voice pierced the tension. Su Meiyu. Clutching her abdomen, Su Meiyu turned with a feigned smile. Father, I am feeling a bit unwell and wish to step out for a moment. Endure it. You shall not leave. Though Su Meiyu attempted to maintain her facade, Su Rui offered her no opportunity to continue. Faced with his wrath, she timidly returned to her seat, disheartened. Witnessing Su Meiyu's predicament, Grandma Su also refrained from making any sudden moves. Moments later, Chiu Hai and Manager Li returned. Manager Li carried a large box filled with ledgers. Since the old servant began fabricating accounts for the esteemed lady and her aunt, all financial records have been compiled here. Both the false and true accounts have been meticulously transcribed. As he spoke, Manager Li produced one genuine and one counterfeit ledger, handing them to Su Rui. Upon reviewing the ledgers, Su Rui's fury erupted as he flung the ledger at Grandma Su's face. 50,000 taels a year, Wei Shuqin. Can you possibly be more greedy? The thick ledger was forcefully slapped against her face, akin to receiving a harsh blow. The profound humiliation weighed heavier on Lady Su than the pain itself. Do you truly not trust me? She lamented. You believe every word he says. And you accept his fabricated accounts without question? Witnessing her obstinate denial even at this juncture, Su Rui felt utterly despaired, scoffing. The ledgers are before us, both genuine and fraudulent, and we have 10 certified accountants at hand. Do you require me to summon them for a recount? Surely. 30 years' worth of accounts should not take an entire day. As Su Rui spoke, he turned his gaze towards the accountants. The leading accountant promptly bowed and replied, Since Master Li has presented the genuine accounts, we merely need to compare them with the fraudulent ones. This task should take no more than an hour. Su Rui coldly regarded Lady Su. What do you say? In 1 hour, your facade will be utterly torn asunder. At last, Lady Su sank despondently into her chair. The evidence was irrefutable. She realized she could no longer evade the truth. Wei Shuqin, oh Wei Shuqin, I have turned a blind eye to your deeds over the years. Yet I never anticipated your insatiable greed. 30 years, at 50,000 taels of silver each year. Were you attempting to seize the entire treasury? Su Rui perused the ledgers, his anger intensifying until he finally hurled the books aside, glaring at Lady Su. You have excelled in your role as the matriarch. My family cannot afford you as a duchess. Lady Su abruptly lifted her head. What do you mean by that? What do I mean? I intend to divorce you. Su Rui was consumed by fury, eager to pen a divorce decree and rid himself of this shameless woman. Upon hearing Su Rui's intention to divorce, old Madame Su's eyes instantly brimmed with tears, her stubbornness manifesting as she defiantly declared, Su Rui, have you forgotten? Our marriage was bestowed by the Emperor, a royal union. You cannot cast me aside. Su Rui, incensed, could only laugh derisively. Bestowed by the Emperor? Does the Emperor know you have embezzled such vast sums from the Duke's household? Do you intend to escalate this to the Emperor? By all means, go ahead. I would relish witnessing how the Emperor chooses to deal with you.
Seeing Su Rui's unwavering resolve, old Madame Su faltered.
She understood that he was not jesting. Should matters escalate, he would indeed act upon his words. Although their marriage was sanctioned by the Emperor, Su Rui held no affection for her. Despite her being over a decade younger, her unremarkable appearance and disagreeable temperament led him to remain aloof. Aside from a few encounters in the early years of their marriage, he had not laid a finger on her since. Fortunately, he had no other women and treated her well in other respects, so she was determined to avoid a divorce. Upon hearing Su Rui mention divorce, Su Meiyu grew anxious and stood to intercede. Father. Silence. The moment Su Meiyu spoke, Su Rui's ire shifted towards her. You troublemaker. Having married, why do you not remain with your Lu family? Instead, you linger here in the Duke's household, stirring discord at every turn. From this day forth, vacate the Duke's residence. Su Meiyu, chastised and humiliated, dared not utter another word. She retreated into her seat, her heart heavy with frustration. Why has she become such a troublemaker? The father is truly being excessive. Sitting beside Su Meiyu, Lu Fanglin felt a burning embarrassment on his face. Su Rui's words were not only directed at Su Meiyu, but also at their entire family, particularly at Lu Fanglin. who had no blood ties to the Su family yet had lingered there for nearly 20 years. It was not just Lu Fonglin who felt insulted by Su Rui. Lu Hanwen and Mo Ziqing wore expressions of deep shame as well. In contrast, Lu Qinxue and Lu Xianglan showed no signs of embarrassment at all, instead thinking that Su Rui's reprimand was excessively harsh. Su Xie, on the other hand, was enjoying a splendid performance from the sidelines, yet upon witnessing Su Rui's fury, she felt a twinge of sympathy and stepped forward to soothe him, saying, "Grandfather, do not let your anger affect your health over such trivial matters." Su Luocheng also expressed his concern for Su Rui's well-being, adding, "Grandfather, please do not be angry." Seeing his obedient grandchildren, Su Rui's temper finally began to subside. Fortunately, he had these two precious grandchildren, otherwise, he might have truly been driven to his wits' end. Grandfather, grandmother, and aunt surely recognized their mistakes. Perhaps you could grant them another chance, Su Xie gently suggested. Upon hearing this, Su Meiyu immediately conceded, saying, "Father, I was wrong. Please give us another opportunity." The old matriarch cast a furtive glance at Su Rui. Although she did not explicitly apologize, her demeanor clearly indicated a willingness to relent. However, Su Rui had no intention of offering them any chances. The sight of their faces filled him with profound annoyance. Su Xie continued to persuade. Since both the genuine and false accounts are present, let grandmother and elder aunt reconcile the discrepancies from the past 30 years, and we shall consider this matter settled. You need not bring up the issue of divorce again. Divorce was not Su Xie's intention. What she truly desired was to reclaim the substantial sum of silver that rightfully belonged to Chinu. It could not be allowed to be embezzled in such a manner. Reconcile? Su Mi looked at Su Xie in astonishment, her face displaying reluctance. Su Xie sneered coldly. What? Does aunt not wish to reconcile? This. Su Meiyu appeared troubled. How could she reconcile when the silver had long been nearly exhausted? What was she to do? Aunt does not believe that the embezzlement of public funds can simply be overlooked. The act of falsifying accounts and embezzling silver is tantamount to theft. Over the course of these 30 years, the total amounts to over 1 million taels of silver. Such a significant theft, according to the laws of our great Zhou, would warrant the death penalty. Chapter 40. Who holds the authority? The 4 words capital punishment struck Su Meiyu's mind like a hammer, leaving her nearly paralyzed with shock. Father.
Shumeiyu casta pitiful glance at Surui.
Surely, as his biological daughter, he would not heartlessly turn her over to the authorities merely for a small amount of embezzled silver. At this moment, Su Rui also grasped Su Xie's intention and remarked, "Let us proceed as Xiaoyu suggested. You have 3 days to rectify the discrepancies in the accounts. Otherwise, I shall report the matter to the authorities." Father. Su Meiyu exclaimed in disbelief, unable to fathom that he could be so ruthless. Yet, Su Rui remained unmoved by her theatrics and retorted coldly, "You would do better to focus on how to replenish the silver rather than waste time here shouting." As he spoke, he cast a stern glance at Yao Shi and added, "I grant you 3 days as well to make amends for the embezzled funds." Yes, Yao Shi dared not refuse. This outcome was one she had long anticipated and found quite satisfactory. Compared to the over 1 million taels that the old lady and her faction were required to reconcile, gathering 3,000 taels would be far more manageable. From this moment onward, the Duke's residence would be under the stewardship of Xiaoyu, preventing any further incidents of internal betrayal. The term internal betrayal caused Su Laotai, Su Meiyu, and Yao Shi to flush with embarrassment. At this juncture, no one dared express dissent. Su Xie understood Su Rui's good intentions. However, she interjected, "Grandfather, I shall be wed in 3 months. Even if I were to manage the household, it would not be for long. It would be more prudent to entrust the authority to my cousin." Upon hearing these words, the crowd was taken aback, utterly astonished that Su Xie would relinquish the authority to manage the household. Mo Ziqing, in particular, was rendered speechless. As a granddaughter-in-law residing in the Duke's manor, she had little to no connection with Su Xie, the legitimate daughter of the Duke's household. Their encounters were merely polite exchanges, devoid of any substantial rapport. Given her status, she was likely the least qualified to oversee the family affairs. She had never aspired to such a role and could not fathom why Su Xie would bestow this responsibility upon her. Su Rui cast a glance at Mo Ziqing, clearly having no intention of transferring the household authority to her either. Su Xie smiled at Mo Ziqing, saying, "Cousin-in-law, you are meticulous and come from a prestigious family with substantial wealth. I trust you can manage this minor household matter. Emphasizing the phrase, substantial wealth, Su Rui immediately comprehended. Very well, you two may conduct your handover. Indeed, Su Xia agreed with a smile. Mo Ziqing remained in a state of bewilderment, unable to refuse before Su Rui and Su Xia had already concluded their discussion. Remember, you only have 3 days. Su Rui warned the elderly matriarch and the others before departing. Su Chongqing followed suit, and as they exited, the remaining guests began to disperse. Just as Su Luochen stepped outside, he was called back by Su Xia. Chinner. He turned around, silent, simply gazing at her. Su Xia summoned Qing Yan, introducing him to Su Luochen. This is Xiao Chan's younger brother, Qing Yan. Would you allow him to be your study companion? Su Luochen glanced at Qing Yan, who was of similar stature, and nodded. As the siblings conversed, Mo Jiqing stood nearby with her maidservant. Noticing that Mo Jiqing seemed eager to speak with her, Su Xia affectionately ruffled Su Luochen's hair and said, I entrust Qing Yan to you. Please return home together, and in the evening, we shall dine with grandfather and father. All right. Su Luochen replied obediently, having spotted Mo Jiqing as well, and he left with Qing Yan. Once Su Luochen had departed, Mo Jiqing approached with her maidservant and bowed respectfully to Su Xia. Your Highness, we are family. There is no need for such formality, cousin, Su Xia said, swiftly assisting her to rise before she could fully prostrate herself. Thank you, Your Highness, Mo Jiqing replied as she stood. Su Xia smiled at her and remarked, Grandfather recently gifted me a tea cake. If you have no pressing matters, do visit my quarters to sample some tea. That sounds delightful, Mo Jiqing acknowledged, aware that discussing matters here was less than convenient. Su Xia led Mo Jiqing back to Fuxiyuan and personally brewed tea. Cousin, I believe you wish to discuss the household affairs. She pushed a teacup towards Mo Jiqing. Mo Jiqing smiled wryly. Your Highness, your wisdom is evident. While I appreciate your goodwill in suggesting I oversee the household, my current status renders me unqualified for such a responsibility in the Duke's residence. Su Xia looked at her earnestly and said, I understand your predicament, but at this moment, only your abilities and virtues make you suitable for the role of managing the household. Mo Jiqing gazed at her in astonishment, asking, Do you truly have such faith in me, Your Highness? Su Xia chuckled softly. I naturally trust my cousin-in-law's character. Moreover, with her family's considerable wealth, she surely would not covet the riches of the Duke's residence. As for her capabilities, I have every confidence that she possesses the ability to manage this household adeptly. Mo Jiqing was taken aback by Su Xia's unwavering faith in her, feeling a surge of emotion. Coming from a modest background, entering the Duke's residence was already considered a significant elevation, and even as a granddaughter-in-law, it was indeed an aspiration fulfilled. Thus, since her marriage into the Duke's family, she had largely remained in the shadows, unnoticed by anyone except her husband. She had never imagined that she would hold such a commendable image in Su Xia's eyes. Observing the expression on Mo Jiqing's face, Su Xia continued, I understand your concerns. The Duke's family has few heirs, and since your husband now remains with them, he is undoubtedly a part of their lineage. In terms of status, you are entirely qualified to oversee the household affairs of the Duke's residence. The earlier acknowledgement of her character and abilities had already touched Mo Jiqing, but Su Xia's recognition of her status brought tears to her eyes. Thank you. In truth, I have never contemplated relying on the Duke's residence for a lifetime, nor has your brother. She and Hanwen were well aware of their position and had no desire to remain perpetually dependent within the Duke's household. She possessed the means to purchase a grand estate outside, and had it not been for her mother-in-law's insistence on staying, perhaps they would have already acquired a large residence and moved out. After years of interaction, it would be inconceivable for Su Xia to be unaware of the character of their marriage. Hence, she entrusted the management of the Duke's household to her. I understand that neither my elder brother nor Chen heir is married yet, and I too am on the verge of betrothal. Cousin, your assistance would greatly benefit our grandfather and the Duke's estate. Once my elder brother weds, you may relinquish your responsibilities at your convenience. Su Xia's words were laden with both substance and grace, offering a multitude of opportunities for her cousin to accept. It would be rather difficult for Mo Jiqing to decline. Very well, I hear that Aunt Yao has gone to the Tian family today to supplement the betrothal gifts. It is certain that my elder cousin's engagement with the Tian family will come to fruition. Thus, I shall oversee the household management for now. And when my elder cousin is wed, the authority of the household will be entrusted to the Tian family. Upon hearing this, Su Xia's pupils constricted sharply. Aunt Yao had gone to the Tian family to supplement the betrothal gifts. Where could she have procured the money? Chapter 41. Silver must be replenished. Su Xia's mind was in turmoil as she looked at Mo Jiqing with a smile and said, "Then I shall trouble you, cousin." Su Xia handed over the account books and the keys to the storeroom sent by Madame Yao to Mo Jiqing. "The management of the Duke's household is officially entrusted to you, cousin." Mo Jiqing received them solemnly. "I will certainly not disappoint the princess's trust." The two exchanged a smile. Mo Jiqing lingered in Su Xia's room for a while before taking the account books and keys back with her. Once Mo Jiqing had departed, Su Xia summoned Xiao Chan and whispered a few words to her. Xiao Chan promptly left and returned after a brief interval. "I found out that this morning, Xiao Hua and the others saw the guards of the estate carrying out dozens of boxes of betrothal gifts. It seems that Madame Yao has gathered enough gifts as requested by the Tian family to send to them," Xiao Chan reported. She then added in confusion. Xiao Hua mentioned that the betrothal gifts are considerable, amounting to several thousand taels of silver. Where could Madame Yao have procured such a substantial sum? Xiao Chan's words struck at the heart of the matter. Where did Madame Yao acquire such wealth for the betrothal gifts? Do you think Madame Yao might have embezzled from the Duke's household again? Xiao Chan speculated. That seems unlikely. She is fully aware that I am auditing the accounts and even took the initiative to confess to grandfather. It would be improbable for her to engage in such behavior at this point, Su Xia countered, believing that Madame Yao was not so foolish. Even if she may have embezzled in the past, in these extraordinary times, she would not be reckless enough to risk her life knowingly. Then where did she obtain the silver? Xiao Chan wondered, equally perplexed. Su Xia shared her curiosity. Yao Shi, a concubine, received only 20 taels of silver as her monthly allowance. Given she had been in the household for less than a year, it was implausible for her to amass several thousand taels merely from her meager stipend. According to her previous assertions, she had embezzled a mere 3,000 taels. However, the bride price sent to the Tian family had already amounted to 3,000 taels, and Su Manyan had also spent 1,000 taels to hire mountain bandits. Hence, the source of this additional silver remained a mystery. A sudden spark of excitement flickered in Su Xia's eyes, as if a glimmer of light had pierced through a long-standing abyss. The prospect of several thousand taels of silver pointed to a singular possibility. This was indeed an opportune moment to uncover the whole truth. Su Xia beckoned to Xiao Chan, who immediately approached, whispering a few words to her. Su Xia was met with a smile from Xiao Chan, who assured her, "Leave it to me." With that, Xiao Chan departed once more. Su Xia narrowed her eyes. A shadow of malice crossing her features, Su Chunfeng wished to wed Tian Shi, yet she was determined to thwart their intentions. In the main hall, all those who were meant to depart had left, leaving only Madame Su, Su Meiyu, and Yao Shi. Once the others had exited, Su Meiyu surged forward, intent on striking Yao Shi. However, the heavy slap did not land on Yao Shi's face, as she deftly caught it in her palm. Furious at Yao Shi's audacity to block her, Su Meiyu exclaimed, "Yao Shumi, you wretched creature. We have all been brought to ruin by you. Did you ever consider my life when you tarnished my reputation? Over 100,000 taels of silver. Who truly seeks to bring about the other's demise?" Yao Shi, undeterred by Su Meiyu's fury, stood her ground. Su Meiyu felt an inexplicable sense of guilt as Yao spoke harshly. Matriarch Su furrowed her brows at Yao, saying, "Shumi, we merely wish for you to bear this blame for us. As for the silver, rest assured, you shall not be left to compensate alone." Though Matriarch Su's words were sweetly spoken, Yao was not persuaded in the least. "You expect me to shoulder such a grave accusation alone? How shameless of you! Throughout this ordeal, I have received merely 3,000 taels of silver, a fraction of your share. Now that trouble has arisen, you cast me forth to face the consequences. If you truly regarded me as family, you would not act in such a manner." Hearing Yao's ungrateful retort, Matriarch Su's anger flared. "Shumi, one must possess a sense of conscience. Were it not for my compassion towards your family's decline, taking you in at the Duke's residence, would you ever have had the chance to associate with Su Chongqing?" Yao, however, dismissed Matriarch Su's kindness with a scoff. "And what of it if I have associated with Su Chongqing? I remained a concubine for over a decade. Had you not taken me in, I might have become a legitimate wife long ago, instead of languishing now in a position beneath even that of a concubine." These words nearly caused Matriarch Su to choke in disbelief. "You." Observing this, Su Meiyu hurriedly stepped forward to pat her grandmother's back, calming her down. She then glared at Yao, indignantly exclaiming, Yao Shumi, do you possess no sense of conscience? You lack the ability to win over my brother and were spurned by him. Now you turn to blame my mother. Tell me, did my mother compel you to seduce my brother? Yao showed no signs of shame, continuing to hold her head high as she declared, why should I be blamed? If it weren't for her bringing me to the Duke's residence, none of this would have transpired. Coughing violently, the elderly matriarch Su found herself infuriated by Yao's unreasonable demeanor. Su Meiyu, anxiously patting her mother's back, gently advised, Mother, that shameless Yao Shumi is nothing but an ungrateful wretch. Please, do not let her provoke your anger. It is crucial to safeguard your health. Observing the elderly matriarch in distress, Yao felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction welling up within her, her expression turning triumphant as she continued to mock. You have merely 3 days to amass over 1,000,000 taels of silver. Surely, you will have little time left to be angry with me. Not only was the elderly matriarch enraged, but Su Meiyu was also on the verge of cursing. Yao Shumi, you audacious. Instead of wasting time berating me, you ought to focus on how to gather that exorbitant sum, lest you face the dire consequence of execution. With a final derisive remark, Yao reveled in the sight of Su Meiyu's livid face and departed with an air of triumph.
Bah!
Su Meiyu seethed at Yao's retreating figure, utterly incensed. I never imagined Yao Shumi to be so cunning. Mother, you are deceived by her seemingly delicate facade. The elderly matriarch was equally taken aback by Yao's audacious decision to confess to the old master and play them for fools. Moreover, she could not have anticipated that Su Siya would preemptively approach Manager Li, who had retained records of 30 years' worth of accounts, complete with both genuine and falsified ledgers. Now they found themselves in a predicament where not only would they fail to recover the misappropriated funds for the current year, but they would also need to rectify the discrepancies of the past 3 decades. Su Meiyu was also concerned about the matter of repaying the silver, exclaiming in distress, Mother, what are we to do now? We have already depleted most of the silver. How can we possibly make up the difference? Su old lady furrowed her brows in silence. However, Su Meiyu grew increasingly anxious. If we cannot gather the required amount, do you think father would truly send us to the authorities? Su old lady found it difficult to provide an answer. If the culprits had been Su Siya and Su Luocheng, it would have been a trivial matter, and the old master would certainly have minimized the issue. But now, it was her daughters who had embezzled the silver, and they had never enjoyed his favor. With such a substantial sum involved, the old master might not let them off easily, especially given his attitude today, which left her feeling unsettled. If the silver could not be repaid, it would not only result in their being reported, but also in their abandonment. Neither outcome was one she wished to witness. Taking a deep breath, Su old lady declared, We must repay the silver. We must find a way to make it whole. Only by replenishing the silver can we hope to secure a sliver of survival. Chapter 42. Reluctance for silver, yet reluctance for the future. Upon hearing the matriarch Su mention the need to replenish their coffers, Su Meiyu's countenance fell into a deep frown. You speak so lightly of it, yet we are talking about over 100,000 taels of silver. How can we possibly make up for that? She proposed. If it comes to that, we might as well move out. After all, the Mo family is affluent. Let them purchase a grand residence for us. Once we are settled elsewhere, surely father will cease to demand silver from us. Upon hearing this, old lady Su became visibly agitated. What nonsense are you spouting? At my age, if I were to move out, even if I were not formally cast aside, people would assume I had been. How then could I maintain my standing in the capital? Su Meiyu blinked and suggested, we could acquire a residence in another region. It need not be in the capital. If worst comes to worst, we could settle in Jiangnan, where the Mo family's maternal roots lie. Life there may not be so different from that in the capital. It must be said that Su Meiyu's idea was quite astute. Should they relocate to Jiangnan, they might not even need to purchase a home, as they could take up residence with the Mo family, who would surely welcome them with open arms. Old lady Su shot her a stern look. The capital is so opulent. Why would we consider Jiangnan? Isn't Hanwen preparing for the imperial examinations? Without the protection of the duke's residence, how will he pursue his official career? And what of Fonglin? If we move to Jiangnan, he would surely remain behind. Do you wish for a couple to be separated by distance? Moreover, without the duke's backing, how will Fonglin ever rise through the ranks? With just a few words, old lady Su had deftly cornered Su Meiyu. The prospects of Lu Hanwen and Lu Fonglin were of paramount importance to her. It can be said that her prolonged stay at the Duke's residence was primarily for the sake of Lu Fanglin and Lu Hanwen's future. Leaving the Duke's house at this juncture would indeed render all efforts futile. However, how could she possibly repay such a substantial sum of money? Su Meiyu anxiously returned to her seat. Old Madame Su furrowed her brow. Have you spent all the silver I previously gave you? Su Meiyu felt a twinge of guilt. I have, though there is still a little left. However, it is not substantial. Over the years, I have had many social engagements, and those official ladies always adorn themselves in gold and jewels, wearing the finest fabrics and the latest styles. I cannot allow myself to appear inferior to them, and the expenses have certainly accumulated. It is not just me. There is also Qin Shue and Xiangwen. When we accompany those esteemed young ladies, we cannot afford to dress poorly. Moreover, the Lu family, seeing how well Hanwen is faring at the Duke's residence, have been persistently asking for money. At times, out of a sense of propriety, I cannot refuse them. Additionally, Hanwen has also had to manage various affairs in the officialdom. In summary, the money has nearly been exhausted. Old Madame Su glared at her in frustration. You, spending on yourself is one thing. But are you truly capable of filling the bottomless pit that is the Lu family? You are already residing in the Duke's house. Yet you still choose to support the Lu family. If you were to truly marry into the Lu family, wouldn't they drain you completely? Su Meiyu was well aware of her excessive expenditures from her family's funds and felt utterly defenseless. Mother, please refrain from scolding me. The money has already been spent. It would be best for you to think of a way to resolve our current predicament. After a moment of contemplation, old Madame Su remarked, as for the gold, silver, and jewels that were purchased, they cannot be deemed as mere expenses. Selling them could yield a considerable sum. As for the dealings within the official circles, they are what they are, and there is no point in attempting to reclaim them. However, the silver belonging to the Lu family must be returned in full. Not a single coin less. Why should their wealth be squandered by the Lu family? This silver must be retrieved. Su Meiyu pouted, reluctant yet silent in her opposition, until she heard the subsequent words of the matriarch. Furthermore, those shops, fields, and properties you purchased should all be sold to recover the funds. Su Meiyu's eyes flickered with surprise. I haven't bought any shops or fields. The matriarch let out a cold huff, her expression one of complete understanding. Do not presume that I am unaware of your little schemes. Over the years, you have acquired countless properties, and you have amassed quite a sum from your dealings. With money generating more wealth, surely it can cover your deficits. Realizing that her secret actions were known to the matriarch, Su Meiyu felt increasingly guilty and unwilling. But those are my hard-earned possessions. How can I simply sell them? The matriarch shot her a stern glance. What choice do you have? Would you prefer to be expelled from the Duke's residence, or face execution? Is your wealth more important than the future of Fanglin and Hanwen? Su Meiyu fell silent once more. She was torn between her attachment to the money and the futures of her husband and son. You have only 3 days. You must expedite your efforts. Sell what needs to be sold, and reclaim what must be retrieved. The matriarch instructed, observing Su Meiyu's displeasure and frowning solemnly. If the family fortune is lost, as long as the Duke's residence remains, you can always rebuild. Without the Duke's household, no amount of silver could secure the futures of Fanglin and Hanwen. Su Meiyu was acutely aware of the stakes involved, and with a soft sigh, she remarked, I understand. I shall endeavor to make up for my share. Seeing that Su Meiyu at least grasped the gravity of the situation, old lady Su felt a sense of satisfaction. It is good that you comprehend this. Fortunately, the authority of the Duke's household now rests in your wife's hands. You have always maintained control over her. Under her stewardship, it is as if the power remains within our grasp. With this authority, once the current turmoil subsides, acquiring silver will be a mere trifle. Su Meiyu truly absorbed these words. It was unimaginable that Su Xia, lacking in wisdom, would dismiss the significant advantages that such authority could bestow. Even should she choose not to engage in corruption, merely reallocating a portion of the public funds for personal loans could yield considerable profits, potentially thousands of taels of silver annually. When the time came, she could discreetly replenish the funds, evading scrutiny, and even the esteemed accountants would be unable to uncover any discrepancies. With this realization, Su Meiyu found that the idea of repaying the silver was no longer as burdensome. As long as the authority remained intact, she possessed ample means to recover the wealth. Having convinced Su Meiyu, old lady Su sighed with relief, yet her face remained clouded with worry. Not only had Su Meiyu provided support to the Liu family, but over the years, she had also contributed significantly to her own family. Though she hailed from the Pingyang Duke's residence, she was a daughter of lesser status. Her aunt was merely an actress, lacking standing in the Duke's household, and consequently, her siblings and she had little prominence. Had it not been for the emperor bestowing her upon Su Rue as a concubine, it is likely that her family would have long been forgotten by her father. Over the years, she has generously supported her aunt and half-brother. It can be said that through her connections, both her aunt and half-brother have risen in status, and now they enjoy the finest life in the Marquis's residence. However, while parting with silver is effortless, reclaiming it may prove to be quite challenging. Nonetheless, she must strive to retrieve her funds. She cannot allow herself to be cast aside. Otherwise, those who have previously ascended in fortune would inevitably be reduced to their former state. Chapter 43. Waiting for the show. As Madame Yao emerged from the main hall, she made her way to the outer courtyard to meet Su Manyun. Upon hearing the outcome of the situation, Su Manyun felt no surprise. The old lady and Su Meiyu had embezzled such a considerable sum, it was only natural that her grandfather would erupt in fury. Compensating the funds was the least severe punishment they could expect. She could also understand Su Xia's choice, were she in the same position. She would prefer that they repay the money rather than simply leave the Duke's residence. If they were to be expelled, it was imperative to reclaim the funds first. As for the authority of managing the household, Su Manyun was taken aback that Su Xia would entrust it to Mo Jiqing. This Mo Jiqing had always been a mere shadow in the Duke's residence, not to mention that she was merely a granddaughter-in-law. Given her status, she was unqualified to oversee the household's finances. However, this was indicative of the dire state of affairs in the Duke's residence. Otherwise, this responsibility would never have fallen into the hands of her aunt, who, too, lacked the requisite qualifications. The household authority resting in Mo Jiqing's hands was akin to it being placed in Su Meiyu's. One could imagine how delighted Su Meiyu and Liu Qinxue, along with Liu Xianglan, must be. All in all, Su Xia had acted rather foolishly. Yinner, could you possibly seek assistance from the prince? Mother truly cannot produce the 3,000 taels of silver, and yet the old master has granted me only 3 days. Madame Yao looked at Su Manyun with a furrowed brow. Su Manyun nodded. Understood. I shall send a letter to the prince tomorrow. It may be challenging to broach the subject, but I trust he would not refuse a loan, especially considering I am now carrying his child and fulfilling tasks on his behalf. Hearing Su Manyun's agreement, Yao felt reassured. Fuck Siyuan. It was not until dusk that Xiao Chan returned. Princess, everything has been arranged. Tomorrow you shall await the performance. Su Xia smiled, praising. Our little Chan is becoming increasingly capable. Xiao Chan grinned at Su Xia and replied, I ascend, Tia, thanks to the princess's guidance. Su Xia chuckled, come. Let us visit Wangchun Garden to see my brother. As they arrived at Wangchun Garden, Su Luocheng was engaged in conversation with Qing Yan. Perhaps due to Qing Yan's resemblance to Xiao Chan and their similar ages, Su Luocheng was not unfamiliar with him and had much to discuss. Princess, upon noticing Su Xia's arrival, Qing Yan promptly bowed. Su Xia smiled at him. Are you comfortable here with Luocheng? Qing Yan quickly replied with a sheepish grin. The young master treats me very well. There is nothing I find uncomfortable. Noticing Su Xia's concern for Qing Yan, Su Luocheng felt a tinge of jealousy. Am I not treating your people well? You come all the way to inquire. Upon hearing his sarcastic remark, Su Xia laughed and pinched his chubby cheek. What do you mean, my people? Once given to you, they are yours. Su Luocheng pouted. I would treat my people even better. Come now, let us go to Grandfather S for dinner. No longer teasing him, Su Xia took his hand and walked away. Su Luocheng glanced down at their joined hands, his face flushed, and he immediately withdrew his hand, murmuring, We're just going to eat. Why hold hands? Men and women should maintain a distance. Su Xia chuckled. You're just a child. What do you know of propriety between the genders? I am already 10 years old. I am no longer a child. Unwilling to be regarded as a mere child by Su Xia. Observing the mature demeanor of Su Luocheng, Su Xia felt he had indeed grown up. She smiled and reached out to pat his head, but upon reconsideration, her hand came to rest on his shoulder instead. Our Chenner is 10 now, a young adult. Surely, you can join me for a meal now? Feeling as though she still treated him like a child, Su Luocheng huffed in silence, trailing beside her. The two made their way to the snow pine courtyard. Earlier, Su Xia had sent word that she wished to dine with Su Luochen, prompting Su Rui to prepare accordingly, even summoning Su Chongqing to join them. Upon entering the room, the siblings bowed respectfully to their grandfather and father. "Come, let us eat," Su Rui greeted with warmth, his earlier irritation dissipating at the sight of the siblings together. 3 generations of family sat down to dine, with Su Rui and Su Chongqing eagerly serving dishes to Su Xia. Meanwhile, Su Luochen, holding an empty bowl, gazed enviously at Su Xia. Quickly, Su Xia filled his bowl with food, smiling as she said, "These meatballs are delightful." Su Luochen paused momentarily, but said nothing, merely savoring the food she had offered him. Turning her attention to Su Chongqing, Su Xia proposed, "Father, why not take Chin'er to the military camp?" At her suggestion, both Su Rui and Su Chongqing were taken aback, while Su Luochen looked up in surprise. Why has Chin'er suddenly been sent to the military camp while he was thriving in school? Su Rui inquired, perplexed. Although the Su family has a long-standing martial tradition, he could not bear to see his grandson follow the path of martial arts after his son had already chosen that route. He believed that it would be more beneficial for Chin'er to immerse himself in studies and, perhaps, pursue a career in civil service in the future. After all, the family's legacy was not something that required 3 generations to endure such hardships. Isn't it quite admirable for Chin'er to seek military experience and hone his skills in the camp? In truth, Su Xia was concerned that if Chin'er remained at home, he might fall victim to the schemes of Su Manyun and her daughter. Keeping him by his father's side seemed the safest option. Moreover, since Chin'er expressed a desire to join the military, it would be advantageous for him to start his training early. "You wish to join the military?" This was the first time Su Chongqing had contemplated this matter. As he turned to Su Luochen with curiosity, feeling somewhat intimidated by Su Chongqing, Su Luochen stole a glance at Su Xia, and upon receiving her encouraging gaze, he nodded silently. Su Chongqing furrowed his brow and shared a look of astonishment with Su Rui. They had not anticipated that such a young boy would harbor ambitions of military service. Indeed, it is often the young ladies who possess such keen insights. With a solemn expression, Su Chongqing regarded Su Luochen and, after a thoughtful pause, remarked, "Chin'er is merely 8 years old. He is still quite young for military service. However, it would be prudent to find him a master to instruct him in martial arts. I shall take care of this matter. The abbot of the Mountain Zen Temple is a close acquaintance of mine. I will send Chin'er there for his training." Although Su Rui felt reluctant to see his grandson pursue martial arts, he recognized the boy's passion and did not oppose it. Furthermore, learning martial arts could only be beneficial, providing a means of self-defense, even if he did not end up in the military. Su Xia nodded in agreement, expressing her belief that Master Dawi possessed remarkable martial skills, and that Chen could benefit greatly from his tutelage. Given the considerable distance between Shanzhan Temple and Kyoto, along with Master Dawi's protection, Su Manyun would find it challenging to harm Chen easily. Although Chen was not yet able to join the military, he was delighted to have the opportunity to learn martial arts. "Thank you, grandfather and father," he expressed with gratitude. Stealing a glance at Su Xia, he refrained from verbalizing his thanks, yet his heart brimmed with joy. The family of 4 enjoyed a rather pleasant dinner together. After the meal, under the matchmaking efforts of Su Xia and Su Rui, Su Luochen and Su Chongqing engaged in a game of chess. It was a rare opportunity for Su Luochen to compete against Su Chongqing, so he approached the game with great seriousness. However, Su Chongqing found it increasingly difficult to face Su Luochen, whose visage bore an ever-growing resemblance to that of his late wife. This discomfort rendered his body rigid and his expression increasingly cold. Observing his son's demeanor, Su Rui felt a deep concern. Although his daughter-in-law had tragically passed away during childbirth, it was unjust to hold Chen accountable for such misfortune. The relationship between the father and son remained tense, and it was uncertain when it might improve. Fortunately, Su Xia had managed to reconcile with Chen. Su Xia felt a profound sense of guilt. She understood her father's sentiments, having once shared similar feelings. Yet, they were indeed mistaken. Chen could not be blamed for their mother's demise, and she was determined to uncover the truth surrounding her mother's death, believing that only then could the rift between her father and Chen truly begin to mend. After spending a considerable amount of time in Xuehe Courtyard with them, Su Xia finally returned to Fuxi Courtyard. Upon entering her room, she was taken aback to find someone lying on her bed. Chapter 44. The lady's manipulation of the prince, as Xiaochan attempted to enter the room. She inadvertently collided with Su Xia. "Your Highness." Before Xiaochan could utter another word, Su Xia hastily shut the door. Poor Xiaochan found herself stranded outside, bewildered by Su Xia's abrupt actions. Your Highness, I have yet to enter. She knocked on the door, bewildered. A soft cough escaped Su Xia's lips as she addressed the outside. I am weary and wish to rest. If your Highness is fatigued, then allow me to assist you with your bath, Xiaochan suggested, her trust unwavering as she turned to fetch water. The mere mention of bathing reminded Su Xia of the embarrassing incident from the previous night, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as she replied. There is no need for that. I am far too tired to bathe tonight. You need not keep watch. Return to your rest. Are you certain, Your Highness? Must I not stay by your side? Xiaochan inquired, her concern palpable. No need. You should retire early as well.
Observing Su Yue's resolute demeanor,
Xiaochan chose not to insist further. Then I shall take my leave, Your Highness. Should you require anything, do summon me. Very well. You may go. Xiaochan bowed and exited. Once Xiaochan had distanced herself, Su Xia finally exhaled a sigh of relief, turning her gaze towards the alluring figure reclined upon the couch. Surely, my grandfather and father ought to bolster the guards in the estate. How is it that this person remains here, as though in a realm untouched? Am I truly so unworthy of attention? Feng Qing raised an eyebrow, seeming displeased with her earlier actions. Clearing her throat, Su Xia said, Is there something you wish to discuss, Your Highness, at such a late hour in my private quarters? Feng Qingjue could easily discern Su Xia's deliberate play on words, yet he remained unfazed, directly requesting, Come here and change my bandages. Su Xiyue, bewildered, pondered if he had come to her at such a late hour merely for this trivial matter. The medic has already attended to you, she replied. It's just a bandage change. It hardly requires a physician.
Your guards could assist with that.
Feng Qingjue retrieved a vial of medicine from his pocket and tossed it to her. Reflexively, she caught it, glancing at the lord who had already reclined comfortably. With no need for her to undress him, he proceeded to loosen his garments himself. Soon his sculpted pectorals, well-defined abdominal muscles, and perfect V-line were once again laid bare before Su Xia, an overwhelming aura of masculinity enveloping the space. Su Xia endeavored to maintain her composure, yet she could not escape the palpable intensity that surrounded him. Feng Qingjue observed her feigned calmness with an inexplicable sense of delight, as though he had stumbled upon something amusing. Your injuries have healed remarkably well, Su Xia noted, her body tense as she attempted to distance herself from him. Though she meticulously examined his wounds, the lacerations, cleaned of necrotic tissue and restitched, were mending rapidly, aided by the efficacy of her medicinal concoction, resulting in a recovery that exceeded her expectations. That is due to your exceptional medical skills, Feng Qingjue remarked, appearing in high spirits, flashing Su Xia a charming smile. The enticing combination of his captivating visage and remarkable physique nearly caused her to lose her composure. Su Xia swallowed hard, abruptly rising to her feet. Where are you going? He inquired. Feng Qingjue observed her barely able to contain herself and deliberately called out to her. My lady, please fetch the medicine box. Su Xia hastily concocted an excuse and fled. Watching her flustered retreat, Feng Qingjue's smile grew, increasingly wicked. He had never felt such satisfaction with his own beauty. It was undeniable that in this moment, he was thoroughly pleased with his appearance. Su Xia rushed to the cleansing room, splashing her face with cold water multiple times until she finally regained her composure. The vivid image she had just witnessed flashed through her mind again, and she felt her nose bleed once more. Even the cold water proved ineffective. He truly was a captivating enigma. Anxiously, Su Xia splashed her face again and recited the calming incantation several times before finally retrieving the medicine box. Have you washed your face? Feng Qingjue inquired, feigning ignorance as he beheld her radiant visage. Su Xia steadied herself and replied, It was inconvenient to bathe today, so I merely splashed my face. The mention of bathing reminded Feng Qingjue of the alluring scene he had witnessed the previous night. While Su Xia focused intently on treating his wounds, Feng Qingjue's thoughts began to wander. By the time he regained his focus, Su Xia had already finished bandaging him. Observing the numerous old scars adorning his body, she frowned and asked, Are these old wounds from the battlefield or the result of assassination attempts? Both, Feng Qingjue replied, seemingly reluctant to elaborate, as he adjusted his clothing. Most of the scars were indeed from the battlefield, though he had also faced numerous assassination attempts over the years, which had inevitably left their mark. Had it been in the past, when his legs were unencumbered, those assassins would not have dared to approach him. However, now, wishing for his demise is no trifling matter. He chose to remain silent, and naturally, Susia refrained from probing further. With an awkward silence enveloping them, it was Susia who could no longer contain herself. The evening draws near. Your Highness ought to return, and I too require rest. Is this how you dismiss me without treating my legs? Feng Qingjue, still reclining on the couch, regarded her with a look of incredulity at her insistence to send him away. Feeling a pang of guilt under his gaze, Susia cleared her throat and replied, well, the acupuncture I am administering cannot fully restore your Highness's legs. As Feng Qingjue's frown deepened, Susia took a decisive breath. In truth, I have deceived your Highness. Feng Qingjue's expression darkened instantly, his silence heavy with unspoken words as he gazed at her intently. Susia's heart raced, and she knelt before him. I lack the confidence to heal your legs. What I said earlier was merely to entice your Highness to come for the marriage proposal, to implore your assistance in dissolving my engagement to His Highness, the Prince of Cheng. I have wronged your Highness. She dared to meet Feng Qingjue's somber gaze for but a fleeting moment before hastily averting her eyes. I have taken advantage of you, and for that, I am guilty. It must be said, disappointment washed over Feng Qingjue. He had believed he had finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope, only to discover that this hope was an illusion. He ran his hand over his legs, now fading into numbness, and clenched his fist in resignation. It felt as if all hope had been extinguished, plunging Feng Qingjue once more into despair. Susia knelt for quite some time, and when she finally raised her gaze, the couch was devoid of any presence. Realizing that Feng Qingjue had departed silently, she despondently settled onto the floor. Had she erred in her actions? Should she have refrained from deceiving him? Or perhaps, she should not have unveiled the truth to him? With her heart in turmoil, Susia spent a restless night, her thoughts spiraling after Feng Qingjue's departure. Unable to find solace in slumber, the following day, Susia awoke early, still preoccupied with thoughts of Feng Qingjue. He must be angry, she mused, wondering if he would ever seek her out again. Now that he was aware of her matrimonial deceit, would he no longer wish to wed her? Just as Susia was lost to her musings, Xiaochan pushed open the door. Upon seeing Susia awake, Xiaochan immediately rushed over, exclaiming, Your Highness, just as you predicted. The Tian family has come to annul the engagement. Chapter 45. The Tian family withdraws their proposal. Susia was not surprised. The Tian family was not foolish. Yesterday, she had deliberately sent Xiaochan out to circulate rumors about how the old matriarch, Su Meiyu, and Madame Yao were scheming regarding her dowry, paving the way for Su Chunfeng and Su Manyan. If the Tian family possessed any wisdom, they would inevitably choose to rescind their proposal upon hearing such gossip. The main hall was bustling with activity. This time, Madame Yao had offended both the old matriarch and the eldest aunt, leaving her without allies. Xiaochan approached to assist Susia in dressing while gleefully commenting on the situation. Susia let out a cold laugh. Had Su Chunfeng been well-behaved, neither his grandfather nor father would have treated him poorly. They would have personally arranged his marriage without the meddling of Madame Yao and the old matriarch. However, Su Chunfeng was anything but compliant. Rather than relying on his own merits, he sought to take shortcuts through his father-in-law. Unfortunately, he was merely a son of a concubine, not even considered a legitimate offspring, and he could not aspire to marry a true noblewoman. Consequently, the Tian family's proposal was doomed to fail. Of course, her disruption of Su Chunfeng's engagement was motivated not by mere spite, but by the mysterious man Madame Yao had met the night before. The sudden appearance of the 3,000 taels of silver as a supplementary betrothal gift was likely sourced from that enigmatic paramour. With Su Chunfeng's engagement now nullified, Madame Yao might seek out that lover once more, presenting Susia with an excellent opportunity to expose him. In the main hall, Madame Yao could not fathom that after her arduous efforts to provide a betrothal gift, the Tian family would still choose to withdraw their proposal. What could the intentions of Madame Tian be? On that day, you stated that as long as we provided additional betrothal gifts, the engagement would remain intact. We have indeed supplemented the gifts, so why this sudden change? Upon hearing her mention the betrothal gifts, Madame Tian was immediately incensed. How dare you even speak of this? Our Tian family was nearly brought to ruin because of you. I merely suggested that you augment the betrothal gifts. Yet I never intended for you to covet the dowry of the Princess of Fortune. By grasping at the princess's dowry to secure our engagement, Are you not placing us in an unjust position? Just this morning, someone defiled our doorstep and berated us for our shamelessness, accusing us of daring to covet the dowry of the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Su. If we were to proceed with this engagement, I fear our Tian family's reputation would be shattered by tomorrow. Madame Tian's furious words left Yao Shi momentarily bewildered. When did we ever covet the princess's dowry? The funds for the betrothal were gathered by me. Madame Tian furrowed her brow. So you are claiming that you have no intention of coveting the dowry of the Princess of Fortune? Yao Shi was left speechless by the question. Observing her expression, Madame Tian understood all too well. Regardless of whether the funds for the betrothal were sourced from the princess, it was evident that Yao Shi harbored intentions of greed regarding another's dowry. One could not help but marvel at Yao Shi's audacity, a mere concubine daring to covet the dowry of the Princess of Fortune. Not only is she the legitimate daughter of a duke, but she is also on the verge of becoming a royal consort. How reckless to provoke such a person. If you wish to be mad, do so on your own. My Tian family will not partake in your folly. Madame Tian gestured towards a pile of betrothal gifts, declaring, "These are the gifts you sent. I return them all to you. Henceforth, we have no further ties." Upon finishing her words, she fled, as if escaping a plague. The Tian family had initially hoped to align their daughter with the Duke's household, believing that the additional gifts might pave a prosperous path for their son, but now, survival took precedence over such aspirations. Yao stood in the main hall, watching Madame Tian's retreating figure, and was instantly engulfed in despair. In more favorable times, she could have sought the matriarch's intervention, yet now, the matriarch likely harbored deep resentment towards her. She could not appeal to the Duke or the General, for they had never supported Chunfeng's union with the Tian family and held little regard for him. They surely would not advocate on his behalf. The prospect of Chunfeng's marriage was extinguished. Left without recourse, Yao turned once more to seek out Su Manyun, with tears streaming down her face. She recounted the events. Madame Tian had come to break the engagement, and this time, it seemed that her brother's marriage was truly doomed. Su Manyun's expression darkened immediately upon hearing the news. Her dismay was not solely due to the broken engagement of Su Chunfeng, but rather the malicious rumors circulating outside. How did the public learn of their desire to embezzle Su Xia's dowry? This had only transpired days prior, yet gossip had erupted, inciting the townsfolk to defile the Tian residents. Surely, this was a deliberate act, with someone orchestrating the rumors. It must have been Su Xia behind this chaos. But what motivated her to sabotage her brother's marriage? Was it merely a desire to tarnish her reputation? Yao pondered for a moment, her eyes brimming with tears, and said, why not seek out the prince? If he intervenes, the Tian family would surely hesitate to retract their proposal. Su Manyun, with a look of exasperation, understood that her aunt and brother placed great importance on the Tian family's engagement. However, she could not fathom the significance of such a union. After all, it was merely the daughter of a sixth-rank official. If she were a man, she would certainly find it unworthy. The prince would undoubtedly refrain from getting involved in such trivial matters. Su Manyun had no intention of burdening Feng Yuqing over this insignificant issue. What shall we do then? Yao exclaimed in distress, dabbing at her tears once more. Growing increasingly impatient with her aunt's constant lamentations, Su Manyun remarked, "What is the big deal? If the Tian family wishes to withdraw their engagement, let them do so. I am with child, carrying the royal heir. Surely, the prince will ascend the throne in due time. If this child is a son, he would be the crown prince, making my brother the maternal uncle of the crown prince, a position of immense wealth and privilege. At that point, my brother could select any noblewoman from the entire capital, rendering the Tian family's sixth-rank official's daughter inconsequential." Yao was momentarily taken aback by Su Manyun's words, which struck her with clarity. The notion of a royal heir, ascension to the throne, and her brother being the maternal uncle of the crown prince painted a grand picture. Reflecting on it now, the Tian family's daughter truly seemed unworthy of their esteemed family. After all, she was merely the daughter of a sixth-rank official. What was so remarkable about that? Suddenly, Yao felt a sense of enlightenment. "I shall discuss this matter with your brother." As Yao spoke, she hastily departed for Su Chunfeng's Hanfeng garden. Upon learning that the Tian family had come to withdraw their marriage proposal, Su Chunfeng was thoroughly disheartened. Yao recounted Su Manyun's recent remarks to Su Chunfeng and engaged in a lengthy persuasion. "All right, I understand. You may return now," she finally conceded, her incessant chatter beginning to grate on Su Chunfeng's nerves. Once your sister enters the Prince of Cheng's residence, I will ensure you find a match 100 times better than the Tian family, Yao added as a final word of comfort before she took her leave. With a resounding crash, once Yao was gone, Su Chunfeng erupted in fury, sweeping all the teacups off the table to the floor. He glared menacingly at the shards scattered about, consumed by resentment. How dare the Tian family hold him in such disdain? He vowed that when fortune smiled upon him, they would pay dearly for their contempt. Chapter 46. The troublemaker Su Meiyu in the splendid Fuxiyuan. Su Xia was lost in thought when Xiaochan hurriedly rushed in, exclaiming, "Your Highness, there is a commotion in the West Garden." Startled, Su Xia inquired, "What is happening?" Xiaochan replied with disdain, "It seems that the elder aunt cannot produce the funds to cover the embezzled silver, so she has devised a plan to seize the betrothal gifts of the young madam, coercing her to rectify the shortfall." With a look of incredulity, Su Xia remarked, "This Su Meiyu is truly shameless. Let us go and see," she decided, feeling uneasy about Mo Jiqing's predicament. Accompanied by Xiaochan, she made her way to the West Garden. Since Su Meiyu's marriage to Lu Fanglin, they had resided in the Duke's mansion, and due to the numerous family members, the entire West Garden was occupied solely by them. Upon reaching the entrance, the two could hear Su Meiyu's shrill voice berating, "What is wrong with you taking some of your substantial dowry to cover this? If it weren't for the wealth of the Mo family, do you think someone of your lowly status could ever enter the Duke's residence?
Montag King.
Do not overstep your bounds. I am warning you." The sharp and cutting insults instantly furrowed Su Xia's brow, and even Xiaochan was visibly angered. It was outrageous for the elder aunt to conduct herself in such a manner. After all, the young madam was the legitimate wife of the young master, and thus, a daughter-in-law. How could a mother-in-law speak so contemptuously to her daughter-in-law? Turning to Xiaochan, Su Xia whispered a quick directive, to which Xiaochan promptly responded and dashed off. Upon entering the west courtyard, Su Xia witnessed several robust maidservants struggling to lift a trunk, while a few younger maids clung desperately to prevent its removal. Both parties engaged in a tug-of-war. Su Meiyu continued her tirade against Mo Jiqing, while Lu Qinxue and Lu Xianglan stood by, reveling in the spectacle. Noticing Su Xia, Granny Qi, who was beside Su Meiyu, hurriedly approached to inform her, "Madam, the princess has arrived." The moment Su Meiyu set eyes on Su Xia, her expression darkened. Lu Qinxue and Lu Xianglan also transformed their demeanor upon seeing Su Xia. Lu Xianglan's disdain was palpable, whereas Lu Qinxue skillfully concealed her envy. "Dear aunt, cousin sister." Su Xia greeted Su Meiyu and Mo Jiqing with a respectful bow. Mo Jiqing, upon noticing Su Xia's presence, discreetly wiped away her tears and returned the gesture, saying, "Your Highness, big sister." Lu Qinxue also offered a courteous bow, while Lu Xianglan dismissed the formality entirely. "What brings you here?" Su Meiyu queried, her tone laced with irritation, for she harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Su Xia due to the accounting matter. Su Xia cast a soothing glance at Mo Jiqing and replied, "I had intended to inquire about some patterns for my cousin sister, but before I could enter the courtyard, I overheard my aunt scolding. What has transpired to displease her?" Before Su Meiyu could respond, Mo Jiqing suddenly knelt before Su Xia, exclaiming, "My mother desires my dowry to compensate for her previous losses. I implore you, princess,
to assist me."
As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, revealing the extent of her grievances. "Is this true?" Su Xia appeared as if she had just learned of the matter, looking at Su Meiyu in astonishment.
Su Meiyu statsidarkant, Su Iue.
"You need not concern yourself with our family affairs. Dear aunt, it is only natural that since you are currently residing in the Duke's residence, you are part of it. And so is my cousin. This matter is not solely your family affair. It concerns the Duke's household as well, and thus I have every right to be concerned." The mere mention of residing rendered Su Meiyu, Lu Qinxue, and Lu Xianglan all quite uncomfortable. However, Su Xia paid them no heed and bent down to assist the tear-streaked Mo Jiqing. "Cousin, feel free to speak your mind. Both grandfather and father are present at the Duke's residence, and they can advocate for you." Su Xia's words not only comforted Mo Jiqing but also served as a warning to Su Meiyu. Upon hearing Su Xia invoke Su Rui and Su Chongqing, Su Meiyu felt both astonished and enraged. "Su Xia, do not presume that because you are a princess, you can meddle in the affairs of our household. I shall discipline my daughter-in-law, and neither your grandfather nor father has any authority over that." Seeing Su Meiyu's audacity, Su Xia let out a cold laugh. May I inquire what my cousin has done wrong that necessitates such admonition from you before the entire household of maids and servants? Her words left Su Meiyu momentarily speechless, unable to provide a justification, and she could only glare at Mo Jiqing. What are you still doing here? Go back to your room, at once. In the present moment, Su Xia has become the last lifeline for Mo Jiqing. How could Mo Jiqing heed Su Meiyu's words? She firmly grasped Su Xia's hand and implored, Your Highness, my mother has suffered significant financial losses in the court, and now she wishes to sell my dowry to recover the losses. I beseech you to advocate for me. Upon witnessing Mo Jiqing's grievances directed at Su Xia, Lu Xianglan immediately expressed her displeasure. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Why discuss family matters with outsiders? Su Meiyu also cast a sinister glare at Mo Jiqing. The intensity of Su Meiyu's hostile gaze startled Mo Jiqing profoundly. Su Xia gently patted her hand in reassurance before lifting her gaze to deliver a cold smile. Aunt, it seems you are quite misguided. According to the laws of the Great Zhou, a mother-in-law possesses no authority over a daughter-in-law's dowry. How can you justify the sale of my sister-in-law's dowry? Upon hearing her reference the laws of the Great Zhou, Su Meiyu was utterly infuriated. Do not wield the Great Zhou's laws against me. I am not selling your dowry, so what business is it of yours? Su Xia retorted with derision. Aunt, you may have considered it, but aside from Chinner, no one else has the right to partake in my dowry. You. Su Meiyu was immediately incensed, huffing. I have not touched your dowry. I can sell whoever's dowry I wish, and it is none of your concern.
Su Iue dismisso Moes outburst with indifference.
Her voice icy. I advise you to think carefully. If word spreads about a wicked mother-in-law privately selling her daughter-in-law's dowry, it would not only bring shame upon you, but also tarnish the reputation of the entire Duke's household. Even if you disregard your own honor, you must consider the two unmarried cousins who have yet to find husbands. Perceiving the underlying threat in Su Xia's words, Su Meiyu was consumed by rage. Mind your own business. After uttering this, she shot a glare at the maids, commanding, Take it away. Upon hearing Su Meiyu's order, the servants lifted the chest once more. The maidservants were utterly powerless to intervene. Observing this, Mo Jiqing quickly positioned herself in front of the servants, declaring, No one is permitted to touch my dowry. Su Meiyu glared menacingly at Mo Jiqing, warning, Mo, if you do not surrender your dowry today, I shall have Hanwen divorce you. What have I done wrong to deserve a divorce? Mo Jiqing retorted defiantly, locking her gaze with Su Meiyu. Having married into the Duke's household, she believed she had always adhered to her duties, honoring her in-laws and maintaining harmony with her sisters-in-law, never faltering in her conduct. Why would she be cast aside? Disrespecting your mother-in-law, bearing no children, and spreading rumors, each of these is sufficient grounds for divorce. Su Meiyu's words dripped with slander, spoken without hesitation. When did I ever express a desire for divorce? Just as Su Meiyu continued her tirade, a cold, piercing voice interrupted. Chapter 47. Not only lacking masculinity, but also humanity. Upon seeing Lu Hanwen return, Su Meiyu was instantly engulfed by a sense of guilt. Damn it, she had deliberately sent Hanwen out to collect debts today, knowing he wouldn't return until evening. How could he be back now? Mo Jiqing, witnessing Lu Hanwen's arrival, could no longer contain her tears of grievance. Upon observing Mo Jiqing's pitiful demeanor, Lu Hanwen felt a surge of compassion, and upon noticing the several maids still carrying boxes, he was incensed and approached them, delivering a swift kick. Is the young mistress's dowry something you can touch?
Begone.
Faced with Lu Hanwen's wrath, the maids dared not continue and hastily abandoned the dowry to retreat to the side. Lu Hanwen's actions were undeniably a slap in the face to Su Meiyu, who defiantly retorted, I instructed them to move it. What of it? Lu Hanwen's expression remained indifferent, clearly accustomed to Su Meiyu's disgraceful behavior. His mother believed she had the right to meddle with Qing'er's dowry. Traditionally, a woman's dowry is meant for her offspring. If she has none, only her maternal family may dispose of it. I must ask, does my mother consider herself her offspring or her maternal kin? As Lu Hanwen publicly mocked her, especially in front of Su Xia, Su Meiyu's fury ignited. Lu Hanwen, spare me your nonsensical tirades. You are well aware that my father instructed me to cover the deficit. Currently, mother is in dire straits, and thus has resorted to this means. Consider it a loan from her. I shall repay her once I have the funds. Regardless, it is now Mo Jiqing who holds the reins of the household. As long as this authority remains in her grasp, the silver that has been dispensed will eventually find its way back. Su Meiyu's thoughts were idealistic, and her words were eloquent. Yet Lu Hanwen was entirely unmoved by her arguments. Observing her mother's actions today, Lu Hanwen found it impossible to trust her words. Not only would Qing'er be reluctant to lend the dowry, but I too shall not offer it. Lu Hanwen's stance deeply wounded Su Meiyu's heart. Lu Hanwen, I am your mother. In my current plight, why do you refuse to assist me? The silver I have taken was for whom? If not for you? Su Meiyu's heartfelt display failed to sway Lu Hanwen. Mother, please do not speak in such a manner. You have indeed subsidized me with some silver over the years. I calculated last night, and it totals around 10,000 taels. Today, I shall return you 30,000 taels, which accounts for both principal and interest. As the eldest son, he had received his mother's affection and support, and over the years, she had indeed provided him with a considerable amount of silver. Yet it amounted to no more than 10,000 taels. Previously, he had lived alone and had little need for expenditure, leaving much of that silver untouched. After marrying Qing'er, with whom his mother was not fond, he received even less financial support. Thus, repaying her threefold was already quite generous. Witnessing Lu Hanwen's defiance towards her on behalf of Mo Ziqing only fueled Su Meiyu's fury. Very well. What sort of enchantment has Mo Ziqing cast upon you that you heed her every command? Have you forgotten your manhood? Su Xia felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. Though the elderly lady hails from the esteemed Bo family, she is but a concubine's daughter. And it is rumored that her aunt was born of the stage. Little wonder, then, that she has raised Su Meiyu in such a coarse and contemptible manner.
Lu Hanwen,
Evidently accustomed to Su Meiyu's words, exhibited no anger, only a face of icy indifference, laced with sarcasm. A son, as a man, ought to safeguard his wife's dowry. Failing to do so renders him not merely less than a man, but less than human. Lu Hanwen's barbed remarks elicited a silent applause from Su Xia, who appreciated the subtlety of the insult. Su Meiyu's face turned a deep shade of liver, clearly understanding the veiled criticism aimed at her. With a stern countenance, Lu Hanwen cast a sharp glance over all present. Henceforth, should anyone dare to infringe upon my wife's dowry, they shall not escape my wrath, and I shall see to it that they are dealt with by the authorities. Su Meiyu was instantly consumed by fury, her vision blurring as she nearly fainted. Mother! Lu Qinxue and Lu Xianglan rushed forward to support her. Observing Su Meiyu in such distress, Lu Xianglan glared at Lu Hanwen in dissatisfaction. Brother, do you derive pleasure from merely causing our mother's demise? Is it so grievous to merely borrow the dowry for a time? It is not as if it will not be returned. Must you be so stingy? In truth, she has coveted the Mo family's dowry for quite some time. How could a merchant's daughter possess such wealth? That dowry would suit her far better, for she is the legitimate daughter of a duke's residence, and only her status is worthy of such an exquisite dowry. Lu Hanwen shot her a cold glance. If you are so fond of lending out dowries, then, when you marry, you might as well present your own dowry to your mother-in-law.
Lu Hanwen.
Lu Hanwen's blunt words provoked Lu Xianglan to stamp her feet in anger. Observing the commotion, Lu Qinxue hurriedly stepped forward to offer a cautious counsel. Elder brother, mother, and sister did not mean it that way. Grandfather is pressing for a resolution, and mother has no choice but to resort to such measures. Please do not take it to heart. As she spoke, Lu Qinxue cast a meaningful glance at Su Meiyu, who immediately understood and plopped down on the ground wailing, "You were present yesterday. If I fail to produce the silver, your grandfather will send me to the authorities for execution. What do you expect me to do?" As she wept, she turned to scold Mo Ziqing. "You heartless wretch! Inciting my son to disregard my plight. It appears you are intent on driving me to my demise." Mo Ziqing's face turned ashen, her heart feeling as though it were being tightly squeezed, causing tears to flow uncontrollably down her cheeks. She had never anticipated that someone could commit such heinous acts and utter such vile words. If such statements were to circulate, would they not be the very means of her destruction? Lu Hanwen, equally enraged, retorted, "Cease casting blame upon Qing'er. No one has compelled you to be greedy. You alone are responsible for your misdeeds and must find a way to rectify them. I reiterate, I will provide 30,000 taels, considering it a repayment of both principal and interest. As for Qing'er's dowry, do not even entertain such thoughts."
With that,
he turned to the maidservants attending Mo Ziqing. "Take the chest back." Yes, the maidservants complied, promptly retrieving Mo Ziqing's dowry chest to the storeroom. Witnessing this, Su Meiyu erupted once more. You truly intend to drive me to despair. Very well, I shall comply with your wishes.
Su Meiyu, in tears,
Attempted to rise and throw herself against the wall. Mother. Lu Qingxue, Lu Xianglan, and a host of servants in the courtyard rushed to restrain her. However, Lu Hanwen remained unmoved, exhibiting an unsettling indifference as he stated, "If you truly believe that ending it all will settle the debt of a mother owed by her child, then I shall repay the ill-gotten wealth you have amassed, even if it means toiling like a beast. But if you cannot, then I implore you to cease this tumultuous behavior. Are you not concerned that if word of this spreads, the future mothers-in-law of your two younger sisters might emulate your actions, bringing misfortune upon them? For the sake of my sisters, I beseech you to cultivate some virtue." Upon hearing Lu Hanwen's words, Su Meiyu's cries abruptly ceased. Lu Qingxue and Lu Xianglan, too, were gripped by a profound sense of unease. Chapter 48. The silver feeds a treacherous wolf. It must be said that Lu Hanwen truly understands how to handle Su Meiyu. The farce has finally come to an end. With Lu Hanwen present, Su Meiyu could not scheme against Mo Jiqing's dowry and could only retreat to her chamber, grumbling all the while. Lu Qingxue and Lu Xianglan dared not cause any further commotion and followed suit in returning. Once Su Meiyu and her entourage departed, Lu Hanwen turned to Mo Jiqing with an apologetic gaze. "I am sorry for the distress you have endured." Mo Jiqing, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, merely shook her head. She understood that his intentions were sincere, and that was sufficient for her. Lu Hanwen tenderly wiped the corner of her eye.
Do not cry.
Should you encounter such matters in the future, send someone to find me at once. Mo Jiqing glanced at Lu Hanwen but chose not to elaborate, simply nodding in agreement. Today, her mother had deliberately sent him away, making it nearly impossible for her to seek assistance, as two matrons had long been stationed at the garden entrance, ensuring she could not leave. However, now that the situation had been resolved, she had no desire to further criticize her mother in his presence. Feeling somewhat ashamed, Lu Hanwen bowed to Su Xia. "I hope I have not embarrassed my cousin today. I am grateful to you for having Xiaochan seek me out, otherwise, who knows how chaotic things might have become." "There is no need for such formalities, cousin," Su Xia responded, finding her cousin rather charming. In her previous life, she had not been close to Su Meiyu's branch of the family, including this cousin and her sister-in-law, Mo. She knew they were not troublemakers, remaining inconspicuous within the household. Yet now, she perceived both Mo and her cousin as individuals worthy of engagement. Upon hearing that it was Su Xia who had assisted her, Mo Ziqing promptly bowed in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Your Highness." "Cousin, there is no need for such formality," Su Xia replied with a smile, helping her to rise. "We are family, so please call me sister or Xia." "Xia?" Mo Ziqing responded, smiling in agreement. "Come in and have a seat." Su Xia accepted the invitation and entered the house alongside the couple. Lu Hanwen personally poured a cup of tea for Su Xia and remarked, "My mother is rather confused. If she has wronged you in any way, please do not hold it against her." Su Xia smiled knowingly. "Indeed, and is rather muddled. If she possessed even half of cousin's wisdom, our duke's residence would be much more peaceful." Thankfully, cousin did not follow in her footsteps. Otherwise, cousin would be in quite a predicament. Lu Hanwen shared his disapproval of his mother's actions, yet she was still his mother, and he found himself reluctant to voice his thoughts on many matters. As the three sipped their tea in silence, it was Mo Ziqing who broke the stillness. "I have heard that the Tian family has come to withdraw their proposal again?" Su Xia raised an eyebrow. "I too heard this news this morning. It seems they have indeed withdrawn." Mo Ziqing sighed softly. "I had intended to hand over the household affairs to Miss Tian once she entered, but now." Mo Ziqing remained unsettled regarding the management of the household within the Duke's residence, particularly with someone like Su Meiyu behaving so theatrically. She dared not take charge of the household affairs, fearing that the funds would once again fall into Su Meiyu's hands. Su Xia was aware of her concerns and comforted her, saying, "I have faith that my cousin-in-law will manage the household affairs proficiently. There is no need to worry about anything else. Should you encounter any difficulties, you may always seek my assistance. Just trust your cousin." Lu Hanwen also looked at Mo Jiqing with reassurance. Although he did not wish for Mo Jiqing to interfere in the Duke's household matters, he believed he was not truly part of that world and felt they lacked the authority to oversee such affairs. Nonetheless, given that they had resided in the Duke's household for many years, he considered it merely a form of assistance. With both of them expressing such sentiments, Mo Jiqing could only nod in agreement. In just a few days, it would be their grandfather's birthday, and it was imperative that the cousin-in-law organize the celebration well. Su Xia felt a tinge of anxiety regarding the birthday banquet, not due to doubts about Mo Jiqing's capabilities, but rather from concerns about Su Laotai and Su Meiyu potentially creating obstacles. Not only them, but also Su Manyun, who stubbornly lingered in the Duke's household, likely for the sake of this very banquet. Mo Jiqing immediately became earnest, stating, "I will ensure it is well organized." Su Xia smiled in reassurance. There are precedents to follow. Just adhere to those. After spending some time with Lu Hanwen and Mo Jiqing, Su Xia rose to take her leave. Speaking of their grandfather's birthday, she realized she had yet to prepare anything. However, she did think of a splendid gift. Su Xia, accompanied by Xiao Chan, made her way to Wang Qingyuan. Su Luocheng had just returned from school and was in the courtyard carving a wooden sword. Upon seeing the wooden sword, Su Xia surmised that it was intended as a birthday gift for their grandfather. Su Luochen was quite taken aback that she had guessed his intentions so swiftly. "I, too, am uncertain about what to gift grandfather, so I decided to craft this wooden sword, though it remains unfinished." As he spoke, Su Luochen resumed his carving of the wooden sword. It was quite a commendable piece, and his sister had also contemplated a gift for their grandfather's birthday. But she required his assistance.
What?
Su Luochen inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. Why did she need his help for a gift? Had she run out of silver? Su Xia did not articulate her need explicitly. Instead, she leaned closer and whispered softly into his ear. The delicate breath of her words brushed against Su Luochen's ear, instantly coloring his cheeks a shade of crimson. "This is rather simple." Su Xia smiled. "Then I shall rely entirely on you. I will bring it to you tonight." "Then I shall await your arrival," he replied. Su Xia playfully pinched his cheek before departing with Xiao Chan. Su Luochen touched his cheek where she had pinched him. Feeling a slight flush, she still regarded him as a child. He glanced down at the wooden sword in his hands, realizing that perhaps he need not finish it after all. This way, he too would have a gift to present. That evening, Su Luochen delivered the items Su Xia requested to the Fuxian, after which she began preparing a birthday gift for Su Rui. Meanwhile, the other members of the Duke's residence were not enjoying such ease. In Kingsongyuan, Granny Dan, who had been out running errands all day, finally returned. How did it go? What did the Duke's residence say? Upon seeing Granny Dan, old Madame Su inquired anxiously. With her eyes reddening, Granny Dan knelt down, saying, "This old servant is useless. I could not recover even a single tael of silver." Madame Su's heart sank suddenly, and she furrowed her brow, inquiring, "Did you explain the situation to them in detail?" Old Mammy, with reddened eyes, nodded. "As soon as I saw the mistress, I informed her of the circumstances. However, upon hearing that I had come to collect money, she immediately began to lament, recounting her and sixth master's hardships, claiming that the funds you provided had long been exhausted, and that she truly could not return any silver to you." At these words, Madame Su's expression darkened to an extreme. How outrageous! Knowing full well that this silver was crucial to her avoiding arrest and abandonment, they were unwilling to return even a single tael. It seemed they wished to watch her demise. She had been blind all these years, bestowing so much silver upon these ingrates. "Madam, what shall we do if they refuse to return the silver?" Old Mammy continued. "She has pawned all your gold and silver jewelry, and even sold the land and property deeds to the pawnbrokers. Yet, there remains a shortfall of over 300,000 taels, all of which you had sent to the house of the Earl of Pingyang." Madame Su narrowed her eyes menacingly. "Tomorrow, I shall personally go to the Earl's residence. Even if I must resort to force, I will reclaim every tael of silver I have given away." Chapter 49. Lost Track in the West Garden. Su Meiyu lamented to Lu Fanglin. "Look at your ungrateful son. Who do you think I embezzled that money for? Was it not to pave a path for you and him? Yet he, in front of a multitude of servants, chooses to humiliate me for the sake of his wife. Who am I? I am his mother. Has he ever regarded me as such? He is nothing but a heartless wretch." These repetitive grievances had consumed Su Meiyu's entire evening, while Lu Fanglin remained silent, seemingly absorbing her words, yet appearing to disregard them entirely. "Are you even listening to me?" Su Meiyu, incensed by his prolonged silence, stepped forward and nudged him. At last, Lu Fanglin, in a tone tinged with impatience, responded, "What do you want me to do?" "Go confront him and reclaim the dowry of the Mo family." Su Meiyu assigned him a task with unwavering determination. Lu Fanglin furrowed his brow at her words. Given the gravity of the situation, do you truly wish to escalate it further? Do you want the entire capital to learn that you embezzled funds from the Duke's estate to benefit me? Or do you desire for everyone to know that your ambitions extend not only to the princess's dowry but also to your daughter-in-law's? Su Meiyu could hardly fathom that Lu Fanglin would utter such words. In a fit of rage, she exclaimed, "Who am I causing a ruckus for? Am I not?" Before Su Meiyu could finish her sentence, Lu Fanglin furrowed his brow and interrupted her. "Do not claim that this is for my sake any longer. The rumors regarding your aspirations for the princess's dowry have already spread like wildfire outside. If such matters were to circulate again, you need not pave the way for me anymore. My career would undoubtedly come to a standstill." Lu Fanglin's words served as a complete silencer for Su Meiyu, leaving her protests lodged in her throat, transforming her fury into concern. What rumors have surfaced? Could it possibly be that severe? Lu Fanglin shot her a glance. "Haven't you seen that the Tian family has come to withdraw the engagement? Their withdrawal stems from the fear that such gossip might hinder Lord Tian's career." After listening,
Su Meiyu hesitantly replied.
"I never desired her dowry. It was merely my father's pressing insistence that left me with no choice." The couple fell into a momentary silence, exchanging no words. After a while, Su Meiyu looked at Lu Fanglin and asked, "If we cannot accept her dowry, what then shall we do? What else is there to do? Retrieve all the money you've lent out and sell off the shop and fields," Lu Fanglin replied. The thought of this made Su Meiyu's heart ache immensely, yet it seemed there was no other path ahead. Even selling would not suffice, as the family's finances had already been significantly depleted by the Lu family over the years. "I shall reclaim the Lu family's funds," Lu Fanglin acknowledged, aware of the Lu family's actions throughout the years. If it were just an ordinary matter, it could be overlooked, but now it concerns his official career, and the money must certainly be retrieved. Upon hearing Lu Fanglin's words, Su Meiyu felt a little more at ease. "Do you still have any money left?" Lu Fanglin replied with a stiff neck. "Where would I find any money? Just a few days ago, I gave you several thousand taels. Although it may not be a large sum, it was still several thousand taels." Lu Fanglin scoffed. A mere few thousand taels, hardly enough for social engagements. When the topic of official matters arose, Su Meiyu's spirit waned. "Times have changed. You should be more frugal in your spending from now on." Lu Fanglin replied, not wishing to elaborate further. The couple then parted ways, forgoing even a moment's rest. Not only was there a commotion in the western garden, but individuals cloaked in capes also ventured out into the night from the southern garden. Early the next morning, Xiao Chan came to report, "Your Highness, last night, indeed." Concubine Yao slipped out in the dark. Su Xia's eyes brightened suddenly. Was anyone following her? Xiao Luzi should have followed her. He is just outside the door. Would you like me to summon him in? Xiao Luzi was tasked with guarding the back entrance and had a close rapport with her. When the princess wished to keep an eye on Concubine Yao, she had asked Xiao Luzi to be vigilant. Unexpectedly, Concubine Yao did venture out last night, and Xiao Luzi happened to encounter her. Su Xia promptly gestured to Xiao Chan, understanding her cue. Xiao Chan soon brought Xiao Luzi inside. "Esteemed servant greets your highness." Upon entering, Xiao Luzi bowed to Su Xia. She wasted no time in niceties and directly inquired, "At what hour did Concubine Yao leave the residence last night?" Xiao Luzi pondered for a moment. "It must have been during the witching hour. Last night. I was dozing off when the sound of the night watchman's bell roused me, and I happened to see Aunt Yao stealthily opening the door to slip out. I recalled what Xiao Chan had said and discreetly followed her." "Where did she go?" Xiao Luzi lowered his head in shame. "I feel remorse. For once we reached East Street, I lost sight of Aunt Yao." Upon hearing this, Su Xia felt a tinge of disappointment. "Did she notice you?" Xiao Luzi contemplated carefully. "She probably did not, as I was exceedingly cautious in my pursuit, and Aunt Yao never turned back. Thus, she should not have perceived my presence." Su Xia mused for a moment and asked, "Can you remember the route you followed with her last night?" Xiao Luzi nodded eagerly. "I remember it all." Su Xia turned to Xiao Chan. "Go fetch some paper and a brush." "Yes," Xiao Chan replied and promptly retrieved the items. Su Xia instructed, "Illustrate the route you took with her last night, ensuring to mark the point where you lost her." "Yes," Xiao Luzi, not daring to delay, quickly took the paper and brush and began to sketch the route. Once completed, he handed the map to Su Xia. She received the map and scrutinized it intently, yet her brow furrowed in concern. The spot where he lost her was indeed at the end of East Street, but beyond that lay a vast expanse of residences, too numerous to investigate. Furthermore, the residence where the Yao family lived as concubines was located in the western part of the city, quite distant from here. Was there a carriage where she vanished? Su Xia recalled something and inquired. The little servant swayed his head, saying, "It seems there are none." Su Xia furrowed her brow in contemplation. Without a carriage, it was likely that the search would be confined to the eastern street. After all, relying solely on foot would not allow her to venture far. Although she had narrowed down her search area, locating someone amidst the vastness remained akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Nevertheless, even though she had not found the person, she had at least acquired some useful information, which could be considered a promising start. Su Xia raised her gaze and instructed the little servant. If you see her leave the residence again, continue to follow her and observe her whereabouts. Yes, the little servant replied promptly. Su Xia then exchanged a glance with Xiao Chan, who immediately understood and handed a pouch of coins to the little servant, saying, "This is a reward from the princess." "Thank you for your generosity, Your Highness," the little servant said as he accepted the pouch and promptly knelt in gratitude.
You may leave now.
"This servant takes his leave," he said, tucking the pouch into his pocket and bowing as he exited. Su Xia watched the little servant's retreating figure, her brow slightly furrowed. Despite having the little servant, she suspected he would be difficult to keep under surveillance. At that moment, her thoughts drifted to Feng Qingjue. If she had not provoked his ire, she could have borrowed a couple of shadow guards from him, which would undoubtedly yield greater efficiency. However, now, the thought of Feng Qingjue instantly dampened Su Xia's spirits. Chapter 50. The silver of the Duke's mansion must not be cheapened for outsiders for 3 consecutive days. Su Meiyu and Lu Fonglin toiled outside, selling gold, silver, and jewels, as well as fields, lands, and shops. They parted with every item of worth, reclaiming every ounce of silver that the Lu family could muster. Yet, a deficit of over 20,000 taels remained. With no options left, Su Meiyu reluctantly contemplated the dowries of her 2 daughters. Upon hearing that Su Meiyu intended to sell their dowries, Lu Xianglan was the first to object. "Mother, while you may have taken my sister-in-law's dowry, how can you now even contemplate seizing your own daughter's dowries?" Su Meiyu, displeased by her daughter's words, retorted, "What nonsense are you speaking? The dowries were procured by me. How can selling what I have provided be deemed theft? You prepared them for us, and thus they rightfully belong to us. If you sell our dowries now, how shall we fare in the future?" Lu Xianglan firmly opposed the idea of relinquishing her dowry. After all, they were not considered proper noble women, and without dowries, what prospects of marriage could they hope for? Su Meiyu argued, by selling the dowries, we can temporarily alleviate our financial woes. In due time, when you are ready to wed, I shall arrange new dowries for you. Although Su Meiyu did not wish to disturb her daughter's dowries, circumstances left her with little choice. Lu Xianglan scoffed in disbelief. You speak so lightly of it. With the house, shops, and fields all sold, where do you expect to find the means to provide us with new dowries? It is not merely the valuable possessions that have been lost. Even her most cherished gold and silver jewelry, along with several newly tailored garments, have been sold, and still, the funds remain insufficient. Their family is on the brink of financial ruin, and she cannot fathom how she might procure any valuable dowry. Currently, the management of the household finances lies within our grasp. Acquiring silver should not pose a challenge. Once this tumultuous period is past, the money we have dispensed will inevitably return to us. Su Meiyu harbors great confidence in this regard. Otherwise, she would not be so willing to replenish the considerable sum she has painstakingly embezzled. Mother S' implication was clear, and Lu Xianglan quickly grasped Su Meiyu's intent. However, she frowned, recalling, at present, the household management is under the purview of my sister-in-law, who may not heed your counsel. With a disdainful scoff, Su Meiyu retorted, she will not have a say when the time comes. I refuse to believe I cannot manipulate her. Observing the ruthless determination in Su Meiyu's demeanor, Lu Xianglan ultimately found herself convinced. Her sister-in-law is typically under their mother's control. Hence, the management of the household finances in her hands is not dissimilar to being under their mother's authority. Previously, when the finances were managed by the Yao family, although they, too, were subject to the oversight of their grandmother and mother, most of the funds flowed into their grandmother's and mother's coffers. However, if their mother directly oversees the finances, the silver within the Duke's residence would be entirely at their disposal. In contrast, Lu Qinxue did not share their optimistic outlook. Now that the embezzlement has come to light, our grandmother and eldest sister may frequently scrutinize the accounts moving forward. Su Meiyu remained unconcerned, remarking that Su Xia was about to wed and could hardly manage the affairs of the duke's residence. Even if she were to examine the accounts frequently, there was no need for alarm, for the Mo family would provide support. On the surface, it was Mo who oversaw the household matters. Should any discrepancies arise, the funds could simply be compensated with Mo's dowry. They could indulge in their spending without worry. Previously, Su Meiyu had merely contemplated diverting some public funds for a short-term investment to earn some interest. However, with her possessions entirely depleted, that meager interest no longer sufficed, prompting her to consider Mo's dowry as a potential source of funds. Lu Xianglan's eyes sparkled at this notion. Mother, this idea is rather astute. The Mo family should indeed use the dowry to cover the gaps. What right does a merchant's daughter have to such a lavish dowry? Initially opposed to Su Meiyu's intentions regarding her dowry, Lu Xianglan found herself swayed by her mother's reasoning and ultimately acquiesced. Lu Qinxue, though silently consented. Unlike Su Meiyu and Lu Xianglan, she harbored less optimism, yet their current predicament left her with little choice but to comply. After much scheming, Su Meiyu finally managed to gather the embezzled funds, returning several 100,000 taels to the public treasury, a process that twisted her heart in anguish. Meanwhile, old Madame Su painstakingly replenished the deficits, while Yao's family had just sold Su Chuanfeng's betrothal gifts, contributing 3,000 taels to the cause. With the three of them having fulfilled their financial obligations, Su Rui ceased his inquiries, yet his disdain for old Madame Su and Su Meiyu only deepened. In the Fuxiyuan courtyard. Upon returning from the front courtyard, Xiao Chan gleefully remarked, "Your Highness, you have no idea." Today, when the elder lady presented the silver, her face was ashen. One can only imagine her heart was bleeding. Su Xia, engrossed in her embroidery, raised her gaze and playfully scolded her with a smile. "You seem to know quite a bit." After all, Xiao Fong and Xiao Chao were chattering excitedly about it ahead, so how could Xiao Chan remain unaware? She had worked so hard to embezzle such a substantial sum of silver, only to have it all returned without a penny left. Could she not feel the sting? "I heard that the elder lady sold off the dowries of both young ladies," the maid continued. Su Xia paused momentarily, then coldly scoffed. "That indeed is her usual tactic. I am surprised that Lu Qinxue and Lu Xianglan agreed to it. What other choice do they have? I've heard the elder lady has sold all her properties and lands, yet still cannot gather enough funds. Furthermore, it is said that the matriarch caused quite an uproar at the Pingyang Marquis's residence, leading to a complete severance of ties." Xiao Chan spoke with evident delight, her tone tinged with schadenfreude. "Does severing ties mean she can reclaim the silver?" Su Xia questioned skeptically. "Wouldn't that only make it less likely to be returned?" It is said that the Pingyang Marquis interceded, compelling them to comply. Su Xia raised an eyebrow. "Are we to believe that the Lu family returned the silver without a fuss?" Noticing Su Xia was about to change threads, Xiao Chan promptly stepped forward to assist her. "It seems the elder master personally went to reclaim it. I am unsure what method he employed. But they managed to retrieve the silver without any uproar from the Lu family." Su Xia nodded in quiet understanding. It was hardly surprising. Lu Fonglin was the eldest son of the Lu family and held an official position. The Lu family's willingness to return the money likely stemmed from their concerns regarding Lu Fonglin's career prospects. With such a vulnerability, it was only natural that they could be easily manipulated. In contrast, the old lady's half-brother and concubine were reckless and posed no significant threat. Had it not been for the intervention of the old lady's legitimate brother, the Duke of Pingyang, it was likely that the money would have remained unattainable. Nevertheless, reclaiming these funds was paramount, as they rightfully belonged to their family as Chinner and should not be squandered on outsiders. Furthermore, Yao and Su Chunfeng, as well as Su Manyun, must be expelled from the Duke's residence before her marriage. They must not be allowed any opportunity to harm Chinner, her father, or her grandfather. Chapter 51. Su Mu causes trouble again at Fuxiyuan. Having just finished her breakfast, Su Xia was soon visited by Mo Jiqing. "Your Highness," Mo Jiqing greeted as she entered the room. Su Xia returned the gesture with a slight bow. "Have I not mentioned? You may simply call me Xia or cousin." "Xia." Mo Jiqing replied with a bashful smile, having indeed forgotten, as she had grown accustomed to the formal address. "Have you had breakfast yet, cousin?" Su Xia inquired while ushering her to sit. "I have already taken my meal," Mo Jiqing responded. Xiao Chan served tea to both. And Su Xia personally poured a cup for Mo Jiqing. This is this year's new tea. Do give it a taste, cousin. Mo Jiqing lifted the cup, took a delicate sip, and smiled. It truly is exquisite tea. After some pleasant conversation, Mo Jiqing eventually broached the main topic. Yesterday, my grandmother, mother, and Aunt Yao have reconciled the funds. Here is the new account book. I kindly request you to review it, Xia. However, Su Xia did not accept the account book. Has my grandfather not already reviewed the new accounts? Before coming here, I visited Shuehe courtyard, and he has already seen them.
With a smile.
Su Xia pushed the account book back. It is you, cousin, who manages the household affairs now, not me. As for these accounts, you need only discuss them with grandfather. There is no necessity to show them to anyone else, not even to me. Mo Jiqing appeared momentarily taken aback, yet as she observed the smile on Su Xia's face, it seemed she grasped the essence of her words, retrieving the account book with a nod. I shall remember that. Do you not have an accountant at your place? Would it be difficult to keep the records? If you require an accountant, please do not hesitate to ask. Su Xia inquired with genuine concern. Mo Jiqing recalled the matter of the 10 esteemed accountants and pondered before speaking. There is indeed an accounting office. It is part of my dowry. Before Mo Jiqing could finish her thought, Su Xia interjected with a smile. Cousin, if you do not need it, there is no need to feel compelled. Your family, the Mo clan, is the wealthiest in Jiangnan. Managing the accounts should pose no challenge. In just 2 sentences, Su Xia conveyed her meaning to Mo Jiqing. Trusting those she employs while being cautious of those she does not, since her grandfather entrusted the management of the Duke's household to her. It was clear he believed in her competence and character, and there was no intention of sending accountants to monitor her. Her words were purely expressions of concern, devoid of any ulterior motives. For now, there is no need. Should the necessity arise in the future, I will certainly reach out to you. Mo Jiqing, gracious by nature, understood her implications and dismissed any further thoughts, replying with a smile. Has anyone in the household given you trouble since you took over management? Su Xia poured more tea for Mo Jiqing. Mo Jiqing smiled shyly. Not at the moment. Perhaps it is because my maternal grandmother and mother have been preoccupied with gathering funds to cover the shortfall, leaving them little time to trouble me. Last night, she had anticipated that her mother would cause another uproar, but to her surprise, that did not occur. Perhaps her father had intervened. Given her mother's temperament, it would have been difficult to maintain peace otherwise. That is good to hear. If anyone does give you trouble, it matters not who they are. Simply address the issue. After all, your grandfather supports your management of the household, and in the Duke's residence, no one can surpass your grandfather's authority. This served as a reminder that she had Su Rui's backing.
Montag Ziking listened intently, nodding ernst epsilon.
I will remember, she assured. Although the Mo family was a merchant household, it was also the foremost family in Jiangnan. The affairs of the Mo family's courtyard were far more intricate than those of the Duke's residence. As the legitimate eldest daughter of the Mo family, if she could not manage even this minor task, it would render her mother and grandmother's teachings futile. Su Xia naturally had faith in Mo Ziqing's capabilities. Otherwise, she would not have entrusted her with the management of the Duke's kitchen. Suddenly, Mo Ziqing had a thought and turned to her maid, Xilian. Xilian immediately understood and presented a box. Mo Ziqing retrieved 2 lists from within and handed them to Su Xia. In 2 days, it will be my grandfather's birthday. This is the guest list, and this one is the shopping list for the banquet. Please help me check if there is anything missing. Su Xia took the 2 lists and began to examine them closely. The first guest list had been compiled with care, as the Duke's residence hosted Su Rui's birthday banquet annually. Therefore, there were precedents for such lists. Mo Ziqing had followed the previous list. Making only one alteration, she changed the title of the Chengwang to the Yuang. Upon noticing Mo Ziqing's amendment, Su Xia felt increasingly assured of her understanding of propriety and her ability to handle matters adeptly. With the Duke's legitimate son now being Feng Qingjue, it was only fitting to invite him to such an occasion. As for Feng Yuqing, their engagement had been annulled, and Su Manyun was merely his concubine, not a legitimate relative. Given their awkward relationship, it was only natural that she would not be invited. The guest list posed no issues, but after reviewing the shopping list, Su Xia offered some suggestions. Upon hearing this, Mo Ziqing's eyes instantly sparkled as she praised Su Xia. Indeed, Xia, you are meticulous. Without you, I fear I might have made a mistake. Su Xia chuckled lightly. Cousin, do not be so humble. It is merely a few minor adjustments that do not alter the overall situation. You have already done exceptionally well.
Montag Ziking smilet SHYLY.
As the legitimate eldest daughter of her family, she had assisted her mother in managing household affairs since the age of 13. Although she had previously handled such matters at home, their merchant family could not compare to the grandeur of a duke's residence. This was her first time organizing such a significant birthday banquet, and being newly entrusted with the internal affairs of the duke's household, she was anxious about making mistakes. Thus, she sought Su Xia's advice, and now she felt that this experience had been immensely beneficial. The two of them revised the procurement list together. Mo Ziqing carefully put away the list and rose to take her leave. With the grand celebration for my grandfather's birthday approaching, there remains much to be done. So I shall take my leave now. Cousin, do attend to your tasks. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask, Su Xia replied, understanding that Mo Ziqing had much on her plate and refraining from detaining her. Very well, Mo Ziqing responded with a smile, bowing slightly to Su Xia before departing with Kai Lian. Upon returning home, Mo Ziqing promptly sent someone to issue invitations based on the guest list. Just as she finished, Su Meiyu arrived. Mother, Mo Ziqing said, quickly standing to greet her. Without uttering a word, Su Meiyu walked directly to the table and began to peruse the documents. The procurement list that Mo Ziqing and Su Xia had revised was conveniently laid out on the table. After perusing the items, Su Meiyu immediately donned a look of disdain. What are these? They are half of what we had last year. Her daughter-in-law had calculated that, based on the guest list from previous years, these items should suffice. Mo Ziqing lowered her gaze and replied respectfully. Her words instantly irked Su Meiyu, who slammed the shopping list onto the table. Are you implying that we overpurchased previously? Mo Ziqing's heart skipped a beat as she averted her eyes once more. The daughter-in-law did not intend that. Su Meiyu, observing her submissive demeanor, became even more incensed and mockingly retorted, indeed, one from a humble background can achieve little. You are certainly incapable of managing such an important task as procurement. I shall send someone else. Just hand over the funds for the purchases to me. Chapter 52. The hen that does not lay eggs. As soon as Su Meiyu opened her mouth to demand money, Mo Ziqing was taken aback. She nervously squeezed the handkerchief in her grasp and finally lifted her gaze to meet Su Meiyu's. The items for purchase are already sufficient. Any more would be wasteful. The selection of buyers has also been finalized, so there is no need for you to worry, mother. Upon hearing this, Su Meiyu was instantly enraged.
What do you mean by that?
You are my daughter-in-law. If this birthday banquet is not executed properly, it will reflect poorly on me, Su Meiyu. How can I not assist? Procurement is of utmost importance. I am only thinking of your well-being by offering my help. Do not be ungrateful. With the conversation having reached such a point, Mo Ziqing decided to be direct. Precisely because procurement is critical, it must not go awry. Mother, rest assured, I will personally oversee the purchases to ensure that everything is flawless. Seeing her resistance, Su Meiyu's expression darkened immediately. You refuse to let me assist in the procurement, do you? Unyielding, Mo Ziqing stood her ground. You've been preoccupied lately with replenishing the public funds, and it would be best for me to manage this personally. Mo Ziqing's insinuations infuriated Su Meiyu even further. Very well, Mo Ziqing, you have certainly outdone yourself. With no advantage gained, Su Meiyu stormed off in frustration. After a considerable time had passed since Su Meiyu left, Mo Ziqing sank into a chair, as if deflated. Meanwhile, upon returning to her room, Su Meiyu was in a fit of rage, hurling chairs and smashing lamps. Lu Qinxue and Lu Xianglan, hearing the commotion, rushed over to find the room in utter disarray. Mother, we are already short on money. Why must you break things? Won't we have to spend more to replace what is damaged? Lu Xianglan implored with a pained expression. Lu Qinxue directed the maid to tidy the room. What is the matter? Has your sister-in-law provoked you again? Lu Xianglan inquired with a furrowed brow. Upon mentioning this, Su Meiyu was once again engulfed in fury, shouting outside, I intended to assist her with purchases, yet she suspects I would embezzle funds, and even taunts me. Does she not realize her own worth? Without me, could she strut around the Duke's residence? Now she dares to slander her mother-in-law. Is there truly such a daughter-in-law in this world? Just a petty person, yet she expects everyone to be as naive as herself. She is merely a hen that cannot lay eggs. Sooner or later, I shall ensure Hanwon divorces her. The increasingly harsh insults echoed from the main room, and Mo Ziqing could no longer contain her tears, which cascaded down her cheeks. The commotion in the western courtyard soon reached Su Xia's ears. This cousin-in-law is truly unfortunate. Burdened with a mother-in-law like the elder aunt, her life may be cut short. Xiao Chan expressed with sympathy. She had grown hesitant about marriage, fearing she might encounter a mother-in-law akin to the elder aunt. Upon hearing Xiao Chan's words, Su Xia recalled events from her past life. Indeed, it could be said that her previous sister-in-law had met her demise at the hands of Su Meiyu. In her previous life, my cousin's wife suffered 2 miscarriages due to the machinations of Su Meiyu. After her 3rd pregnancy, my cousin took her away from the duke's residence. It is said that during childbirth, she encountered severe complications, and owing to the toll of the previous miscarriages, she tragically lost both her life and that of her child. The Mo family was unable to reclaim her dowry, which ultimately benefited Liu Qinxue and Liu Xianglan. Following the heart-wrenching loss of his wife and child, my cousin fell into a deep despair, failing his imperial examination and unable to secure an official position. Your Highness, the young mistress is in such a pitiable state. Could you not extend her some assistance? Xiao Chan recalled the harsh words of her grandaunt and felt an even greater pang of sympathy for the young mistress. Su Xia sighed softly. It is not our place to interfere in the affairs of their household. Moreover, she is my aunt's daughter-in-law. We see each other daily. If she cannot stand firm on her own, our assistance would be of little value. Additionally, she is to be married in 3 months. While I may offer her temporary support, I cannot sustain her for a lifetime. Ultimately, it is up to my cousin and herself to find a solution, especially my cousin. As a daughter-in-law, she is constrained by familial ethics and can only endure in silence. Yet my cousin still possesses the ability to speak and act, as evidenced yesterday when my aunt found herself powerless against him. The dynamics of this mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship largely depend on my cousin's actions. I hope that in this life, he will protect his wife. On the side of Shiyuan, upon returning, Lu Hanwen discovered 2 additional maidservants in the house, none other than his mother's chief maidservants, Jin Zhu and Yin Zhu. Upon seeing Lu Hanwen, the 2 hurriedly approached, blushing, to pay their respects. Young master. Lu Hanwen disregarded the 2 individuals, stepping into the inner chamber, where he found Mo Jiqing with red and swollen eyes. He furrowed his brow immediately and inquired, "What happened? Did your mother disturb you again?" Mo Jiqing lifted her gaze, dejected, and replied, "They were sent by mother to attend to you." Lu Hanwen understood the situation without further ado. He gently patted Mo Jiqing's hand in a comforting manner before proceeding to the main house. "You've returned at just the right moment. Your wife is utterly ungrateful." As soon as Su Meiyu saw him, she began to ramble on about Mo Jiqing's faults, disparaging her to the point of rendering her inferior to a pile of dung. The more Lu Hanwen listened, the darker his expression became, yet he refrained from immediate outburst, merely stating, "Those 2 maidservants in my quarters, Jinju and Inju, were prepared by your mother as concubine servants. Both are slender and curvaceous, surely capable of bearing children, far superior to that hen that cannot lay eggs." The final remark nearly pushed Lu Hanwen to his breaking point. He pondered how Mo Jiqing could have tears in her eyes, unaware that his mother had treated her so unjustly in his absence. Taking several deep breaths to regain composure, he managed to suppress his fury, "Since they have been sent, what about the contract of servitude? Rest assured, it is with your mother. She has ensured that they are of unblemished reputation. She would never impose any indignities upon you." Su Meiyu, mistaking his willingness to accept Jinju and Inju as a sign of approval, was filled with excitement. Previously, he had refused to accept anyone she sent, but now he finally acquiesced, making her investment worthwhile as she gifted him her 2 most capable maidservants solely to vex Mo Jiqing. "I cannot accept anyone without a contract of servitude. Either my mother provides me with the contract or reclaims the person," Lu Hanwen remarked with a darkened expression. "How could one possibly reclaim them? If you do not desire a son, I still wish to embrace a grandchild." Su Meiyu firmly opposed this notion. Lu Hanwen remained silent, merely gazing at her. Understanding her son's resolute temperament, Su Meiyu conceded and handed over the contracts of the 2 maidservants. Upon receiving the contracts, Lu Hanwen turned and departed. That very evening, he summoned Jinju and Inju to his chamber to attend to him. Su Meiyu felt immense joy upon hearing this. The grievances she endured at Mo Jiqing's hands began to dissipate. She knew well that even the mightiest of heroes falter in the presence of beauty. No man is devoid of affection for women. As for that insipid Mo Jiqing, who dared to covet her son, how absurd. Once Jinju and Inju bore her grandchild, she wasn't sure that Hanwon cast aside that wretched woman. Just as Su Meiyu reveled in her thoughts, an enraged roar echoed from outside. Vile servant, begone at once. Chapter 53. Deep affection between husband and wife. Startled by the commotion, Su Meiyu, who was lost in pleasant thoughts, hurried outside to investigate. At the entrance of Lu Hanwon's study, Jinju and Inju lay on the ground, their garments insufficient against the chill, as if they had been discarded. Lu Hanwon stood at the door, his countenance dark and foreboding. What was happening? Sensing the gravity of the situation, Su Meiyu questioned Lu Hanwon. However, he dismissed her, turning to his attendant, De Bao, and commanded, "Go fetch the toothless hag. We shall sell these two wretches." "Yes." De Bao replied promptly, and set off to carry out the order. Upon hearing this, Jinju and Inju were finally struck by fear, weeping as they bowed to Lu Hanwon, exclaiming, "Young master, we acknowledge our faults. We beseech you to show us mercy. Please spare us this time. We shall never dare to transgress again." Lu Hanwon did not deign to give them a glance, his disdain evident, as if it threatened to overflow. Seeing no hope from Lu Hanwon, the two turned to plead with Su Meiyu, "Madam, we do not wish to be sold. We implore you to save us." Confused, Su Meiyu looked at Lu Hanwon. "What have they done wrong? Why must you sell them?" Lu Hanwon's expression remained grim as he coldly retorted, "You have the audacity to inquire, yet I have no desire to explain." Angered by his words, Su Meiyu exclaimed, "What kind of talk is that? Jinju, speak." Jinju's delicate face flushed crimson as she cast a furtive glance at Lu Hanwon, stammering shyly. "Young master, when you summoned me to assist with Inju in the room, I assumed you thus. I wished to serve alongside Inju. However, the outcome was..." As she pondered the predicament she and Inju found themselves in, tears of injustice welled up in Jinju's eyes once more. Su Meiyu grasped Jinju's hesitant words, yet she could not fathom why they were being sold. Noticing her audacity to inquire further, Lu Hanwon shot her a piercing glance and retorted, "Where are we?" "This is my study. I initially intended for them to prepare ink and light the lamps for me. Yet they shamelessly undressed and engaged in the act of seducing their master, thus tarnishing this sanctified place. What should have been a delightful affair turned into a disgrace. And such servants, if not sold, should await the new year?" Lu Hanwon's resolute words filled Jinju and Inju with profound shame. In stark contrast, Su Meiyu perceived no wrongdoing in their actions. "They are, after all, the chambermaids I bestowed upon you. Serving you is their duty. What have they done wrong?" Reflecting upon her mother's words, Su Meiyu pondered whether she would no longer need to study, but instead spend her days mingling with the chambermaids, thereby rendering the imperial examinations unnecessary. Such idleness would surely jeopardize her chances of achieving any official title. Lu Hanwon's remarks had deftly struck at Su Meiyu's vulnerabilities. Not pursuing the examinations was simply unacceptable. She had high hopes for him to return as a top scholar, destined to become a high-ranking official, thus securing her a noble title. Even so, there is no need to sell them off. At most, you could simply refrain from having them serve in the study. Lu Hanwon, with an expression of indifference, retorted, "I cannot afford to keep such a maid of a charming master." Amidst the heated argument between mother and son, Daba arrived with the toothless old woman. Lu Hanwon promptly instructed the old woman to take Jinju and Inju away, resulting in their incessant cries and wails. Su Meiyu, in a fit of exasperation, protested vehemently, "You shall not sell them. They are my chief maids. Without my consent, I dare anyone to lay a finger on them." Jinju and Inju had served her for many years, and even if they were not to become Lu Hanwon's concubines, they could remain by her side as invaluable aides. She would never part with them. Lu Hanwon produced their contracts of servitude, sneering, "Mother, have you forgotten? Their contracts are in my possession, making me their rightful mistress. If I say they are to be sold, then sold they shall be." With that, Lu Hanwon handed the contracts over to the old woman. "Lu Hanwon, how dare you?" Su Meiyu was utterly distraught. Lu Hanwon feigned ignorance and addressed the old woman, "I do not require any payment for these two maids. I have but one request. They must never enter the Duke's residence again." The old woman, eager for a free offering, readily complied, joyfully leading the two maids away. No amount of weeping from Jinju and Inju, nor the desperate cries of Su Meiyu, could alter the outcome. Watching helplessly as the two were taken away, Su Meiyu's fury reached its zenith. She pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Hanwen and exclaimed, "You are intent on provoking me, aren't you? You have no desire to keep them as concubines. You deliberately sought the contracts to sell my maids and humiliate me." Lu Hanwen gazed solemnly at Su Meiyu, declaring, "My wife is not a mere hen, nor is she an eggless one. Should I hear such insults directed at her again, I shall gladly forfeit the pitiful bond of mother and son." Su Meiyu, infuriated, was on the verge of hurling insults, but Lu Hanwen, uninterested in her further ramblings, abruptly turned and retreated to his chamber, slamming the door behind him. Enraged, Su Meiyu stomped her foot, exclaiming, "Lu Hanwen, you unfilial son!" Inside the room, Mo Jiqing sat on the bed, silently shedding tears. Upon seeing Lu Hanwen enter, she could no longer contain her emotions and leaped into his embrace. Lu Hanwen tenderly held her close, murmuring, "You have been wronged." His gentle words caused Mo Jiqing to cry anew, and she gazed up at him with tear-filled eyes. I thought. Mo Jiqing struggled to articulate her thoughts, prompting Lu Hanwen to interject with a smile. "You thought I had taken in those two concubines, and that I would be so easily tempted in your eyes?" Mo Jiqing's cheeks flushed, and she cast her gaze downward, feeling somewhat dejected. "They are my mother's chief maidservants." Though she had never been prone to unfounded suspicions and was aware he would not take them, his choice to retain them and have them serve him sparked her worries. Then what of it? Even if they were the maidservants of the emperor himself, I would not care, Lu Hanwen asserted with unwavering conviction, igniting a flicker of joy within Mo Jiqing. Yet, the more he reassured her, the more her anxiety grew. "But I cannot bear." "Who says you cannot?" Mo Jiqing's despondent words had yet to be fully articulated when she was interrupted by Lu Hanwen. "How long have we been married? Others have been wedded for a decade without bearing children, yet they too can conceive in due time. We have only been together for a year. Why the haste?" "But mother." Mo Jiqing felt utterly helpless. Indeed, a year was not a pressing timeline, yet while she remained calm, someone else was anxious. Lu Hanwen, fully aware of Su Meiyu's temperament, consoled her, saying, "Pay her no mind. If she sends anyone else over, just accept them and leave the rest to me. You truly are the finest husband in the world." Mo Jiqing clung tightly to Lu Hanwen, reluctant to let go. Initially, she had intended to maintain a respectful distance after marrying into the Duke's residence, yet she had unexpectedly encountered such a wonderful man. Hence, her heart grew greedy. She did not wish for him to take a concubine or have a secondary wife, yearning instead for his entirety. As a woman from Jiangnan, her soft words and playful demeanor were particularly endearing to Lu Hanwen, who playfully pinched her delicate nose and teased, "Flatterer." Mo Jiqing looked up at him with watery eyes, earnestly asking, "What if I truly cannot bear children? What will you do then?" Lu Hanwen had long considered this quandary, despite Su Meiyu's frequent disturbances. "If you cannot conceive, we shall move away. You can pretend to be with child, and I will adopt a baby, presenting it as our own." His words once again brought tears to Mo Jiqing's eyes. The significance of offspring was immense, and the fact that he was willing to adopt a child for her sake, whether or not he spoke with sincerity, filled her heart with joy. Mo Jiqing clung tightly to Lu Hanwen, standing on her tiptoes, whispering sweetly in a Jiangnan dialect into his ear, "Hanwen, I love you dearly." The delicate and dense affection flowed into Lu Hanwen's ear, and he could hardly withstand it any longer. With a swift motion, he lifted her effortlessly into his arms, declaring, "We must take the initiative in this matter." With those words, Lu Hanwen carried Mo Jiqing into the tent. The sheer curtains fluttered gently, setting the stage for a night of enchanting intimacy. Chapter 54. The prince's little tsundere last night. The commotion from the western courtyard reverberated throughout the duke's residence, prompting Xiaochan to rush over early this morning with the latest gossip. "My lady, you cannot fathom the audacity of the young master last night. He brazenly sold the golden and silver pearls right before our great aunt." Xiaochan's eyes sparkled with admiration, her face beaming with excitement. Su Xia smiled softly. The golden and silver pearls were indeed the personal treasures of her aunt's chief maid, and for her cousin to have managed their sale was quite impressive. "I heard that the great aunt was so infuriated by the young master that she fell ill and summoned the household physician for a consultation," Xiaochan added with a hint of schadenfreude. Su Xia raised an eyebrow. "Su Meiyu is in good health. She is most likely feigning illness. However, I doubt my cousin will pay her any mind, but my sister-in-law will likely attend to her." As the two conversed, Mo Jiqing approached, Sister-in-law, Su Xia said, rising to greet her. They exchanged pleasantries, and Su Xia invited Mo Jiqing to sit down. I heard that your mother is unwell, and I thought you were attending to her. Mo Jiqing lowered her gaze gently. Mother asked me to come, but your cousin was worried and went to care for her himself. Su Xia expressed her surprise. So your mother actually consented? Mo Jiqing managed a wry smile. She certainly did not wish to, but with the upcoming birthday celebration of her maternal grandfather, there are many matters to attend to. Your cousin used this as an excuse, and she had no choice but to acquiesce. When I left, I could still hear her scolding someone inside. Not wanting to listen, I simply sought refuge here. Your cousin treats you exceptionally well, Su Xia remarked with a hint of envy. Mo Jiqing's face flushed with shyness. Indeed, your cousin is truly kind to me. Su Xia gazed upon her countenance, radiant as blooming peach blossoms, her complexion akin to the delicate hues of dawn, exuding an innate charm, and discerned that her cousin had indeed cared for her well. Given her cousin's capabilities, it seemed plausible that he could protect her. Yet, she pondered why they had lost 3 children in their previous life. As Su Xia was lost in thought, Mo Jiqing hesitantly spoke. Xia, I actually came here today to ask for your assistance. Regaining her composure, Su Xia replied, Cousin-in-law, please go on. Mo Jiqing's cheeks flushed as she continued. It has been a year since I married your cousin, yet I find myself still without child. Expecting something more, Su Xia smiled reassuringly. You and your cousin are still young. There is no need to rush regarding offspring. Mo Jiqing, stroking her abdomen with a look of concern, lamented. I am not in a hurry, nor is your cousin, but my mother incessantly sends people to our home, uttering unkind words. Su Xia understood the nature of Su Meiyu all too well and comforted her. She is simply that kind of person. With your cousin to protect you, you need not take it to heart. When Mo Jiqing mentioned Lu Hanwen, her eyes filled with affection, and she shyly lowered her gaze, saying, It is precisely because your cousin treats me well that I yearn to conceive a child sooner. Xia, your maternal grandfather is the head of the Imperial Medical Institute, so I wonder if you could take me to see him to ascertain if there's indeed an issue with my health? Realizing the purpose of her visit, Su Xia responded, I have had the fortune to learn some medical skills from my grandfather. If you trust me, I can examine your pulse. Mo Jiqing looked at Su Xia in astonishment. Is that truly possible? Is it truly possible that she possesses medical skills? Su Xi smiled faintly, stating, It is but a superficial understanding. I wonder if my cousin-in-law can place her trust in me. Of course, I shall trouble you, Shiyu. Without further ado, Mo Ziqing extended her wrist. Su Xi reached out to take her pulse. How is it? Noticing her silence, Mo Ziqing felt a twinge of anxiety. Su Xi released her wrist and chuckled softly. Your health is splendid, my dear cousin-in-law. There is nothing amiss. Just take it easy, and in due time, you shall conceive. Mo Ziqing's face lit up with joy. Is that true? My health is genuinely fine? Su Xi reassured her with a smile. Rest assured. There is nothing to worry about. However, do avoid anxiety and distress, for such emotions may hinder conception. Maintaining a tranquil state of mind is essential. In her previous life, she had successfully borne 3 children, thus her health could not possibly be in question. Moreover, according to her memories from that life, she ought to discover her pregnancy within a month's time, perhaps thanks to these recent days' efforts. Mo Ziqing, elated, grasped Su Xi's hand. I will remember your words. Thank you so much. Su Xi replied with a gentle smile. Oh, my dear cousin-in-law, you are too kind. However, I must request that you keep my medical knowledge a secret. From a young age, she had been apprenticed to her maternal grandfather, studying medicine for decades. Yet few were aware of her expertise. Following her grandfather's advice, she had refrained from disclosing her medical abilities to anyone, not even to her grandfather or father. The only exception was that day when she confided in him to escape from Feng Qingju. Moreover, there was Xiao Chan, her devoted maid, who was well aware of her medical skills. Very well, I shall not utter a word. Mo Jiqing asked no further questions and acquiesced. In the royal residence. In the study, Feng Qingjue was preoccupied, absently toying with the invitation in his hands, a visage laden with contemplation. Your Highness, you have been perusing that invitation for 2 days. It is nearly worn to a pulp, Yuing remarked, unable to bear the sight of the tattered paper. Feng Qingjue shot her a sharp glance, prompting Yuing to quickly amend. If you truly wish to abstain from attending, I could select some grand gifts to send in your stead. thus sparing any semblance of rudeness. Feng Qingjue frowned, his displeasure evident. Why must you prattle so? Who said this king intends to forego it? Yu Ying, perplexed, replied, if you desire to attend, then by all means, you may do so. With this invitation, where could you not go? Yet, what of Prince Cheng? He has yet to receive an invitation. At this, Feng Qingjue's eyes brightened with intrigue. Feng Yuqing has not received an invitation? Indeed. Traditionally, the Duke of Su would extend an invitation to him, but this year, since he has severed his engagement with our princess, his position has become rather precarious. It is only natural that the Duke's residence would refrain from inviting him. He cannot possibly compare to you, who is now the esteemed son-in-law of the Duke of Su. Yu Ying had a keen grasp of how to flatter her lord. As expected, upon hearing this, Feng Qingjue felt an immediate sense of relief and inexplicable joy, even his earlier vexation dissipating considerably. See to it that ample gifts are prepared. We must not appear discourteous. At once, I shall make the necessary arrangements, Yu Ying responded, promptly departing with alacrity. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Duke, Su Manyun's countenance darkened after perusing the letter handed to her by Granny Pan. Observing the change in her expression, Granny Pan remarked with a knowing look, the princess' letter is quite explicit. You must strive diligently, my dear. Su Manyun fixed her somber gaze upon Granny Pan and replied, I understand. I would appreciate your assistance tomorrow. With a shrewd smile, Granny Pan responded, of course, I remain at the Duke's residence solely to aid you. Su Manyun narrowed her eyes with a sinister glint. She fervently hoped that all would proceed smoothly the following day, for only then could she secure her position in the prince's household, while Su Xie would merely serve as a stepping stone on her path to success. Chapter 55. The grand birthday celebration of Su Rui today. The residence of the Duke of Su is adorned with lights and festooned with decorations, bustling with vibrancy. The entrance is a flurry of carriages and guests, all bustling in joyous anticipation. Su Rui, clad in a new outfit, radiates with vitality as he stands alongside Su Chongqing to greet the arriving guests. Meanwhile, Su Old Madam and Su Meiyu stand nearby, welcoming the ladies, though today they present themselves in remarkably understated attire. Particularly Su Meiyu, who, with merely a gilded hairpin as her adornment, dons an ensemble from several years past, appearing rather antiquated and unrefined. A carriage comes to a halt, and from it emerges a couple, Zhang Fengshua, the governor of Shuntian Prefecture, alongside his wife. The Duke beams with delight, extending his wishes. May your fortune be as vast as the eastern sea, and your longevity surpass that of the southern mountains. Zhang Fengshua smiles, reciprocating the congratulations to Su Rui. Please come in, Lord Zhang, Su Rui invites as he and Su Chongqing usher Zhang Fengshua inside. Madam Zhang. It has been quite a while. Su Old Madam and Su Meiyu warmly greet Zhang's wife. Zhang's wife bows respectfully to Su Old Madam, then looks at Su Meiyu with surprise. Lady Lu, why do you appear so understated today? Su Meiyu's expression stiffens, and she forces a smile that is more akin to a grimace. My father advocates for frugality, so it is only natural for us to appear modest. Is that so? Zhang's wife replies with a knowing smile, her heart filled with derision. Just a few days prior, the commotion surrounding these two had been quite significant. The rumors had circulated throughout the city, revealing their dealings in selling properties and land, suggesting that their mother-daughter duo had been misappropriating funds from the Duke's household. It was said they had sold their assets to cover their own misdeeds. Observing the attire of the two individuals, one cannot help but suspect that their circumstances have deteriorated beyond the confines of their estate. It appears they may have even pawned their gold and silver ornaments, as well as fine garments. In this day and age, to speak of advocating frugality is utterly shameless. Su Meiyu, fully aware of Madame Zhang's derision, felt a mix of shame and fury, nearly on the verge of an outburst. However, it was Su Old Lady who discreetly tugged at Su Meiyu and addressed Madame Zhang, saying, "Please do come inside." Madame Zhang nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded into the Duke's mansion, accompanied by her maidservant. Once they had departed, Su Meiyu, infuriated, flung her sleeves and exclaimed, "Who does she think she is? A mere wife of a third-rank official daring to mock me. I am the legitimate daughter of the Duke's household, destined to become a first-rank lady in the future. How dare she presume to ridicule me?" Su Old Lady, possessing more life experience than Su Meiyu, counseled her, "You must remember, she is merely a third-rank official's wife. There is no need to stoop to her level." Su Meiyu, Unable to contain her indignation, shot a resentful glance at Su old lady and retorted, I am leaving. I had already declared I would not attend. Yet look at this morning. Any random passerby feels entitled to mock me. How can I endure such humiliation? She had initially intended to avoid greeting guests, but lacking gold and silver adornments, and even a respectable outfit, how could she not feel embarrassed? This morning, it was not merely Madame Zhang who provoked her ire. Every lady who arrived cast her a disdainful glance. Who knows how much more scorn she would have to endure? How could she possibly maintain her composure? Seeing Su Meiyu sulking, Su old lady admonished, do not be foolish. Your father is still here. What kind of behavior is this, to leave now? Su Meiyu instinctively cast a glance towards Su Rui and Su Chongqing. Upon noticing Su Rui gazing back at her, she immediately pressed her lips together. Refraining from uttering a word, 2 carriages approached, and as they beheld the inscriptions adorning the vehicles, both Su Rui and Su Chongqing simultaneously furrowed their brows. The royal carriage arrived first. Yuing had just assisted Feng Qingjue into his wheelchair when Feng Yuqing descended from his carriage. At the sight of Feng Yuqing, Feng Qingjue's eyes darkened slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Yuing. Yuing, appearing innocent, shrugged his shoulders, genuinely perplexed as to why Prince Cheng had come, especially since he hadn't even received an invitation. When Feng Yuqing laid eyes on Feng Qingjue, he exhibited no signs of astonishment and approached with a beaming smile, bowing respectfully. Little imperial uncle. Yuing couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye at Feng Yuqing's cheerful demeanor. What was happening? Just a few days prior, Prince Cheng had been vociferously clamoring for their lord's demise. Now, mere days later, had the resentment over the stolen wife dissipated? Feng Qingjue also regarded Feng Yuqing with a meaningful glance. On the steps, Su Rui and the elderly matriarch hurried forward to greet the newcomers as they alighted from their carriages. The old minister pays his respects to the royal prince and Prince Cheng. Feng Qingjue smiled at Su Rui, saying, we are all family. The duke need not be overly formal. No sooner had Feng Qingjue spoken than Feng Yuqing chimed in, indeed. We are family now. Grandfather need not be so formal henceforth. The moment Feng Yuqing addressed him as grandfather, the smiles on everyone's faces froze. Particularly those of Su Rui and Feng Qingjue. Seeing that Feng Qingjue's expression was not favorable, Su Rui quickly turned to Feng Yuqing and said, Man Yun is in the outer courtyard. Your Highness, would you like to pay her a visit? This time, it was Feng Yuqing whose countenance darkened, as he forced a grim smile. Very well. Clenching his fists, he turned and entered the duke's residence. Su Rui looked at Feng Qingjue and smiled. Your Highness, please do enter as well. Feng Qingjue's mood seemed to brighten again. He smiled back at Su Rui and, accompanied by Yueying and Yueya, proceeded into the duke's mansion.
Outside.
Su Xia remained blissfully unaware of these developments. At this moment, she was in the garden receiving guests, as it was her duty as the legitimate daughter of the duke's household to host young ladies and wives from various families. This year, however, Su Xia was joined by Mo Ziqing in attending to these delicate guests. Is this the young Mrs. Liu? Everyone knew that the Liu family was residing at the duke's mansion. While they had often seen Lady Liu and her 2 daughters, it was rare to encounter the young Mrs. Liu. Today, seeing her alongside Princess Fuxi was indeed intriguing. Su Xia, linking arms with Mo Ziqing, remarked, she is my cousin-in-law. Previously, she seldom entertained guests, but now that she oversees our household affairs, she can no longer afford to be idle. Upon hearing Su Xia's affectionate words, the guests understood instantly and began to compliment Mo Ziqing. I heard that the young Mrs. Liu hails from Jiangnan. She is indeed more enchanting than the ladies of our capital. It is said that beauties from Jiangnan are more delicate than flowers, and upon meeting Lady Liu, one could discern the truth of the rumors. Mo Ziqing felt a bit bashful under the flattery of the guests, realizing that Su Xia's earlier remarks were intended to elevate her status, and her gratitude towards her cousin-in-law deepened. In a corner of the garden, Lu Xianglan observed everyone gathered around Su Xia and Mo Ziqing, engaged in lively conversation, while she anxiously crumpled a handkerchief in her grasp. What audacity Mo Ziqing had to flaunt her status as the daughter of a merchant. Lu Xianglan, equally a legitimate daughter of the duke's residence, felt unjustly overlooked. Lu Qinxue shot a reproachful glance at Lu Xianglan. Do not speak ill. She is our sister-in-law. Lu Xianglan retorted indignantly. What if being a sister-in-law? She has even wronged our mother. Had she not refused to provide us with a dowry, I would not find myself in such a state of destitution today. Devoid of gold and silver adornments, lacking splendid garments, she felt too ashamed to converse with the esteemed noblewomen. All this was the fault of Mo Zicheng and that Susia. They were two of a kind, neither worthy of admiration. Lu Qinxue cast an envious glance at Susia, who was being treated like a cherished star. In the past, Susia had been haughty, disdainful of mingling with others at gatherings, which had carved a niche for herself and Xianglan. Yet now, for reasons unknown, Susia had become remarkably amiable, even bringing along their sister-in-law, thereby obliterating any semblance of their previous standing within the Duke's residence. Susia was not only the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Su, but also the destined consort of the future monarch. It was her esteemed lineage that attracted such company. Should she ascend to the position of royal consort, even as a concubine, Lu Qinxue would willingly accept it. The thought of that individual ignited a fierce determination within her eyes. As Susia conversed with the noblewomen, a maid named Xiaochan hurried over, whispering urgently into Susia's ear. Upon hearing, Susia's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 56. The Clash of Two Kings. Sparks fly upon raising her gaze. Susia beheld Grandma Pand assisting Su Manyun into the garden. The eyes of the onlookers converged upon Su Manyun, prompting a flurry of hushed whispers. It was said that she was the illegitimate daughter of the Duke of Su, having returned to the Duke's residence only this year after being born from a concubine. To have usurped the engagement of Princess Fuxi, her audacity was indeed remarkable. One might say it was shameless. To engage in such indiscreet behavior on the very day of Princess Fuxi's wedding was utterly disgraceful. Su Manyun was acutely aware of the peculiar glances directed her way, yet, with the backing of Empress Fong and Feng Yuqing, she paid no heed to the crowd. Approaching Susia and Mo Zicheng, she gracefully curtsied, addressing them, elder sister, cousin. Susia surveyed her from head to toe, ultimately resting her gaze upon her abdomen, and with a gentle smile inquired, "How is it that my second sister, in her delicate condition, has ventured out? Pray, do take care to avoid any distress to the child." At Susia's words, the attention of the noble ladies abruptly shifted to Su Manyun's midsection. She was indeed with child. The scandal of being pregnant before marriage was truly appalling. Indeed, to have stolen her sister's South betrothal and still parade about so boldly, one's audacity could rival that of a city wall. Only Princess Fuxi possessed the grace to tolerate such a half-sister. What half-sister? Merely the daughter of a concubine, and even if she had snatched the engagement from Princess Fuxi, she could never ascend to the status of the legitimate wife of Prince Cheng. The voices around were far from subdued. Each mocking and disdainful remark reached Su Manyun's ears. With a sullen gaze fixed on Susia, Su Manyun caressed her abdomen and chuckled softly. "Today marks my grandfather's grand birthday celebration. Even though I bear the royal heir, I cannot refrain from honoring him." The mention of the royal heir immediately silenced the noble ladies, who had conveniently forgotten that this daughter of a concubine was with child, a matter beyond their purview to discuss. With a slight arch of her elegant brows, Su Manyun provocatively stared at Susia. What if she intentionally revealed her unwed pregnancy? She bore the royal heir, leaving these onlookers with nothing but envy and admiration. She genuinely admired Su Manyun's audacity. Had it been her, she would have never dared to flaunt such a scandalous position. As the two stood in a tense standoff, a young servant hurried over. "Princess, the time is nearly upon us. The Duke requests that you escort our esteemed guests to the main hall." Susia withdrew her gaze and addressed the noble ladies. "Then let us proceed together." Ignoring Su Manyun further, she led the group towards the main hall. Su Manyun watched Susia's retreating figure, narrowing her eyes with malice. She was eager to see if Susia would maintain her arrogance in the moments to come. Supported by Mama Pan, Su Manyun followed suit towards the main hall. In a corner of the garden, Lu Xianglan observed Su Manyun's display with envy gleaming in her eyes. The fortune of Su Manyun is truly remarkable. She is merely a lowly concubine's daughter, yet has captured the favor of Prince Cheng, and is even with child, accompanied by palace matrons on her walks. Such immense honor should rightfully belong to her. Had she borne Prince Cheng's offspring, would Mo Zicheng not have generously bestowed her dowry upon her? As Susia entered the main hall with a group of noble ladies, her gaze was immediately drawn to Feng Qingjue. It was not out of intent. Rather, his brilliance shone like a resplendent galaxy, captivating her attention entirely. His strikingly handsome visage and formidable aura eclipsed all others in the room. rendering them mere phantoms in her eyes. Upon entering, Feng Qingjue also spotted her at once. Despite harboring resentment for her deception, the moment he laid eyes on her, it felt as though all his anger dissipated into thin air. Feng Qingjue, when did you become so weak-willed? He silently reproached himself, diverting his gaze and lifting his teacup to sip, suppressing the tumult of emotions within. Noting that Feng Qingjue had averted his gaze after a brief glance at her, Su Xia felt a pang of disappointment. He was likely still upset with her. If so, why would he attend her grandfather's birthday celebration? The maids and young servants ushered the noble ladies to their seats, and perhaps by design, Su Xia found herself seated right next to Feng Qingjue. Opposite him sat Feng Yuqing, while Su Manyun took her place beside him, sharing the same table. A glance at Feng Yuqing and Su Manyun caused Su Xia's pupils to constrict. Feng Yuqing has indeed arrived, and although my cousin did not extend an invitation, he nonetheless made his presence known, undoubtedly prepared for today's occasion. As the guests gradually took their seats, their collective gaze inevitably gravitated towards the head of the table. Today, as celebrant, Duke Su occupied the main seat, flanked on his left by Prince Yu and on his right by Prince Cheng. The two sat facing each other, as if in opposition, and the palpable tension between them sparked intrigue among the attendees, who observed the unfolding spectacle with keen interest. Prince Yu had audaciously claimed Prince Cheng's betrothed, and had he held an ordinary status, it might have been more tolerable. Yet, he was none other than the emperor's uncle to Prince Cheng. Once Prince Yu wed, Prince Cheng would be required to address his former fiancée as his royal aunt, a notion that elicited a rather sour taste. It was indeed remarkable that Prince Cheng chose to attend Duke Su's birthday celebration under such circumstances. There were those who envied the power wielded by the Duke's household. After all, Duke Su had but 2 granddaughters, one poised to become the Princess Yu, and the other soon to enter the household of Prince Cheng. Henceforth, the Duke's lineage would truly ascend to the ranks of imperial kin, likely to wield unparalleled influence. Su Rui also perceived the electric tension between Feng Qing and Feng Yuqing, prompting him to clear his throat and declare, "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all for attending my birthday banquet. Allow me to raise a toast to each of you." With that, Su Rui lifted his glass, gesturing to the assembly before consuming its contents in one swift motion. The guests reciprocated, raising their glasses in honor of Su Rui. Subsequently, an array of birthday gifts was presented, with the offerings from Prince Yu and Prince Cheng being particularly lavish. Of course, Prince Yu's generosity surpassed that of Prince Cheng by an order of magnitude, with each gift reflecting significant thoughtfulness and opulence. One seeks to marry the legitimate daughter of the Su family as a princess, while the other intends to take the illegitimate daughter as a concubine. The distinction is indeed significant. Grandfather, my sister, and I also have gifts to present to you. Su Luocheng, being still a child at heart, was eager to share. Su Rui's eyes sparkled with affection as he regarded Su Luocheng and Su Xia. Oh, what treasures have little Cheng Cheng and little Yaya prepared for grandfather?
Su Luocheng,
brimming with excitement, declared, "The gifts for my sister and me are set." Su Rui's interest piqued further, and he turned his gaze eagerly towards Su Xia. Su Xia chuckled lightly. "Cheng speaks truly. Our gifts are indeed a matching pair." Together, Su Xia and Su Luocheng approached the front, each accompanied by Xiao Chan and Qing Yan, who each held a long, ornate box. Curiosity enveloped everyone as they wondered what kind of birthday gifts had been prepared. Su Rui, too, watched intently. Su Xia and Su Luocheng each retrieved a scroll from the long boxes, exchanged a smile, and together unfurled the paintings. Chapter 57. Public apology. On these 2 exquisite scrolls were simultaneously unveiled before the audience, presenting identical subjects yet crafted from entirely different materials, captivating all who beheld them. The artwork by Su Luocheng depicted a likeness of Su Rui, while Su Xia's silk embroidery also portrayed Su Rui, one rendered through painting and the other through exquisite needlework. Such a remarkable depiction of the Duke of Su. How lifelike it appears. The artistry is truly exceptional. I wonder which esteemed master created this? Or could it be the work of the young master himself? I am equally impressed by the embroidery of Princess Fuxi. It is nothing short of brilliant, showcasing remarkable skill. Indeed, who would have anticipated that Princess Fuxi, at such a tender age, could master embroidery to this extent? She truly lives up to her noble heritage. The ladies of the assembly gazed with admiration at Su Xia. Had it not been for Princess Fuxi's betrothal by the emperor, given her esteemed lineage, striking beauty, and extraordinary embroidery talents, it is likely that the threshold of the duke's residence would have been trampled by suitors vying for her hand. Su Rui, upon beholding his two portraits, was filled with joy and emotion. Xiao Yu's embroidery is quite impressive, and Xiao Chen's painting is equally commendable. Su Xia smiled at Su Luochen and remarked, "This embroidery was inspired by the portrait drawn by Chinner. It is his exceptional artistry that enabled me to create such a piece. The credit truly belongs to him." Feeling bashful from Su Xia's praise, Su Luochen desired to compliment her in return but found himself at a loss for words, standing there shyly. Observing his two beloved grandchildren, Su Rui chuckled. "Both of you are wonderful. Both of you are splendid. Your gifts have delighted your grandfather immensely. Tomorrow, grandfather will have someone frame the paintings and embroidery, hanging them in his bedroom. As long as grandfather is pleased." Su Xia smiled and clasped her hands towards Su Rui, wishing him, "May grandfather enjoy this day year after year." Without waiting for Su Xia to remind him, Su Luocheng followed suit, proclaiming, "May grandfather experience this moment every year." Wonderful. Su Rui beamed with delight, his heart swelling with joy as he gazed upon his two obedient grandchildren, increasingly pleased with each passing moment. After Su Xia and Su Luocheng presented their birthday gifts, Lu Hanwen and Mo Zicheng stepped forward to offer their own tribute. They had prepared a set of golden armor, its resplendent hue captivating countless hearts. Crafted from genuine gold, the armor shimmered beautifully. Such a grand piece must be worth several tens of thousands of taels of silver. It was said that the young mistress of the Lu family was the daughter of the wealthiest man in Jiangnan, indeed coming from a prosperous background. Was it not true that Lu Madam had arranged this marriage primarily because of the wealth? Did this not fulfill her desires? The whispers around her could no longer penetrate Su Meiyu's ears as she fixated on the golden armor, her expression darkening to an extreme. Previously, she had toiled tirelessly to gather silver to cover losses, and they had only provided her with 30,000 taels. Yet now, here they were, gifting a set of golden armor, a clear slap in her face. When presenting the golden armor, they did not even think to inform her, not even suggesting it was a collective gift from their family. She had just witnessed the derisive laughter at her meager gift, a piece of calligraphy by Fong Lin. This Mo family truly excelled at bringing her disgrace, leaving her embarrassed to the core. In the forefront were the birthday gifts presented by Su Xia, Su Luocheng, and the couple Lu Hanwen. One gift was crafted with heartfelt thought, while the other was lavishly expensive, rendering the subsequent offerings somewhat inadequate. This was particularly true for the sisters Lu Qinxue and Lu Xianglan, who, lacking the funds to procure alternative gifts, resorted to embroidered pieces, 100 longevity motif. Under ordinary circumstances, this would have sufficed as a commendable gift. However, in light of the exquisite portrait gifted by Su Xia, their offering appeared somewhat lacking. It lacked the thoughtfulness, innovation, and, most crucially, the superior embroidery skills that were evident in Su Xia's piece, discernible to any discerning eye. Nevertheless, they approached to present their gift, for aside from this token, they had nothing else to offer. Next came Su Chunfeng and Su Manyun, who also stepped forward together with their gifts. Su Chunfeng had prepared a fine set of writing materials, ink, paper, and brush, while Su Manyun presented a jade rui. Although their offerings were not as modest as those from Su Meiyu and the Lu sisters, the earlier gift of a golden armor from the Lu couple rendered their contributions rather ordinary. When Su Rui beheld their gifts, although he smiled, his expression clearly dimmed considerably. The guests began to grasp the reality. Only the legitimate offspring of the Grand General held a special place in the Duke of Su's affections. All other illegitimate children, even grandchildren, were regarded as mere afterthoughts. Consequently, the intentions of those who initially sought to ally with the Lu family through marriage, merely due to the Duke of Su's standing, began to wane significantly. It is evident that Duke Su does not place significant value on Su Meiyu, the daughter of his secondary consort, nor does he regard his grandchildren with any particular esteem. One fears that even an alliance with the Lu family may not grant them access to the Duke's household. Feng Yuqing has taken note of Su Rui's preferential treatment, and his gaze upon Su Xia grows increasingly predatory. Whether it be Su Manyun or the two daughters of the Lu family, they hold no standing in the hearts of Su Rui and Su Chongqing. Only by marrying Su Xia can Su Rui and Su Chongqing be of service to him. As Feng Yuqing reflects, Su Rui has already announced the commencement of the banquet. Guests approach Su Rui in succession to offer their toasts, and Su Xia along with Su Luocheng also steps forward to pay their respects. Feng Yuqing cast a glance at Su Manyun and Granny Pan beside him, and they silently nodded in understanding.
Shumanyun Roche.
While Granny Pan lifted a tray from the table, which bore a wine pot, wine cups, and teacups. Together, they approached Su Xia's table. Elder sister. I have come to apologize, Su Manyun said, her expression filled with remorse as she looked at Su Xia. Su Xia's pupils contracted slightly before she raised her gaze. What is the meaning of this, second sister? Su Manyun knelt before Su Xia's table, proclaiming, the previous matters were all my fault. I wrongfully seized the prince and thereby ruined your good fortune, elder sister. I am truly deserving of condemnation. Su Manyun appeared genuinely contrite, shedding tears of shame and striking her own face in self-reproach. The commotion soon captured the attention of those nearby, with everyone turning to observe the unfolding scene. Even Su Rue, who was engaged in a toast with others, glanced over at the two women. Seated beside Su Xia, Feng Qingjue discreetly stole glances at her, and upon witnessing the commotion, he decided to turn and observe the unfolding drama openly. Hadn't his younger sister already offered her apologies? Why the need for such theatrics now? Su Xia's gaze, heavy and penetrating, fixated on Su Manyun as if her piercing eyes could see straight through her. A wave of unease washed over Su Manyun, causing her to stiffen as she wiped away her tears and spoke. Though my elder sister possesses great magnanimity and has forgiven me, I still feel a sense of guilt within. No sooner had Su Manyun finished her words than Granny Pan presented a wine jug. Su Manyun accepted it and poured a cup for Su Xia, saying, Thus, I come to toast my elder sister, hoping that she can truly forgive me and set aside past grievances. The wine, brimming to the edge, shimmered with an extraordinary luster in the candlelight. Chapter 58. The grand performance has begun. Su Xia gazed at the wine for some time, showing no inclination to indulge. Su Manyun's expression stiffened slightly as she took a teacup from Granny Pan's tray. Sister, due to my poor health, I can only toast you with tea in place of wine. I hope you will not take offense. As she spoke, Su Manyun raised her cup towards Su Xia and then drank the tea in one gulp. After finishing her tea, Su Manyun turned her gaze upon Su Xia, awaiting her response to the toast. The other guests surrounding them watched curiously, eager to see if Su Xia would accept the wine offered by Su Manyun. Opposite them, Feng Yuqing stared intently at Su Xia, resembling a wolf lurking just outside a trap, waiting for its prey to unwittingly step into danger. Feng Qingjue, initially a mere spectator, sensed the unusual tension and was about to intervene on Su Xia's behalf when she observed Su Xia lifting the wine cup and, under the watchful eyes of all, drinking it down in one swift motion. The crowd gasped in surprise as Su Xia consumed the wine offered by Su Manyun, suggesting that Princess Fuxi had indeed forgiven this daughter of the mistress. Both Feng Yuqing and Su Manyun exchanged glances, filled with a glimmer of triumph upon witnessing Su Xia's action. With the elder sister having drunk, it implied forgiveness, leaving the younger sister feeling willing to sacrifice herself. Su Manyun, having gained an advantage, continued her act of the innocent White Lotus without missing a beat. Su Xia cast a sidelong glance at her adversary and taunted, rather than performing for me, second sister, it would be wiser to guard your own position. Do take care not to leave an opening for others to exploit.
Assumanon lisanto su US suggestive remarks.
She swiftly turned her gaze and discovered that Lu Xianglan had, unbeknownst to her, taken her place and was currently coaxing Feng Yuqing into drinking. Your Highness, I am the younger sister of Princess Fuxi, and I raise my glass to you, Lu Xianglan said, almost leaning against Feng Yuqing as she urged him to partake in the drink. Su Manyun's expression darkened abruptly, and she could no longer pay attention to Su Xia. Accompanied by Granny Pan, she made her way back. Why does my cousin wish to drink without seeking me? Upon her return, she squeezed herself between Feng Yuqing and Lu Xianglan, reclaiming her position and effectively separating the two. Seeing Su Manyun return so swiftly, Lu Xianglan's demeanor soured, and she shot a disdainful glance at Su Manyun. Weren't you conversing with your elder sister? Lu Xianglan, with her capricious nature, looked down upon Su Manyun, the daughter of a concubine. Su Manyun clenched her fists in indignation, yet maintained a cheerful smile. I have concluded my conversation. Now let us drink. As she spoke, Su Manyun took the wine jug once more and poured a glass for Lu Xianglan. Feng Yuqing frowned at the sight of Su Manyun pouring wine, and Granny Pan felt a surge of alarm. However, with Su Xia seated opposite them, neither made any further movements. My condition is not suitable for alcohol, so I shall substitute tea for wine, Su Manyun declared, raising her teacup and downing its contents as if it were wine. Lu Xianglan cast a jealous glance at Su Manyun's belly before following suit and drinking. Upon witnessing Lu Xianglan consume the alcohol, Su Manyun's demeanor shifted instantly. Now that my cousin has had her drink, shall we return? Upon hearing Su Manyun's rather impudent remarks, Lu Xianglan was immediately incensed, muttering under her breath, "What is so remarkable about a mere concubine?" With that, she flung her sleeves and stormed off in a huff. Su Manyun watched Lu Xianglan's retreating figure, her eyes glinting with venomous malice. If Lu was so eager for a man, she would lend her a helping hand. Across the room, Su Xia observed Su Manyun's every action, yet exhibited not a shred of sympathy for Lu Xianglan. Pouring herself a glass of wine, she indulged in her own solitude. Feng Qingjue, noticing her untroubled demeanor, cast a curious glance in her direction. It was evident that Feng Yuqing and that woman could not have orchestrated such a scene without ulterior motives. There was undoubtedly some scheme at play. Feng Qingjue harbored concerns. Thus he discreetly kept an eye on Su Xia's situation. Of course, it was not only Feng Qingjue who was vigilant. Both Su Manyun and Feng Yuqing were equally attentive to Su Xia, as if all preparations were in place, awaiting the unsuspecting prey to ensnare itself in their trap. After a cup of tea, Su Xia began to feel a sense of warmth enveloping her. Her head grew heavy and her limbs unsteady, rendering her vision blurred and indistinct. With a flushed complexion, she propped her head on her hand, appearing quite intoxicated. Noticing her state, Xiao Chan hurriedly bowed and said, "Your Highness, you seem inebriated. Allow me to assist you back to rest." "Very well," Su Xia replied, seemingly unable to persist any longer, as she allowed Xiao Chan to help her away from the gathering. Just as Su Xia departed, Feng Yuqing seemed to succumb to his own drunkenness, about to topple over. Su Manyun quickly rushed to support him, saying, "Your Highness, you have had too much to drink. Allow me to escort you to the guest quarters for a respite, lest you lose your decorum here." Feng Yuqing appeared to be quite inebriated, silently assisted by Su Manyun and Granny Pan as they departed. Su Xia, on the verge of being escorted by Xiao Chan to Fuxi Courtyard, unexpectedly encountered Granny Pan. "Miss Xiao Chan, what has happened to the princess?" Granny Pan inquired with a concerned expression upon her face. "The princess must have indulged in too much drink. Today marks the Duke's birthday, and she must have been in high spirits, hence the excessive consumption," Xiao Chan responded, halted in her tracks by Granny Pan's presence. Waving her handkerchief, Granny Pan exclaimed dramatically, "Oh dear, drinking too much can lead to severe headaches. Fortunately, I possess a remedy that can alleviate such discomfort. A single pill is sufficient to dispel the pain. This is a favored cure among the noble ladies of the palace. Why not escort the princess to my place, and I shall administer the remedy?" "No need for that. I shall take the princess back to Fuxi Courtyard and prepare a bowl of hangover soup," Xiao Chan replied, attempting to lead Su Xia away. Granny Pan, however, was unwilling to yield, insisting, "Ordinary hangover soup is ineffective. My remedy is far superior. Let us proceed to my quarters." "But enough with the buts. Let us go,"
Granny Pan insisted.
Seeing Xiao Chan's reluctance, she took matters into her own hands, guiding Su Xia toward the outer courtyard. With no other option, Xiao Chan reluctantly followed. They had barely taken a few steps when Su Manyun's chief maid, Xia He, approached Xiao Chan. "Xiao Chan, where have you been? I have been searching for you. It seems someone in the front hall is looking for you."
"Who is seeking me?"
Xiao Chan asked. "I'm not sure. It appears to be a guard." "Perhaps it is His Highness the Crown Prince inquiring after you," Xia He replied vaguely. Upon witnessing the situation, Granny Pan promptly said, "Miss Xiao Chan, if you have matters to attend to, please do not hesitate. The princess shall be entrusted to this old servant." "I am most grateful to you, Granny Pan," was the reply. Before Miss Xiao Chan could utter another word, Xia He took her by the hand and led her away. As Granny Pan observed Miss Xiao Chan being drawn away, a glimmer of shrewdness flashed in her eyes, and she hurriedly supported Su Xia, making her way towards the outer courtyard. Upon reaching the entrance, Su Manyun arrived to assist. Without exchanging further words, they guided her into a room. Once Su Xia was laid upon the bed, and it was confirmed that she was thoroughly intoxicated and unconscious. Granny Pan and Su Manyun quietly exited the room. Upon hearing the sound of the door closing, Su Xia, who had been lying on the bed, suddenly opened her eyes, revealing a clarity in her gaze that held not a trace of inebriation. Chapter 59. The Scoundrel's Scheme Against Her Outside. As Su Manyun and Granny Pan emerged, They found Feng Yuqing waiting for them. At this moment, he displayed no signs of intoxication. Feng Yuqing cast a glance inside the room, silently inquiring with his eyes towards Su Manyun and Granny Pan. Granny Pan quickly approached with a smile, saying, "Your Highness, everything is in order." Feng Yuqing smirked wickedly. His gaze fixated on the room as he commanded, "Proceed according to the plan." "Understood," both women replied with a bow. Feng Yuqing, unable to contain his eagerness, pushed the door open and entered the chamber. The door closed once more, and Su Manyun's eyes narrowed, fixated on the room with a glint of malice. Why must it be Su Xia? Even if it were someone else, she would not feel this wretched. Yet it was precisely Su Xia. It was she who had orchestrated this entire affair, delivering her own man into the hands of the one she despised most in this lifetime. And she would have to regard her with reverence henceforth. The mere thought was suffocating. Granny Pan, sensing her distress, bowed and said, "For the sake of greater matters, Lady Su, do not dwell on it. Regardless of what the future holds, His Highness will always prioritize you." The matron's words resonated with Su Manyun, and she collected herself, suppressing her emotions. She must endure. Even if Su Xia gained the prince's favor, she would merely serve as a stepping stone, something to be trampled underfoot for eternity. Moreover, without this act, she would have garnered no attention from Feng Yuqing, even upon entering the Prince of Cheng's residence. Thus, this was an inevitable course of action, devoid of regret. Ultimately, Su Manyun proceeded alongside Granny Pan. Since the grand performance had commenced, it must be seen through to the end. Within the confines of the room, Feng Yuqing cautiously approached the grand bed, step by deliberate step. The delicate curtains hung low, contributing an air of mystery that heightened his anticipation. Su Xia, at long last. He had awaited this moment. Did she not disdain him, yearning to dissolve their engagement? He was eager to discover whether she could truly sever their bond. Fate had inexorably entwined their fates. She was destined to be his princess. Finally, unable to contain himself, Feng Yuqing lifted the curtain, only to be taken aback. He had expected Su Xia to be waiting on the bed, yet it lay empty, devoid of any presence. Realization dawned upon him, and just as he turned to leave, a sharp prick at the nape of his neck rendered him unconscious. Su Xia, clutching a silver needle, furiously approached, delivering a couple of forceful kicks to Feng Yuqing. That wretched scoundrel, even after she had arranged a new engagement, refused to let her be. And that vile Su Manyun, complicit in her schemes, continuously plotting against her. Fueled by indignation, Su Xia landed several more kicks, yet despite her anger, she recognized the necessity of attending to pressing matters. She retrieved an ointment, smoothing over the puncture wound at the back of Feng Yuqing's neck, then carefully relocated him to the bed, thoughtfully adjusting the curtains in place. Next, she turned to the table, producing a small fragrant ball from her bosom and placing it into the incense burner. A wisp of smoke gracefully ascended, and an enchanting aroma swiftly filled the room. Su Xia narrowed her eyes, contemplating his preferred methods. She would gladly assist him in this endeavor. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside, startling Su Xia, who instinctively concealed herself behind the door. Could it be that Su Manyun had arrived so swiftly to catch her in the act? The timing seemed exceedingly hasty, as nothing had yet transpired. Just as Su Xia had finished lamenting the timeliness of the situation, the door swung open, and a woman stumbled into the room. Upon catching sight of the woman's figure, Su Xia was left utterly dumbfounded. Was it Lu Xianglan? What could she possibly want? Since consuming Su Manyun's wine, Lu Xianglan had been in a daze, feeling as if a volcano simmered within her. So intense was the heat that she longed to shed her clothing. Earlier, she had been closely observing Su Manyun and Prince Cheng in the main hall. As soon as they departed, she had followed suit. However, fatigue weighed heavily upon her, and it took her considerable time to reach this place. She had just concealed herself outside, and upon witnessing Su Manyun and the old maid leave, she had ventured inside. At this moment, Lu Xianglan was in a poor state. Entirely oblivious to Su Xia hiding behind the door, her gaze fixated solely on the grand bed within. Prince Cheng must be inside. Stumbling forward, Lu Xianglan threw herself into the canopy. Upon seeing Feng Yuqing lying on the bed, she was struck with a mix of surprise and delight. Eagerly beginning to remove his garments, Su Xia stood there, utterly bemused, watching the fervent Lu Xianglan. Initially, she had intended to fetch a woman for Feng Yuqing, but it seemed unnecessary now, as someone had presented themselves willingly. Is this not the very definition of a fateful entanglement? Lu Xianglan harbored desires for Feng Yuqing, while Su Manyun, consumed by jealousy, resorted to administering poison to Lu Xianglan. Now, it appears that Lu Xianglan has indeed entangled herself with Feng Yuqing. Su Manyun has truly brought calamity upon herself. I am eagerly anticipating the moment when Su Manyun attempts to catch them in the act. I wonder what her expression will be upon discovering Lu Xianglan. The commotion from within the room grew increasingly intense, and Su Xia had no interest in eavesdropping at the corner of the bed. Just as she was about to step outside, someone unexpectedly burst in from the doorway. Upon seeing Feng Qingjue's silhouette, Su Xia was once again taken aback. What was this person doing here? Stirring up trouble? Perhaps due to his impatience. Feng Qingjue failed to notice Su Xia behind the door, his entire focus fixated on that grand bed. Hearing the sounds emanating from the bed, Feng Qingjue's eyes turned crimson, and an aura of murderous intent enveloped him as he charged towards the bed. Realizing that Feng Qingjue was about to ruin everything, Su Xia rushed forward to pull him back. In his current state, Feng Qingjue was beyond restraint. Without even glancing at Su Xia, he forcefully shook off her hand and stepped closer to the bed. Growing anxious, Su Xia approached and embraced Feng Qingjue from behind. He suddenly froze, an overwhelming wave of revulsion radiating from him. Sensing that Feng Qingjue's fury was on the verge of erupting, Su Xia furrowed her brow in frustration and quickly released him, saying, "Your Highness, it is I." The familiar, gentle voice reached his ears, causing Feng Qingjue to turn abruptly, astonished as he gazed at Su Xia. "You." Feng Qingjue glanced back at the grand bed, then at Su Xia, his mind swirling in confusion. On the bed, Feng Yuqing seemed to have awakened. Yet the alluring fragrance enveloped him, and with Lu Xianglan's persistent entanglement, he swiftly succumbed to the depths of oblivion. The tender call of Shiyu from Feng Yuqing caused the veins at the temples of Feng Qingjue to protrude violently, his complexion darkening to an extreme. However, Su Xia, caught off guard by Feng Yuqing's awakening, hastily seized Feng Qingjue and urged him to leave. Fearing the presence of others outside at this hour, she closed the door and led him to the back, intending to escape through the rear window, only to discover, to her dismay, that there was no such window in the guest room. Thus, they found themselves utterly trapped within the confines of the chamber. Concerned that Su Manyun might arrive with others to catch them in a compromising situation, Su Xia disregarded her apprehensions and pulled Feng Qingjue to hide behind the wardrobe. The space behind the wardrobe was already cramped, barely accommodating Su Xia alone, and now with Feng Qingjue squeezed in, it became exceedingly crowded, forcing the two to be intimately pressed against one another. Chapter 60. The heart's yearning of Feng Qingjue and his self-taught resilience. Feng Qingjue stood against the wall, while Su Xia leaned against the cabinet, finding herself almost entirely pressed against him. "Your Highness, your leg." Su Xia looked at Feng Qingjue's leg with concern. "I cannot feel it," he replied, relying solely on his willpower to remain standing. Su Xia's heart sank, filled with worry and frustration. "How many times have I told you? You must not exert yourself. Do you truly wish to abandon the hope of healing your leg? Shall I simply stand by and watch as you encounter danger?" Feng Qingjue muttered, "It's futile to try. What does it matter anyway?" Seeing him in such a state of despair, Su Xia felt a pang of guilt and sorrow. "Forgive me, for I have deceived you before. However, I assure you, I will find a way to heal your leg, even if it proves impossible in the future. I will dedicate my life to taking care of you." Her words resonated with sincerity. As she had resolved to care for him the moment he decided to claim her heart, it seemed as though her declaration possessed a magical quality, miraculously soothing all of Feng Qingjue's pain and turmoil. "That is a promise you made," Feng Qingjue said, his gaze fixed intently upon Su Xia, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth, clearly in high spirits. Su Xia felt her cheeks flush under his intense gaze, and she instinctively shifted, wishing to escape his penetrating stare. "Do not move," Feng Qingjue commanded in a husky voice as soon as she attempted to shift. "Your leg cannot bear weight. I cannot allow you to press down upon it." With a flushed complexion, Su Xia whispered an explanation. Feng Qingjue, upon hearing her, lifted her entirely, as one would a child. Instantly, Su Xia's face turned crimson, as if she had been cooked, radiating warmth like a simmering pot. What difference did it make? It was still his legs bearing the weight. With him holding her in such a manner, how could she feel at ease? She continued to struggle, attempting to shift to another position. Yet, as she squirmed, Feng Qingjue found it intolerable, He quickly gave her a gentle pat and, in a hushed tone, urged her, "Do not move recklessly. We must not be overheard." The grand bed was not far from them, and the sounds were unavoidable for Su Xia, even if she wished to block them out. She never imagined she would find herself ensnared in such a predicament, listening to the intimate moments of Feng Yuqing, especially with Feng Qingjue present. What an utterly awkward situation this was. The sounds from outside deepened the flush on Su Xia's cheeks, and she dared not glance at Feng Qingjue. Instead, she nestled against his chest, desperately seeking conversation to alleviate the embarrassment. "Your Highness should not have entered. Had he not come in, she would surely have managed to escape and avoid being trapped in this manner." Feng Qingjue, too, was not at ease. Though he was not one to pursue women,
He was still a normal man.
the raucous sounds continued to echo, and with the warmth of soft silk in his embrace, it truly tested his composure. "This prince," he began, his voice already hoarse, a hint of embarrassment creeping in, cough. "This prince noticed you indulging in their wine." Su Xia looked up in surprise, not expecting him to have witnessed it. "I acted intentionally," she admitted. Su Xia disdainfully snorted a couple of times, saying, "Su Manyun insisted on clinging to the Duke's residence, and I suspected they must have ulterior motives against me. Therefore, I played along, indulging in their wine to ascertain their true intentions." As she inhaled her unique fragrance, Feng Qingjue leaned against the wall, closing his eyes, desperately suppressing his breath, fearful of committing any indiscretion towards her. Unaware of his unusual demeanor, Su Xia continued to express her indignation. "They drugged the wine and brought me here. Their intentions are unmistakable. I used a silver needle to incapacitate Feng Yuqing." Yet, Feng Qingjue did not absorb a single word of Su Xia's incessant chatter. Instead, the sounds from outside entirely consumed his mind. Suddenly, his dark eyes snapped open, and he could no longer restrain himself as he leaned down to kiss her. Su Xia was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief. In a flurry of panic, she tried to push him away, but he seemed utterly beyond his own control, rendering her efforts futile. It was then that Su Xia recalled the aromatic ball she had placed in the incense burner. Initially, she intended for Feng Yuqing to experience its effects, never anticipating that Feng Qingjue would enter the room, nor that they would find themselves trapped together. Truly, it was a case of self-inflicted misfortune. Although she had administered the drug, she possessed no antidote. The sole remedy had been consumed by her right after the wine. Given the current predicament, she was unable to provide Feng Qingjue with an antidote. After struggling a few times to break free, she found herself ensnared ever tighter by him, ultimately resigning herself to his embrace. Aside from those 2 fleeting kisses, Feng Qing possessed no prior experience in the art of kissing. In this moment, the entanglement felt as natural as water to a fish, driven solely by her heart's desires and the man's innate understanding of such intimacy. It must be said that a man's ability in this regard is indeed remarkable. Before long, Su Xia had completely succumbed to his embrace. Meanwhile, outside the room, Su Manyun and Granny Pan had meticulously prepared everything according to their plan. As the birthday banquet reached its peak, Su Manyun suggested that old Madame Su and Su Meiyu escort the esteemed ladies and noblewomen on a tour of the Duke's residence. Such a prestigious invitation was not one to be declined. It was well known that the Duke's residence, formerly the Prince of Exion's estate, was adorned with rare and exotic flora, cherished by the late Princess of Exion. Thus, as they strolled through the gardens, the ladies quickly discovered that the rumors of the estate's grandeur were indeed true. As they wandered further into the outer courtyard, Su Manyun remarked with a smile, "In my courtyard, there is a drooping plum tree, flourishing delightfully. Since we are here, why not take a moment to admire it together?" A curious voice inquired, "Why does the second miss not reside in the inner courtyard?" Su Manyun's expression momentarily faltered, but she quickly responded with a light laugh, "It is my grandfather's wish. The emperor has granted me permission to stay at the Prince Cheng's residence. I am merely a guest residing in the Duke's estate for the time being." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the gathered ladies turned peculiar. A young maiden, unwed and residing in the outer courtyard, seemed to suggest that this second daughter of a concubine was indeed not favored by the Duke. Upon witnessing the situation, Madame Su interjected, stating, "Prince Cheng often visits our Manyun. It would indeed be inconvenient if Manyun were to reside in the inner courtyard." Su Meiyu concurred, adding, "Indeed, it is much more comfortable in the outer courtyard. After all, it will not be long before she moves to Prince Cheng's residence." With that, They all decided to venture to admire the exquisite green-leafed weeping plum. Under Su Meiyu's guidance, the group made their way into the outer courtyard. There, they discovered a splendid green-leafed weeping plum in full bloom. Women, being naturally fond of flowers, could not help but express their admiration. "How truly beautiful!" they exclaimed. The green-leafed weeping plum is notoriously difficult to cultivate. Typically, one finds it thriving in the wild. It was indeed a delightful surprise to uncover such a specimen within these high walls. As they gathered around the enchanting tree, an odd sound caught their attention. "What is that noise?" someone inquired. Chapter 61. Once again the subject of public scrutiny, Feng Yuqing felt a surge of blood rise to his throat. Initially, the crowd paid little heed, but upon hearing a remark, they began to listen intently. Indeed, they soon discerned certain sounds that rendered them crimson with embarrassment. The noble ladies present were not oblivious to the source of these noises. Even if they had not personally experienced such matters, they were far from naive. Was this not the courtyard of the second young lady? In broad daylight, how could such indecent acts transpire here? One lady hastily covered her daughter's ears. Her face twisted in disgust. Indeed, the Duke's residence is a distinguished noble family. This is utterly scandalous in broad daylight, echoed the indignation of the others. The young ladies flushed with shame, wishing to shield their ears from the incessant, lascivious sounds. Lady Su, perplexed, turned to Su Manyun and inquired, "What is happening?" Su Meiyu, equally disdainful, chimed in, "Yes, who could be so shameless as to engage in such conduct here in the light of day?" Declaring, "It must be some audacious maid who dares to hide in my quarters to partake in such disgraceful behavior. How brazen!" With that, she turned to Mama Pan and commanded, "Mama Pan, kick the door down. I must see which maid has the audacity." "Yes." Mama Pan was already prepared, cracking her knuckles as she stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick to the door.
Bang!
The resounding impact not only startled the nobleman outside but also sent a wave of shock through the four individuals within the room. Upon hearing the thunderous noise, Su Xia instinctively buried her face in Feng Qingjue's embrace. Feng Qingjue, who had been lost in a delightful reverie, suddenly found this pleasure snatched away. He held Su Xia tightly, casting a dissatisfied glance toward the main door, but the cabinet obstructed his view, rendering the events outside invisible to him. The couple, who had been fervently entwined on the large bed, were also startled by the loud sound. Lu Xianglan, under the influence of the potent drug, found her mind in a muddled state, still unable to fully regain her composure, deeply enmeshed in her altered state. However, Feng Yuqing's mind was somewhat clearer. The noise finally sparked a realization within him. This entire scenario had been orchestrated by him. He had summoned Su Xia, and Su Manyun had come with a group to catch him in the act. As the prince sensed Feng Yuqing's pause, Lu Xianglan instinctively called out to him. Hearing that unfamiliar, delicate voice, Feng Yuqing was taken aback, his previously clouded vision now clearing enough to reveal Lu Xianglan's features. "You are not Su Xia. Who is this woman? What is happening? Why, isn't it Su Xia?" While Feng Yuqing was lost in confusion, Su Manyun had already stormed into the room with a throng of noble women. "Do not enter," Feng Yuqing shouted urgently towards the outside. Alas, it was too late. Su Manyun had already reached the bedside, swiftly pulling down the canopy. With a swift motion, the fabric fell away, exposing the scandalous scene of a couple entwined on the bed before the eyes of all present. Everyone was utterly astonished. Whether it was the noble ladies who had come to witness the spectacle, the elderly matriarch Su Meiyu, or even Su Manyun and Granny Pan, not to mention the individuals on the bed, Feng Yuqing and Lu Xianglan, all minds were rendered blank at that moment. Hiding within Feng Qingjue's embrace, Su Xia kept her ears perked, straining to catch the sounds from outside. It felt as though numerous individuals had entered the room, yet an eerie silence prevailed. Consumed by curiosity, she dared not move, remaining concealed in Feng Qingjue's arms, continuing to eavesdrop. After a brief moment, the noble ladies finally regained their composure, staring incredulously at Feng Yuqing and Lu Xianglan on the bed. It was none other than His Highness, Prince Cheng. But who was that woman? It appeared to be Miss Lu Er. The mention of Miss Lu Er jolted Su Meiyu's senses back to reality. Her initial panic turned to anger. But upon recalling Feng Yuqing's status, all fear and fury dissipated, replaced by excitement and exhilaration. The elderly matriarch Su, akin to Su Meiyu, transitioned from a fleeting sense of alarm to sheer elation. Perhaps the most astounded were Su Manyun and Granny Pan. Su Manyun stared in disbelief at Lu Xianglan beneath Feng Yuqing, her mind a chaotic blur. How could it be Lu Xianglan? Why was it Lu Xianglan? The most enraged of all was Feng Yuqing, who, within a matter of days, had been misidentified twice, an unparalleled humiliation. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Feng Yuqing struck Su Manyun across the face with a sharp slap. A resounding crack echoed through the room. A heavy slap sent Su Manyun sprawling.
Ah!
Her abdomen collided painfully with the bedside table, eliciting a gasp of agony. Aunt Su and Granny Pan were startled, rushing forward to assist her. At that moment, Feng Yuqing was consumed by rage, paying no heed to Su Manyun's distress as he bellowed at her and the assembled ladies, "Get out. All of you. Leave this place at once." Clutching her belly and sporting a swollen face, Su Manyun cast a furious glance at Lu Xianglan on the bed before turning to depart. Granny Pan hastily followed her lead. Witnessing Feng Yuqing's fury, the others dared not linger, hastily retreating from the room. Su Mei wished to stay, for her daughter remained in his chamber, and she felt compelled to demand an explanation. However, the matriarch, sensing the impending turmoil, dragged Su Mei away. Once the room was vacated, Feng Yuqing glared at Lu Xianglan, his fury palpable as he exclaimed, "Why must it be you?" The commotion had finally cleared Lu Xianglan's mind. She had just been with the Prince of Cheng. Recalling the recent events, she shot Feng Yuqing a bashful glare, saying, "Now, your humble servant belongs to your highness. You must take responsibility for me." Feng Yuqing found himself nearly choking on his own indignation at the sight of her feigned modesty. Lu Xianglan was undeniably unattractive. Such a plain woman would not merit even the role of a maid in the Prince of Cheng's residence. Yet here she was, having climbed into his bed, basking in his favor, and brazenly putting him in a position from which he could not escape, all before the eyes of many. What is even more infuriating is that it was he who orchestrated the entire affair. Not only did he take a disfigured woman to his bed, but he also sought to entrap himself in his own treachery. The mere thought of it made the old blood rise in his throat, rendering him unable to swallow. Enraged, Feng Yuqing forcefully pushed aside Lu Xianglan and hastily got out of bed to dress himself. "Your Highness!" Seeing Feng Yuqing storm out of the room in a fit of anger, Lu Xianglan hurriedly scrambled to put on her clothes and followed after him. Only when the room felt devoid of presence did Su Xia finally breathe a sigh of relief. Raising her gaze, she met Feng Yuqing as smoldering, shadowy eyes, which instantly caused her cheeks to flush. Let us find a way to escape. Chapter 62. The child is gone. As Feng Yuqing emerged from the room, the courtyard was devoid of outsiders. The ladies who had just been present had been dismissed by old Madame Su, leaving only her, Su Meiyu, Su Manyun, and Nurse Pan. Su Manyun stood with a dark expression, her face pale as a ghost. The moment Feng Yuqing stepped out, he stormed towards Su Manyun, his fury palpable, raising his hand as if to strike her. Nurse Pan, startled, quickly stepped in front of Su Manyun, exclaiming, "Your Highness, please refrain. Madame Su is with child. Have mercy." Nurse Pan, a long-standing attendant of the esteemed concubine Feng, was not someone Feng Yuqing would harm. In a fit of rage, he flung his sleeve and glared at her, demanding, "What on earth is going on?" Nurse Pan hastily approached, whispering, "I can vouch for my life, Your Highness." It was indeed the princess who assisted Madame Su into the room. Feng Yuqing had faith in Nurse Pan, yet he questioned, "But where is she? What of the woman inside?" Furrowing her brow, Nurse Pan admitted her confusion. "I am also at a loss. Just as Madame Su and I left the room, Your Highness entered. It should have been impossible for anything to go awry in such a brief moment. Furthermore, this guest room lacks a back window. The choice of this room was made for its convenience in drawing attention, as well as to prevent the escape of Princess Fuxi." Feng Yuqing narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Su Manyun once more. Nurse Pan, understanding the implication in his gaze, quickly reassured him, "This matter is certainly not the doing of Madame Su. There must have been some unforeseen complication." She and Aunt Su exited the hospital together, remaining in each other's company throughout, with Aunt Su having no opportunity to escape or communicate with her subordinates. Moreover, this matter was indeed orchestrated by them, making it unnecessary for Aunt Su to substitute the princess with Miss Lu Er. The very identity of Miss Lu Er was even more distasteful, wasn't it? Suddenly, Feng Yuqing recalled that upon entering the room, he had not observed anyone on the bed, but rather had been rendered unconscious. He still remembered the sharp pang in his neck before losing consciousness. Feng Yuqing grimaced as he touched his neck, determined to seek out Su Xia. Surely, it was that wretched Su Xia who had knocked him out. Your Highness. Just as Feng Yuqing was about to depart, Lu Xianglan emerged, disheveled, and threw herself at his feet, clasping his leg. Your Highness, you cannot leave. I am already yours, and you must take responsibility for me. Feng Yuqing's anger flared upon seeing her, and he lifted his foot to kick her away. You dare to scheme against this prince? I have yet to settle accounts with you, and you have the audacity to threaten me.
Ah!
Lu Xianglan was sent sprawling to the ground.
Lan er.
Su Meiyu was alarmed and hurried to assist Lu Xianglan. Lu Xianglan, in pain from the kick, began to sob in grievance. I did not scheme against your highness. I have no idea how I ended up in this room. I too was a victim of scheming. Recalling the drink she had consumed earlier, Lu Xianglan suddenly turned her gaze towards Su Manyun. It was her. She drugged my drink, which is why I ended up in this room in such confusion. Your highness. It was Su Manyun. Feng Yuqing's expression darkened ominously. Su Manyun, that foolish woman, why would she resort to drugging that ugly girl? Feng Yuqing, filled with ire, hurriedly made his way to Fuxiyuan. Your highness. Upon witnessing Feng Yuqing's abrupt departure, Lu Xianglan was utterly alarmed. Unable to follow him without incurring his disdain, she redirected all her fury towards Su Manyun. Wretched woman, why did you drug me? Do you wish to tarnish my reputation and incite His Highness's contempt for me? Lu Xianglan suddenly sprang to her feet, charging at Su Manyun like a wild beast. Su Manyun was knocked to the ground by Lu Xianglan, her complexion paling further, rendering her momentarily unable to rise. Pan Mami, startled by Su Manyun's fall, immediately glared at Lu Xianglan. Miss Lu, you must not be unruly. Lu Xianglan paid no heed to the old woman, ready to unleash her wrath, but was silenced by the stern voice of old Madame Su. Lanner, be quiet. Only when old Madame Su spoke did Lu Xianglan restrain her anger. Pan Mami hurriedly approached to assist Su Manyun. My lady, are you unwell? Su Manyun cast a dark glance at Lu Xianglan and replied softly, I am weary. Please assist me back to rest. Certainly, Pan Mami complied, helping Su Manyun toward her chambers. Upon reaching the door, Su Manyun breathed lightly, changed to another room. Pan Mami obliged, guiding Su Manyun into the adjacent chamber. Once settled, Pan Mami, noticing Su Manyun's ashen face, expressed her concern. My lady, your complexion is quite poor. Shall I summon the physician to examine you? No need, I am fine. Su Manyun replied, lying on the grand pillow with an impassive expression. However, Pan Mama still harbored some concerns. Before she could finish her words, the boisterous voice of Lu Xianglan echoed from outside. Su Manyun, do not think that just because you have not entered the Wangfu yet, you will not be treated as a mere concubine once you do. Just wait, for I shall not let you off easily for the harm you have caused me. Su Manyun clutched the corner of her blanket tightly, her eyes brimming with an intense hatred, a loathing that surpassed even her disdain for Su Xia. At that moment, it was clear that Lu Xianglan had become the object of Su Manyun's deepest animosity. I assure you, I am quite well. I kindly ask that you clear out those people outside, for I wish to rest. Also, please summon my aunt. I have matters to discuss with her. Her cold voice brooked no argument. Very well. Aware of Su Manyun's authority, Pan Mama dared not delay and promptly exited. Lu Xianglan continued her tirade until she was finally removed. Before long, Yao Shi hurried over upon hearing the news. On her way, she had already caught wind of some gossip, and upon Pan Mama's arrival, she pressed her for further details. Pan Mama hesitated, refraining from divulging too much, and only relayed a vague account of the incident, mentioning that Manyun had been pushed down by Lu Xianglan. As soon as she entered the room, Yao Shi, incensed, began to scold. That wretched Lu Xianglan has the audacity to seduce the prince in broad daylight. She even dares to lay hands on you. What sort of lawlessness is this? After her outburst, she noticed Su Manyun's pallid complexion and softened her tone, asking, Manyun, what has happened to you? Struggling, Su Manyun turned to Pan Mama and requested, might you please step aside for a moment? I wish to speak privately with my aunt. Of course. Pan Mama cast a worried glance at Su Manyun before bowing and withdrawing. After Pan Mama exited, Yao Shi sat down beside the bed, her voice laced with anxiety. Manyun, are you feeling unwell? Su Manyun remained silent, merely gazing at Yao Shi. Yao Shi felt a sudden jolt of alarm as she noticed that Su Manyun's complexion was as pale as translucent paper. Her concern deepened. I shall fetch the physician from the residence, Yao Shi declared, rising to leave, only to be grasped firmly by Su Manyun. Turning back to face her, Yao Shi saw Su Manyun clutching her hand tightly. After a prolonged silence, Su Manyun finally managed to utter, "And my child is gone." Chapter 63. Too many dependents. One must weigh the consequences. Yao was so shocked that she collapsed onto the bed, trembling as she lifted a corner of the blanket, a pungent scent of blood assaulting her senses. Darkness enveloped her vision, and she nearly fainted. After a considerable moment, she regained her composure, her voice quavering as she wept and cursed. How could it come to this? Which wretch has brought you to such a state? Aunt, please do not cry. Su Manyun interjected, covering Yao's mouth before she could let out another wail. With tear-filled eyes, Yao gazed at Su Manyun with a heart full of sorrow. Aunt, I will fetch a physician for you. Su Manyun hurriedly grasped her, lowering her voice urgently. No, it cannot be. No one must know that the child is gone. The emperor permitted her entry into the Prince Cheng's residence solely because she was with child. Now, being coerced to remain in the duke's manor. If word of the loss spreads, she would be irrevocably abandoned by Feng Yuqing and concubine Feng, losing all hope of ever entering the Prince Cheng's household. Aunt, you must help me. It is crucial that no one finds out, Su Manyun pleaded, clutching Yao as if she were grasping the last thread of hope. At this moment, apart from her aunt, she trusted no one. Yao furrowed her brow, her expression one of helplessness. But if we do not seek a physician, what if the child can still be saved? Perhaps the physician has a way. Su Manyun's complexion drained of color, her despair evident as she shook her head. There is no hope. I can feel it, he is gone. She understood her body better than anyone. If there were any chance for the child, she would not be in such a state of despair. Previously, her pregnancy had been precarious. After kneeling for such an extended period in Fuxiyuan, her health had deteriorated. Just moments ago, she collided with a small table and was subsequently knocked to the ground by Lu Xianglan. That blow inflicted severe damage upon her, compounding her suffering and resulting in the loss of her child. Oh, my unfortunate offspring. Yao Shi clutched Su Manyun, her heart aching as if it might shatter. The imperial heir still resides within me. He is safe. As long as the heir remains, no one can harm me. Aunt, he is still here. Su Manyun, with an expression devoid of emotion, reminded Yao Shi, while also reminding herself. He is still here. Yao Shi responded through her tears. Su Manyun's eyes finally glistened with unshed tears, yet she did not weep. Su Xia, Feng Yuqing, Lu Xianglan, these individuals were responsible for her child's demise. And she vowed to exact vengeance upon each of them, without exception. Meanwhile, Feng Yuqing stormed into Fuxiyuan, his anger palpable. The maids and servants, upon seeing him, were momentarily struck dumb, but soon gathered their wits to bow respectfully. Your Highness. Feng Yuqing paid them no heed and made a beeline for the main hall. Xiao Chan, stationed outside, rushed forward to block his path. My lord, you cannot enter. Our Lady is. Get out of my way. Feng Yuqing swatted Xiao Chan aside and forcefully kicked open the door, charging inside. The sound of the door slamming startled the physician within, causing his hand to tremble and nearly misplace the needle. Su Xia. Outrageous. Feng Yuqing roared, just as a familiar cold voice rang out. Feng Yuqing then noticed that there were quite a number of people in the room. Besides Feng Qingjue, Su Rui and Su Chongqing were also present, and a physician was attending to Su Xia by the bedside. At that moment, they all turned their gaze towards him. Why, Your Highness? Feng Yuqing stammered in surprise at the unexpected company, especially with Feng Qingjue among them. Feng Qingjue scowled, his expression dark as he glared at Feng Yuqing. Who taught you the etiquette that allows you to intrude upon a maiden's chamber uninvited? The thought that the physician had nearly misapplied the needle only intensified his ire. Su Rui also wore a displeased expression. Your Highness, have you perhaps forgotten? The engagement between you and our dear Xia has already been annulled. What purpose do you serve by barging into her room? The imposing presence of Feng Qingjue and Su Rui dampened Feng Yuqing's previously soaring temper, reducing it to mere embers. I seek Su Xia for a matter of importance. Just now, our dear Xia became inebriated at the banquet and has yet to regain consciousness. Su Rui cast a sympathetic glance at the slumbering Su Xia on the bed. Feng Yuqing turned his head to look as well, noting her flushed complexion. Clearly a sign of intoxication. Clearing his throat, Feng Qingjue, displeased at Feng Yuqing's lingering gaze on Su Xia, coughed lightly and maneuvered his wheelchair to block the view of the bed. This is her private chamber. You have no business lingering here. But Feng Yuqing began, only to be interrupted by the sudden entrance of Su Meiyu. Upon seeing Su Meiyu join the fray, Su Rui expressed his irritation. What brings you here? Feng Yuqing's expression also shifted slightly upon the sight of Su Meiyu. Su Meiyu cast a meaningful glance at Feng Yuqing, indicating that her daughter required her father's decision on a matter. Su Rui furrowed his brow and said, if there is something to discuss, do so outside. Do not disturb Xiao Yeye. As he was about to step out, his gaze fell upon Feng Yuqing and Feng Qingjue, leaving him feeling somewhat uneasy. I kindly ask both princes to accompany us outside. Xiao Yeye is inebriated and may not awaken any time soon. I cannot rest easy without staying by her side. Feng Qingjue showed no intention of leaving. Su Rui regarded him with exasperation. His presence only heightened their concern. Ultimately, recognizing that in 3 months his granddaughter would marry Feng Qingjue, he resignedly conceded to the situation. Let us step outside, Su Rui urged, pulling Su Chongqing along. But with Feng Qingjue still present, Su Chongqing was reluctant to leave. It is fine. The physician is here, Su Rui reassured him, understanding his concerns, and proceeded to usher him out. While Feng Qingjue had the right to remain, Feng Yuqing did not. With a piercing gaze, Feng Yuqing fixated on Su Xia, consumed by the thought that she was almost his. Had circumstances unfolded differently, those remaining in the room would undoubtedly belong to him. Leave at once, Feng Qingjue commanded, his patience wearing thin as he noted Feng Yuqing's immobility. Clenching his fists in frustration and anger, Feng Yuqing reluctantly turned and exited. Once outside, Su Rui and Su Chongqing encountered Su Meiyu kneeling alongside Lu Xianglan. Upon seeing Lu Xianglan in disarray, her attire disheveled and hair tousled, Su Rui furrowed his brow in disapproval. What is this appearance? Hurry back and change into proper clothing and tidy your hair. The two princes are still present. This is unbecoming. At the sound of Su Rui's voice, Lu Xianglan began to weep softly. Su Meiyu, filled with maternal concern, cast a sympathetic glance at her daughter and joined her in tears. Father, elder brother, someone has wronged Lan'er, committing a heinous act that has tarnished her purity. You must seek justice for her. Upon hearing Su Meiyu's words, both Su Rui and Su Chongqing were taken aback, bewildered by the gravity of the situation. What has transpired? Who has dared to disrespect her? They were astonished that such a transgression could occur within the Duke's residence. Just then, Feng Yuqing emerged from a room and Su Meiyu, fueled by indignation, pointed an accusatory finger at him. It was he. Chapter 64. No more drinking outside. Su Rui and Su Chongqing gazed at Feng Yuqing in astonishment, unable to believe that he was the one responsible for such a heinous act. Had he not just been with Su Mannion? How could this happen? However, given the gravity of the situation, Su Meiyu and Lu Xianglan could not possibly be lying. Your Highness, is this true? Su Rui inquired with a stern expression, fixing his gaze on Feng Yuqing. Feng Yuqing, equally incensed, disdainfully replied, They've schemed against me. I too am a victim in this matter. Upon hearing this, Lu Xianglan immediately cried out in protest. I did not. I mistakenly entered the wrong courtyard, which led me to the outer hall. The cup of wine that Su Mannion offered me was tainted. If there was a scheme, it was Su Mannion's design, and I had no part in it. I am a victim as well. It must be said that at this moment, Lu Xianglan's mind was remarkably clear. She adamantly maintained that she had entered the wrong courtyard by accident, rather than intentionally seeking out the outer hall for Chengwang. Moreover, she insisted that the wine given to her by Su Mannion was indeed problematic. Of course, she had anticipated that the wine might pose an issue. It was likely that not only hers was compromised but also the wine consumed by Su Xia. Although her thoughts had been muddled earlier, she recalled that Chengwang had continuously called out Su Xia's name during the incident, suggesting they might have intended to frame her all along. Su Mannion's approach to catch the culprit was also aimed at Su Xia, yet by a twist of fate, it had resulted in her own predicament. Furthermore, it was plausible that Chengwang was not entirely unaware of the proceedings, thus he could not be deemed a true victim in this affair. Upon hearing Lu Xianglan's words, Su Rui and Su Chongqing recalled the incident where Su Mannion had poured a toast for Su Xia. Simultaneously, their expressions shifted dramatically. Where was Su Mannion? Su Rui, suppressing his fury, inquired. This matter was likely a scheme orchestrated by Su Manyun and Feng Yuqing, aimed at ensnaring their precious Xia. However, it seemed some unforeseen complication had arisen. Perhaps it was the intervention of the royal prince that thwarted their plans, inadvertently causing trouble for Lu Xianglan instead. This must be the reason Su Manyun insisted on remaining within the duke's residence. She had essentially allowed a ravenous wolf to reside within their midst. Moreover, Feng Yuqing's uninvited presence was clearly a plot against his cherished granddaughter. What did he take Su Rui for? The second miss should be in the outer courtyard. A maidservant replied. Go fetch her for me, he commanded. Yes, the maidservant acknowledged and promptly departed to summon her. Before long, the maidservant returned alone and reported, Duke, the second miss is unwell and has already retired. Given that Su Manyun was with child and a royal heir, Su Rui found it inappropriate to forcibly summon her, and thus redirected his ire towards Feng Yuqing. Su Manyun is from your prince's residence. You ought to explain why our Xia remains unconscious after consuming that wine, while Xianglan has also encountered such troubling circumstances after drinking. Feng Yuqing's eyes flickered momentarily as he retorted defiantly, How would I know? Since this incident occurred within your duke's residence, it is naturally your responsibility. Very well. Indeed. Su Rui was thoroughly infuriated by his words, which turned the tables on him. Let us go to the emperor and seek justice together. How could the grand birthday banquet turn into a scene where a prince behaves in such a beastly manner towards my granddaughter in my own residence? As he spoke, he commanded Zhongbo, Old Zhong, prepare the horses. Get the carriage ready. Yes, Zhongbo replied and immediately set about his task. The prince complied. Yet Su Rui's gaze remained heavy upon Feng Yuqing. Naturally, Feng Yuqing wished to avoid escalating the situation, particularly to the point of involving his father. However, he was loath to admit fault, and accepting the unattractive Lu Xianglan was even more unacceptable to him. Was it not Su Xia who had orchestrated this predicament? Did she think she could hide away in her chamber and escape consequence? He resolved to confront his father. Surely the emperor would support him, and he intended to make Su Xia pay dearly for this humiliation, preferably by making her his concubine. Feng Yuqing, brimming with indignation, followed Su Rui. Su Meiyu and Lu Xianglan trailed behind them as well. Su Chongqing, however, chose to remain behind, wishing to check on Su Xia. He encountered the physician emerging from her room. Why have you come out? Has the princess awakened? The physician quickly bowed in response. General, the princess is awake. The prince instructed this old servant to step out. Su Chongqing felt a wave of frustration. He ordered you out and you complied?
Now.
Only those two are left in the room. Is the princess truly all right? His concern for Su Xia was palpable. The old servant has already administered the necessary treatment. She is now well. With a sigh of relief, Su Chongqing waved his hand, and the physician bowed deeply before exiting. Su Chongqing paced back and forth outside the door. Inside, Su Xia, though awake, still felt somewhat disoriented. To create the effect of intoxication, she had consumed a bowl of wine, and indeed, she was quite tipsy. Feng Qingjue gazed at her seductive eyes, reminiscent of the moment she had melted into his embrace, his breath caught in his throat as he hoarsely admonished. You must not drink outside again. Su Xia, keenly aware of his jealousy, chuckled lightly. I have sobered up, Your Highness. Then, with a peculiar expression, she looked at him and asked, Your Highness, do you not feel any unusual sensations in your body? Her inquiry, though seemingly innocuous, reignited the heat that he had just managed to suppress. Noticing his discomfort, Su Xia felt a twinge of embarrassment as she confessed. I may have added a little something to the incense burner in that room. Since you spent a considerable amount of time there, you are likely affected by the medicine as well. She couldn't help but admire his resolve, while he had spent a similar duration in the room as Feng Yuqing. The latter had long succumbed to madness, whereas Feng Qingjue's awareness remained remarkably intact. Furthermore, she knew all too well the potency of her concoction. His self-control was certainly not of an ordinary caliber. Rising, Su Xia pulled him onto the bed, urging, Your Highness, lie down. I shall administer the antidote. Feng Qingjue, awkwardly pushed onto the bed, glanced at her with discomfort, saying, Your father is still outside. Rest assured, Your Highness, my father will not enter, Su Xia replied confidently, turning to retrieve her medicinal box to begin the treatment. Aside from administering the antidote, Su Xia also massaged his legs and applied acupuncture to them. In the imperial palace, within the study, Feng Yinrong received the irate Su Rui, who, along with Su Meiyu and Lu Xianglan, lamented their grievances. Only then did he cast a lingering glance at Feng Yuqing, his gaze devoid of reproach, filled instead with disappointment over his shortcomings. Feng Yuqing, feeling unsettled under Feng Yinrong's scrutiny, begrudgingly asserted, "It was Su Xie who rendered me unconscious. Everything is part of her scheme." Before Feng Yinrong could respond, Su Rui interjected. "That is impossible. Our little Yaya was intoxicated at the banquet and is currently asleep in her chamber. She has not set foot in the outer courtyard."
How could that be?
"I was indeed incapacitated by her." Feng Yuqing firmly insisted on Su Xie's culpability, presenting his evidence. "Su Xie pricked my neck with something. There must be a trace on the back of my neck. I implore Father Emperor to summon the imperial physician for an investigation." Chapter 65. A consolation for a side consort. Feng Yinrong narrowed his eyes and turned to the chief eunuch Lu Feng beside him. "Summoned the imperial physicians?" "Yes," Lu Feng replied, promptly dispatching the junior eunuchs to fetch the physicians. Upon entering the study, several imperial physicians respectfully bowed to Feng Yinrong. He gestured towards Feng Yuqing, indicating, "Examine the scar on the back of the Prince of Cheng's neck." "Understood." The physicians complied and approached Feng Yuqing for an examination. After a thorough inspection, they appeared somewhat perplexed. Noticing their silence, Feng Yuqing grew anxious. "What is the matter? What type of injury is it?" The physicians hastily bowed. "Forgive our oversight, Your Highness, but there appears to be no wound on the back of your neck." Feng Yuqing frowned, unconvinced. "How can that be? Have you examined closely? Perhaps the injury is exceedingly small, akin to a pinprick. Please, examine again." Upon hearing Feng Yuqing's words, the physicians hesitated. "If it pleases Your Highness, might you allow us another inspection?" Immediately, Feng Yuqing exposed the nape of his neck once more, and the physicians surrounded him, meticulously inspecting several times, yet still found nothing. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, there truly is no injury on the prince's neck. This is impossible. There must be a wound." Feng Yuqing remained skeptical and summoned his personal guards, Manhwa and Mengyu. "Come, you two, take a look." Both Manhwa and Mengyu stepped forward and, after a careful examination, also confirmed that there was no injury. Even Manhwa and Mengyu claimed there was nothing. Feng Yuqing was utterly exasperated. How could there be nothing? She clearly... Enough. Just as Feng Yuqing was about to further contest, Feng Yinrong, already impatient, interjected. "There is nothing. Perhaps you have mistaken it." Feng Yuqing felt dejected. Could it be that he truly misremembered? Yet he distinctly felt a prick at his neck at that moment. Was it merely an illusion? If it were an illusion, how then did he lose consciousness? Feng Yuqing pondered, convinced that the matter was inextricably linked to Su Xie. Yet he possessed no evidence and could not disclose that he had schemed to frame her, leaving him to suffer in silence. "Your Majesty, this old minister has ever been loyal to you, with no trace of disloyalty. I have fought on the battlefield in my youth and have contributed to our great Zhou. The Prince of Cheng first indulged in an affair with my second granddaughter, betraying my beloved eldest granddaughter. Now, during my birthday banquet, the prince has again disrespected my granddaughter. I have but these few granddaughters. Is it his intent to spare none?" Su Rui's aggrieved words left Feng Yinrong feeling embarrassed, and he shot a reproachful glare at Feng Yuqing once more. Feng Yuqing maintained a grim demeanor, his countenance dark as thunder, yet he could not refute Su Rui. After all, he indeed intended to harm his granddaughter, albeit mistakenly targeting the wrong person. As Su Rui knelt down again, he lamented, "In light of such disgrace, both I and my granddaughter have lost all face. I beseech your Majesty to grant us both death." Su Rui's words left both Su Meiyu and Lu Xianglan in a state of shock. The two women bowed their heads, not daring to utter a sound. "What are you doing, Su Gong? Your words are rather severe." Upon hearing Su Rui's declaration of death, Feng Yinrong promptly assisted him to his feet. "This matter is indeed the fault of the third child. However, being young and impetuous, he is bound to commit some foolish acts. I shall certainly reprimand him appropriately. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, let us first discuss the marriage of the two children. How about allowing your granddaughter to enter the Chengwang Fu as a concubine?" Upon hearing the term concubine, Lu Xianglan was instantly filled with joy. Good heavens, a concubine! That means she would surpass Su Manyun in status. Su Meiyu was equally exhilarated, her heart nearly leaping from her chest. She had not anticipated that the emperor would grant her family such an esteemed position for Xianglan, considering Su Manyun was merely a maidservant. This unexpected outcome was indeed a delightful surprise. While Su Meiyu and Lu Xianglan reveled in their joy, Feng Yuqing was vehemently opposed.
No.
I absolutely refuse to have this woman as my concubine. With that declaration from Feng Yuqing, Su Rui once again knelt down. Your Majesty, please grant me death instead. No, that is unnecessary, Feng Yinrong hastily urged, assisting Su Rui to rise while casting a stern glance at Feng Yuqing. As for the position of concubine, this is a decision I shall make. I shall issue the imperial decree at once. As Feng Yinrong spoke, he began to draft the decree. The edict has been prepared, and shortly I shall have Lu Feng announce it. I am deeply grateful to your Majesty, Su Rui expressed as he knelt in gratitude. Thank you, your Majesty. Su Meiyu and Lu Xianglan stifled their excitement as they expressed their gratitude. The old minister took his leave. After savoring the sweet taste of victory, Su Rui discreetly led Su Meiyu and Lu Xianglan away. Once they exited, Feng Yinrong turned to Lu Feng and instructed, "You shall accompany the decree." Yes, Lu Feng replied, taking the imperial edict and following suit. Father, why must you appoint Lu Xianglan as my concubine? I have no desire for her to be my side consort. Feng Yuqing complained once they were alone. Feng Yinrong shot him a reproachful glance, exasperated by his lack of ambition. Why, you ask? You have already shared a bed with her. Can you possibly evade responsibility? Would Su Rui agree to that? Feng Yuqing gritted his teeth in frustration, but they plotted against me. She was never my intended choice. Feng Yinrong scoffed coldly. Do you think Su Rui is a fool? Did you not hear him just now, singling out Su Xia as his most cherished granddaughter? He likely knew all along that your interests lay with Su Xia. And this debacle was his way of teaching you a lesson. After imparting this wisdom, Feng Yinrong could not help but admonish further. Just look at you. When I asked you to devise a plan, this is what you come up with. You failed to secure Su Xia and instead attracted this mess. Feng Yuqing, filled with guilt, pressed his lips together and replied, but there was no need to grant her the title of concubine. Lu Xianglan is so unattractive. Having her as a side consort would only make me the laughingstock. Feng Yinrong shot him another disapproving glare. What do you know? Regardless of her looks, she is still Su Rui's granddaughter. Since Su Rui is willing to support her, granting her the position of a concubine is a trivial matter. It merely provides you with additional leverage over Su Rui, allowing both parties to benefit. However, Feng Yuqing's thoughts diverge significantly from those of Feng Yinrong. Lu Xianglan is not only unattractive, but is also merely the granddaughter of Su Rui. Su Rui does not even concern himself with his granddaughter Su Manyun, so it is unlikely he would pay attention to Lu Xianglan. Additionally, Su Meiyu does not enjoy Su Rui's favor, let alone Lu Xianglan. Su Rui's willingness to stand up for Lu Xianglan is likely for the sake of Su Xia. Therefore, to truly gain the upper hand over Su Rui, it is Su Xia who holds the key. Feng Yinrong dismissively waved his hand at Feng Yuqing, saying, "Enough, you may return. In the future, think before you act. Do not resort to such methods. Do not forget that Su Xia has been betrothed to your little uncle. If you provoke her, your little uncle may very well turn the world upside down." Feng Yuqing pouted in dissatisfaction. Let him turn the world upside down. I am not afraid of Feng Qingjue. Regardless, I must secure Su Xia, or else I would be remiss for the attention I have drawn upon myself twice. Chapter 66. Joy for some. Anger for others in the Duke's residence. At the Fushi courtyard, Su Xia, still intoxicated, missed the Emperor's decree of marriage. It was only after Lu Xianglan was granted the title of concubine to the Duke of Qing that Xiaochan, upon entering the room after Feng Qingjue's departure, informed her of the news. Your Highness, you should have seen how smug the eldest aunt and the second cousin were, their pride almost reaching the heavens. Not only did the Emperor decree the second cousin to enter the Duke of Cheng's residence as a concubine, but he also bestowed numerous gifts upon her. Upon hearing Xiaochan's words, Su Xia could vividly envision the arrogant demeanor of Su Meiyu and Lu Xianglan. The second cousin was indeed fortunate, having ascended to the position of concubine to the Duke of Cheng, while the second miss, despite bearing the Emperor's heir, remained merely a maid. Xiaochan couldn't help but admire their sheer luck. Su Xia was genuinely surprised that Lu Xianglan had become the concubine of Feng Yuqing. In her previous life, Lu Xianglan had married into a merchant family, with no connection to Feng Yuqing whatsoever. Moreover, in her past existence, Lu Xianglan had merely been a follower of Su Manyun. Now, in this life, Lu Xianglan had unexpectedly claimed the title of concubine to the Duke of Zheng, effectively surpassing Su Mannion. Quite an amusing turn of events. When the decree was issued, the second miss had not been present. One could only wonder what her current feelings might be. Xiao Chan, with a face full of schadenfreude, speculated. She must be furious, but she has only herself to blame for her own machinations against you. Su Xia raised her eyebrows in agreement.
Indeed.
This incident was the result of Su Manyun's own misdeeds, who compelled her to poison Lu Xianglan.
Now,
That single cup of wine has propelled Lu Xianglan into the position of the Prince Cheng's concubine. The most difficult aspect to accept is that she herself remains merely a maidservant, and in the future, she will have to pay her respects to Lu Xianglan. Contemplating the scene, Su Xia finds it exceedingly amusing. Did the emperor's decree mention when Lu Xianglan would enter the Prince Cheng's residence? It seems to have noted that it would be tomorrow. Su Xia is astonished. So soon? What about Su Mannion? Xiao Chan shakes her head. The decree did not specify, but she should also return alongside. Su Xia ponders and finds this plausible. After all, Su Mannion lingered at the Duke's residence solely for this elaborate scheme. Now that the plan has failed, there is little reason for her to remain. Moreover, now that Lu Xianglan has become the Prince Cheng's concubine and is to enter the residence tomorrow, if she does not hasten to compete for favor, her status may diminish even further. In the outer courtyard, upon hearing the news, Su Mannion trembles with rage. Lu Xianglan! Lu Xianglan! Lu Xianglan! After having caused the death of her child, she has now ascended to the position of concubine, treading upon the blood of her offspring to rise above her. She will not let this go. She desires her to suffer dreadfully. Observing Su Manyun's unsettling expression, Mama Pan attempts to console her. Su Yinyang, there is still time ahead. Even though she has become a concubine first, you carry the prince's child. As long as the little prince remains, there will be a day for you to shine. Every word uttered by Granny Pan pierced Su Manyun's heart like a knife. You may leave now. Aware of the discomfort in her heart, Granny Pan eventually bowed and exited. Once she departed, Lady Yao lamented, "How can that Lu Xianglan, with her appearance, possibly compare to you? She is unworthy even to carry your shoes. Why does she deserve to be a concubine, while you are relegated to the status of a mere maid?" Lady Yao's dissatisfaction grew. This is all your grandfather's fault. When you were in trouble, he never even bothered to advocate for you in the palace. Now Lu Xianglan faces a predicament, and he rushes in to secure her position as a concubine, allowing her to rise above you. Your grandfather is truly biased. These words only intensified Su Manyun's irritation. Suppressing her anger, she gritted her teeth and commanded, "You should leave too." Seeing Su Manyun's fury, Lady Yao dared not speak further. "My dear, do not worry. Your figure and beauty cannot possibly be inferior to Lu Xianglan's. Surely, her unattractive appearance will not earn her favor. Our status will undoubtedly surpass hers in the future. Leave." Su Manyun's explosive response silenced Lady Yao. Not daring to utter another word, she promptly exited. As Lady Yao reached the door, a crash echoed behind her, but she dared not investigate, lowering her gaze as she departed. If the outer courtyard felt like hell, then the West Garden resembled paradise. Behold, the royal family is indeed extravagant. Each gift is a precious gem. Su Meiyu caressed the wedding gifts bestowed by the emperor with insatiable greed, yearning to embrace them and shower them with fervent kisses. After all, I am to wed into the royal family, becoming a secondary consort. The emperor must not treat me poorly. Meanwhile, Lu Xianglan swayed with satisfaction, reveling in her newfound fortune. Once, she had envied Su Xia for the gifts granted by the emperor, but now she had her own, albeit not as numerous as Su Xia's, yet far superior to Su Manyun's. Indeed, it is our Xianglan who has achieved greatness. This is what one might call a sudden rise to prominence. Su Meiyu heaped praises upon Lu Xianglan, nearly elevating her to celestial heights. With her daughter now the secondary consort of the Prince of Zheng, she would henceforth be related to the emperor, marking her as a true noble of the realm. She was eager to see who in the capital would dare to look down upon her. Su Meiyu. Lu Xianglan, buoyed by Su Meiyu's flattery, became increasingly self-satisfied. Her posture elongated as if she were not merely the prince's secondary consort, but a reigning empress. Lu Qinxue observed Lu Xianglan, who now seemed to survey the world from a lofty perch, her heart flooded with deep-seated jealousy. She could not comprehend why even someone like Lu Xianglan could ascend to the position of secondary consort. She believed she surpassed Lu Xianglan in every regard. If Lu Xianglan could achieve this, could she not also aspire to become that person's consort? The mere thought of him caused Lu Qinshua's jealousy to swiftly transform into tender affection. If she could gain entry into the prince's residence, she would be content even as a mere concubine. Since Lu Xianglan could do it, she too could certainly succeed, as long as she meticulously plotted her course. Nothing was unattainable. In the evening, after Su Xia had finished her dinner, old Mammy Dan came to seek an audience. This old servant pays her respects to the princess. Since the last reprimand, old Mammy Dan had become much more compliant in Su Xia's presence. "What is the matter?" Su Xia inquired. Old Mammy Dan quickly bowed and replied, "Miss Lan is to be married tomorrow, and the old madam requests your presence to assist in her embellishment." Su Xia raised an eyebrow. "Of course, I shall come shortly." "This old servant takes her leave," old Mammy Dan said, bowing as she withdrew. "Come, let us join in the festivities," Su Xia remarked as she took Xiao Chan along to the western courtyard. Upon arriving at the main house of the western courtyard, Su Xia heard Lu Xianglan's disgruntled voice. "Sister-in-law, I am about to enter the Prince Cheng's residence as a concubine, and this is all you provide for my adornment." Chapter 67. The mishap of cousin's adornment. Then came the haughty voice of Su Meiyu. "Indeed, Xianglan is to become a secondary consort. This will reflect on all of you in the future. How can you even dare present such a trifle in terms of adornment?" Su Xia listened intently to the words of Lu Xianglan and Su Meiyu, whispering a few phrases to Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization, and she promptly took the box and quietly exited. Once Xiao Chan had departed, Su Xia stepped into the main chamber. Upon her arrival, Lu Xianglan and Su Meiyu instantly ceased their conversation. "Grandmother, auntie, cousin," Su Xia greeted the elderly matriarch and Su Meiyu with a respectful bow. Mo Jiqing and Lu Qinxue, along with Lu Xianglan, also offered their salutations. Noticing Mo Jiqing's forced smile, Su Xia discerned that she must have endured some grievance yet again. Redirecting her gaze, Su Xia smiled at Lu Xianglan, saying, "I heard the delightful news about my second cousin's joy. I have yet to extend my congratulations." Lu Xianglan gazed at Su Xia's breathtaking smile, her expression fraught with complexity. She found herself at a loss on how to face this woman. Before anyone else, she could revel in her triumphs and flaunt her achievements, yet before Su Xia, she felt as if she could be instantly stripped of her facade. It seemed that all her glory paled in comparison to Su Xia, and everything she possessed now appeared as mere trifles that Su Xia had cast aside. Whether it was the position of the secondary consort of the Cheng Wangfu, or even the man himself, the Cheng Wang, it all seemed insignificant. Lu Xianglan remained silent before Su Xia, lost in thought. Su Meiyu, sensing the tension, promptly tugged at her. "Child, why are you in a daze? Your cousin is speaking to you." With a forced smile directed at Su Xia, Su Meiyu continued, "Xianglan is soon to be wed into the Prince of Cheng's residence. Once you enter the Prince of Yu's palace, you will be her royal aunt, thus strengthening your familial bond." Su Meiyu's words served not only to foster a connection with Su Xia, but also to subtly remind Lu Xianglan of her place. Although she was now a concubine of the Prince of Cheng, in the near future, Su Xia would ascend to the status of the Princess of Yu, a position of greater nobility and seniority. Furthermore, Lu Xianglan's status as a concubine was solely due to her father's influence, who cherished Su Xia above all. Hence, it was imperative for her to cultivate a good rapport with Su Xia from every conceivable angle. Su Xia chuckled softly, "And you flatter me. Even if my cousin were not to marry into the Prince of Cheng's residence, we would still be family." Su Meiyu appeared momentarily taken aback before quickly agreeing, "Indeed, we are one family." As she spoke, she cast a meaningful glance at Lu Xianglan. Finally regaining her composure, Lu Xianglan bowed to Su Xia. "I shall rely on my elder sister's guidance in the future." Su Xia smiled with a hint of irony. "As it stands, I will not enter the Prince of Cheng's residence. However, you and my second sister shall certainly become closer. If we are to discuss mutual support, it is you and my second sister who should look out for one another." The mention of Su Manyun brought an awkward silence over the room. Su Meiyu, with a stiff smile, remarked, "What you said is quite right. We are all family and should look out for one another." As she spoke, her thoughts wandered to the adornments for Xianglan. "Well, we heard that the Holy Emperor has issued a decree, and tomorrow, My second cousin shall be entering the residence of Prince Chung. Before Su Meiyu could finish her sentence, Su Xia interjected eagerly. Seeing Su Xia so astutely engaged in the conversation, Su Meiyu felt a surge of pride as she continued. Indeed, Prince Chung dotes on our Xianglan, which is why the arrangements are so pressing. She is to enter the prince's residence tomorrow. Listening to Su Meiyu's self-aggrandizing words, Lu Xianglan couldn't help but blush. While outsiders may be oblivious to the day's events, Su Xia surely understood, as today's occurrences seemed directly aimed at her, and by mere chance, she had become embroiled in it. Moreover, it was possible that Su Xia had a hand in these affairs. Others might be unaware of why Prince Chung favored her, but Su Xia undoubtedly knew. Thus, when her mother boasted in front of Su Xia, it would surely evoke feelings of shame, akin to standing naked before someone who could see through her pretense of clothing, particularly before one who could easily discern her true self. With a gentle smile, Su Xia followed up on Su Meiyu's remarks, saying, "Indeed, it does seem rather hasty. Since my second cousin is to enter the prince's residence, and her status is quite significant, I wonder what dowry our aunt has prepared for her?" Su Meiyu's expression faltered momentarily, her gaze flickering towards Su Xia. Initially, after being reprimanded by her father, she dared not entertain such thoughts again. However, now that Su Xia has broached the subject herself, presenting the opportunity, Su Meiyu's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, her gaze reddening as she began to dab at the corners of her eyes. "You know very well how generous your aunt has been, having supported the palace with so much silver. Isn't that merely your aunt's own avarice?" Su Xia interjected with a smile. "That cannot be termed as support. It is merely restitution of what rightfully belongs to the original owner." Su Meiyu's expression abruptly froze, her eyes twitching as if she had not heard Su Xia's assertion. She continued, "Now, your aunt has sold off everything she could. Life has become unbearably difficult, and there is no money left to prepare a dowry for your cousin." Su Xia played along. "Oh, but it is absolutely essential that a dowry is arranged. After all, our second cousin is entering the residence of the Duke of Chung as a secondary consort. Not only are the noble ladies of the palace eagerly anticipating what she will bring as her dowry, but also the concubines within the Duke's household are watching closely. Surely, as a secondary consort, she cannot present a dowry inferior to that of the other concubines." Upon hearing this, her mother, Lu Xianglan, grew anxious and tugged at Su Meiyu's sleeve. If what Su Xia said were true, then it would be utterly unacceptable for her to enter the Duke's residence empty-handed. The thought of being ridiculed by the concubines there was unbearable. And what would the emperor and the imperial concubine think of her, if she were to arrive without a dowry? Su Meiyu cast a reproachful glance at Lu Xianglan, shaking off her hand before turning to Su Xia with a look of satisfaction. "You two have grown up together as sisters, sharing a profound bond. And only someone as understanding as you can comprehend your cousin's predicament." With these words, Su Meiyu both praised Su Xia and subtly belittled Mo Zicheng. "Thus, the aunt wished to discuss with you the possibility of allocating a portion of your dowry to your cousin." Fearing that Su Xia might be upset, Su Meiyu smiled ingratiatingly, saying, "We do not require much. Just a small fraction will suffice. If your cousin enters the residence of the Prince of Chung empty-handed, wouldn't it also tarnish your own reputation in the future?" Seeing Su Meiyu's roundabout way of broaching the subject of her dowry, Su Xia was not angered. Rather, she smiled even more amiably. "So, does that mean aunt has truly prepared no dowry for my second cousin?" Su Meiyu, fanning herself with a handkerchief, began to feign tears, exclaiming, "It's not that there is none, but rather that aunt." Before Su Meiyu could continue her theatrics, Su Xia suddenly turned her attention to Mo Zicheng. Mo Zicheng was momentarily taken aback, then blushed as she glanced at the two sets of bridal adornments she had prepared. Before she could say anything, Su Meiyu disdainfully remarked, "Look at her. As a sister-in-law, she has only prepared 2 sets of bridal adornments for your cousin. It's quite remarkable that she can manage that as the eldest sister-in-law." Su Xia examined the 2 sets of adornments and raised her eyebrows, saying, "It seems that these bridal adornments from sister-in-law are indeed misplaced." Chapter 68. It is not that the gift is insufficient, but rather excessive. Upon hearing this, Mo Zicheng gazed at Su Xia in astonishment, unable to fathom that even she would utter such words. Seeing Su Xia defending her, Su Meiyu grew even more emboldened. "Indeed, they boast of being the wealthiest in Jiangnan, yet they merely strike me as a family steeped in the trivialities of commerce. Now that our Xianglan is a concubine of the Prince of Chung, she is still unwilling to part with a little extra for the dowry. In the future, when our Xianglan possesses greater capabilities, she ought to refrain from seeking to bask in her glory. Mo Ziqing felt a flush of shame and indignation, her lowered gaze betraying her embarrassment. "Did you hear what Aunt said, cousin?" Su Xia inquired gently, observing Mo Ziqing's disarray. Mo Ziqing raised her eyes, helplessly meeting Su Xia's gaze. With a slight arch of her brows, Su Xia continued, "Did not Aunt mention that there are no funds to prepare a dowry for my second cousin?" Mo Ziqing was somewhat bewildered, struggling to grasp Su Xia's intent. However, Su Meiyu and old Madame Su discerned the subtle implications in Su Xia's words, though their minds were slow to fully comprehend her meaning. Su Xia persisted in guiding Mo Ziqing with gentle persuasion. "Cousin seems unaware of the customs in our capital. Typically, in our traditions, the younger generation is not permitted to bypass the elder's authority regarding the dowry. Since Aunt, as the biological mother, has not provided a dowry for my second cousin, how can we, as sisters and cousins, dare to overstep Aunt's wishes?" With this clarity, Mo Ziqing finally understood. Su Meiyu and old Madame Su, too, gradually grasped the situation, their expressions shifting concurrently. Su Xia caught sight of Xiao Chan by the door and chuckled lightly. "Cousin, lacking experience, allow me to demonstrate for you first." "Xiao Chan, at your service," she replied promptly as she hurried over, arriving just in time. "Have you managed to change the items I asked you to?" Xiao Chan quickly presented a box, saying, "Rest assured, my lady, I have meticulously selected everything. This is a gift I prepared for my second cousin's adornment." Su Xia directly placed the box into Lu Xianglan's arms. Lu Xianglan instinctively opened it, revealing several exquisitely embroidered handkerchiefs nestled within the black box. Upon seeing the contents, Su Meiyu and the matriarch Su were momentarily taken aback. With a resounding crash, Lu Xianglan, incensed, hurled the box to the floor and glared furiously at Su Xia, exclaiming, "Su Xia, you dare to humiliate me." Su Xia replied coolly with a smile, "My dear cousin is soon to enter the residence of the Duke of Cheng. You must temper your temper. The Duke's household is not like our own. Should you display such petulance before those of higher status, it could lead to your downfall." Her simple words extinguished Lu Xianglan's fury entirely. She dared not speak out against Su Xia and could only continue to glare at her in frustration. However, Su Meiyu could not swallow this affront and retorted angrily, "Su Xia, is it truly appropriate to present such trifling handkerchiefs? If word of this gets out, will it not be the source of ridicule?" Su Xia maintained a composed expression. "Between sisters, there is no need for extravagant gifts. While I am the elder cousin, my second cousin is marrying before me. I offer these handkerchiefs merely as a token of my sentiments. I trust no one will criticize my intentions.
Indeed.
It would be prudent for my aunt, as a mother, to contemplate the preparation of a dowry for my second cousin. Should the news of her neglect in this regard circulate, it could significantly diminish the gifts received for her marriage. Most critically, if such oversight were to reach the ears of the noble ladies within the palace, it may render my cousin's future at the residence of Prince Cheng rather arduous." The moment Su Xia's words were uttered, a look of panic instantly crossed the faces of Su Meiyu and Lu Xianglan. Following Su Xia's lead, Mo Ziqing mimicked her example. "If my younger sister and mother disdain the 2 sets of dowry I have prepared, then I shall simply return them as they were. The marriage of my younger sister is indeed a joyous occasion, and a dowry is still essential." As she spoke, Mo Ziqing took the box from Kai Lian's hands and presented it to Lu Xianglan, saying, "These are a few sachets I have crafted for my younger sister's dowry." Lu Xianglan, observing the box in Mo Ziqing's hands, which bore a striking resemblance to the one held by Su Xia, wore an expression more dismal than if she had been smeared with filth. "Mo Ziqing, how dare you humiliate me as well?" It was one thing for Su Xia to bully her. After all, Su Xia was the legitimate daughter of the Duke's household, a princess bestowed by the emperor himself, destined to become the principal consort of the prince. But what was Mo Ziqing? Merely the daughter of a merchant, considered fortunate even to be associated with their noble family. Yet she too dared to join Su Xia in belittling her. With downcast eyes, Mo Ziqing replied, "Of course, I would not presume to overstep my grandmother and mother, nor would I dare to surpass the princess. Thus, I offer these sachets to my younger sister, so that when she enters the royal residence, she may possess something to bestow as a token of affection to those within the palace. Who would covet such trifles?" Lu Xianglan, in a fit of rage, sent the box flying with a sharp slap. The box soared through the air, scattering its contents, an array of fragrant sachets, far and wide. Kai Lian and Kai Sang, witnessing such disdain directed towards the sachets, felt a pang of sympathy for their mistress. These sachets had been meticulously embroidered by her own hands and were intended as a bridal gift for the princess. However, with the second young lady marrying first, the mistress had decided to bestow the sachets upon her, only to witness them being so carelessly mishandled. Mo Jiqing, without so much as a glance at the scattered sachets, lowered her gaze and stated, "Since the bridal gifts have already been presented, I shall take my leave." She offered a graceful bow to Elder Su and Su Meiyu, then another to Su Xia, before gracefully departing. Cousin followed suit. Su Xia, uninterested in enduring Lu Xianglan's sour demeanor, exited alongside Mo Jiqing. Meanwhile, Kai Lian and Kai Sang instructed a servant to carry away the 2 loads of bridal gifts. Within these gifts lay numerous precious items, painstakingly selected by their mistress after much deliberation. If the second young lady held them in such disregard, they would be returned to the storeroom for the future benefit of the young master and young miss. With a loud crash, upon witnessing the actual removal of the bridal gifts, Lu Xianglan's fury ignited once more as she hurled more items in frustration. "Begone, all of you. I have no need for your worthless possessions." From a distance, Su Xia heard the clamor of things being smashed within the main hall and let out a derisive laugh. Was Lu Xianglan truly so foolish? Already impoverished, she continued to destroy things, not realizing that such items required silver to procure. As Su Xia listened to the commotion from the main house, Mo Jiqing suddenly knelt before her, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness." Su Xia was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure and hurriedly bent down to assist her. "Cousin, what are you doing? Please rise." However, Mo Jiqing refused to stand, saying, "I know that Your Highness only gifted me a handkerchief as a token of support. I am deeply grateful for your advocacy on my behalf." Mo Jiqing was profoundly moved. The princess had come to her aid on several occasions, each time standing up for her. She felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness for the kindness the princess had shown her. Chapter 69. Are we still in the same predicament? Come on, get up. Su Xia insisted on helping Mo Jiqing to her feet, smiling as she remarked, "I too find it intolerable how my aunt and cousin behave so arrogantly. There's no need for you to stoop to their level." Mo Jiqing offered a wry smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Many thoughts lingered in her heart. It sufficed to remember them for the future, for words would yield little benefit. Suddenly, Su Xia furrowed her brow, contemplating, "Perhaps I have inadvertently complicated matters. Lu Xianglan is about to enter the Prince of Cheng's residence as a concubine. Your actions may have offended her, and should she rise in power, she will undoubtedly make things difficult for you." As for herself, she felt indifferent. Even if Feng Yuqing were to ascend the throne, Lu Xianglan could never become empress. After all, she would remain the royal consort, and Lu Xianglan would find it impossible to undermine her. Mo Jiqing's expression turned bitter. "I never intended to offend her. Yet you have seen the demeanor of both my mother and her. It seems that no matter what I do, I am looked down upon. Why should I willingly subject myself to humiliation? Fortunately, she is still merely a concubine at present. Should she ever gain real influence, there is still your cousin to consider. He will protect me." At the mention of Lu Hanwen, a gleam of happiness illuminated Mo Jiqing's face. In truth, she was not one to passively endure. However, since entering the Duke's residence, she had been compelled to exercise patience, perhaps for Hanwen's sake. Setting aside other matters at the very least, Hanwen had always been genuine and protective of her. Thus, for Hanwen's sake, these connections must be maintained. Gazing at the radiance on her face, Su Xia smiled. "It is wonderful that my cousin thinks this way. Cousin cares for you, so if you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to share them with him." Mo Jiqing nodded silently. "I understand." She was no longer naive. The commotion over today's cosmetics incident had escalated, and her mother would undoubtedly report it to Hanwen. She needed to inform him before her mother could embellish the story with fabrications. Mo Jiqing was astute, while Su Xia felt little concern. "Aunt and my second cousin possess such temperaments. You should remain at ease, for only in a relaxed state can one conceive more effortlessly." As the topic of childbirth arose, Mo Jiqing became earnest. "Indeed, I have no desire for any trivial matters to distract me. After all, nothing is more significant than the prospect of having a child." Su Xia chuckled. Then I shall take my leave. Tomorrow, my second sister may also be getting married, and I must go see her. Very well. The two exchanged courteous bows, and Mo Jiqing watched as Su Xia departed. In truth, she had yet to present a gift for Su Manyun's cosmetic ceremony. However, since she had only given a sachet to Lu Xianglan, she would need to prepare something anew for Su Manyun. Is the princess truly going to visit the second young lady? Little Chan inquired once they exited the West Garden.
Shoshillo grinned mischievously.
Both my second cousin and second sister are to enter the Chengwangfu. As the elder sister, I must not show favoritism. Whatever gift my second cousin receives, my second sister must have as well. Little Chan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then I shall return and fetch a box. Xiao Chan spoke without waiting for Su Xia to respond, and eagerly dashed back. Su Xia could only chuckle helplessly before making her way to the outer courtyard. Upon her arrival, the maids in the courtyard promptly approached her to pay their respects. Granny Pan lifted the curtain and, upon seeing Su Xia, turned to Su Manyun and said, Madam Su, the princess has arrived. As Su Xia entered the room, she was taken aback to find Su Manyun lying on the bed, her complexion pale. Dear sister, you don't appear to be well. What has happened? Could it be that you lost the child? She dismissed the thought, recalling that in her previous life, Su Manyun's child had only been lost around the New Year. That child had been a tool for her own betrayal, leading to Su Manyun's utter disgrace at the reunion banquet hosted by Feng Yuqing and concubine Feng. Although the New Year was drawing near, the timing did not align. Su Manyun remained silent, instead directing her gaze towards Granny Pan. Please, Granny, step outside. I wish to converse with my elder sister privately. Granny Pan, understanding the cue, bowed respectfully and exited the room. Observing Granny Pan's obedience, Su Xia remarked with a hint of meaning, Sister, you truly possess remarkable influence. Granny Pan was known as a competent figure within the palace, and her deference to Su Manyun clearly demonstrated the latter's prowess. Su Manyun cast a dark glance at Su Xia. Sister, your visit cannot merely be for such trivial matters. Su Xia smiled softly and settled onto a nearby stool. I just delivered a gift to my second cousin. Since my younger sister is also joining the Chengwangfu, I thought to bring her a token as well. She should be accompanying my second cousin into the Chengwangfu tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Su Manyun's temper flared instantly, and she blurted out, Why should I follow her into the Chengwangfu? Su Xia raised an eyebrow with a faint smile, relishing the sight of Su Manyun in a state of agitation. For reasons unknown, she found pleasure in such expressions. In the past, when she had reduced Su Manyun to a mere shadow of herself, confined in a jar, it had always been a delight to provoke her. Clearly, the current Su Manyun lacked the composure of her previous incarnation, unable to conceal her emotions. Realizing her ungraciousness before Su Xia, Su Manyun decided to abandon her facade, glaring angrily at her cousin. You are indeed here to watch my misfortune. Reveling in the thought of Lu Xianglan surpassing me. This is precisely the outcome you orchestrated, isn't it? With her true colors unveiled, Su Xia felt no need to maintain the pretense any longer. Some individuals truly excel at turning the tables. Who orchestrated all of this is a matter of personal knowledge. As for Lu Xianglan, isn't her plight merely the consequence of her own misguided actions? If one has sown discord, one must bear the repercussions. With that, Su Xia rose to her feet. Given your cunning, I wish you the best in securing a prominent position within the inner court of the Chengwangfu. May you ascend to great heights soon. Having spoken, she turned and departed. Su Manyun glowered at Su Xia's retreating figure, suddenly speaking, Su Xia, do you believe you can escape? You are already like a turtle in a jar. There is no way out for you.
Su's pupils constricted sharply.
Her fists clenched tightly as she coldly replied, Then let us see. I shall be waiting. With that, she strode out without a backward glance. Your Highness. As Xiaochan prepared to present the box, she witnessed Su Xia leave with a frosty expression. Your Highness. Xiaochan called out anxiously. Hastily handing the box to Granny Pan, this is the gift our princess prepared for the second young lady. After passing it off, Xiaochan hurriedly went to pursue Su Xia. Granny Pan delivered the box to Su Manyun, who, upon seeing the collection of handkerchiefs inside, was so enraged that she hurled the box to the ground with force. Damn Su Xia, how dare she humiliate me like this? When my fortunes rise again, I will ensure she experiences the depths of humiliation herself. Chapter 70. Su Manyun's miscarriage. Upon returning to Fuxiyuan, Su Xia sat at the table. her expression as somber as a still lake. Upon entering the room, Xiao Chan noticed Su Xia's unusual demeanor and expressed her concern. Did the second miss say something to you? Your Highness, please do not take it to heart. With her status, she is hardly worthy to serve you. And you need not feel anger towards her. It seems that Su Manyun may have suffered a miscarriage. After a prolonged silence, Su Xia suddenly spoke.
Ah?
Xiao Chan was momentarily taken aback, slowly realizing that the princess was not upset after all. You deduced it? Has your medical skill reached such a level? Su Xia thoughtfully recalled Su Manyun's condition earlier. This morning, when she was in the garden, her complexion was rosy, and during the toast she seemed quite well. Yet by evening, her face had lost all color, her lips pale. These are symptoms indicative of a deficiency in vital energy and blood, resembling those of a miscarriage. Xiao Chan was somewhat astonished. But isn't the second miss carrying the imperial heir? Such a significant matter. How could she keep it hidden? Moreover, there are palace matrons by her side. Could it be that the matron, knowing of her miscarriage, is complicit in the concealment? Su Xia shook her head silently. That is unlikely. The matron sent by the favored concubine is not there for Su Manyun's sake. Her purpose is to attend to the imperial heir. Su Manyun does not hold such influence. If the matron is there for the heir's care, she would certainly not dare to conceal any mishap concerning the child. However, considering the matron's previous attitude towards Su Manyun, it is conceivable that if Su Manyun wished to hide the truth, she might very well succeed. Su Xia pointed her finger and looked at Xiao Chan, instructing, you shall discreetly venture to the outer courtyard and inquire about any significant developments concerning Lady Yao and Su Manyun this afternoon. Furthermore, visit the gatekeeper to ascertain whether Lady Yao has returned with anyone who might be a physician. Additionally, inquire with the household doctor if he was summoned to the outer courtyard today. Su Manyun appeared to be in good spirits this morning and noon. It is likely that something transpired in the afternoon, most probably during the act of catching someone in the act. I recall that Feng Yuqing seemed to have slapped her,
Causing her to fall.
Although I could not see the situation from behind the cupboard, I distinctly heard the commotion. Perhaps it was during that moment that Su Manyun encountered her misfortune. Leave it to me, Xiao Chan vowed earnestly before dashing off. Watching her spirited figure retreat, Su Xia's lips curved into a tender smile. Xiao Chan may lack other remarkable talents, but she has never failed to bring back valuable information. After half an hour, Xiao Chan returned, saying, Your Highness, I have gathered some intelligence. Xiao Feng and Xiaohua mentioned that this afternoon, concubine Yao instructed Xiaoxin and Ruixin to burn bedding in the back courtyard. Burning bedding? Indeed. They said the bedding belonged to His Highness, the Prince of Cheng, and the second miss, as the latter found it repulsive. Thus, concubine Yao ordered it to be disposed of. Su Xia fell silent, pondering the reasoning. It was indeed a plausible excuse. However, the act of burning bedding at this juncture could very well indicate that Su Manyun had suffered a miscarriage. Did Lady Yao bring anyone into the residence? Xiao Chan tilted her head and said, There is no such thing. I specifically inquired at the gate and even went to the small path to ask. Lady Yao has not left her quarters today, nor have the maids by the second miss's side. No one has come looking for them. I also asked Do Zhen, the physician's assistant, and he mentioned that apart from our household, the physician has not made any other visits today. Su Xia narrowed her eyes. Realizing that Su Manyun had neither sought the physician's help nor consulted a doctor, she had simply endured the situation. One must admit that Su Manyun was remarkably ruthless, even towards herself. Your Highness, could it be that you are overthinking this? Perhaps the second miss is perfectly fine, Xiao Chan remarked, tilting her head. Su Xia's lips curled into a confident smile. No, she has suffered a miscarriage. Just moments ago, she might have been uncertain, but now she was resolutely convinced. How can you be so sure, Your Highness? Xiao Chan asked, her curiosity piqued. She did not summon the physician. Xiao Chan was momentarily bewildered by Su Xia's assertion. What could the absence of a physician signify? Su Xia chuckled softly and elucidated, given her current condition, if she had not experienced a miscarriage, she would certainly seek the physician to check her pulse. Moreover, she felt earlier today, even if her pulse were steady, she ought to have called the physician for a consultation. Yet she did not, which strongly indicates that she has indeed miscarried. Perhaps she fears that without a child, she cannot enter the residence of Prince Cheng, prompting her to conceal the truth. Alternatively, she might be unwilling to accept her miscarriage and intends to exploit the situation. Much like how she conspired against me in my past life. Xiao Chan's eyes sparkled with understanding, finally grasping the implications. Your Highness, you are truly astute. Clearly, the inquiry originated from her, yet she failed to consider all these aspects. The princess, being of superior intellect, surpassed her in wisdom. Xiao Chan's eyes sparkled with admiration as she eagerly looked at Su Xia, inquiring, Princess, should we report the second young lady? Su Xia contemplated this matter earnestly. Should they indeed make a report? To whom would they address it? What manner of approach should they employ? These considerations had not yet crystallized in her mind. Most importantly, Su Manyan was set to enter the Prince of Cheng's residence the following day. Should she expose this matter and prevent Su Manyan from gaining entry, it could result in a significant loss for her. For the time being, it would be prudent to remain inactive and observe further developments. After careful reflection, Su Xia concluded that, regardless of the outcome, Su Manyan must first be allowed to enter the Prince of Cheng's residence. It was imperative that she not remain at the Duke's residence, as Su Xia still needed to investigate the identity of Yao's paramour. With Su Manyan present, there was a possibility of interference, thus necessitating her removal. As for the incident of her miscarriage, as long as it was not wielded against her, Su Xia felt no inclination to concern herself with it for the time being. After all, in this lifetime, she had not entered the Prince of Cheng's residence, and Su Manyan's tactics might not be employed against her. It was likely that the target would shift to Lu Xianglan. However, this was of little consequence to her. In the previous life, Lu Xianglan had been Su Manyan's lackey, and in this life, it would suffice to let them contend amongst themselves. Early the next morning, Su Xia rose with the dawn, for it was the day when Lu Xianglan and Su Manyan were to enter the Prince of Cheng's residence. She made her way to the main hall with purpose. Though Lu Xianglan held the title of a secondary consort, she was still not the primary wife, and thus donned only a scarlet wedding gown, while Su Manyan was relegated to a paler shade of pink. Lu Xianglan gazed at Su Manyan's vibrant pink attire, her eyes brimming with a sense of triumph. Sister, that color is indeed striking. Despite being 2 years my senior, you appear even more youthful in that pink dress. Su Manyan, fully aware of the underlying mockery, placed her hands on her hips and replied with a smile, perhaps it is the vitality that keeps one looking youthful. Once you bear an imperial air, you may also find yourself looking as youthful as I do. At the mention of an heir, Lu Xianglan's expression froze instantly, her gaze fixated on Su Manyan's abdomen, jealousy gnashing her teeth. What was so remarkable about bearing an heir? Surely, she was capable of it too. Su Xia observed the interplay of emotions between the two, filled with disdain. These two were quite amusing, even before entering the Prince of Cheng's residence. They had already begun to quarrel. How riveting it would be to see them compete for the affection of the same man in the future. Alas, in this lifetime, she would not enter the Prince of Cheng's residence, and thus would miss the opportunity to witness such captivating drama unfold. Chapter 71. Just a bunch of scoundrels. Madame Su listened intently to the back-and-forth exchange between the two, her expression steady as she admonished them. Enough. Your mother is a close cousin, and you two are also first cousins. It is indeed a fortuitous fate that you are to enter the same household. Once you are in the residence of Prince Cheng, you must support and look out for one another. The two ceased their confrontation, quickly bowing in response. Grandmothers, maternal grandmothers, teachings are well taken. Xianglan, my heart truly aches for you. Fortunately, you are going to enjoy a life of comfort. Do not forget your parents and brothers, as well as your maternal grandparents. Su Meiyu tugged at Lu Xianglan, feigning tears, yet the corners of her mouth, concealed behind her handkerchief, nearly stretched to her ears. This marriage into the residence of Prince Cheng had indeed brought her a moment of glory, reclaiming the dignity lost the previous day. Lu Xianglan promptly assured, Mother, rest assured, I shall never forget the kindness of my maternal grandparents, nor that of my father and mother. Her words were primarily directed toward Su Rui, intending to convey to her maternal grandfather that not only could Su Xia and Su Manyan bring honor to the Duke's household, but she, Lu Xianglan,
could do so as well.
As long as they supported her from behind, she would repay their kindness once she ascended to a prominent position. Undoubtedly, her ascension to the status of a side consort in the residence of Prince Cheng was largely due to her maternal grandfather's support, a fact she would not overlook. She would find an opportunity to express her gratitude to him in the future. Meanwhile, Yao looked at Su Manyan with a face full of concern, seemingly lost in thought, her eyes unwittingly reddening. Yunner, take good care of yourself. Please feel free to instruct Xiaoxin and Ruixin regarding any matters. Previously, when Chuntao encountered difficulties, Yuna was left without any companions. Now, as she is about to wed, she has entrusted Xiaoxin and Ruixin to her side. Su Manyun responded lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. The group waited in the main hall for an extended period, and just as Su Rui was on the verge of losing patience, someone from the Prince Cheng's residence finally arrived. Su Rui, gazing at the two familiar guards, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Where's your master?" This seemingly familiar question elicited a dry chuckle from Manhwa, who replied, "Esteemed Duke, our prince is currently occupied. Hence we have come in advance to escort the concubine and Madame Su into the residence." Su Rui, vexed, let out a cold huff. "Your prince is truly quite busy." Never managing to be punctual, Manhwa and Mengyu instantly found themselves in a state of awkwardness. Su Xia, observing the familiar scene before her, felt as though she had been transported to another world. The last time they came, it was indeed Manhwa and Mengyu, but this time they were here to receive Lu Xianglan and Su Manyun, rather than herself. Fearing that Su Rui might offend those from the Chung prince's residence, which could complicate matters for Lu Xianglan once she entered, Su Meiyu attempted to smooth things over. The prince is preoccupied with important affairs. It is of no consequence that he did not come personally. After all, he has sent someone in his stead, hasn't he? Let us not lay blame. Quickly, let Lano and the others ascend the carriage to avoid missing the auspicious hour. Seeing Su Meiyu still defending them, Su Rui's anger flared. "Your daughter is getting married. You should handle it yourself." In his frustration, Su Rui ignored them and strode away. Su Meiyu turned to Lu Xianglan and urged, "Hurry and board the carriage. Let us not miss the auspicious hour." Due to the unconventional nature of their union, there was neither a joyous matron nor celebratory gifts. The two were assisted into their sedan chairs. The sedan prepared by the residents of the Prince of Chung for this occasion was markedly different from the grand eight-bearer sedan that had previously fetched Su Xia. Lu Xianglan's chair was a four-person sedan, while Su Manyun's was even smaller, accommodating only two. Observing that her sedan was larger than Su Manyun's, Lu Xianglan felt a surge of pride. After all, she was the secondary consort, and in any case, her status surpassed that of Su Manyun. Su Manyun appeared oblivious to Lu Xianglan's smug expression, promptly entering her sedan. At that moment, her thoughts were singularly focused on reaching the residence of the Prince of Chung. Once she arrived, she would reclaim everything that rightfully belonged to her. With Su Manyun settled inside her sedan, Lu Xianglan followed suit. As festive music filled the air, the two sedan chairs proceeded, one after the other, towards the prince's residence. The sight of the joyous processions drew a considerable crowd of onlookers. Word spread that the Prince of Chung was once again celebrating a marriage, this time involving daughters from the duke's household, specifically the cousin and the second daughter. The prince was indeed fortunate to marry two. However, some remarked upon the folly of his choice, suggesting that he had forsaken the legitimate noble Miss Fushi in favor of a cousin and a concubine, a disparity of status that was vast and undeniable. Moreover, it was rumored that just yesterday, during the Duke's grand birthday celebration, the prince brazenly engaged with a cousin in broad daylight, necessitating this marriage to secure her as a secondary consort. The Prince of Chung certainly possessed a peculiar disposition. His inclination towards such brazen conduct had previously been noted with another concubine as well. The lady from the noble family and the illegitimate daughter truly lack shame, seducing men in broad daylight. The Prince of Chung is no better, merely a scoundrel of the same ilk. Fortunately, Princess Fushi did not marry into the Prince of Cheng's residence. He indulges in repugnant deeds, while the Prince of Yu is comparatively better. Indeed, at least the Prince of Yu maintains his integrity. Lu Xianglan and Su Manyun, seated in the flower palanquin, endured a relentless stream of gossip and disdain throughout their journey. Thankfully, one possesses a thick skin, while the other harbors deep cunning. Otherwise, had it been another woman, she might have resorted to self-destruction out of despair. Upon their arrival at the Prince of Cheng's residence, they were promptly assisted into their respective chambers, yet the absence of Feng Yuqing was conspicuous. In Su Manyun's case, not only was Feng Yuqing nowhere to be found, but even Granny Pan was missing. Meanwhile, Feng Yuqing was preoccupied in the palace of concubine Feng, while Granny Pan was reporting matters regarding the Duke's residence to her. Concubine Feng wore a pensive expression. She had not anticipated that the girl would be so astute, managing to escape her clutches in such a manner. Feng Yuqing huffed in anger. "She even sent me an unattractive girl. Su Xia is truly formidable." The mere thought of having bedded the unattractive Lu Xianglon soured his mood entirely. Concubine Fong regarded Feng Yuqing and remarked, "The events of yesterday have already spread like wildfire outside. You must refrain from harboring such thoughts for the time being, lest you tarnish your reputation irreparably, leading to a loss that cannot be compensated. As a prince, reputation holds immense significance. Should it be ruined, the path to becoming the crown prince and inheriting the throne would be obstructed." Feng Yuqing furrowed his brows in distress. "But I must marry Su Xia. He is not of legitimate birth, nor does his maternal family possess military power as a backing. Thus, he is exerting great effort to wed Su Xia, aiming to secure the support of Su Rui. With Su Rui's backing, he would have the opportunity to ascend the throne." The noble consort Fong is well aware of Feng Yuqing's intentions behind marrying Su Xia. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, "Very well. You should remain composed during this period. I shall take charge of this matter and assist you." "Thank you, mother," Feng Yuqing replied, his eyes lighting up with joy. With his mother's intervention, success is assured. Chapter 72. The prince returns having bid farewell to two imposing Buddhist statues. Su Xia reclined comfortably in a rocking chair, indulging in fruit while pondering how to investigate the Yao family. Presently, the Yao family remained elusive, with Su Xia finding herself in a rather passive position, waiting for the opportune moment when they would venture out to facilitate her surveillance. Most crucially, Yao was astute, and she doubted that any subtle tactics would suffice to keep pace with her. It would have been ideal to place her own people close to Yao, however. Yao had entrusted her two maidservants to Su Manyun, which might just present an opportunity. Perhaps she could start by gaining the trust of one of the maidservants attending Yao. Yet, determining who Yao would choose for the role posed a daunting challenge for Su Xia. As she lapsed into contemplation, Xiaochan entered the room, cradling a bolt of crimson silk. "Your Highness, in just over 2 months, you will be wed. The bridal gown you previously wore can no longer be used. May I create a new one for you?" Snapping back to reality, Su Xia glanced at the fabric in Xiaochan's hands, momentarily taken aback. She had indeed forgotten the impending nuptials. The previous wedding gown had been altered with a pin, rendering it unusable. Of course, even without such modifications, a gown that had been worn before was deemed inauspicious. Therefore, it was indeed time for a new bridal gown yet. There were intricacies involved in the crafting of wedding attire. Should she have one made exclusively for herself, or should she also prepare one for Feng Qingjue, creating a matching set? Alternatively, should she convey the design of the wedding attire to Feng Qingjue and ask him to relay it to the embroiderer? After wrestling with her thoughts for a while, Su Xia turned to Xiaochan and declared, "Let us postpone the making of the gown for now. There are still over 2 months to go, and there is no urgency. When next I encounter Feng Qingjue, I shall inquire about his preferences. It would be rather unsightly if the two of them were to don completely different ceremonial attire." "Very well." Since Su Xia has expressed her thoughts, Xiaochan dutifully carried the red silk back to the storeroom. Upon Xiaochan's return, Su Xia added, "I suspect that the Yao family will soon be selecting or purchasing maidservants. Do inquire about whom she favors." "Certainly," Xiaochan replied eagerly, as she relished such gossip, and promptly scurried off. Unable to remain indoors, Su Xia ventured to Wangchen Garden to visit Su Luochen. When she arrived, Su Luochen was in the courtyard carving a wooden sword, while Qingyan assisted him in smoothing it out. "Your Highness," Qingyan greeted as he noticed Su Xia's arrival, promptly rising to pay his respects, and couldn't help but glance behind her a couple of times. Su Xia, well aware of whom she was being observed for, smiled and explained, "Xiaochan has gone on an errand and will return shortly." Qingyan chuckled bashfully, "Please, have a seat, Your Highness." Su Xia settled into the spot previously occupied by Qingyan. Su Luochen gazed at her, instinctively wishing to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. Su Xia, unfazed, cheerfully remarked, "Are you crafting a wooden sword?" Su Luochen shyly replied, "Qingyan has learned woodworking and can create puppets. I desired a sword, so I asked him to teach me how to make a wooden one." Su Xia nodded in understanding and picked up the wooden sword for a closer examination. "It is quite well made, albeit still in need of refinement." Su Luochen, feeling more bashful, reclaimed the sword and resumed his polishing. Observing his earnest demeanor, Su Xia chuckled, "Why not simply request a real sword from your father?" Upon the subject, Su Luochen appeared somewhat dejected. "I spoke with my grandfather, who said that I am still young and have yet to learn martial arts. Thus, I am unable to wield a real sword. He suggested crafting a wooden sword instead." And since Qing Yan is skilled in woodworking, we decided to create one ourselves. Seeing his despondent expression, Su Xia's heart ached, and she instinctively raised her hand, intending to pat his head. However, recalling his aversion to such gestures, she retracted it. Luo Chen remained as he always was, unwilling to share his troubles with her or their father, confiding only in their grandfather. Fortunately, he still had his grandfather's affection. Her grandfather's concerns were indeed valid. Once he learned martial arts, he would be able to wield a real sword. Su Luochen quietly acknowledged, adding, "Once I finish this wooden sword, I will carve a puppet for you." At his words, Su Xia felt a sharp pang in her heart, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of regret. This foolish boy was thinking of her even while crafting a wooden sword. Reflecting on her past actions, she realized how blind she had been, neglecting such a wonderful brother. Noticing her silence, Su Luochen furrowed his brow. "Do you not like it?" Snapping back to reality, Su Xia quickly replied, "Not at all. I cherish everything you give me." A smile finally graced Su Luochen's face. "Then I shall carve a puppet in your likeness. You can carve as well?" Su Xia inquired, somewhat astonished. Was this truly her treasure of a brother? Besides his artistic talent, he could also carve? "I learned from Qing Yan," Su Luochen replied generously. Though he was not yet proficient in woodworking, he found the task engaging and believed he could master it. Su Xia gazed at Su Luocheng and suddenly suggested, "Shall we dine together with grandfather and father this evening?" It was not only her desire to mend her relationship with Chinner, but she also felt the need to assist her father in reconciling with him. Su Luocheng appeared momentarily taken aback, as if grappling with his thoughts, yet ultimately nodded in agreement. That evening, Su Xia led Su Luocheng to the Xuehe courtyard. Upon seeing them, Su Rui was positively delighted, eagerly serving the two of them. "I propose you both join grandfather for dinner every day. With your company, he could easily consume an extra 2 bowls." Su Xia chuckled at Su Rui's jest. Grandfather and father are often preoccupied with official duties and sometimes do not dine at home for dinner. How could we possibly share every meal together? If you were to visit daily, grandfather would undoubtedly be at home for dinner, and father would certainly be here as well, Su Rui continued, casting a knowing glance at Su Chongqing. Receiving Su Rui's subtle cue while picking fish bones, Su Chongqing spoke up, "Indeed, let us dine together from now on." As he spoke, he served a piece of fish to Su Xia. Though touched by the gesture, Su Xia reminded him, "Chinner also has a fondness for fish." Su Chongqing paused briefly, glancing at Su Luocheng, and added another piece of fish, carefully removing the bones before placing it in Su Luocheng's bowl. "If you like it, do enjoy a bit more." Su Luocheng stared blankly at the fish in his bowl, his eyes suddenly moist with emotion. "Thank you, father," he uttered, witnessing his son's vulnerability. Su Chongqing felt a pang of pain in his heart and continued to serve him some greens. Su Xia and Su Rui observed Su Chongqing's transformation with a sense of relief. Given a little more time, things should improve further. When will grandfather send Chinner to the Mountain Zen temple to study martial arts? The mention of martial arts immediately drew Su Luochen's eager attention towards Su Rui. After a moment of contemplation, Su Rui replied, "The new year is approaching. Let us wait until after the festivities." Su Xia nodded in agreement. "That's fine. There are only 2 weeks left until the new year." With a timeline for martial arts training established, Su Luochen's spirits lifted instantly. Noticing his joy, Su Xia smiled and said, "After dinner, Chinner can still play chess with father." Su Luochen glanced at Su Chongqing, and seeing no objection from him, he nodded obediently. After dinner, Su Luochen accompanied Su Chongqing for a game of chess. Observing the pleasant atmosphere between the two, Su Xia excused herself to return home, while Su Rui fabricated an excuse of having overeaten, opting to take a stroll outside. Both grandfather and grandson wished to give the pair some privacy. "Aunt Yao has yet to make a move. Tomorrow, the maid will inquire further," Xiao Chan reported, trailing behind Su Xia. "There is no rush. Subtly placing individuals near Yao's circle is a convoluted process. It would be wiser to wait until she has someone before formulating a plan. Also, there is another matter," Xiao Chan said, a hesitant expression crossing her face. As Su Xia turned to look, she leaned closer and whispered, "The prince has come again." Chapter 73. She merely desired 2 shadow guards. Su Xia remained in a daze for a moment before she finally comprehended. "Where is he?" "Resting on your beauty couch," Xiao Chan replied, her face frozen. A look of profound difficulty etched upon her features. The princess and the prince had yet to wed. Yet he was already treating himself as if he were not an outsider. A cough escaped Susia as the image formed in her mind. Is there anyone else aware of this? Xiao Chan promptly shook her head. No. Upon seeing the prince within the room, I swiftly closed the door and sent everyone else away from the courtyard. Xiao Chan's surreptitious words caused Susia to blush, prompting her to hastily return to her chamber. As she entered, she beheld the man leisurely reclining on her beauty couch. He truly had come. Feng Qingjue raised his gaze, and the shimmering brilliance in his eyes caused Susia's cheeks to flush instantaneously. Uncomfortably, she turned to Xiao Chan and said, "You may rest now. There is no need for you to keep vigil tonight." Xiao Chan felt a sense of déjà vu, recalling a similar night just a few days prior when the princess had uttered those very words, and on that occasion, she had not been permitted to enter the room. "I understand. I shall take my leave now. Princess, you, and the prince." Xiao Chan seemed to grasp the situation entirely, giving Susia a playful wink before scampering away. Susia stood, bewildered, watching Xiao Chan's retreating figure. What did that girl understand? It was only when Xiao Chan gently closed the door behind them that Susia finally turned to Feng Qingjue, her discomfort evident as she inquired. "Why have you come again? Are you implying that you find my presence unwelcome?" Feng Qingjue replied, his brow furrowing in a manner that revealed no intention of concealing his feelings. "Absolutely not." Susia let out a bitter laugh and gently explained. "What I mean is that this is my private chamber, and it is rather inappropriate for the prince to visit so frequently at night."
What is inappropriate about it?
"It is not my first visit," Feng Qingjue remarked, entirely oblivious to any impropriety. Susia was left speechless and chose not to argue further. She stepped forward with concern. "Is your leg hurting again, my lord?" As she drew near, a faint, delicate fragrance wafted towards him. Feng Qingjue closed his eyes in contentment, letting out a soft hum in response. "Then allow me to assist you with acupuncture." Susia hurried to fetch the medicine box from within. Having gained experience from previous sessions, Feng Qingjue was now fully aware of how to cooperate with her. When Susia returned with the medicine box, she found him already having lowered his trousers. A flush crept onto Susia's cheeks, and she dared not speak, instinctively beginning to massage Feng Qingjue. With his eyes closed, he inhaled the unique fragrance of Susia, relishing her gentle touch, which was truly delightful. Unfortunately, this comfort was fleeting. As Susia began the acupuncture, the tormenting pain returned. Observing Feng Qingjue dripping with sweat, Susia felt a pang of sympathy, yet she could not afford to ease her technique. It had to be done as required. Only after completing the acupuncture did Feng Qingjue's tense body finally begin to relax silently. Susia removed the needles and prepared warm water to wipe away his cold sweat. After attending to everything, she tucked him back under the covers. "Have you changed the dressing on your wound?" "No," he replied. Upon hearing his audacious response, Susia furrowed her brows and exclaimed, "Why not change the dressing? Only by doing so can one heal swiftly." "You change it," Feng Qingjue declared, promptly beginning to loosen his garments. What else could Susia say? She could only proceed to change his bandages. As she examined his wound, she noted, "Your Highness, the injury has improved significantly. It is beginning to scab over. It might be somewhat itchy, as new flesh is forming. You must resist the urge to scratch. Otherwise, the scab may tear and require healing anew." Susia gently explained. Feng Qingjue responded, falling into silence thereafter. After meticulously reapplying the medication and dressing the wound, Susia recalled an important matter. The ceremonial attire for the wedding must be redone. "Shall the auspicious attire be crafted by the matchmaker or by me?" "You do it," Feng Qingjue replied almost without a moment's contemplation. Susia suddenly pondered whether she ought to have posed the question at all, or perhaps whether she should have inquired differently. Yet her intent to assist him remained. "In that case, I shall need to take your measurements." Feng Qingjue lay still, merely casting a glance at her, prompting Susia to understand his unspoken intention. "I shall tidy up first." As she spoke, she gathered the medicine box and basin into the inner chamber, deliberately lingering a while. When she emerged, Feng Qingjue was already dressed in trousers and sitting upright. Susia hurriedly fetched a measuring tape and asked, "Your Highness,
Can you stand?"
Without uttering a word, Feng Qingjue rose to his feet. Susia instinctively stepped forward to support him, saying, "If the prince struggles to stand,
"He may lean on me."
However, Feng Qingjue was reluctant to accept her assistance, standing tall and straight, fearing that she might truly perceive him as incapacitated. With a sense of resignation, Su Xia swiftly took his measurements to prevent him from standing for too long. All done, Your Highness, you may take a seat now. Feng Qingjue, despite his strength, found himself unable to endure much longer. His legs weakened, and he sank back onto the couch. Is there any aspect of the ceremonial attire that requires my assistance? He inquired. Su Xia raised an eyebrow. Aside from that, do you have a preferred embroidery pattern? Handle this as you see fit, Feng Qingjue replied, a novice in matters of matrimony, having never before paid attention to such details. Su Xia nodded and proceeded to record Feng Qingjue's measurements. Feeling somewhat awkward about lingering there for the night, Feng Qingjue sat for a while longer before expressing his intention to leave. As he prepared to depart, Su Xia hesitated, glancing at him with a hint of shyness. Does the prince have any extra shadow guards at his disposal? Feng Qingjue raised an eyebrow, seemingly puzzled by her inquiry. Su Xia quickly clarified, I would like to borrow a couple of shadow guards from the prince. Under the impression that she desired something urgent, Feng Qingjue called out into the air in "Hey, at your service," came the response as a figure clad in black suddenly appeared in the room, startling Su Xia. So this is a shadow guard? She thought, impressed by their stealth. She had been completely unaware of another presence in the room. Feng Qingjue turned to Ying Yi and commanded, from now on, you and your team shall accompany Princess Fuxi. Ying Yi was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Su Xia before lowering his gaze and affirming, indeed. Su Xia furrowed her brows, expressing, in truth, I only require 2 shadow guards. Her intention was merely to find 2 reliable individuals to monitor the Yao family. There was no need for an entire squadron. Having a few more shadow guards is beneficial. They can also protect you in times of peril, Feng Qingjue remarked, finding no issue with the additional guards. The prince has departed. Su Xia thought to refuse once more. Yet Feng Qingjue was unwilling to hear any further objections and swiftly made his exit. His speed is indeed remarkable. Su Xia had always been curious about how he managed to move so swiftly, given his leg's condition. Turning back, she noticed Ying Yi still kneeling and hurriedly urged, Please rise. Thank you, esteemed princess, Ying Yi responded as he stood. How many individuals are there in your team? Su Xia inquired with genuine curiosity.
Ying Yi replied.
100. Su Xia was utterly stunned. 100 individuals? She only needed 2 shadow guards. Chapter 74. The prince truly dotes on our princess. Last night, Su Xia acquired 100 shadow guards, yet she remained uncertain about their utilization. Thus, indulging in a moment of extravagance, she dispatched 3 guards to surveil the Yao family, assigned 10 to watch over Su Luochen, and allocated another 10 to protect both Su Chongqing and Su Rui. However, with the sudden influx of guards, she deemed it necessary to report this development. Early the next morning, Su Xia sought out Su Rui and Su Chongqing to inform them of the shadow guards bestowed by Feng Qingjue. Su Rui was overjoyed, as the provision of guards indicated that the esteemed figure held their little Yu in high regard. His happiness was palpable. Conversely, Su Chongqing was far less pleased. The shadow guards at the Duke's residence were already incapable of thwarting that individual, and now, with an additional contingent of guards, he feared it would only facilitate greater freedom of movement for them. Su Rui remained more optimistic than Su Chongqing, reasoning that whether or not guards were sent, their presence could not be prevented. It was far better to joyfully accept them. After all, 100 shadow guards had been provided, which surely ensured the safety of their little Yu. Just as Su Xia finished her report, Xiao Chan rushed in with exuberance, exclaiming, Princess, someone from the royal prince's residence has arrived, claiming the prince has a gift for you. At this, both Su Rui and Su Chongqing turned their gazes towards Su Xia in unison. Su Xia, feeling somewhat flustered under their scrutiny, blushed and cleared her throat, saying, I shall go take a look. With that, she and Xiao Chan exited. Su Chongqing also wished to accompany her, but was restrained by Su Rui. Enough. Do not impose pressure on the girl. Our little Yaya understands propriety. Besides, a young woman must eventually marry into the royal family. It is not amiss to cultivate their feelings in the meantime. Su Chongqing looked at Su Rui helplessly, feeling that his indulgence had only emboldened the young lady further. In the main hall, a middle-aged man awaited with 2 young attendants, a large red box positioned before them. Upon seeing Su Xia enter, the middle-aged man promptly approached with a bow, accompanied by his attendants. This humble servant is Liang Yuan, the steward of the royal family, paying respects to Princess Fuxi. Please rise, Steward Liang, Su Xia gestured gracefully. Thank you, Your Highness. Liang Yuan then rose to explain. The prince realized he had overlooked the betrothal gifts and sent me early this morning to deliver them. Su Xia regarded the box with curiosity. What betrothal gifts could possibly be overlooked? He has already sent so many. Why is there a need for more? The prince awaits my return with a report, Liang Yuan said, preparing to take his leave. Thank you, Steward Liang. Su Xia quickly instructed Zhong Bo to see him off. She then summoned 2 young attendants to carry the box back to Fushi Courtyard. Princess, what has the prince sent? Xiao Chan, filled with curiosity, earnestly inquired. May I open it? To be honest, Su Xia was equally intrigued and nodded in agreement. Xiao Chan eagerly opened the chest, and in an instant, a cascade of radiant colors burst forth, illuminating the entirety of Fuxiyuan. The commotion drew the attention of the maids and young servants in the courtyard. When they beheld the resplendent red fabric within the chest, their eyes widened in astonishment. What exquisite fabric is this? It is simply breathtaking. The brilliance was undeniable, and it was evident that such treasures held considerable value. Naturally, it was a gift from His Highness the Prince. Could it be anything less than remarkable? As Xiao Chan gazed at the dazzling crimson satin, a realization dawned upon her regarding His Highness's intention. Could this material be for your wedding attire? Upon her utterance, the crowd instantly comprehended. The vibrant red hue indeed suggested it might be intended for such a purpose. Moreover, this fabric was evidently of superior quality compared to ordinary red silk. Not merely superior. I dare say it is dozens of times finer, someone remarked, curiosity piqued. Turning to Su Xia, they inquired, Princess, what kind of fabric has the prince gifted? Su Xia, surveying the array of garments, responded with a smile. This should be golden silk soft satin. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Good heavens, it is golden silk soft satin. They had heard tales of its extraordinary rarity. A precious tribute from the western regions, with only a single bolt acquired each year, so treasured that even the royal court of the West hesitated to utilize it. It was said that the Western territories would only offer a tribute every decade, presenting merely 2 bolts of this exquisite fabric. Furthermore, it was rumored that even the favored nobility within the palace found it exceedingly difficult to procure golden silk soft satin. If they were fortunate enough to obtain a fragment, it would be but a small piece. Yet, here was the prince, bestowing an entire chest of it. The exquisite golden silk satin is indeed worth a fortune. The prince truly dotes on our princess. Little Chan gazed at Su Xia with eager admiration, exclaiming, Princess, the prince is exceptionally kind to you.
Shoshiyu chuckled softly.
Her heart warming with sweetness at the memory of the previous night. She had not anticipated that he would present her with this entire chest of golden silk satin solely for the creation of her wedding attire. Though he could be quite domineering at times, he also possessed a remarkable attentiveness. The golden silk satin was far too precious, and Little Chan feared that others might be unable to resist touching it, which could lead to stains or, worse, damage. Thus, she promptly instructed someone to carry the chest to the storeroom for safekeeping. Princess, now that we have the fabric, we can commence making the wedding attire. Since the prince has provided the materials, should we not also create an outfit for him? Little Chan suggested as she leaned closer to Su Xia. With a playful reproach, Su Xia smiled. You are quite clever. Raising an eyebrow, Little Chan replied, Look at this. The prince has sent such fine fabric. Surely he hopes the princess will craft a wedding outfit for him. Su Xia noncommittally gestured towards the table, then you may proceed with the cutting. The measurements are right there. Little Chan hurried over to examine the paper, and upon seeing the dimensions, she teased, Princess, you even have the prince's measurements. No wonder you did not allow me to cut the fabric yesterday. Su Xia's face flushed from the playful banter, and she shot Little Chan a mock glare. You have quite the tongue. Knowing her mistress was easily embarrassed, Little Chan decided to refrain from further teasing. I shall fetch the materials now. In the afternoon, the two of them worked together in the room, cutting fabric to create the wedding attire. Today, the matriarch summoned a matchmaker and procured several young maidens. She retained 2 for herself, purchased 2 for her elder aunt, and acquired 1 for Lady Yao. Xiao Chan was still preoccupied with the matters entrusted to her by Su Xia, and upon receiving the news, she promptly reported back to Su Xia. Su Xia was momentarily taken aback. Why has only 1 been bought for Lady Yao? The matriarch had also given her attendant Cui Ping to Lady Yao, claiming that the new maid might not suit her needs, hence she relinquished sister Cui Ping to her. As Xiao Chan cut fabric, she remarked on this. Su Xia scoffed disdainfully. Surely, Lady Yao cannot believe such an excuse. The two young maidens needed by Su Meiyu were also sold off by her cousin, leaving a current void. The matriarch's decision to give Cui Ping to Lady Yao instead of Su Meiyu clearly indicated her intention to hold sway over Lady Yao. However, this maneuver by the matriarch might not be entirely disadvantageous for her. I recall that Cui Ping has a gravely ill mother, she mused. Xiao Chan nodded. Indeed. I have heard that her mother is unwell. These next few days, investigate what ailment her mother suffers from, and also look into the new maidservant by Lady Yao's side. Although she has arranged 3 hidden guards around Lady Yao, it would be advantageous to have leverage over the maidservant as well, Su Xia instructed. It would save us much trouble. Xiao Chan was quite adept at gathering information. While the two were deep in conversation, Zhong Bo approached. Your Highness. Someone from the palace has come to deliver an invitation. As Zhong Bo spoke, he handed the invitation over. For me? Su Xia exclaimed in surprise, receiving it and, upon reading, her expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 75, The Plum Blossom Banquet, What Troubles Our Esteemed Princess? Xiao Chan inquired with concern, noticing the unusual expression on her face. Zhong Bo also cast a worried glance at Su Xia. Regaining her composure, Su Xia smiled at Zhong Bo, saying, I appreciate your diligence, Zhong Bo. I have received the invitation. The old servant bowed slightly and withdrew without further ado. Princess, what is the nature of this invitation? Xiao Chan pressed once Zhong Bo had departed. It is an invitation from someone in the palace requesting my presence tomorrow to appreciate the plum blossoms, Su Xia replied candidly. Xiao Chan furrowed her brow. Does the princess harbor any concerns regarding this? Raising an eyebrow, Su Xia mused that there had been no such plum blossom banquet in her previous life, leaving her uncertain of the true intentions behind the invitation. However, given the relentless determination of that mother and son duo, especially after she had outmaneuvered them recently, it was unlikely they would let her off easily, particularly with Feng Yuqing poised to take action. Tomorrow will reveal all, she concluded. With the invitation in hand, she felt compelled to attend. Even feigning illness would only delay the inevitable. It would be prudent to ascertain their intentions, especially now that she had acquired a multitude of shadow guards from Feng Qingjue. With such protection, they could hardly pose a threat to her. Meanwhile, having exited the Fuxi Garden, Zhong Bo felt a sense of unease and made his way to Xuehe Garden to seek out Su Rui. What is the nature of this invitation?
Chong Bo pondered aloud.
I did not observe its contents, but I recognized the palace attendant who delivered it. She is likely associated with Consort Feng. Upon hearing this, Su Rui's fury surged. This Consort Feng and Feng Yuqing, are they intent on pursuing this matter indefinitely? With such cunning intentions to scheme against our dear Xiaoya, do they truly believe the Su family is without protection? Upon witnessing Su Rui's fury, Uncle Zhong hastily bowed and said, Your Grace, please calm your anger. It seems the princess has already sensed something amiss and appears not overly concerned. Su Rui took several deep breaths, finally managing to suppress his wrath. Uncle Zhong's words held merit. Xiaoya was exceptionally astute. Just like at the birthday banquet. Not only did she thwart their plans, but she also left them at a disadvantage. Even if that mother and son sought to ensnare her, it was unlikely that she would fall for their tricks. Moreover, the royal prince had dispatched numerous covert guards to protect her. She should remain safe. After contemplating this, Su Rui turned to Uncle Zhong and instructed, Do not inform Chongqing of this matter. We wouldn't want him to worry unnecessarily. That fellow, Su Chongqing, tended to be even more anxious than he himself was. Understood, Uncle Zhong promptly replied. That evening, Su Xia anticipated a visit from someone and waited for an extended period, eventually drifting into a light slumber. After a restful night, she arose early the following day. As soon as she got up, Xiao Chan entered with a basin of water and said, Princess, it snowed last night. Everything outside is blanketed in white. Had it snowed? Su Xia had not noticed the weather. Intrigued by Xiao Chan's words, she opened the window. Indeed, the world outside was adorned in a silvery cloak, a breathtaking sight. Suddenly, Su Xia thought of Feng Qingjue. Was his absence last night due to the snowfall? It's cold outside, princess. You are dressed so lightly. Do take care not to catch a chill. Xiao Chan hurried over to close the window and then led Su Xia to prepare herself. As they were to enter the palace, Xiao Chan styled Su Xia's hair into a lovely celestial bun and selected a red jade hairpin from the jewelry box to adorn it. Ultimately, Xiao Chan intended to paint a red plum blossom on Su Xia's forehead, but was halted by Su Xia's gentle refusal. There's no need for that. We are unaware of their intentions, so it is better to remain discreet. Obediently, Xiao Chan set aside the red brush and sought out a pomegranate red embroidered dress with white patterns, suitable for the snowy day and the plum blossom viewing. Today's snowfall will surely make you look splendid in this red attire, my lady. Upon seeing the garment, Su Xia frowned slightly and replied, "Let us choose another. This one is too ostentatious." Xiao Chan smiled wryly. These were all newly made for your wedding, specifically chosen for their festive nature, all in this color.
Besides,
With your captivating beauty, even draped in a sack, you would still be the fairest in the capital, dazzling everyone in your wake. Even if you wish to be modest, it would be in vain. Xiao Chan's words amused Su Xia, prompting her to retort, "You have quite the tongue." With a laugh, Xiao Chan continued, "I speak nothing but the truth, my lady. You may not realize how beautiful you truly are. Your grace alone outshines all. Even without fine garments, your beauty remains unmatched. So, why not wear something lovely? It will reflect well on the Duke's household and His Royal Highness." Su Xia, her cheeks slightly flushed, cast a playful glare at her. What does it matter to him? We are not yet wed, so why should I be concerned about his reputation? However, she pondered that regardless of her intentions to remain low-key, it seemed unlikely they would let her be. Perhaps her efforts at discretion were futile after all. Su Xia had donned a pomegranate red rain silk gown, complemented by a matching cloak, and cradled a small hand-warmer wrapped in rabbit fur as she ventured out with Xiao Chan. Bo had arranged the carriage well in advance. And upon seeing Su Xia approach with Xiao Chan, he promptly bowed and said, "The Duke has instructed me to convey to the princess that no matter what circumstances arise, she should not forget the support of the Duke's residence." A warmth blossomed in Su Xia's eyes as she replied with a smile, "I apologize for causing my grandfather concern.
I shall be perfectly fine."
With that, she ascended into the carriage alongside Xiao Chan. Upon arriving at the palace gates, Su Xia was assisted down from the carriage by Xiao Chan, whereupon a palace servant approached and greeted her. "I pay my respects to Princess Fuxi. The noble consort has sent me to welcome you." Raising an eyebrow, Su Xia inquired, "Has the consort invited only me as a guest?" The servant, momentarily taken aback, quickly responded with a smile, "Oh, certainly not. For this floral banquet, the noble consort has invited a number of esteemed guests. Given the palace's protocols, it is only out of concern for you that the noble consort has sent me to guide you." Su Xia chose not to probe further and followed the servant into the palace. The plum blossom banquet was held in the plum garden. "This is the place," the servant noted. "Many esteemed guests have already arrived. You may converse with the other noble ladies while the noble consort is expected to arrive shortly. I must now attend to welcoming the other esteemed guests, so I shall take my leave." The servant escorted Su Xia to the plum garden and then bowed before departing. As Su Xia entered the garden with Xiao Chan, she was immediately captivated by the breathtaking beauty that surrounded her. The garden, adorned with vibrant red plum blossoms, stands in stark contrast to the pristine white snow, resembling ethereal spirits. The snow accentuates the enchanting allure of the plum blossoms, while the blossoms, in turn, render the snow ever more immaculate. This collision of two visual extremes is so breathtaking that it captivates one's gaze entirely. Su Xia, entranced by this picturesque scene, remains blissfully unaware that she herself has become a stunning spectacle in the eyes of other admirers within the garden. As the sound of footsteps resonates, many turn to seek the source, only to behold a ravishing beauty clad in a pomegranate red gown, adorned with golden threads and white floral patterns, draped in a matching cloak. She cradles a small hand-warmer made of rabbit fur, standing beneath the crimson walls amidst the snow, gazing at the red plum blossoms enveloped in white. Her beauty is so breathtaking that it leaves one breathless. Unbeknownst to her, as she revels in the scenery, she has become the most exquisite sight in the garden. Chapter 76. Unfit for the stage, Your Highness. They're over there. Xiao Chan pointed out a group of individuals gathered in the pavilion, alerting Su Xia. "Let us take a look," Su Xia replied, leading Xiao Chan towards the pavilion. As they approached, the occupants of the pavilion seemed to snap back to reality. "Isn't that the esteemed Fuxi County princess? She is truly a vision of beauty," one of them remarked.
"Indeed.
She resembles the enchanting plum blossom fairy of this garden. It is no wonder she is hailed as the fairest maiden in the capital. Her beauty is undeniable," another echoed. Upon hearing the praises directed towards Susia, a plump young woman indulging in pastries scoffed disdainfully. How could she not be beautiful? She has entangled my cousin, and even charmed the young emperor's uncle. If she were not beautiful, would she have been able to ensnare them? At her words, an immediate silence fell over the assembly. Yet, the woman seated beside her, dressed as a matron, furrowed her brow and admonished, Yunyang, mind your words. Do not bring shame to Aunt Jingrong. With the mention of her mother, the plump girl, Yunyang, pouted but ultimately fell silent. As Su Xia arrived at the edge of the pavilion, she overheard the remark and raised her gaze, noticing the considerable number of people within. However, at the stone table in the center of the pavilion, only two individuals occupied the seats, a girl who resembled a small mountain due to her girth and a woman adorned in the attire of a matron. The rest either stood nearby or sat along the pavilion's edges, and it was evident from their positioning that these two held esteemed status. Su Xia recognized both individuals. The plump one was Shun Jiaqing, the county princess of Yunyang, whose mother was the illustrious Princess Jingrong and whose father was the Marquis of Pingyang, Shun Li. The slender figure is Gu Shuai, the princess of Yunnan, whose mother is Princess Jingyi and father is the Marquis of Yong'an, Gu He. Princess Jingrong and Princess Jingyi are siblings born of the same mother, both esteemed legitimate princesses of extraordinary status. With the Empress Dowager still alive, the standing of these two princesses rivals that of the royal family. Upon seeing Su Xia enter the pavilion, Gu Shuai rose to greet her. Princess of Yunnan, Princess of Yunyang, and Princess of Fuxi, Su Xia and Gu Shuai exchanged formalities, after which Gu Shuai took her hand and remarked, We were just wondering which enchanting beauty stood beneath that red wall admiring the plum blossoms. So stunning she rivals even the flowers themselves. Su Xia blushed at the compliment and lowered her gaze, responding, How could the princess speak so? Just look at the beauties in this pavilion. Especially you, dear princess. You shine like a precious pearl. Gu Shuai was amused by her words, saying, Oh, please stop. Those who are unaware might think we are deliberately flattering each other. Laughter erupted among the group. More guests arrived, and as they chatted merrily, they noticed newcomers at the entrance of the plum garden. Su Xia immediately recognized them as Lu Xianglan and Su Manyun, who had just entered the residence of the Prince of Chung the previous day. Those familiar with Lu Xianglan and Su Manyun turned their eyes towards Su Xia, as if anticipating a spectacle. Gu Shuai cast a worried glance at Su Xia, who, however, remained expressionless, seemingly unfazed by the arrival of the two. After all, this was a plum blossom banquet hosted by the esteemed concubine Fong, and it was only natural for her daughters-in-law to attend. As the two approached, they soon noticed that Su Xia was also present. Lu Xianglan's expression darkened abruptly, while Su Manyun maintained a neutral demeanor, seemingly aware of Su Xia's impending arrival. I have the honor of meeting Princess Yunnan, Princess Yunyang, and my elder sister, Su Manyun said as she stepped forward to greet Shin Jiaqing, Gu Shuai, and Su Xia in turn. Observing this, Lu Xianglan instinctively moved forward to offer her respects. However, as she began to speak, Su Xia interrupted her greeting with a bow, saying, I have the pleasure of greeting the side concubine. Princess Yunnan acknowledges the side concubine. Gu Shuai followed suit with a bow. Shin Jiaqing, however, scoffed disdainfully, mocking, a flattering courtesan and an ill-mannered country bumpkin. Truly, the Su family is abundant in talent. Her scornful words instantly reddened the faces of Lu Xianglan and Su Manyun, especially Lu Xianglan, whose face nearly resembled that of a monkey's rear. In truth, she was not well versed in etiquette, nor had anyone taught her. She was unaware of whether the princess or the side concubine held greater status, and thus, when Su Manyun bowed, she unconsciously followed suit. Yunyang. Upon hearing Shin Jiaqing's sarcastic remarks once more, Gu Shuai admonished her sharply. Su Xia cast a calm glance at Shin Jiaqing and raised an eyebrow, stating, Aunt Su understands the customs and therefore approaches to pay her respects. There is no question of flattery involved. As for side concubine Lu, the ranks of the princess and the side concubine are equivalent, and thus, there is no obligation for either to bow. It is merely a matter of courtesy, and side concubine Lu has not erred in her actions. Princess Yunyang need not speak so disrespectfully. To everyone's astonishment, Su Xia unexpectedly spoke in defense of Lu Xianglan and Su Manyun, leaving all present in a state of disbelief. These two had audaciously usurped the engagement of Princess Fuxi, yet here was the princess, displaying remarkable magnanimity by standing up for them, revealing the undeniable bond of kinship. Lu Xianglan, too, was taken aback, gazing at Su Xia with a sense of profound gratitude. At last, she comprehended her mother's insistence on fostering a good relationship with Su Xia. Shun Jiaqing, undeterred by Su Xia's presence, continued her caustic remarks. Why is it that the women of the Su family are so inclined to converge in one household? It is a pity you were unable to enter the Prince Cheng's residence. Otherwise, the three of you would surely thrive together. Lu Xianglan and Su Manyan found themselves at a loss for words in response to Shun Jiaqing's taunts. However, Su Xia merely smiled knowingly, the corners of her lips curling with subtle meaning. Perhaps it is because His Highness the Prince Cheng holds a particular fondness for the daughters of the Duke of Su. While others may have missed the deeper implications of Su Xia's words, Shun Jiaqing and Gu Xue grasped the underlying nuances. They understood why the esteemed Prince Fengyu had taken these two women under his wing, and why the favored concubine Fong had organized this plum appreciation banquet. The intricacies of the situation were not lost on them, given their close ties. With a huff, Shun Jiaqing chose to remain silent thereafter. News of the events in the plum garden soon reached the ears of concubine Fong. As she meticulously copied Buddhist scriptures, she listened to the reports from her subordinates. She certainly possesses a sharp wit. After pausing to reflect on the report, concubine Fong sighed softly. She maintains a sense of propriety, neither servile nor overbearing, truly befitting the status of the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Su. Those two, however, pale in comparison. In today's perspective, neither the illegitimate daughter nor the cousin can hold a prominent position. Within the Su family, if one were to speak of a daughter-in-law worthy of recognition, it must be Su Xia. Granny Pan, fully aware of the implications behind Imperial concubine Fong's words, smiled and remarked, "Is there not still an opportunity?" With a significant glance, Imperial concubine Fong inquired, "Are all preparations in place?" Granny Pan promptly assured, "Your Highness, everything has been meticulously arranged." Only then did Imperial concubine Fong cease her writing. "Please ensure this scripture is kept safe. I shall transcribe it upon my return this evening."
Yes.
The maidservants nearby quickly responded, carefully placing the few transcribed pages of Buddhist scriptures into a nearby box. Granny Pan presented a warm cloth to Imperial concubine Fong for her to cleanse her hands, and only then did Imperial concubine Fong rise. "Come, let us go meet her together." With a grand procession, Imperial concubine Fong led her entourage towards the plum garden. Chapter 77. A grand surprise awaits her in the May Garden, an announcement echoed, prompting everyone to emerge from the pavilion in unison. The esteemed concubine Fong, supported by Mama Pan, gracefully entered the garden. Among the crowd of noble ladies, concubine Fong's gaze was immediately drawn to Su Xia. The woman, adorned in a striking pomegranate red cloak, exuded a captivating presence that set her apart from the rest, even overshadowing Yun and at her side. It was no wonder that Cheng'er was so infatuated with her. Surely, it was not merely due to Su Rui's influence. "Greetings, Your Highness." The noble ladies chorused in reverence upon seeing concubine Fong. The concubine withdrew her gaze and, with Mama Pan as assistants, settled into the principal seat before speaking. "There is no need for formalities. Everyone may rise." "Thank you, Your Highness," they collectively replied, standing at her behest. With a warm smile, concubine Fong addressed them. "Today, I have gathered you all primarily to appreciate the plum blossoms. Please do not feel constrained. Make yourselves comfortable." "Thank you, Your Highness," they responded as they took their seats. Nevertheless, the hierarchy remained evident, with Su Xia, Gu Xue, Shun Jiaqing, and Lu Xianglan occupying the foremost positions. Concubine Fong surveyed the noble ladies before her, ultimately resting her gaze on Su Manyan. "You appear to be in good spirits today. Do take care of your health." "Yes." Su Manyan promptly stood to acknowledge her. Concubine Fong waved her hand, allowing Su Manyan to resume her seat. Meanwhile, Lu Xianglan cast a jealous glance at Su Manyan's abdomen. "What is so remarkable about her? Sooner or later, I too shall conceive." The esteemed consort Fong turned her gaze towards Lu Xianglan, saying, "Since you have just entered the palace, do not hesitate to express any discomfort to me or to His Highness." Lu Xianglan, returning to her senses, quickly rose, responding, "Thank you, Your Highness." A flicker of disdain crossed consort Fong's eyes, yet her face remained graciously serene. "Silly child, you ought to address me as mother." Lu Xianglan, feeling a sudden tension, promptly corrected herself. "Thank you, mother." With a warm and affable demeanor, consort Fong remarked, "You sisters have entered the palace together. It is imperative that you assist His Highness in producing heirs." Both young women blushed in unison, although a bitter expression lingered on Lu Xianglan's face. On their wedding night, the prince had not graced her chamber, instead visiting Su Manyun. Being neglected upon her arrival had made her the subject of ridicule among the servants of the Chungwang mansion. Su Manyun's hands were clenched tightly within her sleeves. She had the potential to bear the royal heir, to ascend to greatness. Yet now, after Lu Xianglan and Su Manyun, Consort Fong engaged in cordial exchanges with several other familiar noble ladies, until finally addressing Su Xia. "The style of your attire today is quite commendable, Princess Fushi." Su Xia rose to respond, "This is a newly made garment. I decided to wear it after the snowfall last night." Consort Fong smiled. "It is indeed lovely, perfectly complementing today's snowy scenery." "Thank you for your kind words, Your Highness," Su Xia humbly replied, lowering her gaze. Only after Consort Fong waved her hand did Su Xia sit down once more. Imperial concubine Fong gazed upon the enchanting snow-covered landscape and remarked, "The snow from yesterday has indeed bestowed upon our plum blossom banquet a splendid scene. Today we are fortunate enough to admire both the plums and the snow. How delightful it is." Her words instantly garnered the agreement of the noble ladies present. The contrast of white snow against red plum blossoms is particularly captivating. The two together create an even more exquisite sight. Indeed, with the snowfall, the plum blossoms in the garden appear even more resplendent. "We must not let this beautiful scenery go to waste. Perhaps we could indulge in a feast while composing poetry?" It seemed as if a sudden inspiration struck Imperial concubine Fong. Yet, with the Empress in command, how could the noble ladies dare to voice any objections? With a smile, Imperial concubine Fong turned to Granny Pan and instructed, "Bring forth the plum wine and delicacies, along with brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones." Yes. Granny Pan promptly arranged for the palace attendants to bring the plum wine, treats, and all necessary writing materials to the table. "Since we are to compose poetry inspired by the red plums after the snowfall, let us use snow and plums as our themes," suggested Imperial concubine Fong with a smile. "A splendid idea," the noble ladies chimed in unison. "Let us have Yunin demonstrate a poem for everyone," Imperial concubine Fong said, glancing at Gu Shui. "Then allow this humble servant to cast the first stone to attract jade," Gu Shui replied as she rose and approached the table. After a moment of contemplation, she took up her brush and inscribed a poem. The palace attendants presented Gu Shui's verses before Imperial concubine Fong, who nodded approvingly upon reading them. "In one night's yearning, the plum blossoms bloom. Suddenly at the window, I suspect it is you." What a beautiful poem! "The verses are exquisite, and the calligraphy is splendid," exclaimed the Imperial concubine. "Your Grace is too kind," Gu Shui humbly bowed in response. "Do not be modest. Your literary talent has always been a beacon among the esteemed ladies of the capital. During your studies in the Imperial Study, Master Liang often praised you, claiming your eloquence surpassed even that of Chinger." Gu Shui felt an increasing sense of embarrassment. The noble consort Fong, with a playful smile, shared the poetic verses with the other ladies, who readily bestowed their compliments. "How splendidly composed." Indeed, the talent of Princess Yunin is truly unparalleled. After the accolades, Consort Fong called upon another noble lady, who stepped forward to recite her own poem. As the ladies took turns showcasing their poetic prowess, Su Xia found herself in a state of unease. She warily observed the wine and delicacies laid out on the table. Today, she had not touched a single morsel. Who could tell what might be concealed within those refreshments? Initially, Su Xia worried that her refusal to partake would draw attention, contemplating excuses to deflect inquiries. Yet, it seemed that all minds were engrossed in the poetry, with even Consort Fong entirely focused on appreciating the verses crafted by the noble ladies, oblivious to Su Xia's consumption of the snacks and wine. However, Su Xia held little interest in the poetic recitations. Her only desire was to conclude the gathering swiftly and return home. She was unsure what surprise Consort Fong had orchestrated for her, but it appeared that it was not hidden within the wine and delicacies. Otherwise, the consort would not be so neglectful of them. While Su Xia was lost in her thoughts, Consort Fong suddenly turned her gaze towards her. "I have heard that Princess Fushi possesses commendable literary skills as well. Why not have Princess Fushi step forward to compose a poem for our enjoyment?" What could Su Xia do? She had no choice but to comply, rising to present her own poem. However, when she approached, she discovered that the inkstone had already been exhausted by them. Gazing at the dried inkstone, Su Xia instantly comprehended the situation. It seemed that noble consort Fong had also just noticed the empty inkstone. She raised her gaze and shot a glare at the nearby palace attendant, demanding, "What is the meaning of this? Hurry and refill the ink for Princess Fushi."
Yes.
Before Su Xia could react, the attendant swiftly removed the dried inkstone. Meanwhile, a young eunuch hurriedly approached, carrying a fresh inkstone. In his haste, he stumbled, and without warning, he toppled over, sending the wet ink splattering directly onto Su Xia's face. Instinctively, Su Xia recoiled and raised her hand, but it was already too late. With a splat, the entirety of the ink was doused upon her body and visage. At this moment, Su Xia's face was darker than the ink itself.
Indeed.
She had not been mistaken. A grand surprise awaited her here. Chapter 78. Have I truly become a fish in a barrel? This sudden turn of events left all the noble ladies present in sheer astonishment. Even the esteemed consort Fong wore a look of surprise, swiftly followed by an expression of indignation as she glared at the servant, exclaiming, "You incompetent wretch! You cannot even hold a scholar's inkstone properly. You truly deserve to be punished." The servant, having dropped the item to the floor, cringed under her reproach, rushing to Su Xia and desperately striking his own face, crying out, "I am to blame, I am to blame." Su Xia regarded the fallen servant with a cold glare, her clenched fists tightening within her sleeves. After scolding the servant, Consort Fong turned her attention back to Su Xia, her expression softening with concern. "Dear Princess Fushi, are you unharmed? It is this wretched servant's incompetence that has startled you. Have you sustained any injuries?" Su Xia composed herself, performing a respectful bow. "I thank your highness for your concern. I am unscathed." Consort Fong exhaled in relief. "As long as you are unharmed, that is all that matters. However, your attire has become soiled. Why not come to my palace to wash up? I have just prepared several new garments which you may don." Upon hearing this, the noble ladies' faces instantly lit up with envy. Only Gu Shui, Shen Jiaqing, and Su Manyan exchanged knowing glances. Lowering her gaze, Su Xia bowed once more and replied gently, "I fear I may be imposing too much upon your highness. I would prefer to take my leave and return home to change." Consort Fong's eyes twinkled playfully as she admonished her. "Oh, my dear child, you plan to return in this attire? Others will surely think you have endured great hardships while under my roof." Before Su Xia could utter another word, she was met with a sharp glare from the imperial concubine, who directed her gaze at the several matrons beside her. "What are you all standing there for? Quickly escort Princess Fushi to bathe and change. In this frigid weather, wearing damp clothing could lead to a chill, and that would be most unfortunate." The matrons complied, moving forward to usher Su Xia to change her attire. At that moment, Su Xia felt akin to a rabbit ensnared upon a roasting spit, devoid of any chance for escape. With no alternative, she bowed respectfully to the imperial concubine and followed the matrons. 4 matrons in total accompanied her. 2 led the way while the other 2 trailed behind, as if they were escorting a prisoner towards the imperial concubine's chambers. Even Xiaochan sensed that something was amiss and hurried to catch up to Su Xia, whispering, "Princess, something feels off. We must exercise caution." Su Xia fixed her gaze upon the 2 leading matrons and replied in a hushed tone, "No matter what transpires, we must not separate." Xiaochan silently nodded in agreement. Before long, the 4 matrons guided Su Xia to Yonghe Palace. As she walked, she observed the presence of numerous imperial guards within the palace. Ordinarily, such a number would not be found within the inner palace. Typically, they would only be stationed outside Yonghe Palace. Yet now, it seemed that guards were stationed at nearly every corner, indicating that the imperial concubine had taken extensive precautions. With a heavy heart, Su Xia continued to follow the matrons until they reached a side hall at the back of Yonghe Palace. Here lies the bathing pool, where the esteemed concubine usually bathes. Princess Fushi, you may bathe here at your leisure. This young lady shall accompany this old servant to fetch a new garment." One of the maids addressed Xiaochan. Xiaochan still recalled the words Su Xia had just spoken to her, and was unwilling to comply. Before Xiaochan could voice her objection, Su Xia turned to the maid and said, "I would appreciate it if you could assist in retrieving the new attire. I wish to keep her here to attend to my bathing. The garments are located in the front hall, and it will only take a short while. Not delaying your bathing, esteemed princess." The maid appeared resolute in her intention to take Xiaochan away. Su Xia's expression suddenly darkened as she coldly remarked, "If you are unwilling to assist in fetching the new attire, then it is not necessary." Returning to bathe at home would suffice. With that, Su Xia turned to leave, prompting Xiao Chan to hurriedly follow. The maids called after, urging her to stay. Seeing Su Xia's intent to depart, the maids immediately grew anxious and rushed forward to obstruct her. One maid, standing before Su Xia, smacked her own lips in frustration. "How clumsy of me with words. That was not my intention. Esteemed princess, please do not misunderstand. I merely thought that by having this young lady accompany me, I might discern your preferences regarding colors and fabrics, so I could select the most suitable garments for you." Su Xia glanced at the imperial guard in the distance, clenched her fists, and replied, "It matters not, as long as it can be worn. The old garments will suffice." The maids, seeing Su Xia's refusal to let Xiao Chan accompany them, exchanged glances and smiled. Then, "Esteemed princess, please enter the room to wait. It is warm inside with the heated floor." As Su Xia cast one final glance at the imperial guards, she led Xiao Chan into the hall. Once they entered, the matrons promptly withdrew, closing the doors behind them. Upon seeing the doors shut, Xiao Chan anxiously reached for the handles. However, a matron outside swiftly pushed the doors open, frowning as she inquired, "What is your command, my lady?" Embarrassed, Xiao Chan replied, "I merely wish to see if the matron had delivered the garments." "Do not fret, my lady. They shall arrive shortly," the matron reassured her with a smile. "Very well," Xiao Chan responded, and gently closed the door once more. Su Xia wandered around the chamber, discovering a rear window at the back. A wave of joy surged within her as she hurried over to open it, only to find two imperial guards stationed nearby. "Your Highness, there are matrons guarding the entrance," Xiao Chan hastily reported, her worry evident as she gazed at the guards outside. "There are guards here as well. It seems we cannot escape." Su Xia shut the rear window, her expression darkening. With guards at both the front and rear, and several matrons keeping watch outside, it appeared impossible to leave, especially with the fear that Feng Yuqing might intrude while she bathed, leading to an unwanted situation. Just as anxiety gripped Su Xia, the matron sent to fetch the clothing entered, carrying several exquisite garments. "These are the new dresses crafted for the noble consort. Please feel free to use them, Princess Fuxi. I shall place them here. You may bathe at your leisure." After laying down the garments, the matron bowed and exited the chamber. "My lady, what shall we do now?" Xiao Chan exclaimed, her anxiety palpable as she gazed upon the heap of garments, akin to an ant scurrying on a hot pan. It seemed that the favored concubine was resolute in her intent to subject their lady to the whims of Prince Cheng. With the lady ensnared within this secluded chamber, opportunities for escape appeared utterly bleak. Su Xia shared in the urgency of the moment, though she masked her distress. How she wished for the presence of the prince, for he would undoubtedly not permit such indignities to befall their lady. Xiao Chan began to muse about the prince's potential intervention on her behalf. A wry smile crossed Su Xia's lips. If all else failed, she could summon the hidden guards and eliminate Feng Yuqing outright. Yet, such an act would not only implicate the Duke of Su's household, but also embroil the prince in perilous consequences. It was clear that Feng Yuqing could not be dealt with in this manner, especially not within these walls. As time slipped away, and while Su Xia's mind raced with potential solutions, a sudden commotion erupted outside. She and Xiao Chan exchanged a swift glance, instinctively retreating to the shadows beside the door. Chapter 79. Cease the foolish fantasies. She is your royal aunt. As Su Xia peered through the crack of the door, she beheld Feng Yuqing standing outside. Several matrons at the gate approached, intending to pay their respects, only to be halted by him. In hushed tones, Feng Yuqing exchanged words with them, prompting the women to lower their heads in acknowledgement. Xiao Chan, too, caught sight of Feng Yuqing and nervously tugged at Su Xia's sleeve. "This is it. The Prince of Cheng has arrived." Su Xia felt a surge of anxiety, discreetly retrieving the silver needle concealed within her sleeve, pinching it between her fingers. She had formulated a plan. Once Feng Yuqing entered, she would swiftly incapacitate him, and after subduing him, summon the hidden guards to devise a means of escape. Just as Su Xia anxiously awaited Feng Yuqing's entrance, a sudden commotion erupted outside. "Your Highness, you cannot enter." Several imperial guards seemed to be blocking someone. Su Xia's heart leaped to her throat as she strained to glimpse the entrance through the door's aperture. "Is it him?" With a crack, a spiked whip lashed out, sending the guards sprawling to the ground. Upon witnessing that familiar whip, Su Xia's grip on the door latch tightened in trepidation. At last, the man in the wheelchair made his appearance. The moment she laid eyes on Feng Qingjue, the tension that had held her heart suspended in midair dissipated. leaving her slumped against the door as if all her strength had been drained away. He has come. Thus, she was safe. Feng Yucheng, upon spotting Feng Qingjue, was equally astonished. Little royal uncle, what a calamity. Why has he returned? Why is he everywhere? Upon seeing Feng Yucheng still outside, Feng Qingjue's expression softened slightly, though a hint of menace lingered. What does this little royal uncle intend? The moment he noticed several imperial guards toppled by Feng Qingjue, Feng Yucheng's fury ignited. With a cold smile, Feng Qingjue brandished his whip. If they dared to obstruct me, they must also be prepared to endure the sting of my whip. Feng Yucheng narrowed his eyes ominously. Little royal uncle seems not to comprehend this place's significance. This is the chamber of my royal mother. Feng Qingjue retorted disdainfully. Then why are you here? Feng Yucheng's face stiffened, defiantly stating, is it wrong for me to visit my mother? Yet it is you, little royal uncle, who has trespassed into a consort's chamber and injured the imperial guards, displaying utter audacity. Is it I who is audacious? Feng Qingjue glared at Feng Yucheng, articulating each word with chilling precision. Or is it you, who acts with reckless abandon? The intensity of Feng Qingjue's gaze left Feng Yucheng feeling deeply unsettled. Yet he feigned composure. What is your intention, little royal uncle? Feng Qingjue, uninterested in the charade, replied coldly, you know my intent all too well. Once certain individuals are lost to you, they can never return. Thus, relinquish your misguided hopes. She is your royal aunt. The final declaration, she is your royal aunt, struck Feng Yucheng with a discomfort more profound than any humiliation, as if something lodged in his throat, impossible to swallow or expel, inciting a murderous rage within him. Just as the tension between them reached its zenith, the tightly shut palace door suddenly swung open. Xiao Chan rushed out, completely disregarding Feng Yucheng, and bowed respectfully to Feng Qingju. I have come to see the prince. Are you here to fetch the county princess? Is she well? In response to Xiao Chan, the previously sullen expression on Feng Qingju's face softened slightly. Please wait a moment. The county princess is currently bathing and changing. She will be ready shortly. Xiao Chan gazed at Feng Qingju with trepidation, fearing he might leave before the princess was ready. You may go in and attend to her. Feng Qingju remained unconvinced that Su Xiu could be left alone in the hall. Understood, Xiao Chan replied, promptly returning to the inner chamber. Once inside, Xiao Chan excitedly ran to Su Xiu's side, exclaiming, County Princess, the prince has come to rescue you. He is simply too handsome, absolutely stunning. Su Xiu observed her infatuation with exasperation and flicked her forehead. Do wake up. We have yet to escape peril. However, Xiao Chan seemed utterly unconcerned. Do not worry, County Princess. With our prince here, the Duke of Cheng would not dare lay a finger on you. Xiao Chan had unwavering faith in their prince. Noticing her incessant reference to our prince, Su Xiu could only smile wryly as she began to undress. I shall assist you, Xiao Chan offered, hastening to help Su Xiu. After shedding her garments, Su Xiu stepped into the warm pool. The soothing water elicited a contented sigh from her. In the previous situation, she would never have dared to indulge in the bath, but now, with him outside, she could afford to be carefree. However, this was ultimately someone else's territory, and Su Xia dared not linger. She swiftly washed away the ink that had stained her, particularly her face, which had been splashed with ink on both her visage and hair. After hastily rinsing herself, Su Xia, unwilling to delay for even a moment, emerged from the water and selected a garment from the pile brought by the matron, choosing one that closely resembled the color of the attire she had arrived in. She quickly dried her hair, not waiting for it to completely dry, and left the palace with Xiao Chan. Upon her exit, both Feng Yucheng and Feng Qingjue were still present. The two men were momentarily taken aback by Su Xia's radiant appearance, like a water lily emerging from the depths. Ignoring Feng Yucheng, Su Xia approached Feng Qingjue and bowed respectfully. Your Highness. Witnessing the shared demeanor of the master and servant, Feng Yucheng felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. Noticing that she was inadequately dressed and her hair still damp, Feng Qingjue frowned and removed his cloak, draping it over her shoulders. As Su Xia felt the warmth envelop her, her heart also swelled with warmth. He urged her to don the hood as well, for he disapproved of her loose hair, particularly in the presence of Feng Yucheng. Without hesitation, Su Xia obediently placed the hood over her head. Once Feng Qingjue saw her hair fully concealed, he felt satisfied and took her hand, leading her outside. Su Xia, seeing her disregard for him, Feng Yuqing could no longer contain his outburst. Regrettably, it seemed that Su Xia had not heard his cries. She continued her departure from the Yonghua Palace without even pausing her steps alongside Feng Qingjue. Useless, worthless. All of them. Witnessing Su Xia leave in such a manner, Feng Yuqing unleashed his fury upon the several matronesses, venting his pent-up anger through a flurry of punches and kicks directed at them. Once outside the Yonghua Palace, Su Xia finally breathed a genuine sigh of relief and turned to Feng Qingjue, inquiring, "How did His Highness know that I was in danger? Did the secret guards inform you?" Seeing her audacity in questioning him, Feng Qingjue's rage surged to new heights. "Su Xia, you are fully aware that this plum appreciation banquet is a trap, yet you still chose to attend. You know precisely why they sought to tarnish your reputation, and yet you still entered the Yonghua Palace. You understand their intentions regarding your bathing, yet you still ventured into that side chamber. You." As Feng Qingjue's voice escalated with each reproach, Su Xia suddenly laughed and leapt into his embrace. All expressions of fury abruptly ceased, silenced by the unexpected warmth of a woman's affection. Chapter 80. A taste of soul-stirring longing. Yueying, who had been pushing the wheelchair, instinctively turned away upon witnessing the scene. Unable to bear the sight, Feng Qingjue's entire being stiffened, and it took a while for his heart, which had been momentarily thrown into disarray, to regain its composure. The fragrant aroma that enveloped him after her recent bathing permeated his senses, soothing his anger entirely. "Do not presume that this will prevent my ire." Feng Qingjue huffed awkwardly, yet his hand unconsciously wrapped around her slender waist. Su Xia was acutely aware of her misstep and nestled in his embrace, contritely admitting her fault. "I am truly sorry. My lord, I recognize my error and shall not act so recklessly again." Had he not intervened today, her situation could have spiraled out of control. Though she might have evaded Feng Yuqing's advances, her reputation would undoubtedly have been tarnished. Ultimately, her oversight stemmed from underestimating the formidable Lady Feng. She should have remained vigilant, for her former mother-in-law was no trifling adversary. Much of Feng Yuqing's ascension to the throne was attributable to her machinations. In her rebirth, she had fancied herself possessing a celestial insight, capable of altering fate itself, yet her overconfidence nearly led her astray. Observing her nestled within his arms, resembling a docile rabbit, Feng Qingjue found his anger dissipating. "I shall escort you home." After a moment's contemplation, Su Xia lifted her gaze. "I wish to pay my respects to the esteemed consort." "You intend to visit her after all that transpired?" Feng Qingjue's irritation flared anew. Su Xia raised an eyebrow. "One must uphold propriety. A visit is still necessary." "My lord, will you accompany me?" Due to his intervention, the situation did not escalate. In the eyes of those noble ladies, she was merely going to bathe and change her attire. If she were to return without greeting them, it would only arouse suspicion and provide an opportunity for them to tarnish her reputation. It was far better to accompany the prince for a stroll, thereby extinguishing any lingering hopes they might harbor. Feng Qingjue gazed into her sparkling eyes, and ultimately, he could not resist her persuasion and chose to accompany her. Hand in hand, they made their way to the plum garden. Meanwhile, in the plum garden, the esteemed concubine Feng had just received a secret report from a palace attendant when she witnessed Su Xia and Feng Qingjue approaching hand in hand. The sight struck her like a resounding slap, leaving her feeling profoundly humiliated. Their entrance effortlessly captured the attention of the noble ladies. It was the prince and the princess of Fuxi. Wasn't the prince uninterested in women? How could he be seen holding hands with the princess of Fuxi? His disinterest pertained to other women, not to her. Indeed, the prince had even publicly abducted her, a testament to how much he cherished the princess of Fuxi. Ahem. Upon hearing someone mention the abduction, Gu Shui cleared her throat, and the noble ladies instantly fell silent, momentarily forgetting that concubine Feng was present. This turn of events was quite remarkable. The princess of Fuxi, who was originally meant to be concubine Feng's daughter-in-law, now stood as an equal peer. It remained to be seen how concubine Feng would react to the sight of the princess of Fuxi and His Highness the Prince. The answer was that it would be exceedingly vexatious. Were it not for her refined temperament, Consort Feng would have been tempted to rush forward and tear apart Su Xia's enchanting visage. Moreover, that scoundrel Feng Qingjue had the audacity to invade her private chamber. It was utterly outrageous. As she approached, Su Xia released Feng Qingjue's hand and stepped forward to pay her respects. "Thank you, Your Highness, for the gift of clothing. Upon my return, I shall change and return your esteemed garments." A strained smile emerged on Consort Fong's ashen face, since it is a gift for you. There is no need for formality.
Please accept it.
Thank you very much, Your Highness. Su Xia expressed her gratitude once more. She truly wished to sever any lingering ties with them. Feng Qingjue cast a cold glance at Consort Fong, neglecting to bow. It is quite cold, and she is lightly clad. I shall take her back now. Faced with Feng Qingjue's rudeness, Consort Fong could only stifle her anger and acquiesce. Indeed, the weather is harsh today. Princess Fuxi may take her leave. Thank you, Your Highness, for your consideration. I shall take my leave, Su Xia said, bowing to Consort Fong before departing alongside Feng Qingjue. No sooner had they taken a few steps than Feng Qingjue reached out, taking Su Xia's hand, and they continued to walk hand in hand. The way Feng Qingjue regarded Su Xia instantly ignited envy among the noble ladies present. Throughout the capital, countless young noble women admired the prince, not solely for his esteemed lineage, but also for his remarkable prowess. He had led troops into battle at a young age, earning the title of God of War due to his illustrious achievements, in addition to his strikingly handsome and almost otherworldly features that incited admiration and ire alike. Even though he sustained an injury to his leg on the battlefield, countless noble women still sought to marry him, eager to enter the royal residence, even if not as a consort. However, this cold-blooded warrior, as frigid as ice, maintained a distance from women. Within the entire royal household, there were no concubines or even maidservants. It was entirely populated by men. This led many to speculate whether the stoic warrior might harbor an inclination towards the same sex. Yet today, as seen, made it abundantly clear to them that the royal prince was not indifferent to women, but rather singularly devoted to Princess Fuxi. This revelation rekindled the hopes of the noble women who had previously abandoned their aspirations. If the prince was not inclined towards men, then surely they too had a chance. If Princess Fuxi could draw near to the prince, why couldn't he they? The display of affection between Feng Qingjue and Su Xia invigorated the aspirations of the noble women throughout the capital. Meanwhile, the favored consort, Feng Guifei, was incensed and lost all desire to engage in poetry or painting with them, storming off to report to the emperor in a fit of anger. Feng Qingjue and Su Xia took their seats in the royal carriage. Xiao Qian, quite self-aware, had already returned home in the carriage of the Duke of Su, leaving her princess in the company of her prince. Feng Qingjue regarded Xiao Qian with satisfaction, casting a significant glance at Yue Ying. The latter, belatedly realizing, touched his nose. Previously, he had failed to grasp the situation, but this time he would certainly not miss the mark. His lord would be pleased. Inside the carriage, Su Xia looked at Feng Qingjue with gratitude. Thank you for today, my lord. Had he not arrived in the nick of time, the consequences would have been dire. Feng Qingjue disdainfully snorted twice. Is this how you express your gratitude to me? Su Xia blinked innocently, contemplating her response. I shall attend to your leg, my lord. As she bent down to examine his leg, he abruptly pulled her into his embrace. Apart from treating my leg, do you possess no other talents? His husky voice resonated, leaving Su Xia momentarily stunned, her mind racing to conjure any other skill she might possess, only to lament the realization that none emerged. It was only when his cool lips pressed against hers that the meaning of his words dawned upon her, causing her heart to race like a startled fawn. In the face of his domineering affection, she obediently closed her eyes. The moment Feng Qingjue tasted her, he could no longer restrain his fervor. Since that encounter behind the cupboard, he had been consumed by an incessant desire to relive that intoxicating experience. Inside the carriage, the two shared a tender and passionate moment. While outside, Yue had learned from the past, guiding the horse in circles around the capital, deliberately avoiding a return to the residence of the Duke of Su. Chapter 81. This prince is not a monk indifferent to women. As Yu Ying maneuvered the carriage, she noticed Yu Yi soaring towards them. Fearing that Yu Yi might interrupt her lord's delightful moment, she quickly signaled him with her eyes before he could utter a word. Yu Yi, recognizing the unspoken warning, alighted softly beside Yu Ying, waiting in silence. Yu Ying continued to drive the carriage around in circles. Inside, Feng Qingjue remained undeterred, persistently entangled with Su Xia. After an interminable time, sensing that the person in his embrace was struggling to catch her breath, Feng Qingjue reluctantly released her. Su Xia, like a pool of spring water, melted entirely into Feng Qingjue's arms. Did she not know to take a breath? The corners of Feng Qingjue's mouth curled into a satisfied smile as he gently lifted her chin, whispering in a husky voice. Upon hearing such an embarrassing question, Su Xia buried her face in his embrace, overwhelmed with shyness. Feng Qingjue chuckled, tightening his hold on her. Remember the token of appreciation I desire. From now on, let it always be expressed in this manner. His teasing, husky voice resonated as Su Xia, flustered yet annoyed, playfully pinched his waist. Instantly, Feng Qingjue's body tensed, instinctively grasping her mischievous hand. This girl, her little pinch had rekindled the ardor he had struggled to suppress. Do not move. This prince is not a monk indifferent to women. Even in an attempt to restrain himself, Feng Qingjue's voice was profoundly husky at that moment. Amused, Su Xia looked up at him with a playful pout. Isn't it widely rumored that you are indifferent to women? As enchanting as a fairy, her alluring gaze fell upon him, and in that instant, Feng Qingjue's eyes dimmed slightly. He leaned closer, whispering against her earlobe. This prince is not one to indulge in feminine charms. Others may be unaware, but do you not know? The words, seemingly imbued with a fiery intensity, reached Su Xia's ears and instantly ignited a blush upon her cheeks. In her bashfulness, she playfully pinched his waist. Pondering who had dared to claim that this man shunned women, he was, without a doubt, a ravenous wolf. Feng Qingjue stiffened momentarily before abruptly tightening his embrace, lamenting. This prince regrets his decision. I should not have fallen for their tricks, agreeing to marry after 3 months. Since I have taken you, you belong to me, and I ought to bring you back to the royal residence. It was intolerable to endure for so long, only to taste a fraction of what he desired, yet unable to fully indulge. Su Xia felt her cheeks grow warmer at his words, yet she was acutely aware that she could not yet enter the Yuangfu. The identity of Yao's paramour remained elusive, her mother's complications in childbirth were still unresolved, and her own lineage was shrouded in mystery. Thus, she could not yet leave the Duke's residence. Nevertheless, she was determined to unravel all these enigmas swiftly. 3 months should suffice. After lingering in each other's warmth for a while longer, Feng Qingjue seemed to finally notice the moonlit night outside and turned his gaze that way. What is it? Seeing that His Highness had recalled matters of importance, Yuye quickly bowed and reported, Your Highness, a message has arrived from the palace. The Emperor requests your presence. Nestled in Feng Qingjue's embrace, Su Xia raised her eyes with concern upon hearing this. Is it about today's events? Fear not, he reassured her. This prince will handle it. Feng Qingjue gently offered a word of comfort and then instructed, Let us return to the Duke's residence. Yes, Yueying replied, shedding tears of excitement for the horses. At last, the relentless journey had come to an end. They rushed to the entrance of the Duke of Su's estate. The prince has arrived. Feng Qingjue intended to assist Su Xia in alighting from the carriage, but before he could make a move, she swiftly withdrew from his embrace, saying, I can return on my own, Your Highness. Please hurry to the palace. A look of deep concern marred Su Xia's face, as she feared that her troubles might implicate him. Feng Qingjue, understanding her worries, spoke softly, Do not fret, I shall come to find you shortly. Su Xia nodded and disembarked from the carriage. Feng Qingjue lifted the curtain to glance at her before instructing Yueying to drive away. Once the carriage vanished around the corner, Su Xia made her way back to the Duke's residence. Xiaochuan had been waiting at the door for quite some time, and upon seeing Su Xia finally return, she rushed forward, exclaiming, My lady, why have you only just returned? You. However, Xiaochuan's words trailed off as she appeared to notice something, her eyes sparkling as they fixated on Su Xia's increasingly vibrant red lips. Feeling a sudden rush of embarrassment under her gaze, Su Xia instinctively pressed her lips together. Xiaochuan refrained from revealing her thoughts and smiled. The Duke has learned of the matters in the palace and has requested you to visit his study upon your return. Su Xia furrowed her brow. How did grandfather find out? Did you tell him? Xiaochuan quickly shook her head. It was not me. Perhaps it was your cousin or the second young lady who sent word. Su Xia quietly nodded, contemplating the possibility, though it likely wasn't Su Manyun, but rather Lu Xianglan. As she made her way to Xuehe courtyard, she took a couple of steps before turning back, blushing as she looked at Xiaochuan and asked, Without waiting for Su Xia to finish, Xiaochuan smiled and reassured her, Rest assured, Your Highness, the Duke and the General are rather unsophisticated and surely won't comprehend anything. Instantly, Su Xia's face flushed crimson. She chose to ignore Xiaochuan and hurriedly proceeded towards Xuehe courtyard. Xiaochuan, watching Su Xia's flustered retreat, found herself utterly delighted. The princess's bashful demeanor was simply adorable, and she eagerly anticipated how she would be after marriage. Your Highness, Zhongbo said upon seeing Su Xia approach, promptly lifting the curtain to invite her inside. Upon entering the study, Su Xia found only Su Rui present, with no sign of Su Chongqing. Grandfather, Su Xia greeted respectfully. I heard you encountered some trouble in the palace. Are you hurt? Su Rui asked, his gaze filled with concern as he inspected her for any injuries. Su Xia quickly shook her head. Please don't worry, grandfather. I am fine. Seeing that she truly bore no injuries, Su Rui sighed in relief. But did the prince assist you? Did he escort you back? Yes, His Majesty summoned the prince to the palace, and he has gone there now. Su Xia replied with some worry. The emperor's summons of the prince at this moment must surely pertain to today's events. Perhaps Feng Yuqing and Consort Feng had gone to report to the emperor again. That Feng Yuqing and Consort Feng, scheming against you at every turn. Do they really believe there is no one in our duke's residence? I shall go to the emperor and lodge a complaint immediately.
Su Rui spoke in a furious tone.
Ready to report the matter. Seeing this, Su Xia quickly intervened, urging, Grandfather, please do not be angry. Take a moment to calm down. She even fetched a bowl of tea for him, but Su Rui refused to drink, exclaiming, This is not the first time. Time and again they treat me, Su Rui, as if I were a soft persimmon, to be squeezed at will. If I do not report this, they will only grow more arrogant.
Shoshiyu sighed softly.
Does grandfather believe the emperor is unaware of this matter? If it were not for the emperor's tacit approval, they would hardly dare to act so boldly. After all, she is not merely the beloved princess of the duke's residence, but the future empress. If Feng Yuqing and concubine Feng dare to scheme against her, they must have received some form of encouragement. Otherwise, they would not be so audacious. Chapter 82. A good strategy against Feng Yuqing. Su Xia's words were clear to Su Rui. His previous reluctance to intervene stemmed from the understanding that the emperor was undoubtedly involved in this matter. However, should he continue to remain passive, their audacity would only grow. Su Xia had her own considerations. Previously, when Su Manyan encountered issues with Feng Yuqing, their father had already stepped in once. A few days ago, their grandfather had intervened again due to the situation with Lu Xianglan. In truth, she understood that her grandfather's involvement was not solely for Lu Xianglan, but rather a means to ensure that Feng Yuqing, who schemed against her, would pay a price. Her grandfather and father had already intervened on her behalf multiple times. Although the emperor appeared to hold her grandfather in high regard, he was, in reality, quite wary of both her grandfather and father. She did not wish for her troubles to provide the emperor an opportunity to retaliate against the Su family. Given the emperor's apprehension towards her grandfather, it would be better for him not to intervene over such trivial matters concerning his granddaughter. Upon hearing this, Su Rui immediately protested, his eyes widening. How could your affairs be considered trivial? A warmth spread through Su Xia's heart as she smiled and reassured him, Grandfather need not worry. I have already devised a strategy to deal with them. This matter was hardly significant enough to warrant a disturbance at the emperor's court. Moreover, since it was the emperor who initiated this, even if her grandfather were to raise a fuss, it would be futile. At best, he might receive some superficial benefits or reassurances. The emperor would never punish Consort Feng or Feng Yuqing for her sake. Therefore, she must find a way to confront them herself. Su Rui's eyes brightened with curiosity. What is your plan? Regardless, she had a plan in place, and in due time, her grandfather would come to know of it. Su Xia smiled mysteriously, choosing not to elaborate. Recognizing her reluctance to discuss further, Su Rui refrained from pressing her, offering consolation instead. You need not worry about the prince's affairs. After all, he is the emperor's own brother, and such trivial matters will not provoke the emperor's ire.
Shoshiyu replied softly.
She understood the reasoning, yet anxiety still lingered in her heart. Su Rui sighed gently, expressing concern. Enough, you have been startled today. It would be wise to return and rest. Nodding in agreement, Su Xia seemed to recall something, and in unison, both she and her grandfather spoke. Do not mention today's events to your father. Their simultaneous utterance elicited laughter from both. Very well, your grandfather understands. Su Rui responded with an expression of deep understanding, gesturing dismissively to Su Xia. As for that fool Su Chongqing, should he learn of this, he would undoubtedly stir up trouble with the emperor. It is best he remains unaware. With a courteous bow, Su Xia took her leave, smiling as she returned to Fuxiyuan with Xiaochan. Once they reached the room, Xiaochan could no longer contain her curiosity. Mistress, do you have a plan to deal with Prince Cheng? If one were to inquire who Xiaochan despised the most at this moment, it would undoubtedly be Prince Cheng, with no one else even coming close. Even the second miss paled in comparison to the loathing she felt for him. Previously, when there had been an engagement with the mistress, he had shamelessly pursued the second miss, resulting in her pregnancy. Now that the engagement had finally been dissolved, he had suddenly taken an interest in their mistress. They exert every possible effort to scheme against the princess in her pursuit of marriage, resorting to the most despicable means, utterly devoid of shame. Moreover, she witnessed him striking the second young lady, and even the cousin was subjected to his reprimands. A man who lays hands on women can hardly be deemed a gentleman. Fortunately, the princess has annulled their engagement. Otherwise, marrying such a man would surely lead to a tragic fate. How admirable is their highness, the royal prince, handsome, a formidable warrior, and devoted solely to their princess. Most importantly, he embodies the essence of a true gentleman, capable of heroic acts to rescue the fair in times of peril. Su Xia cast a reproachful glance at Xiao Zhan. How could she devise a solution so swiftly? Her previous words were merely intended to comfort her grandfather. Princess Yu. Xiao Zhan, upon seeing Su Xia's expression, immediately felt deflated. Su Xia was amused by her little cousin's demeanor. Enough of that long face. We shall devise a plan together. After all, Feng Yuqing had made repeated attempts against her. If she did not retaliate, even the Buddha would find it intolerable. Thus, she truly needed to conceive a strategy to deal with Feng Yuqing. Even if she could not eliminate him entirely, she must find a way to make him cease his relentless pursuits and manipulations. Let me think, the maid said. Upon hearing Su Xia's words, Xiao Zhan earnestly began to ponder. Su Xia too contemplated methods to ensure Feng Yuqing no longer harbored thoughts of her. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated her mind, and Su Xia exclaimed joyfully, I have a plan. I have thought of something too. Xiao Chan's eyes sparkled brightly. The two of them exchanged a glance and, in unison, declared, Let Feng Yuqing marry. Let Prince Cheng marry. Their identical responses ignited a wave of excitement, and they high-fived each other, thrilled by their shared thoughts. Su Xia, brimming with enthusiasm, remarked, This is indeed a splendid plan. Once Feng Yuqing is wed, Prince Cheng will no longer have a claim on me, as his legitimate consort will be established. However, we must be meticulous in selecting the future princess of Cheng. One crucial aspect is that her background must be formidable, otherwise, she may merely end up as a secondary consort or concubine, akin to Su Manyun and Lu Xianglan, which would serve no purpose whatsoever. As she pondered the necessary pedigree, Su Xia's mind alighted upon an exceptionally suitable candidate, Princess Yunyang, Shun Jiaqing, whom she had encountered earlier that day. Shun Jiaqing's lineage was undeniably illustrious, as her mother was the esteemed Princess Jingrong, a legitimate offspring of the Empress Dowager, while the current emperor himself was not a direct heir but rather adopted under the Empress Dowager's care. In contrast, Princesses Jingrong and Jingyi were veritable royal progenies. And with the Empress Dowager still alive, Shun Jiaqing's status was undeniably exalted. Furthermore, her father, the Marquis of Pingyang, was no ordinary figure, despite the Marquisite's decline. He had rejuvenated their standing through his military exploits, having valiantly served alongside his grandfather in numerous campaigns. By his own endeavors, he restored the glory of the Pingyang Marquis and subsequently married a princess, thus becoming a true member of the imperial family. Moreover, although the esteemed Marquis of Pingyang, Shunli, is a man of simple demeanor, he possesses an extraordinary affection for Princess Jingrong and his cherished daughter, Shun Jiaqing. Should Shun Jiaqing encounter any misfortune, he would not hesitate to stir the heavens in his fury. This is precisely why many noble ladies in the capital refrain from provoking Shun Jiaqing. After all, her status is formidable, bolstered by protective parents and the favor of her maternal grandmother, the Empress Dowager. Who would dare to incite her wrath? Given Shun Jiaqing's esteemed position, if Feng Yuqing were to provoke her, even if she were to forgive him, neither Princess Jingrong nor the Marquis of Pingyang, nor the Empress Dowager herself, would let it go unpunished. Of course, one significant reason for her choosing Shun Jiaqing is the latter's infatuation with Feng Yuqing. In her previous life, Shun Jiaqing had schemed to enter the Prince of Cheng's residence. Alas, she had already become the prince's consort, and with Shun Jiaqing's status, it was utterly impossible for her to become a secondary wife. Despite Shun Jiaqing's relentless efforts, neither Princess Jingrong nor the Marquis of Pingyang acquiesced, and ultimately, Shun Jiaqing was married off to a distant land. In this life, She is determined to fulfill Shen Jiaqing's desires. Chapter 83. Feng Qing's resolution. Do you dare defy the edict? The more Su Xia contemplated the plan, the more ingenious it appeared to her. She promptly summoned Ying Yi.
Ah!
Xiao Chan gazed, wide-eyed, at the suddenly materialized figure in black, startled into an involuntary exclamation. Su Xia cast a reproachful glance at her, prompting Xiao Chan to swiftly cover her mouth with both hands, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as they fixed on Ying Yi. This is the legendary Shadow Guard.
Wow!
He is quite handsome. Greetings, Your Highness. Ying Yi, having noticed the astonished Xiao Chan, bowed respectfully to Su Xia. Was today's incident instigated by you seeking the prince? Upon hearing this, Ying Yi immediately knelt. I was concerned for Your Highness's safety, so I took it upon myself to inform the prince. I humbly request Your Highness to mete out punishment. Su Xia, observing Ying Yi kneeling before her, hastily assisted him to his feet. What are you doing? I bear you no grudge. You handled today's affairs splendidly. Were it not for you summoning the prince, I would have found it exceedingly difficult to extricate myself from the situation. I merely wish to express my gratitude. There is no need for you to be so anxious. You performed admirably. Ying Yi lowered his gaze, bowing deeply, hesitant to accept her thanks. The prince has entrusted me to Your Highness, thus you are my superior. Everything I have done is merely my duty. Your Highness need not express gratitude. Su Xia chose not to engage in further debate on this matter and proceeded to discuss the business at hand. I summoned you because I require your assistance. Your Highness, please command me. I would like you to dispatch a few shadow guards to monitor Princess Yunyang. Should she make any moves in the near future, please return to inform me. Since Ying Yi had expressed his willingness, Su Xia felt no need for further formality. Understood. Ying Yi nodded in acknowledgement, without uttering a word, and swiftly vanished from sight. Su Xia blinked in a daze, marveling at how efficient the shadow guard was, following instructions without question. Xiao Chan, on the other hand, gazed dreamily at the fading figure of Ying Yi. He has gone. It's been a quarter of an hour, Su Xia teased, waving her hand in front of Xiao Chan's face to bring her back to reality. Finally snapping out of her reverie, Xiao Chan looked at Su Xia with eager eyes and inquired, My lady, is that the shadow guard? Did the prince send him to you? Su Xia chuckled. What's this? Have you taken a liking to him? Xiao Chan immediately became flustered, coughing nervously and casting a reproachful glance at Su Xia, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Please lower your voice. What if he hears? Amused by her reaction, Su Xia replied, If you truly fancy him, then you ought to make an effort. My lady, what are you saying? I shall ignore you now. I'm going to fetch water for you, Xiao Chan retorted playfully before turning on her heel and running off. Watching her retreating figure, Su Xia couldn't help but smile. However, thoughts of Feng Qingjue caused her smile to fade slightly. In the imperial study, Feng Yinchang, while reviewing memorials, inquired without lifting his gaze, Now, speak. What transpired today? Why did you invade the consort's chambers and injure the imperial guards? Feng Qingjue's expression was as cold as ice as he regarded Feng Yinchang. Shouldn't Your Highness be most aware of my motivations? Feng Yinchang's hand paused momentarily, and rage surged through him as he slammed the vermilion brush onto the table. Preposterous. Feng Qingjue, do you realize where you are? With whom do you think you are speaking? Feng Qingjue, unperturbed, let out a derisive snort. Is it not so? She is already betrothed to my younger brother. In 3 months, they shall wed, and she will soon become your sister-in-law, the royal aunt of Feng Yuqing. Why does the emperor permit them to conspire against her? What do they take my brother for? Am I, Feng Qingjue, so easily trifled with? Feng Yinrong's pupils constricted, and his tone softened instantaneously. You are overthinking this. What conspiracy is there? It is merely a matter of soiling her garments. The concubine kindly offered her attire and a place to bathe. Today's encounter was purely coincidental. Do not read too much into it. Is that so? Feng Qingjue retorted with another cold laugh. It just so happens that when she was to compose poetry, the ink ran dry, and the eunuch, unable to steady the inkstone, spilled it upon her. Today, the Yonghe Palace fortuitously had an abundance of imperial guards, and coincidentally, she was bathing when Feng Yuqing happened to arrive. Had my brother not visited Yonghe Palace today, would Feng Yuqing have coincidentally stumbled upon her bathing, thus tarnishing her purity and forcibly marrying her? This is precisely the outcome you seek. Feng Qingjue. As she became increasingly audacious in her claims, Feng Yinrong's anger flared once more. Humph. Is it my brother who has divulged everything? Are you embarrassed and enraged? Do not forget, she was obtained by my brother through the late emperor's decree. She belongs to him. Should my brother wish to relinquish something, you may take it without concern, for he is indifferent. However, she is what my brother desires. And should anyone harbor impure intentions towards her, he shall fight to the bitter end. Feng Yinrong was furious, but Feng Qingjue's anger surpassed his, as she articulated her thoughts with such eloquence that left him utterly defenseless. The overwhelming sense of pressure caused a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent to flash in Feng Yinrong's eyes. After a prolonged silence, he seemed to concede, letting out a soft sigh before speaking gently. Regardless of his intentions, I shall counsel him. However, your temperament is far too impulsive. It is inappropriate for you to intrude upon the inner palace. The imperial concubine insists that I punish you for disturbing the sanctity of the court. Therefore, I advise you to temporarily leave the capital, especially since there are bandits in Changzhou. You will handle this matter. I shall not go. Feng Qingjue retorted firmly, then turned her wheelchair to exit. Feng Yinrong's expression darkened once more as he admonished sternly, Feng Qingjue, I am not seeking your opinion. I am issuing a command. Do you wish to defy my decree? Feng Qingjue clenched the handles of her wheelchair tightly, wishing she could crush them to pieces. In the Fuxi garden, Su Xia remembered Feng Qingjue's words clearly and had been waiting in her room for him. She had waited a long time without seeing him arrive. Just as she was about to drift into slumber, a noise stirred within the room. Your Highness. Upon hearing the sound, Su Xia sprang upright from her bed. It is I, Feng Qingjue replied, seated upon the beautiful couch outside, refraining from entering the inner chamber. Recognizing him, Su Xia hastily rose and lifted the curtain to step down. Noticing Feng Qingjue drenched in cold sweat, she was taken aback. Your Highness, what has happened to you? Feng Qingjue looked pale as he gazed at Su Xia, gasping for breath. He weakly uttered, It has begun to snow again outside, and my leg ailment has worsened. His legs had lost much of their sensation, yet on rainy days, the pain would surge through them as if a myriad of ants were gnawing at his very soul. Su Xia was taken aback and quickly assisted Feng Qingjue to lie down. I shall fetch the needles, she declared. She then retrieved the medical box to provide him with hot compresses and acupuncture. An hour passed, and Feng Qingjue gradually regained his composure. Su Xia removed the needles, her heart aching as she wiped the sweat from his brow. My lord, since your legs are in such pain, there is no need for you to seek me out. Feng Qingjue weakly smiled. I did not come yesterday, but I promised to come today. I feared that my absence would cause you concern. Su Xia felt a pang of sorrow mixed with admiration. Was it truly the snowfall last night that kept him away? Despite his debilitating pain today, he still rushed to her aid. Chapter 84 Departure from the capital. Your Highness. Thank you, Su Xia murmured, her eyes glistening as she gently leaned against Feng Qingjue's chest. Her tender words seemed to possess the power to soothe all his grievances. A smile graced Feng Qingjue's lips as he lifted a hand to caress her silky hair. His voice hoarse yet teasing, Do not attempt to bribe this prince with such insincere gratitude. What I desire as a token of appreciation. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Xia playfully pinched his waist, casting him a feigned glare. Even in such a poignant moment, he still had the audacity to jest. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Feng Qingjue ceased his banter and embraced her tightly. I have been ordered to Jiangzhou to quell bandits. I must leave the capital. Su Xia was taken aback, her eyes widening in alarm.
But what about me?
Feng Qingjue tucked her hair behind her ear, soothing her. Do not fret. It is merely a matter of suppressing bandits, nothing of great consequence. I am merely concerned that their failure this time may lead to my deliberate reassignment away from the capital. I fear there may be further complications. Witnessing his concern for her even at such a critical juncture made Su Xia's heart ache. Tears threatened to spill. I already have a plan to deal with Feng Yuqing. What plan? Feng Qingjue inquired instinctively. Rest assured, if I can contend with him, I shall certainly resolve this predicament before your return to the capital. Su Xia pouted, reluctant to divulge her strategy. Perhaps it was due to the burgeoning emotions she harbored for him, rendering her hesitant to reveal her less honorable intentions. She was reluctant to speak, and Feng Qingjue did not wish to coerce her. He simply said, No matter what insurmountable challenges you encounter, do not hesitate to informing E. He shall relay the message to me, and I will return to rescue you, regardless of how distant the journey may be. Su Xia felt a pang in her heart, her eyes brimming with tears, filled with his image. Such an exceptional man, Why had she missed him in her previous life? She should have sought him out to claim her love. That would have averted all troubles. Even if she lacked the strength to confront Feng Yuqing and Su Manyun, he would have shielded her. Fearing her tears would fall, Su Xia buried her face in his embrace once more, murmuring, "It's settled then. If anything arises, you will return to save me." "Indeed," Feng Qingjue replied tenderly, stroking her silky hair. "I shall attend to my matters swiftly and return as soon as possible." For reasons unbeknownst to him, even before departing, he found himself longing for her. Previously, he had felt little attachment wherever he roamed, but now, he had someone to cherish. Su Xia clung to Feng Qingjue with reluctance. Until that day, she had not relied on him to such an extent, yet in merely one day, her dependence on him had intensified, making it increasingly difficult to part. Neither wished to separate from the other, and thus they remained in each other's embrace throughout the night. It was only when the first light of dawn broke that Feng Qingjue, despite his reluctance, had to depart. "I must leave now." Su Xia rose from his arms, saying, "Your Highness, take care and return to the capital promptly." Feng Qingjue rose from his seat, tenderly kissing her forehead. "Wait for me." As soon as he uttered those words, he vanished, fearing that if he lingered any longer, he would find it even harder to part. Su Xia sat dazedly by the small couch, unable to gather her thoughts for a considerable time. It was not until the light of dawn broke outside that Xiao Chan entered with a basin of water and noticed Su Xia, clad in scant attire, sitting as if her soul had departed. "Your Highness," Xiao Chan set down the basin and hurried over to drape a cloak around her shoulders. "Why are you dressed so lightly? Be careful not to catch a chill." Regaining her composure, Su Xia anxiously inquired, "Is it still snowing outside?" "It stopped long ago." "It ceased in the middle of the night," Xiao Chan replied, glancing out the window. Upon hearing this, Su Xia silently exhaled in relief. With no snow, his legs should not be in such agony, yet the cold outside remained biting. He would ultimately suffer. It was all her fault. Had it not been for her, the emperor would not have dispatched him to quell the bandits. Yet, as he mentioned, should the favored concubine and Feng Yuqing's initial scheme fail, they would undoubtedly concoct another. And his removal from the capital was likely a ploy for their next opportunity. With the prince now out of the city, it seemed that distant help would not alleviate immediate troubles. Thus, she must resolve the matter with Feng Yuqing before they initiated their second plan.
Yi.
Su Xia summoned Yi once more. He appeared seemingly from nowhere, causing Xiao Chan's eyes to sparkle with admiration. "Your Highness." Yi cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Chan before bowing to Su Xia. "Is there any news from Princess Yunyang?" Su Xia asked urgently. Yi bowed slightly. "Not yet." Su Xia felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Perhaps her eagerness was to blame. After all, it had only been a day. And such matters could not unfold so swiftly. Regaining her composure, Su Xia instructed Yi, continue to monitor her and the Pingyang Marquis residence. Report to me immediately should there be any signs of movement. Understood. Yi, sensing Su Xia's urgency, dared not delay and vanished once more. Once Yi departed, Xiao Chan stepped forward to comfort Su Xia. "Your Highness, we mustn't rush this. Patience is required." With a soft sigh, Su Xia reflected on her situation. It was not her own impatience that troubled her, but rather the anxiousness of Consort Feng and Feng Yuqing. She could only hope they would exercise some restraint and postpone their scheming after the setback. However, such a hope seemed unlikely, for their motives in transferring the prince from the capital were far from noble. They would undoubtedly act again before the prince's return. Thus, their pace was contingent upon Xin Jiaqing's movements, and for now, she could only wait. In Yonghe Palace, Feng Yuqing exclaimed with excitement, "Mother, my people have followed Feng Qingjue and confirmed he has left the city, heading towards Changzhou." Consort Feng let out a cold snort of satisfaction. "Who told him to invade my quarters? It is a light punishment to expel him from the capital. Were it not for his military power and the emperor's caution towards him, I would have surely made him pay dearly for this affront. Now that Feng Qingjue is absent from the capital, it presents a splendid opportunity," Feng Yuqing remarked with a meaningful tone. In previous encounters, Feng Qingjue had thwarted his endeavors. But at last he had managed to send away this bane. He was certain that his father would provide assistance, as long as Feng Qingjue had departed from the capital. No one would dare to impede his plans. He was eager to observe who would come to rescue Su Xia once Feng Qingjue was gone. Empress Feng pondered for a moment and remarked, "It seems our scheme has been exposed. That girl will undoubtedly be on guard now." If we are to proceed with our plans, we must deliberate carefully and avoid any rash actions. Feng Yuqing furrowed his brow and replied, Mother, Feng Qingjue will not be away from the capital for long. Our time is limited. Do not rush. Do you think the bandit troubles in Changzhou can be resolved so easily? If it were simple, your father would have sent someone to deal with it long ago. The matter concerning that girl requires careful consideration, Empress Feng stated calmly. While she remained unhurried, Feng Yuqing felt a pressing urgency. He understood Feng Qingjue's capabilities all too well. He would not be absent for an extended period. Thus, he needed to act swiftly. If he could not rely on his mother, he would have to devise his own strategies. Chapter 85. Treasures versus Weeds. Upon returning to the Prince Cheng's residence, Feng Yuqing sought out Su Manyun. Upon entering the estate, Su Manyun was assigned to the Chuxian Pavilion, which is in closest proximity to Feng Yuqing's main courtyard, underscoring her significance in his heart. Even Lu Xianglan, as a secondary consort, found her quarters less favorable than those of Su Manyun. The prince's favoritism elevated Su Manyun's status in the eyes of the servants, allowing her to enjoy a far more comfortable existence in the residence compared to Lu Xianglan. In contrast, since their wedding night, Lu Xianglan had not seen Feng Yuqing again and was not well regarded by the household staff. Had she not been a consort bestowed by the emperor, she might have been further overshadowed by Su Manyun. Nevertheless, despite her seemingly advantageous position, Su Manyun remained anxious. She understood that the prince's kindness towards her stemmed not only from their previous intimacy, but also from the child she carried. Presently, the emperor had only 2 granddaughters and no grandsons. Should she bear a son for the prince, it would undoubtedly aid his claim to the throne. Thus, both the prince and consort Feng placed significant importance on her. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the child that could have brought her unparalleled glory had been lost, shattering all her hopes. Should this matter come to light, she feared that her favor would vanish entirely. Lost in her troubled thoughts, she was suddenly brought back to reality by the arrival of Feng Yuqing. Instantly composing herself, she stepped forward to greet him. Your Highness, please take care of yourself and have a seat. As she arrived, Feng Yuqing quickly pulled her down to sit, expressing concern. Have you taken the prenatal medicine today? You don't seem well. Are you feeling unwell? Su Manyun's eyes flickered as she smiled faintly, replying, Perhaps I did not sleep well last night. I have been diligent with the medicine. If I were feeling unwell, I would not notice it yet. Your Highness need not worry. I am not so fragile. Feng Yuqing nodded silently, gazing at Su Manyun's belly with a smile. If you can bear me a healthy little prince, I shall ask Father Emperor for permission to make you my concubine. Su Manyun's smile faltered slightly, and she quickly stood to express her gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness. Enough. There is no need for such formalities. Feng Yuqing urged her to sit again. In fact, I sought you out to discuss another matter. Is it about my elder sister? Feng Yuqing raised an eyebrow. I appreciate your cleverness. With Feng Qing now out of the capital, this presents a good opportunity for us. Su Manyun had anticipated this. Indeed, it is a good chance. However, I fear my elder sister will be on guard at the flower banquet. We must be more strategic in our approach. I will send word back to ensure my aunt keeps a close watch on her movements. Once she leaves the Duke's residence, we can seize the opportunity. Yunner, you are truly considerate. Feng Yuqing embraced Su Manyun, rewarding her with sweet words. Rest assured, even if Su Xia enters the residence in the future, my heart will always belong to you. No matter her status as the primary consort, she will never surpass you in my affections. His profound affection for Su Manyun stemmed not only from her alluring beauty, but also significantly from her remarkable intelligence. Being with her required minimal mental exertion. She could comprehend his unspoken thoughts and devise strategies on his behalf. Such a clever woman would make an invaluable concubine. In the past, when Feng Yuqing expressed such sentiments, Su Manyun might have been naively swayed. However, ever since he unjustly unleashed his anger upon her, striking her and causing her to miscarry, she ceased to believe his sweet-talking deceptions. She understood the male psyche far too well. The more unattainable Su Xia became for him, the more he fixated on her. Just like now, he was no longer merely seeking to leverage Su Xia to win over Su Rui. In truth, it was when Su Xia repeatedly rejected him and pushed him away that her shadow crept into his heart. This shadow would linger until he could possess Su Xia. This understanding fueled her willingness to assist him in winning Su Xia's heart. A man often cherishes that which he cannot possess. A desire unfulfilled may linger in his soul for a lifetime, which was not a fate she wished to witness. Yet, once attained, such desires would fade into mere novelty and eventually be treated as inconsequential. She aimed for Su Xia to occupy a trivial place in his heart rather than be coveted like a precious gem. 3 days later, Fuxiyuan. Upon receiving the news, Xiao Chan hurriedly entered the room and whispered to Su Xia, "Your Highness, the new maid, Cui Shi, whom Aunt Yao recently acquired, has been inquiring about matters concerning our courtyard from Xiao Fong and Xiao Chao. I wonder what scheme Aunt Yao is concocting this time?" Su Xia narrowed her eyes and scoffed. What scheme could she possibly devise? I fear it is merely Su Mannion pulling the strings, her reach extending even to the Prince Cheng's residence, while still coveting affairs of the Duke's manor. Xiao Chan was taken aback by the mention of Su Mannion and exclaimed in frustration, "How can the second young lady be so restless? She is already married, yet continues to meddle. Your Highness, shall I caution Cui Shi?" "There's no need," Su Xia replied, seemingly unperturbed, even smiling as she continued. "Since Lady Yao is so eager to inquire, let her do so freely." Xiao Chan looked at Su Xia in confusion, struggling to comprehend her intentions. Why was the princess not wary of Aunt Yao and the second young lady? She trusted that Xiao Fong and Xiao Chao would remain loyal, but the same could not be guaranteed for the other maids. Without delving into lengthy explanations, Su Xia simply instructed, "Investigate Cui Shi's background. Find out what she was doing before entering our household, and who else resides with her." It was evident that Lady Yao preferred Cui Shi over the jade pendant gifted by the matriarch, placing her trust in the purchased maid instead. Since Cui Shi had gained favor, it would be prudent to start from her. Although Cui Shi was not originally from their household, gathering information would be challenging and likely require a few days. However, Xiao Chan excelled in such matters, even if Cui Shi was from elsewhere. It would not pose an insurmountable obstacle. No matter, this matter is not urgent. It is imperative to gather information thoroughly. Su Xia has now adopted a calm demeanor, understanding that the affairs of the Yao family cannot be uncovered hastily. The most pressing issue at hand remains the resolution of Feng Yuqing.
Indeed.
Xiao Chan replied and then departed. No sooner had Xiao Chan left than Ying Yi appeared. "Your Highness," he addressed her. Upon seeing Ying Yi, Su Xia's eyes brightened with excitement. "Do you have news from the Pingyang Marquis?" she inquired eagerly. Ying Yi bowed and reported, "There is nothing particularly significant. However, our covert agents have learned that the anniversary of the late mother of the Pingyang Marquis is approaching. I am unsure of its importance, but I felt it necessary to inform you." "The anniversary?" Su Xia contemplated, her fingers tapping thoughtfully. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and her gaze sparkled as she beckoned Ying Yi closer. In a hushed tone, Su Xia began to whisper to him. Chapter 86. Performing ceremonies at Jing'an Temple, Xuehe Garden. Upon hearing Su Xia's words, Su Rui was momentarily taken aback. Jing'an Temple? What prompts such a sudden desire to visit there? With a light chuckle, Su Xia elucidated, "Lately, I have been dreaming of my mother. Perhaps she longs for me. So I wish to go to Jing'an Temple and request Master Huixian to conduct a ceremony in her honor." Su Rui pondered for a moment. "I see. It is rare to witness such filial piety from you. In that case, I shall have your grandmother and your aunt accompany you." The smile on Su Xia's face faltered, and she quickly replied, "There is no need for that. It suffices for Chun'er to accompany me. My mother has always favored tranquility, and I wish to avoid disturbing her with too many people. I intend to conduct a solemn affair, and bringing along a larger entourage could lead to complications. Ideally, I would prefer not to take Chun'er with me, but I fear that without him, grandfather would not feel comfortable allowing me to go to Jing'an Temple alone." Su Rui furrowed his brow. "Just the two of you? Are you certain you can manage? Perhaps we could inform your father and have him accompany you both," he suggested. "That won't do," she swiftly declined. After realizing her hasty response, she cleared her throat and gently explained, "Let us not inform father of this matter. He already harbors a disfavor towards Chun'er due to my mother's situation, and with this being a ceremony for her, I worry that it might provoke another dispute. Chun'er is still quite young, and I wish to shield him from any sadness." Su Rui nodded in silence. That is indeed a valid concern. Su Chongqing can be rather reckless in such matters, and he would never wish for his grandchildren to suffer. Seeing that Su Rui showed signs of agreement, Su Xia pressed on with fervor. "Grandfather, I am already 16 years old, no longer a child. I will take good care of Chun'er." The prince has left me with numerous hidden guards, and I possess the ability to protect myself. There is nothing to worry about. Moreover, we will only be gone for 2 or 3 days to complete the rituals. If you are still concerned, you may send a couple of the household guards with me. Very well, I cannot argue with you, my dear girl. Just be cautious, and should any unforeseen circumstances arise, have the hidden guards return to inform both your grandfather and your father. With Su Xia having made her case, Su Rui could no longer oppose her.
Indeed,
Responded Su Xia, her heart brimming with joy. I shall go find Shinner, and we will set off for Jing'an Temple today.
go ahead.
Shortly, I will have Chiu Hai accompany you with a few others. Su Rui, though reluctant to allow the 2 children to journey to Jing'an Temple alone, felt a measure of reassurance in sending Chiu Hai along, as he was more trusted. As for her father, Su Xia had no objections to Chiu Hai's company. Although Chiu Hai was indeed her father's personal hidden guard, understanding Su Xia's concerns, Su Rui lifted his chin slightly. Rest assured, I will inform them that you are visiting your maternal grandfather's home. Your father will not suspect anything. Su Xia smiled. It was indeed a clever excuse. Her maternal grandfather had little regard for her father due to the complications surrounding her mother's childbirth, and her father would never dare visit her maternal grandfather's home, thus ensuring their secret remained safe. Thank you, grandfather. I shall take my leave now. Su Xia bowed respectfully to Su Rui before departing. As soon as Su Xia departed, Su Rui instructed Zhongbo to locate Chiu Haifeng, tasking him with assembling a group to accompany Su Xia and Su Luocheng to Jing'an Temple. Meanwhile, upon exiting Xuehe Courtyard, Su Xia made her way towards Wangchun Courtyard. Your Grace, what prompted your sudden desire to visit Jing'an Temple? Xiao Chon inquired curiously, trailing closely behind Su Xia. With a mysterious smile, Su Xia replied, the Buddha said it is unspeakable. Xiao Chon gazed at Su Xia with eager anticipation, her curiosity piqued to the utmost degree. Upon reaching Wangchun Courtyard, Su Xia learned from Qing Yan that Su Luocheng was in his study, and she proceeded directly to find him. When Su Xia entered, she discovered Su Luocheng engrossed in carving a wooden sculpture, so much so that he was oblivious to her arrival. Is this me? She suddenly asked, startling the focused Su Luocheng, causing his carving knife to slip dangerously close to his fingers. Su Xia gasped, swiftly grasping his wrist to prevent any injury. Be careful. This carving is perilous, she admonished anxiously, inspecting his hand for any signs of harm. Su Luocheng's handsome face flushed slightly as he averted his gaze from Su Xia's grasp. I am fine, he insisted, as he concealed the unfinished wooden sculpture behind him. I will present it to you once it is completed. The innocence of a child's thoughts was evident on his face, prompting Su Xia to abandon her teasing. She turned to more serious matters, saying, Chinner, I have been dreaming of Mother these past few nights. I wish to visit Jing'an Temple to request Master Huixian to perform a ceremony for her. Will you accompany me? Sua Luocheng stared in astonishment at Su Xia, unable to fathom her request for him to accompany her to perform a ritual for their mother. Su Xia raised an eyebrow, inquiring, Do you not wish to go? Without hesitation, Sua Luocheng shook his head fervently, exclaiming, I shall accompany you. A smile graced Su Xia's lips as she affectionately ruffled his hair, instructing him to prepare. For they would depart today, and might stay at Jing'an Temple for 2 to 3 days. I will set off now, please wait for me. Fearful of being left behind, Sua Luocheng dashed out in a hurry. Before long, Sua Luocheng was ready, and together they boarded a carriage heading towards Jing'an Temple. In the shadows, Cui Shi, who had been observing Su Xia and her brother, hurried back to report to Madame Yao upon seeing them leave the residence. In an instant, news of Su Xia's departure reached Feng Yuqing, who promptly dispatched his covert guards to follow her. Jing'an Temple, situated on Jing'an Mountain just outside the capital, is renowned as the most famous nunnery in the vicinity, thriving with worshippers. The journey to Jing'an Temple was brief, taking merely half a day for Su Xia and her companions to arrive. Upon entering the temple, Su Xia first offered incense and added oil to the burners before seeking out Master Huixian to convey her intentions. Master Huixian greeted Su Xia with a Buddhist salutation, Amitabha. Your filial piety is commendable, Su Benefactor. Allow me to calculate your mother's birth date and fortune before determining the timing of the ritual. Su Xia reciprocated the gesture. That is only fitting. However, our home is quite distant, and my brother and I would prefer not to make frequent trips. Might we stay at Jing'an Temple for a few days? Certainly, that would not be an issue, Master Huixian assured her. Master Huiju gazed at the young nun beside her and instructed, Jingxin, Please escort several benefactors to the guest quarters for some rest. Jingxin stepped forward and offered a respectful gesture to Su Xia and her companions, saying, "Benefactors, please follow me." Su Xia and Su Luocheng then followed Jingxin to the guest quarters. The accommodations at Jing'an Temple were divided into eastern and western sections. The western quarters housed female devotees, while the eastern quarters were designated for male patrons. Traditionally, as a nunnery, Jing'an Temple did not accommodate male guests. However, it was common for female devotees to be accompanied by male companions, particularly from noble families who would bring protectors and attendants along. Thus, a portion of the quarters had been allocated for male guests. Su Xia and Xiao Chan settled into the western quarters, while Su Luocheng, Qiu Hai, and their entourage of guards were assigned to the eastern quarters. In the evening, the young nun would bring vegetarian meals, and if the benefactors had any requests, they should promptly seek her out. With that, Jingxin took her leave after guiding Su Xia and her group to their room. Once Jingxin departed, Yingyi materialized in the chamber. "Your Highness," he reported, "the plan has succeeded. The men from the Marquis of Pingyang are en route." Chapter 87. The performance begins. Su Xia was filled with joy, exclaiming, "Splendid. It appears our plan has succeeded." The two were engaged in a cryptic conversation, leaving Xiao Chan utterly intrigued. "Your Grace, what exactly is your plan? Now that we have arrived at Jing'an Temple, surely you can reveal it to me?" Su Xia paid no heed to Xiao Chan, her attention solely fixed on Yingyi. "There is no need to keep watch over the Pingyang Marquis any longer. Instruct them to withdraw." "Understood," Yingyi replied before swiftly vanishing from sight. Xiao Chan gazed with bright eyes at the spot where Yingyi had just been. The shadow guards are indeed impressive. Noticing Xiao Chan's infatuation, Su Xia playfully flicked her on the head. "Is it the handsome man that captivates you? Or is it my plan that warrants your attention?" Rubbing her head, Xiao Chan chuckled awkwardly. "Of course, it is your plan, Your Grace. Please do enlighten me." With no effective means to curb Xiao Chan's enthusiasm, Su Xia proceeded to share her strategy. Upon hearing it, Xiao Chan's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Your Grace, you are simply extraordinary. How did you conceive such a brilliant idea? You are truly remarkable." As Xiao Chan showered her with praise, she continuously gave her a thumbs up. "Your Grace, you are phenomenal. Ever since you had your epiphany, you have only grown more formidable." "Enough with the flattery," Su Xia responded, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the compliments. Xiao Chan looked at her with eager anticipation. "However, there is one thing I do not understand. How did you manage to lure Princess Yunyang to Jing'an Temple?" Su Xia smiled, remarking, "Isn't the anniversary of the late mother of the Pingyang Marquis approaching? It is customary to invite monks to conduct rituals on such occasions. If the ceremony is not held at the estate, it is certain to take place here at Jing'an Temple. After all, Jing'an Temple is the most renowned nunnery in the vicinity of the capital. And with someone of the Pingyang Marquis' stature, it is only fitting to choose Jing'an Temple for the rites." "But how can you be so certain they will not perform the rituals at home?" Xiao Chan furrowed her brow, still perplexed. "What if they decide to conduct the ceremony at their residence? Wouldn't that undermine everything? Thus, I have enlisted 2 individuals to masquerade as monks. Should they hold the ceremony at home, these 2 will inform them that the Pingyang Marquis is suffering below and requires formal rituals at the temple. Otherwise, it will adversely affect the fortune of the Pingyang Marquis' household. Consequently, the Pingyang Marquis will undoubtedly bring his family to Jing'an Mountain for the rites. Having expended immense effort to restore the Pingyang Marquis' estate from decline to its current prosperity, he will certainly heed the words of the monks, ensuring the success of my plan." Upon hearing Su Xia's words, Xiao Chan's gaze towards her transformed, now imbued with admiration. "Princess, you are truly remarkable." Su Xia chuckled at Xiao Chan's enthusiasm. "All right, enough of the flattery. We must prepare ourselves. It is likely that Princess Jingrong will also grace us with her presence shortly. And I certainly intend to pay my respects." "Indeed, Princess, your wisdom is unparalleled. By arriving at Jing'an Temple before them, any future incidents will surely not lead suspicion towards us." Xiao Chan couldn't help but give Su Xia a thumbs up once more. Su Xia cast a playful glare at her and said, "Only you are clever. Go fetch some hot water. Before they arrive, I shall bathe first." "Yes," Xiao Chan replied promptly, hurrying off to draw the hot water. Just as Su Xia finished her bath and changed into a fresh set of clothes, she heard Xiao Chan announce the arrival of the Pingyang Marquis' household. Not only had Princess Jingrong come in person, but also the Marquis Xin Li and their 2 children, Shun Jiaqing and Xin Jui. Upon learning that Shin Jiaqing had arrived, Su Xia felt a genuine sense of relief. It was indeed fortunate that Shin Jiaqing was present, for she was the protagonist of this affair. Without her, the entire plan would be rendered futile. After a brief interval, Su Xia heard a commotion outside the room. Likely the sound of Xiaoni escorting Princess Jingrong and Shin Jiaqing. However, she had miscalculated. It was not Xiaoni who had brought them, but rather Master Huixian herself, who had come with the guests. The benefactor will reside here for a few days. I shall arrange the rituals promptly. Master Huixian addressed Princess Jingrong with a gesture of Buddhist reverence.
Thank you, Master.
Amitabha, there will be someone delivering vegetarian meals in the evening. Benefactors, please rest early. I take my leave. Master Huixian bowed and exited. Once the visitors departed, Shin Jiaqing expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, "Why must we come here for the rituals? Haven't we always conducted them at home? It would be so much better there, and we wouldn't have to sleep in this rudimentary guest room." As she complained, she disdainfully surveyed the simplicity of the chamber. She had never before resided in such a modest place throughout her upbringing. Princess Jingrong cast a sidelong glance at the discontented Shin Jiaqing and remarked, "This is your father's wish. Bear with it for just 2 days." Although she herself was not particularly fond of residing in such a modest abode, she acknowledged that they had no choice but to make do for the time being. This guest chamber had been personally escorted by Master Huixian, and it was evidently among the finest quarters within Jing'an Temple. There were no alternatives to be had. They simply had to endure. Just as Shin Jiaqing contemplated voicing her grievances, her gaze fell upon Su Xia outside the chamber, causing her expression to darken. "What are you doing here?" Princess Jingrong also noticed Su Xia, her surprise evident. Su Xia did not enter the room but instead bowed respectfully from outside. "This humble daughter pays her respects to your highness, the princess." Princess Jingrong recognized Su Xia, who had recently become a prominent figure in the capital. Only days prior, she was to wed Feng Yuqing, thereby becoming her niece-in-law, yet unexpectedly, 11 had intervened to claim her as his fiancée. Once she entered the royal residence, she would become her sister-in-law. Despite both being princesses, their standings would be entirely different. Miss Fushi, you are soon to be family. There is no need for formality. Please come in and take a seat, said Princess Jingrong with a gentle tone, leaving Su Xia both flattered and astonished. She sensed a change in the princess's demeanor towards her. Could it be due to the prince's influence? Not daring to dwell on it, Su Xia offered a slight bow and entered the room. Please have a seat, Princess Jingrong warmly invited, and Su Xia obediently settled down. How did Princess Fushi end up here? Su Xia lowered her gaze and replied, Lately, I have been dreaming of my late mother. I thought perhaps she was missing me. So I wished to request Master Huixian to perform a ritual. Princess Jingrong smiled. I did not expect you to be here for a ritual as well. How fortuitous. Su Xia, taken aback, exclaimed, Your Highness, you too have come to seek Master Huixian for a ritual? Princess Jingrong sighed. It is because the anniversary of my mother-in-law's passing is approaching, hence we are here to invite Master Huixian for a ceremony. How truly coincidental, thought Su Xia, her expression reflecting her surprise at such serendipity. As Su Xia and Princess Jingrong conversed amiably, Shin Jiaqing wore a countenance of discontent. She had not wished to reside in this dilapidated place, and now, with the addition of the bothersome Su Xia, her reluctance had only deepened. Your Highness. As Su Xia was engaged in conversation with Princess Jingrong, a matron approached her and whispered something in her ear. Upon hearing this, Princess Jingrong cast a meaningful glance at Su Xia. Chapter 88. The Trials of Princess Jingrong. Su Xia feigned ignorance towards Princess Jingrong's profound gaze. The princess signaled to the matron, who then bowed and withdrew. With a smile, Princess Jingrong remarked, Today is indeed lively. I did not expect Prince Zheng and your younger sister to be here as well. Su Xia appeared utterly astonished, as if apprehensive, murmuring, Prince Zheng has also arrived? Observing her expression, Princess Jingrong said meaningfully, Did you not arrange to meet with your sister? Su Xia shook her head gently. No, not at all. The anniversary of our late mother's passing has yet to arrive. There is no need for such elaborate preparations. I only brought my brother along. Princess Jingrong scrutinized Su Xia intently, and seeing her sincerity, she harbored no further doubts. However, the purpose of Prince Cheng's visit at this moment was not so simple. She had heard from Pingyang about the plum appreciation banquet held in the palace a few days prior. That day, 11 was present. It seemed the girl had narrowly escaped a calamity. Now, Princess Jingrong suddenly realized that Eleven's departure from the capital might not be so straightforward, and she herself could very well become entangled in these matters. In a flash, she contemplated the necessity of discreetly withdrawing her family. She had no desire to wade through such murky waters. Yet, departing at this moment was evidently inappropriate, and the Marquis would not consent, for their rituals had yet to be performed. Indeed, the incense at Jing'an Temple was the most fervent, making it the most suitable place for their observances. As Princess Jingrong pondered her predicament, Feng Yuqing and Su Manyun had also concluded their conversation with Master Huixian. As Master Huixian was about to lead them to the side room, Qiaoxin hurried over and whispered something in Su Manyun's ear. Su Manyun, taken aback, glanced at Feng Yuqing and leaned in to murmur a response. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuqing stared at Master Huixian in astonishment. Is Aunt Jingrong also here today? Master Huixian quickly performed a Buddhist greeting and replied, Amitabha. Princess Jingrong and Marquis Pingyang have come to conduct a memorial service for the late mother of the Marquis. Feng Yuqing furrowed his brows. What a coincidence! Who would have anticipated that Princess Jingrong and Marquis Pingyang would also make an appearance? He turned to Su Manyun with a frown. After pondering for a moment, Su Manyun leaned in and softly suggested, I believe it might not be a bad thing. It could serve as a witness for Princess Jingrong. Feng Yuqing's eyes suddenly gleamed with delight, and he smiled. You are indeed clever, Yuner. Given that Jing'an Temple was relatively deserted, and considering the remote location and the late hour, should the woman Su Xia ever deny the events of this night, it would pose a problem. Thus, Aunt Jingrong's presence was indeed fortuitous. Feeling jubilant, Feng Yuqing looked at Master Huixian and said, Since Aunt Jingrong is here, it would be remiss of me not to pay my respects. I kindly request you to lead me to greet her. Amitabha, please follow me, Master Huixian replied. Feng Yuqing's request was reasonable, and Master Huixian personally guided them to the west side room. Just as Princess Jingrong was contemplating her departure, Feng Yuqing and his companions arrived. Amitabha, the lady's room is right here. There are still a few rooms available for her to choose from. I shall take my leave now. Master Huixian guided Feng Yuqing and Su Manyun to the chamber of Princess Jingrong and arranged accommodations for Su Manyun before taking her leave. Accompanied by Su Manyun, Feng Yuqing approached Princess Jingrong. Noticing Su Xia's presence, he subtly curled his lips in a smirk and greeted, I am indeed surprised to see you, Aunt Jingrong. Yuqing pays his respects. Su Manyun followed Feng Yuqing's lead, bowing respectfully to the princess. Your Highness, Su Xia rose and curtsied to Feng Yuqing. Cousin Cheng. Shun Jiaqing's eyes sparkled uncontrollably at the sight of Feng Yuqing, and she bashfully performed a greeting. Princess Jingrong cast a discreet glare at her daughter, who displayed a lack of composure, then turned to Feng Yuqing with a warm smile, remarking, Today is quite lively. It seems you have brought the entire atmosphere of Jing'an Temple with you. Feng Yuqing, seemingly oblivious to the layered meaning behind Princess Jingrong's words, replied with a smile. Recently, Yuner has not been well, plagued by recurrent nightmares. I feared it might affect the child she carries. Thus, I brought her to Jing'an Temple for a ritual to dispel any malevolent spirits. I did not expect to find you here, Aunt Jingrong. Princess Jingrong glanced at the demure Su Manyun and mischievously remarked, What a coincidence. We are also here for a ritual. Feng Yuqing continued the light-hearted banter. How fortuitous. With more company, it alleviates the solitude that Yuner and I would otherwise endure. Internally, Princess Jingrong scoffed, casting another glance at Su Xia, who was averting her gaze, seemingly too shy to meet Feng Yuqing's eyes, which only added to her growing irritation. How has this matter ensnared her? Should she involve herself in it? If she does, both Feng Yuqing and concubine Feng, not to mention her elder brother, would surely harbor great resentment towards her. Conversely, if she refrains from intervening, then Xiang Yi will certainly be displeased with her. Princess Jingrong truly finds herself in a precarious position. Your Highness, please continue your conversation with the prince. I shall take my leave, said the lady-in-waiting, Su Xia, who seemed to bow in trepidation, as though fearing Feng Yuqing. Princess Jingrong nodded slightly in acknowledgement.
Prompting Su Yue to withdraw gracefully.
I also wish to pay a visit to my uncle, the prince announced, excusing himself as well. Upon seeing Su Xia depart, Feng Yuqing hastily followed suit, leaving behind the idle chatter with Princess Jingrong. Su Manyun also offered a respectful bow to the princess before following. Noticing Feng Yuqing trailing after Su Xia, Shun Jiaqing scoffed in displeasure. That Su Xia is nothing but a seductress, always trying to entice cousin Cheng. Shun Jiaqing's words earned her a sharp glare from Princess Jingrong. You would do well to temper your tongue. No one considers you mute. Irritated by her mother's defense of Su Xia, Shun Jiaqing retorted, Mother, why do you side with Su Xia? She is shameless, having already betrothed herself to the young emperor. Yet she still attempts to win over cousin Cheng. I believe she is doing this on purpose. Hearing her incessantly refer to cousin Cheng, Princess Jingrong felt a headache coming on. I warn you, suppress your little schemes. Furthermore, do not meddle in their affairs. Keep your distance from them. She had come to a realization. She could not afford to involve herself in this matter. While offending Feng Yuqing might be tolerable, she could not afford to antagonize concubine Feng or her elder brother. Having her innermost thoughts exposed, Shun Jiaqing let out a displeased hum and seated herself away, unwilling to engage with Princess Jingrong any further. Just as Su Xia was about to return to her chamber, she was intercepted by Feng Yuqing and Su Manyun. Elder sister, came Su Manyun's voice, prompting Su Xia to coldly turn around. Is there something you need, second sister? With a smile, Su Manyun approached. What a coincidence. I never expected to encounter you here. Su Xia, uninterested in playing along with their charade, cast a frigid glance at Feng Yuqing. Whether it is truly a coincidence, second sister and certain individuals are well aware. I am fatigued and wish to rest, so I shall take my leave. With that, Su Xia disregarded the two and strode directly into her room. Xiaochan followed her inside, closing the door behind them. Feng Yuqing glared menacingly at the door. Secretly committing the room's location to memory, action would be taken tonight to prevent her from escaping. Chapter 89. The proud little rascal in the chamber. Xiaochan crouched by the door seam, observing as Feng Yuqing and Su Manyun departed. She then turned and reported, Your Highness, the second miss has left. It appears she resides in the easternmost room. Su Xia's lips curled into a smile. This was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. With Su Manyun's room situated a considerable distance away, her plans would remain undisturbed. In truth, she had meticulously calculated this. For every year on her mother's memorial day, she would visit Jing'an Temple, thus gaining a fair understanding of the layout of the western side chambers. The western wing boasted numerous rooms, yet only 3 were notably spacious, the one directly to the west, along with the 2 adjacent rooms. She had intentionally chosen the left chamber of the western side, reserving the westernmost room for Princess Jingrong. Even if Su Manyun arrived before her, that particular room would need to be relinquished for the princess. The remaining room on the right side of the western wing would undoubtedly belong to Shun Jiaqing. Furthermore, even if Su Manyun occupied that room first, Shun Jiaqing's disposition would certainly compel her to vacate it. Thus, it was inevitable that she and Shun Jiaqing would find themselves residing opposite each other, their proximity unmatched. Even Princess Jingrong's quarters would be somewhat distanced from theirs. This strategic positioning was pivotal for the success of her forthcoming plan. As thoughts of her scheme filled her mind, Su Xia summoned Ying Yi. Upon appearing, Ying Yi reported, there are 2 hidden guards at the exit of the western wing, likely in the service of Prince Cheng. Su Xia let out a cold snort. It seems they have come prepared. Given my earlier words, they are likely to take action tonight. Ying bowed slightly, reassuring her. Rest assured, Your Highness, everything is in order. There are watchers in the eastern chamber, awaiting their move. With Ying's competence, Su Xia felt at ease, confident in her own plans. As night fell, several little nuns from Jingxin delivered a vegetarian meal. Su Xia and Xiaochan shared a simple repast. Just as they finished, a knock echoed at the door. The 2 exchanged glances, and Xiaochan went to open it. Young master? Upon seeing Su Luocheng at the threshold, Xiaochan exhaled in relief. The days had been fraught with tension, leaving them feeling as if every rustle in the leaves posed a threat. Su Xia's eyes brightened at the sight of Su Luocheng, and she waved him over with a smile. As he entered, she drew him close, her concern evident. What brings you here? Have you eaten? I have, Su Luocheng replied, casting a worried glance at Su Xia. I saw that person arrive. In an instant, Su Xia comprehended whom he referred to and exclaimed with delight. You are worried about me? Su Luocheng's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he awkwardly cautioned. The moment we arrived, he came too. He surely harbors ill intentions, so be careful. Indeed, that is quite astute, Su Xia replied earnestly, nodding in agreement. After a moment's thought, Su Luocheng added, and there's Su Manyun. She is quite treacherous. Whatever she says, do not fall for her tricks. Su Xia nodded again, affirming, she is indeed rather wicked. Seeing her nonchalant demeanor, Su Luocheng felt both exasperated and anxious. Are you even listening to me? Of course, I am attentively listening, Su Xia replied with a smile, pinching his puffed-up cheeks for reassurance. Rest assured, dear brother. I am no longer as foolish as before. They cannot harm me. As she spoke, she leaned in and whispered, the prince has left me many hidden guards. I shall be safe. Upon hearing that Feng Qingjue had assigned her hidden guards, Su Luochen finally breathed a sigh of relief, his worries somewhat alleviated. Well, you're clever. I shall take my leave now. Be cautious yourself, lest they, in their desperation, turn their malice towards you instead, Su Xia advised, holding him with concern. Su Luochen shot her a sidelong glance. I am not as naive as you. Unperturbed by his disdain, Su Xia chuckled. I have dispatched 10 hidden guards to protect you. Should anything arise, simply call upon them. Feeling her concern warm his heart, Su Luochen averted his gaze, awkwardly. I do not require protection. Keep them for yourself. Amused by his little expression, Su Xia playfully pinched his cheek again. I have plenty, over 100, in fact. There are so many that I even allocated a few to my maternal grandfather and father. Upon hearing that she had over 100 hidden guards at her disposal, Su Luochen could no longer refuse her kindness. At last, your judgment has proven sound, he huffed before departing. Su Xia watched the little fellow's retreating figure. Her eyes filled with affection. Ah, the proud little brat. How reminiscent he is of that fellow. He truly resembles his brother. In the late hours of the night, the entire West Wing was enveloped in an eerie stillness, reminiscent of the calm before a tempest. The moment any noise emanated from the eastern chamber, the concealed guards in the West Wing sprang into action. In the left chamber, located to the west, Shun Jiaqing was in the depths of slumber when a hidden guard stealthily entered, carrying a cloth bag. Silently, he approached her bedside and poured a multitude of insects from the bag onto her quilt, scattering a mysterious powder into the air before vanishing without a trace. Moments later, in the midst of her dreams, Shun Jiaqing felt something crawling on her face. Instinctively, she swatted at it and, upon opening her eyes, was jolted into alarm.
Ah!
Startled, she hastily discarded the insect she had crushed in her palm, only to glimpse several more on her bed. Overcome with fright, she leaped from the mattress. Shichuan and Jinxiu, who had been dozing at the table, were roused by her exclamation and rushed to her side. Your Highness, what troubles you? There are insects! Shun Jiaqing exclaimed, stamping her feet while desperately scratching at her skin. It felt as though hundreds of the creatures were crawling all over her, provoking an unbearable itch. I shall fetch them for you, the two maids declared, not daring to delay as they hurried to capture the pests. Yet, Shun Jiaqing was too terrified to return to her bed, scratching vigorously at her body while harboring deep resentment for her surroundings. I have already said I would not dwell in this wretched place. How could anyone possibly reside here? Your Highness, hot water has been brought. Please bathe while it is still warm, a voice suddenly called from outside the room. Shun Jiaqing promptly opened the door, only to find a young maid carrying a large bucket. Without a moment's hesitation, she instructed, bring this bucket of hot water to my chambers. The maid, Xiao Chan, looked utterly bewildered and replied, but, my lady, the princess is also preparing for a bath. I have already poured the hot water into the bathing tub. As Xiao Chan spoke, Su Xia emerged from her room, similarly attired in a simple garment, scratching at herself incessantly. Is there an infestation in your room as well? Shun Jiaqing inquired, instantly discerning the source of her discomfort. Su Xia was taken aback. Is there also a problem in the residence of Princess Yunyang? How could there possibly be no pests in such a remote area? Shun Jiaqing retorted disdainfully, as if besieged by an unbearable itch. You have prepared the hot water.
Have you not?
I am positively dying from this itch. Allow me to bathe first. With that declaration, Shun Jiaqing disregarded any chance for Su Xia to respond and dashed into her room without a second thought. Chapter 90. There is a flower thief.
Ah!
That is prepared by the maid for our esteemed princess. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Chan grew anxious and hurriedly attempted to enter the room to intervene, but was halted by Shi Chun and Jin Qiu. Our princess is rather impatient. Let her wash first, and we shall return the hot water shortly. Having spoken, Shi Chun and Jin Qiu promptly barred Su Xia and her maid from entering the room. Once they were inside, Xiao Chan sorrowfully knocked on the door twice. How could you treat us this way? After her complaints, she winked at Su Xia and whispered, Princess, how was my performance? Su Xia responded with a thumbs up. Indeed, the girl's acting skills had grown increasingly remarkable. Xiao Chan chuckled softly. It is primarily due to the princess's excellent teaching. Su Xia was amused by her antics and was about to offer further praise when Yi appeared, quietly reminding, Princess, they have arrived. Let us go. The three swiftly entered Shen Jiaqing's chamber and secured the door. Moments later, a figure emerged outside the west wing. In preparation for what was to come, Feng Yuqing had indulged in some wine, though only feigning intoxication while remaining quite clear-headed. Having successfully entered the west wing, he approached the door of Su Xia's room and discreetly pushed it, only to find it bolted. This was within his expectations. Not being able to enter the door was of little consequence, as the rooms at Jing'an Temple all had windows. Feng Yuqing circled around to the back and found the window unlatched, which brought him a surge of delight. Initially, he contemplated that if the window were also closed, he would descend from the rooftop. However, it appeared that such measures were unnecessary. Feng Yuqing cautiously entered through the window, landing softly on the floor. The window was adjacent to the bed, and upon instinct, he glanced toward it, startled to find it unoccupied. Just as he was about to search for someone, he heard the sound of water behind the screen. Someone was bathing. A sudden rush of exhilaration ignited in Feng Yuqing's eyes. Fortune seemed to favor him. He had initially considered resorting to force, but now it seemed unnecessary. If he were to catch a glimpse of her form, would she not be compelled to marry him? Without further hesitation, Feng Yuqing proceeded directly towards the screen, consumed by this thought. Shichuan and Jinxiu were attending to Shen Jiaqing's bathing when they suddenly noticed a shadow cast upon the screen, prompting them to shout in unison, "Who goes there?" Despite their outcry, Feng Yuqing remained undeterred. In fact, he welcomed their calls, as they would undoubtedly attract attention and spare him the effort. With a slight stumble, he stepped behind the screen. Upon seeing a man appear, Shen Jiaqing and her two maidservants shrieked in unison. Feng Yuqing's gaze fixated on the figure in the wooden tub. His mind momentarily clouded, rendered utterly speechless. Yunyang. How could it be her?
Where was Su Xia?
As Shen Jiaqing recognized Feng Yuqing, she too was momentarily taken aback, yet seemed to comprehend the situation, ceasing her cries and instead offering him a bashful smile, saying, "Cousin Cheng, it appears you harbor quite the affection for me." Feng Yuqing, bewildered, stared at Shen Jiaqing as the alcohol in his system surged within him. It is over. It is utterly finished. He has actually provoked Shen Jiaqing. Contemplating this irreparable mistake and the unbearable consequences that ensue, Feng Yuqing turned and fled. At this moment, Shen Jiaqing's mind was exceptionally sharp. Upon noticing Feng Yuqing's intention to escape, she immediately commanded Shichuan and Jinxiu, "Quickly, stop him. We cannot allow him to get away." Upon receiving the order, Shichuan and Jinxiu promptly advanced to intercept him. "Get away." Feng Yuqing was unwilling to be obstructed by them, shoving them aside as he attempted to dash through the door. "Help! There's a flower thief." Seeing that Shichuan and Jinxiu could not restrain Feng Yuqing, Shen Jiaqing yelled at the top of her lungs, "Help! Catch the flower thief!" Shichuan and Jinxiu, mimicking her, immediately joined in the frantic cries. Hearing their shouts, Feng Yuqing felt a surge of urgency and hastily opened the door. Just as he did, the opposite door swung open as well. Su Xia, draped in a cloak and accompanied by Xiao Chan, coincidentally collided with Feng Yuqing as he opened the door. Xiao Chan gazed at Feng Yuqing in astonishment, her expression revealing her ignorance of the situation. Upon seeing Xiao Chan and Su Xia's arrival, Shichuan and Jinxiu immediately sought their assistance. "He is a flower thief. Hurry, call for help." Feng Yuqing, being forcefully held back by the two, turned as pale as if he had been smeared with filth at the mere mention of the term flower thief. The description of the crown prince as a flower thief nearly caused Xiao Chan to burst into laughter, for it was indeed a remarkably fitting characterization. Is he not merely a rogue with nefarious intentions? Little Chan, seizing the opportunity, immediately raised her voice, calling out, "Help! There is a flower thief. Everyone, come and assist in capturing the scoundrel." Yet, this was not sufficient. She proceeded to knock on every door, determined to rouse everyone from their slumber. Witnessing Little Chan's fervor, Shichun and Jinxiu felt a sense of relief. At last, it seemed that the flower thief would not escape this time. Thanks to Little Chan's relentless efforts, the lights in the surrounding rooms soon flickered to life. In no time, the maids and matrons emerged from their chambers, confused by the commotion. Upon seeing Feng Yuqing in Su Xi's room, with Su Xi herself cloaked and standing outside, they were still oblivious to the unfolding situation. With Little Chan continuously shouting about a flower thief, they mistakenly believed that Feng Yucheng had taken liberties with Su Xiu. Su Man-yun, residing at the end of the West Wing, also heard the clamor outside and, upon catching wind of little Chan's cries, she silently exhaled in relief. Finally, it was happening. Now, Su Xiu could serve as her stepping stone. "Madam, there is trouble outside," Qiao Xian hurriedly reported after hearing little Chan's shouts. In a good mood, Su Mannion cast her a glance of reproach, saying, "What is there to panic about? Help me change my attire." "Yes," Qiao Xian and Rue Xian responded without hesitation, promptly assisting Su Mannion in dressing. Meanwhile, Princess Jingrong was finally roused from her slumber by the disturbance. "What is all this noise?" she murmured, still half asleep. Madame Lu, the maidservant accompanying Princess Jingrong, had been eavesdropping by the door for quite some time. Upon hearing the princess's inquiry, she promptly stepped forward to report, "It seems there has been an incident in the room of Princess Fuxi." Instantly, the princess was wide awake, her drowsiness evaporating as she stood in stunned silence for a moment before scoffing, "He cannot wait even a moment." Madame Lu, fully aware of the princess's implication, bowed and asked, "Your Highness, shall we intervene in this matter?" The princess had no intention of getting involved, yet she found herself already entangled in the situation. With a commotion outside, even a deaf person would have taken notice. "Go and investigate," she commanded. "That girl is in a predicament. See if there is any chance for remedy." "Understood," Madame Lu responded and bowed as she exited the room. Just as Madame Lu left, Shichuan rushed forward. As if she had found her pillar of support, disregarding Prince Fenjiecheng. She tugged at Madame Lu's sleeve and lamented, "You have arrived just in time, Madam. His Royal Highness, the Prince, has acted improperly towards the Princess. Please, summon the Princess to uphold justice for her." Seeing Shichuan's distress, Madame Lu was taken aback, her mind in a whirl as she stammered, "What are you saying? Who has he acted improperly towards?" Chapter 91. A resounding slap. Observing the astonished and bewildered expression on Granny Lu's face, Shichuan ceased her tears and explained, "The lady was slighted. There were insects in the princess's chamber, so she went to bathe in Princess Fuxi's room, and as a result." Shichuan gazed at Feng Yucheng with a sorrowful countenance, as if unable to continue, her eyes welling with tears, resembling a victim of the very slight she described. Shichuan's words struck Granny Lu like a thunderbolt, and she turned to rush back with the news. However, recalling something, she grasped Shichuan and inquired, "But where is the princess?" "The princess is still in her room," Shichuan wept. "Quickly, return and take good care of the princess," commanded Granny Lu, urging Shichuan back to her quarters before hurrying off in a fluster. "Your Highness, a grave matter has arisen," exclaimed Granny Lu as she rushed into the presence of the Princess Jingrong, who had just been assisted by two maids in donning her garments. The princess immediately darkened her expression and retorted, "What calamity has caused you to lose your composure? Is it not merely the affair between Princess Fuxi and Feng Yucheng? Even if something were amiss, given her status, Feng Yucheng would not dare to mistreat her. She is destined to be the Princess of Cheng." At this moment, Granny Lu could hardly concern herself with decorum, pounding her thigh in urgency as she declared, "It is not Princess Fuxi, it is our princess who is in trouble." "What?" The Princess Jingrong tightened with anxiety at Granny Lu's words, yet she had yet to fully grasp the gravity of the situation being alluded to. Madame Lu anxiously explained. "Shichuan mentioned that the Duke of Cheng has been frivolous with our princess, claiming there were insects in her chamber, and thus exchanged rooms with Princess Fuxi for a bath. Upon hearing that Xin Jiaqing and Su Xia had swapped rooms, Princess Jingrong felt a surge of anger and was nearly overcome. Your Highness!" Madame Lu and the two maidservants quickly supported Princess Jingrong. The news was exceedingly shocking, and it took a considerable moment for Princess Jingrong to regain her composure. She grasped Madame Lu's arm and inquired, "What exactly transpired? Where is Yunyang?" "To be honest, I am not entirely certain. It was that girl Shichuan who informed me. The princess is still in Princess Fuxi's quarters." Madame Lu, fearing for Princess Jingrong's well-being, dared not conceal any details. "Let us go see," Princess Jingrong declared, hastening towards the exit. "Please, take care," Madame Lu urged, stepping forward to assist her, while the two maidservants hurriedly followed suit. Meanwhile, upon witnessing everyone emerge, Feng Yucheng realized that with Madame Lu seeking Princess Jingrong, his escape was futile. He resigned himself to the situation. Princess Jingrong approached with fervor, and all the maidservants and matrons in the corridor bowed their heads in deference. Your Highness, Su Xia and Xiaochan also offered their respects to Princess Jingrong. The princess cast a cold, piercing glance at Su Xia and demanded in an angry tone, "What is the meaning of this?" Su Xia, with an air of dignified composure, lowered her gaze and replied, "I am uncertain myself. Just moments ago, Princess Yunyang borrowed my chambers for a bath. Reluctantly, I took refuge in her room for a brief respite, only to hear piercing screams emanating from my quarters. I hurriedly brought my maidservant to investigate, and upon arrival, I beheld His Highness, Prince Cheng, emerging from my room." Princess Jingrong's penetrating gaze fixated on Su Xia, momentarily refraining from inquiring about her room change, before redirecting her sharp scrutiny towards Feng Yuqing. The weight of Princess Jingrong's gaze rendered Feng Yuqing profoundly uneasy. He opened his mouth to offer an explanation, yet found himself rendered utterly speechless. Without posing any questions to Feng Yuqing, Princess Jingrong pivoted and entered Su Xia's quarters. Inside the room, Shun Jiaqing had just emerged from the bath, though she had yet to don her attire, merely wrapping a thin cloth around herself. "Mother!" Upon seeing Princess Jingrong, Shun Jiaqing rushed into her embrace, weeping, "Cousin Chung has taken advantage of me. I wish to marry him." Princess Jingrong's head began to spin, and she glared at Shun Jiaqing, exclaiming, "Do not speak nonsense." Not receiving her mother's approval, Shun Jiaqing grew desperate, her feigned sobs transforming into genuine tears. "It's true. Just a moment ago, while I was bathing, Cousin Chung suddenly barged in and saw me in my entirety." The phrase "in my entirety" struck Feng Yuqing's ears, instantly conjuring an image of the previous moment in his mind, inducing a wave of nausea that surged from his stomach to his throat, nearly compelling him to vomit. "Mother, you must stand up for me," Shun Jiaqing cried, clinging to Princess Jingrong, her tears flowing abundantly. Princess Jingrong was initially infuriated by her cousin's lack of ambition. Yet upon witnessing her in tears, her heart ached with compassion. "Do not cry any longer. First, change your clothes," she instructed, turning her gaze towards Shichuan and Jinxiu. The two maids understood the cue and hurried to retrieve Shun Jiaqing's garments from her chamber. As Shichuan and Jinxiu assisted Shun Jiaqing in changing, Princess Jingrong stepped out of the room and approached Feng Yuqing. "Aunt." Feng Yuqing intended to offer an explanation, but before he could utter a word, Princess Jingrong delivered a resounding slap across his face. The sharp crack echoed, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Su Minyun, who had come to witness the spectacle, stood in bewilderment. What transpired? Was Princess Jingrong defending Su Xia? This was unexpected. Meanwhile, Su Xia felt a surge of satisfaction. She had longed to deliver that slap herself. Indeed, Princess Jingrong's boldness was commendable. It must be noted that the force behind Princess Jingrong's slap was considerable, leaving Feng Yuqing with a bleeding lip. Turning his face aside, he tasted the metallic tang of his own blood, fury simmering within him. Yet, he found himself unable to retaliate. Throughout his life, no one had ever dared to strike him, not even his parents. Now, he bore the indignity of being struck by Princess Jingrong over such a trivial matter. He felt a deep sense of grievance with no outlet, and given the circumstances, he could not afford to lose his temper, for the fault lay with him. Upon emerging, Shun Jiaqing spotted Feng Yuqing as swollen face and immediately glared at Princess Jingrong in distress. "Mother, why did you strike Cousin Chung?" "Silence. You dare to speak." The Princess Jingrong's sharp retort silenced Shun Jiaqing instantly. Each word from Shun Jiaqing's lips now seemed to induce a throbbing headache. With a fierce glare directed at Feng Yuqing, the princess's gaze ultimately settled on Su Xia. "You shall accompany me." With that, she turned and strode back to her chambers. Su Xia, not daring to resist, lowered her gaze and followed closely behind. As soon as the princess departed, Shun Jiaqing rushed to Feng Yuqing, her fingers gently caressing his face. "Cousin Chung, are you all right? Does your face hurt?" The moment her tender hand reached out, a vivid image flashed through Feng Yuqing's mind, and he could no longer suppress the nauseating sensation rising in his throat. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and dashed outside, retching violently. "My lord." Su Minyun, witnessing the scene, felt an urgent pang of concern and was about to follow, but Shun Jiaqing forcefully shoved her aside. "Get away from me." Shun Jiaqing hurried after Feng Yuqing, leaving Su Minyun in a state of confusion, her mind clouded with questions. What was happening? Why had Shun Jiaqing emerged from Su Xia's room? What had prompted Princess Jingrong to confront the prince? A troubling thought crossed her mind, leaving her utterly unsettled. Could it be as she feared? Chapter 92. Congratulations, you have achieved what you desired. Su Manyun, in a state of urgency, turned to Shichuan and Jinxiu, inquiring about the unfolding events. Shichuan, with an air of superiority, gazed at Su Manyun and let out a cold snort. Do not feign ignorance here. Your prince has acted inappropriately towards our county's princess. Su Manyun stood there, stunned, and turned to Xiaochan with disbelief. Is what she said true? Xiaochan, equally disdainful, responded with a scoff. I fear this will disappoint you, Su Nyang. It is the Princess Yunyang who has been slighted by the prince. Congratulations, Su Nyang. For it seems that it won't be long before the Prince Cheng's residence welcomes a princess. In that moment, Su Manyun felt as though she had been struck by lightning. What on earth was happening? Why had Su Xia transformed into Shen Jiaqing? Had Feng Yuqing lost his mind, pursuing Shen Jiaqing in such a manner? In the main chamber of the West Wing, Princess Jingrong occupied the principal seat, while Su Xia stood before her. Tell me how Yunyang came to be in your chamber, the princess commanded. With lowered eyes, Su Xia replied, I have already stated all that needs to be said. Approximately half an incense stick ago, I felt an itch while resting and discovered insects in my room. I instructed my maid, Xiaochan, to fetch hot water for me. Just as I was preparing to bathe, Princess Yunyang also claimed to be itchy and rushed into my chamber to bathe first. Her two maidservants even locked Xiaochan and me outside, leaving me no choice but to seek refuge in Princess Yunyang's quarters. After the passage of half an incense stick's time, I heard the piercing screams of Princess Yunyang and her companions. I hastily brought Xiaochan along to investigate, only to witness His Highness, Prince Cheng, attempting to exit, while two of Princess Yunyang's maids were restraining him, shouting accusations of being a flower thief. Such was the entirety of the incident. Princess Jingrong scrutinized her with profound intensity, noticing a cluster of small red rashes on her neck and observing similar marks on her wrist. She furrowed her brow and inquired, So, does this mean you are entirely uninvolved in this matter? Feeling a mix of guilt and regret, Su Xia's eyes reddened. It is indeed my fault. Upon seeing them earlier, I should have returned to the capital immediately, instead of harboring any false hopes. Now I have inadvertently caused trouble for Princess Yunyang. I truly apologize, for it is I who have implicated her. With that, Su Xia succumbed to tears. Princess Jingrong's expression turned as cold as water as she fixated on Su Xia, seeking to discern something from her countenance, yet finding nothing conclusive. Was this incident merely a coincidence, or was it a scheme orchestrated by the girl herself? Taking a deep breath, Princess Jingrong said, Enough, cease your weeping. I do not hold you accountable. Ultimately, this is the fault of Feng Yuqing. His unscrupulous intentions have led to such occurrences. You may return now. Thank you, Your Highness. Su Xia bowed respectfully to Princess Jingrong before taking her leave. Does the princess truly believe her? Granny Lu whispered. Princess Jingrong fixed her gaze on Su Xia's retreating figure, her eyes narrowing slightly. Summon her maid.
Yes.
Madame Lu complied and promptly called in Xiaochan. The two passed each other without a word, exchanging only a brief glance devoid of any discernible expression. However, Su Manyun's reaction upon seeing Su Xia emerge was quite telling. Xiaochan accompanied Madame Lu to meet Princess Jingrong, while Su Xia decided to return to her own chamber. Still draped in Shen Jiaqing's cloak, she needed to change into her own attire. Just as Su Xia was about to enter her room, she heard Su Manyun's cold taunt. Elder sister is truly calculating. Su Xia paused, turning to regard Su Manyun with an icy gaze. Second sister, perhaps you should save such remarks for the esteemed princess and see if she praises you for your cunning. And allow me to congratulate you, for your desires shall soon be fulfilled. You will soon have a matriarch to serve. With that, Su Xia retreated into her room, slamming the door with a resounding bang. Su Manyun felt a surge of anger, nearly choking on her indignation, as she grappled with the frustration of Su Xia's repeated illusions. Meanwhile, Princess Jingrong inquired about the events surrounding Xiaochan, who recounted the tale in meticulous detail, mirroring Su Xia's account perfectly. Faced with a lack of insights, Princess Jingrong had no choice but to dismiss Xiaochan. Your Highness, could it truly be mere coincidence? Madame Lu, who had been listening nearby, pondered. The exchanges between the master and servant were remarkably seamless. Perhaps it was indeed nothing more than a fortuitous happenstance. Princess Jingrong found herself unable to ascertain whether Su Xia had any involvement in the matter at hand. After a moment of contemplation, she instructed, summon that girl Yunyang, and also bring in Shichuan and Jinxiu. Yes, replied Granny Lu, who then went to fetch Shin Jiaqing, who had been engaging in pleasantries with Feng Yuqing.
Now,
Do enlighten me. What exactly transpired? Upon seeing Shin Jiaqing, Princess Jingrong felt a throbbing headache begin. What transpired, you ask? Well, while I was bathing, my cousin Chung saw me in the nude. I intend to marry him. Shin Jiaqing replied nonchalantly, as she took a seat. Princess Jingrong's headache intensified. I ask you, how did you end up in Su Xia's chamber? Did she request to swap rooms with you, or did you usurp her space? Shin Jiaqing furrowed her brows in indignation. Is that what she told you? How could this possibly be deemed as usurping her room? My own chamber had bugs, which left me unbearably itchy. Look here, and here. Shin Jiaqing unfastened her collar to reveal her skin to Princess Jingrong, lifting her clothing to expose a patch of red rashes on her chest and abdomen, resembling those recently seen on Su Xia. Because of the bugs in my room, and upon overhearing Su Xia's maid preparing hot water for her, I could no longer bear the itch and requested she let me use the hot water first. Who could have anticipated that Su Xia intended to entice Cousin Chung in her room? Thankfully, I intervened. Otherwise, Cousin Chung would have been sullied by her. Princess Jingrong felt a sharp pang in her temples, as if her head might explode. She is bound to be driven to her wit's end by that insufferable girl. Princess Jingrong turned her gaze toward Shichuan and Jinxiu, instructing them to recount the events in detail. Given the gravity of the situation, the two dared not withhold any information and meticulously relayed every aspect of the matter. Upon hearing their account, Princess Jingrong fell into deep contemplation. The narratives provided by Shichuan and Jinxiu aligned perfectly with those of Su Xia and her maid. Indeed, it was Yunyang who had intruded upon Su Xia's chamber for a bath, and coincidentally, at that very moment, Feng Yuqing had slipped into Su Xia's room. At first glance, the circumstances appeared to be mere coincidence. However, the more coincidental they seemed, the harder they were to believe. How could it be that both Yunyang and her chamber were infested with pests? How fortuitous that when Yunyang sought a bath, warm water was conveniently prepared. How uncanny that while Yunyang was bathing, Feng Yuqing arrived. Can such perfectly orchestrated coincidences truly exist in this world? Chapter 93. The accountant returns, seeing Princess Jingrong remaining silent. Shin Jiaqing grew anxious. Mother, please refrain from asking so many questions. ISN, the current situation quite satisfactory? Cousin Chung must surely wish to marry me now that he has seen me bathed. Princess Jingrong felt a throbbing pain in her temples and glared at Shin Jiaqing. Silence. What do you know? All day long, it's nothing but Cousin Chung this and Cousin Chung that.
what is so commendable about him?
Shin Jiaqing, upon hearing this, became displeased. What is wrong with Cousin Chung? He is a prince of noble status and undeniably handsome. His eyes are particularly striking, not to mention his nose. Shin Jiaqing. The princess's voice rang out, and Shin Jiaqing immediately fell silent, too intimidated to speak further. In circumstances like this, it was evident that her mother was genuinely upset. However, Shin Jiaqing looked at Princess Jingrong with a sense of grievance and playfully tugged at her sleeve. Mother, I truly adore Cousin Chung. I like him so much. Please allow me to marry him. Princess Jingrong furrowed her brows tightly. Yunyang, you must be more discerning. What merits does Feng Yuqing possess, aside from his status? What remains is merely his appearance. If you seek beauty, there are countless attractive men in this world. Your mother can find one for you. Without a moment's hesitation, Shin Jiaqing rejected the idea. I do not want anyone else. I only wish for Cousin Chung. Listening to her refer to him as Cousin Chung repeatedly, Princess Jingrong expressed her frustration, saying, How can you be so stubborn, my dear? Among all the concubines in the Fengyu residence, do you truly believe he would be enamored by your appearance? Even if you force your way into the Prince of Cheng's household, he is likely to neglect you. Rather than spending your life serving his whims, it would be far wiser to marry someone of modest means, yet handsome, who would cherish you for your noble status. With your title, he would be bound to treat you with respect. Even if you were to take a few lovers, he would have no grounds to object. Why must you pursue a life in the Prince of Cheng's court, surrounded by beauties? She never considered the possibility of her daughter marrying into a higher status. She envisioned a modest union with a minor official or even a merchant. With her title of princess and the backing of the Princess Jingrong and the Pingyang marquis households, her daughter would never face humiliation. With tears welling in her eyes, Shin Jiaqing felt aggrieved. She had heard this reasoning many times. Yet her affection for Cousin Chung had blossomed since childhood. Her greatest aspiration was to become his wife, a sentiment she had expressed to her mother on numerous occasions. Alas, her mother consistently denied her, often reiterating these same arguments. Previously, she understood the lack of opportunity and recognized that cousin Chung would likely never reciprocate her feelings or desire to marry her. However, now that a glimmer of hope had finally emerged, akin to the moon that had long eluded her grasp, she could not bear to let it slip away. Without hesitation, Shun Jiaoqing knelt before Princess Jingrong, imploring, "Mother, I beseech you, I only wish to marry cousin Chung. Please grant me this wish." Shun Jiaoqing, Princess Jingrong, frustrated that her words had yet to sway her daughter, felt her anger flare anew. "Having been seen by cousin Chung, I am already his. If my mother does not permit me to marry cousin Chung, then I shall remain here at Jing'an Temple as a spinster," Shun Jiaoqing declared, her back straight and her demeanor resolute. "You." Princess Jingrong felt a throbbing pain in her temples, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. "Your Highness." Upon noticing her distress, Nurse Lu hurried to support her, casting a concerned glance at Shun Jiaoqing, saying, "Princess, the Highness is only looking out for your well-being. You should refrain from speaking further." Observing Princess Jingrong in such a state, Shun Jiaoqing hesitated to provoke her any longer, though her stubbornness remained quite irksome. "Get out of my sight." Princess Jingrong could hardly bear to look at her, fearing she might lose control and strike her. Shun Jiaoqing wished to say more but ultimately refrained, rising to leave. Nurse Lu gently pressed Princess Jingrong's temples and advised, "Your Highness, do not let your anger consume you. The princess is still young and naive. Do not hold her transgressions against her. She may be young, but she is of marrying age and yet remains such a source of concern. It is indeed my indulgence that has led her to this state," Princess Jingrong lamented, then added, "Please summon Prince Chung to me." "Very well." Nurse Lu then went to fetch Feng Yuqing. Outside, Feng Yuqing was in a state of disarray, grappling with his nausea. After a brief respite, he began to contemplate how to address the situation when Nurse Lu arrived. Being summoned by Princess Jingrong was not something he could refuse. So, he promptly made his way to her chamber. And, as he entered the room, Feng Yuqing bowed respectfully to Princess Jingrong. "How do you intend to address today's affairs?" Princess Jingrong did not mince words, immediately pressing him for an answer. Feng Yuqing's heart raced as he nervously explained, "I had consumed some wine and was initially seeking my concubine, but I inadvertently entered the wrong chamber and unexpectedly." Such an explanation could only be deemed implausible. Princess Jingrong scoffed, "So you intend to evade responsibility?" "It was all a misunderstanding. In truth, I witnessed nothing at all," Feng Yuqing brazenly declared, though his mind flickered back to that unsightly scene. Seeing his reluctance to take responsibility, Princess Jingrong's anger flared. "Feng Yuqing, do you believe that should this matter reach the emperor, whose reputation will suffer? Yours or mine? Moreover, if this were to reach the ears of 11th brother, do you truly think he would let you off the hook?" The mention of Feng Qingjue made Feng Yuqing uneasy, "And I assure you, I truly, spare me your excuses." Princess Jingrong interrupted, her voice rising in fury. "You are fully aware of how this debacle unfolded. I had no intention of involving myself in your sordid affairs. But given the circumstances, you must take accountability. Whether you choose to marry Yunyang or not, you shall marry her." Initially, she had no desire to wed Yunyang to the Prince of Chung, yet Feng Yuqing's attitude was exceedingly irksome. The more he resisted taking responsibility, the more insistent she became. Feng Yuqing remained silent, his neck stiffened in defiance. After all, he had not seen anything, it was merely an unsightly sight. The thought of marrying Shun Jiaoqing was utterly out of the question. Within the confines of his residence, there already existed an unattractive concubine. Should the primary wife also prove to be similarly unappealing, he would become the subject of ridicule throughout the realm, not to mention the jests of his brothers. "You may leave," he commanded. Given the demeanor of Feng Yuqing, it was clear that negotiations had reached an impasse, prompting Princess Jingrong to dismiss him outright. "Your Highness, the Duke of Chung is reluctant to assume responsibility, and given the current state of affairs with the princess, what are we to do?" Lu Mama expressed her concerns. Princess Jingrong glared ominously at the retreating figure of Feng Yuqing. Does he think that by shunning responsibility, he can evade it altogether? Does he truly believe that the Jingrong and the Peiyang Marquette can be so easily trifled with? Since he has adopted such an attitude, he should not be surprised by the consequences. I refuse to believe that there is no justice left in this world. If he can indulge in such behavior, then so can my royal brother. Besides, our mother is still here. I have faith that he cannot escape this obligation. As Feng Yuqing emerged from the chamber, Shun Jiaqing approached him, her demeanor a blend of shyness and delight. Cousin Cheng, has my mother spoken to you regarding our marriage? Yunyang, I am truly sorry, but I cannot marry you, Feng Yuqing replied, his expression one of sincere regret, as if he felt deeply for her plight. Shun Jiaqing, taken aback, implored, but you clearly. Before she could finish her sentence, Feng Yuqing interjected coldly, it is all a misunderstanding. I have seen nothing, and you should forget this matter entirely.
With that,
He turned his back on Shun Jiaqing and hastily departed from the west wing. Just as he emerged from the doorway of the west chamber, a whip glistening with a cold sheen was hurled towards him. Chapter 94. Blossoming all around you, with a crack. Feng Yuqing barely had time to react before he was struck by a whip.
ah,
The sharp spikes of the whip dug painfully into his arm, eliciting an immediate scream. Yet, the whip did not relent in response to his cries. With a flick of the wrist, it arced back towards him, this time aimed directly at his face. Feng Yuqing was seized by terror, narrowly evading the blow while turning to face Feng Qingjue, who sat in a wheelchair, fury boiling within him. Feng Qingjue, dare you strike me? I strike precisely at you. Feng Qingjue retorted, his eyes ablaze with rage as he wielded the whip with abandon. He not only sought to lash out at him but was driven by an insatiable desire to utterly destroy him.
crack.
Another lash was unleashed, and Feng Yuqing could not evade it this time. The whip struck his face, leaving a long, crimson mark across his otherwise handsome features.
Ah,
Once again, Feng Yuqing cried out in pain, shouting into the air, are there no dead souls? Come forth and rescue me. With a commanding voice, Feng Yuqing summoned the hidden guards, who swiftly emerged from the shadows. Just as they prepared to confront Feng Qingjue, another wave of hidden guards appeared, engaging in combat with them. Seeing his hopes of rescue dashed, Feng Yuqing's frustration boiled over. Feng Qingjue, what purpose do you serve by bringing these guards? Feng Qingjue scoffed. Is it only permissible for you to have hidden guards? Am I not allowed the same? Without pausing for a moment, Feng Qingjue resumed his assault with a whip, delivering 2 more stinging blows that left Feng Yuqing wailing in distress. The commotion from outside swiftly reached the western chamber. Something terrible has happened. A young nun, upon witnessing the unfolding scene, rushed into the western chamber, exclaiming, His Highness, Prince Cheng, has been attacked. At her startling announcement, the atmosphere within the chamber became lively once more. Who would dare to strike Prince Cheng? Who has laid hands upon him? Could it be Lord Pingyang? Surely, Lord Pingyang would not go so far. After all, Prince Cheng is of royal blood. Would he truly have the audacity to assault him? Some individuals, brimming with excitement, dashed outside to witness the spectacle, while others hurried to inform their respective masters. Before long, Princess Jingrong received the news. Is it the Lord? Upon hearing this, Princess Jingrong was momentarily taken aback, instinctively rising to intervene. If it were indeed the Lord, it would be a grave folly, regardless of any misdeeds committed in Fengyu City. He is still a prince, cherished by both the emperor and the esteemed consort Feng. Should the Lord engage him in conflict, no matter how justified, they would inevitably face reprimand, potentially jeopardizing the marriage arrangements in Yunyang. Please do not be alarmed. It is not the Lord, Madame Lu interjected swiftly upon seeing her intent to leave. Princess Jingrong, momentarily stunned, inquired, if it is not the Lord, then who could it be? Madame Lu smiled and leaned closer, whispering, I just ventured out for a quick glance. It appears to be His Highness, Prince Yu. 11? Upon hearing that it was Feng Qingjue, Princess Jingrong instantly relaxed, nearly clapping her hands in delight, exclaiming, well done. I cannot intervene myself, but this time, 11 has avenged my grievances. Princess Jingrong chose to remain seated, leisurely sipping her tea. The pleasant mood rendered the tea particularly fragrant. Meanwhile, Su Xia heard the commotion outside and inquired of Xiaochan, shall we investigate who has assaulted Feng Yuqing? Prompted by her command, Xiaochan hurried outside. Upon witnessing the scene, she was instantly filled with joy and rushed back to relay the news. My lady, the prince has returned. Su Xia was taken aback by the revelation. How is that possible?